Name, Kevin. ID, 486999527. Mental strength, 60. Current rank, 3000. Session keyword, maintenance. Session keyword, backstab. Advanced skills, none for now. Derived items, none for now. Doug slowly opened his eyes. A string of data appeared floating in front of him, illusory yet full of a sense of technology. Through the data, he caught a glimpse of the dusty beams and rafters on the ceiling. This ancient architectural style was clearly unrelated to the modern era. Time travel? Or was he dreaming? A faint smell of blood and a pungent, sour stench lingered around his nose, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Kevin subconsciously tried to sit up, but the severe pain throughout his body forced him back down. Hiss! He couldn't help but groan, feeling as if his internal organs were torn apart, with no part feeling at ease. Damn! Doug clenched his teeth, thinking that this body must have been beaten by dozens of people. However, this also confirmed to him that his transmigration was definitely not a dream. How could it hurt so much if it were a dream? He sighed inwardly, lamenting that the methods of transmigration were becoming increasingly bizarre, even sparing no one during sleep. Don't bother, your injuries are worse than mine. Forget about moving for at least a month. A muffled voice came from beside him. Kevin turned his head and saw another injured person lying on the wooden bed. The man's face was contorted, swollen like a pig's head, with a blood-stained cloth stuffed in one nostril. His swollen eyes slanted to look at him, and his mouth kept moving incessantly. The only arm he could move was tearing at the straw mat, continually feeding withered reed stalks into his mouth as if they were the most delicious food in the world. However, seeing him grimace as he swallowed, Kevin also understood that the straw mat was definitely not tasty. At this point, the straw mat had already been chewed down to just a square 20 centimeters across. Has the family situation become so pitiful that they have to eat straw mats? Kevin felt a wave of desolation in his heart. Could it be that the person he transmigrated into was not only seriously injured but also so poor that he couldn't even afford food? What kind of person had he transmigrated into? What a miserable start. Doug refocused on his personal data, secretly feeling lucky. Thankfully, he still had a cheat ability. The man kept talking, continuing to ask, "Brother, what are your keywords?" Doug was stunned and reflexively looked at the two keywords support and backstab in his profile. What was going on? Could it be that everyone has a panel? Isn't this his exclusive golden finger? Stop pretending. The man forced a wry smile. I saw you with my own eyes when you took over the body. Don't believe that nonsense from your public school teachers about not exposing keywords. It's all a lie. This is a simulation trial, not a real extraterrestrial battlefield. Cooperation is the only chance for a win-win. If we don't cooperate, with your current physical condition, once I recover, I can eliminate you in no time. Believe it or not, simulation trial, extraterrestrial battlefield? Kevin became increasingly confused. The feeling of losing all information made him extremely uneasy. For a transmigrator, this was far from friendly. Since he had crossed over, why not grant him the host's memories? He remained silent for a moment, trying hard to calm down, and asked, "The premise of cooperation is honesty. You go first. What is your keyword?" Honesty? The man sneered and shook the straw mat in his hand. I've been eating these unpalatable straw mats non-stop. With such an obvious hint, what do you think my keyword is? Kevin responded quietly, humans know how to put on a facade. Again with that nonsense from the Commoners Academy. The man looked at Doug incredulously and burst out laughing. You think I'd chew on dog scraps just to con you? Who do you think you are? Keywords related to food? Doug thought for a moment and tentatively asked, is it beggars can't be choosy? To hell with beggars can't be choosy, there's a limit to playing dumb. The man snapped angrily. My keyword is gluttony. Tao Tai? Doug exclaimed in surprise. That's right. The person smugly waved the grass stem in his hand. As long as I keep eating, I can grow rapidly. It's one of the best keywords out there. Before taking over this body, my injuries were about the same as yours. I finished off 2 bowls of rice and even munched on part of the straw mat, and now I can already sit up. Brother, teaming up with me is a huge win for you. Otherwise, with injuries like yours, there's a good chance you wouldn't make it through. Doug looked at the 2 empty bowls in front of him, then glanced at the now bare space beside his bed. For the moment, he didn't bother with the fact that the other person had eaten his food. Instead, he focused his attention on the key point in the other person's words. Tao Tai, by constantly eating, one could grow rapidly. It seemed the keyword was the key to breaking through. Kevin mused that his keywords were maintain and backstab. Since gluttony is eating, then maintain and backstab. The meanings of the 2 words emerged in his mind. Maintain, to sustain, protect, and prevent from being damaged. Synonyms: repair, upkeep, safeguard, shield. Backstab, attacking from behind, stabbing in the back. Synonyms: betrayal, sneak attack. Before the transmigration, Kevin majored in Chinese and was more than familiar with the meanings of these words. Since the Tao Tai grows by eating, its key to growth should be helping others. But if there's maintenance, why is the second keyword backstab? The two seem to be in conflict. Incorrect. That guy just mentioned one keyword earlier. Doug looked at him and vaguely asked, is there more? More of what? The man retorted, then sneered, brother, don't be too greedy. Right now, I'm the one holding the upper hand. My keyword is maintenance. Since the other party only mentioned one, Kevin also decided to hold one back. He knew very little about the current situation, and regardless of the other person's intentions, obtaining information from him was better than fumbling around on his own. Using one keyword to gain his trust was enough, and there was no need to reveal a keyword like backstab, which required secrecy to be most effective. Kevin was even prepared to make up a random word if the other party pressed for more. Maintenance? However, the man clearly had no intention of asking further questions. His eyes lit up instantly, and he swallowed the straw mat in his mouth with force. A support-type keyword, fantastic, truly a destined partner for collaboration. It wasn't in vain that I chased you down to possess this body. You protect me, I'll eat like crazy, and we'll soar together, we'll take everyone else down. The other party didn't mention the second keyword at all. Could it be that he really only has one keyword? From this perspective, he does seem to have a cheat ability, but it still needs to be verified. Kevin gave an awkward laugh, trying to get closer. Bro, what's your name? The man replied, Fongio. Real name? Kevin asked. Of course, it's the name of this body. Fongio chuckled lightly. Brother, our relationship only extends to this simulation. Each takes what they need, and once we're out of the simulation field, we don't know each other, understood? Understood. Kevin nodded and stopped asking. This was the second time Fongio mentioned the simulation field. Considering the current situation, Kevin speculated that the simulation field most likely referred to the world he was currently in. Simulate a real world for people to play in? Kevin surveyed the surrounding environment. The buildings, the smells, and the sensation of pain on his body. Everything was so lifelike and vivid. If such a realistic world is virtual, how advanced must their technology be? If it's a game, there should be an exit button, right? Kevin checked his character panel again. Although he didn't find an exit button, he noticed a change in one of the values. The ranking value, which had originally been 3000, now read 1115/1213. 1213? Kevin muttered involuntarily. 60% of unlucky guys who fail to seize a body. Fongio sighed and turned to Kevin. Brother, I have to say, with your mental strength, being able to seize a heavily injured target successfully is extremely lucky. 60% elimination rate? Kevin caught onto the key point in his words and continued probing. Brother Joe, do you think if we team up, we can eliminate others? Of course we can. Fongio gritted his teeth and continued chewing on the straw mat. My keyword is gluttonous beast, a symbol of effortless victory. With your maintenance, if we don't make it into the top 10, it'd be against all reason. Don't worry, I can make it into the top 10, and I'll definitely take you with me too. Otherwise, with your utterly unimpressive maintenance, growing stronger would be a miracle. Ninth brother, we're all counting on you. Kevin forced a smile on his face. Ninth brother, do you know what kind of identity the person we possessed has? Tell me about it. I don't understand anything, and I don't want to mess it up. You have no memory? Fongio asked in astonishment. Sure enough, he was the only one without memory. What a trap. Kevin cursed inwardly and said dejectedly, I don't have a single memory. I don't know what went wrong. Fongio looked at Kevin with pity, clicking her tongue. Maybe the person you crossed over from was too badly injured and died during the possession, so that's why your memory got lost. There have been such cases in the simulation field before. Luckily you met me, otherwise, with a support-type keyword and no memory, how would you survive? Phew. Kevin sighed lightly, smiling bitterly, just bad luck, I guess. Meeting me turned your luck around. Fongio spat out the grass fibers she couldn't swallow, cursing, Pa, it's really awful. Once my body recovers, if I don't eat gourmet food every meal, it wouldn't be worth me suffering by gnawing at this grass mat. He tore off a piece of straw mat, stuffed it into his mouth, and continued, your name in this world is David, and I'm Fongio. Our role is to serve as sparring partners for a few of the Fong family's young masters and disciples. Kevin asked in confusion, sparring partners? Basically, punching bags. Fongio spat out another piece of straw. Those young masters don't treat sparring partners as humans at all. Why do you think we're so badly injured? However, in a way, we benefited from it. If they weren't this injured, taking over their bodies wouldn't have been this easy. Punching bags? Kevin's face immediately darkened. As expected, it was still a miserable start. He continued to ask, Brother Joe, is there any other critical information? Half a year from now, the Chow family's sacred ground will open, and the 10th martial arts tournament will be held to select outstanding young talents from the martial world to enter the sacred ground for treasure hunting. This should be the main storyline of the world. We need to find a way to participate in the martial arts tournament. Only by aligning with the main storyline can we hope to achieve a good ranking. Fongio looked at Kevin seriously and said, the young master and direct disciples of the Fong family are preparing for the martial arts tournament, ruthlessly using us sparring partners for practice, which is why we're so badly injured. Our top priority is to find a way to escape from the Fong family, otherwise, we'll be trained to death sooner or later. Martial arts tournament? Hearing this term, Doug's eyes immediately lit up, and the frustration brought by the tragic start was instantly diluted. No man would reject the allure of the martial arts world. Of course, with only half a year until the martial arts tournament, unless there's offers some extraordinary encounter. The hope of mastering martial arts isn't high. But this is a game simulation field, so it shouldn't be too harsh on players. On Earth, it's impossible to experience such an immersive game, let alone when he even has a cheat. Since we've come, we must take a look at what the martial arts world is like. Kevin had been observing Fengzhou. In just a short while, half a straw mat had been devoured by Fengzhou. The swelling in his eyelids visibly subsided quite a bit, showing remarkable effects. Since Taotai can help with healing injuries, its two keywords must also prove to be effective. Fengzhou said that once he recovered, he would help heal Kevin's injuries, but Kevin had no intention of entrusting his fate to others. Besides, Fengzhou's words carried a hint of threat and manipulation, so caution was necessary. With the conditions for a backstab temporarily unmet, Kevin turned his focus to maintenance. Maintenance, to sustain and protect, providing support and shelter through words and actions. After carefully pondering the definition of maintenance, Kevin struggled to move his body, revealing the reed mat beneath him. With concern, he said, "Brother Joe, is the mat on your side enough for you to eat? If not, I still have some here. I'll give it all to you to eat." Cough. Fengzhou was chewing on the straw mat, already feeling choked, when she suddenly heard these words. The straw got stuck in her throat, leaving her in a dilemma. He desperately pounded his chest with the hand tearing at the straw mat, finally managing to vomit out the straw stuck in his throat. Coming back to his senses, Fengzhou panted heavily, glaring angrily at Kevin and shouting, "Did you do this on purpose? A lousy straw mat. Do you think I need you for that?" It felt like a warm current rising from within, and Duggar felt the pain throughout his body lessen significantly. His eyes lit up slightly. It's actually working. This real sensation. Is this the power of the keywords? Love it, love it. What gluttonous beast. Is it as useful as maintenance? Fengzhou still has to gnaw on a straw mat, while I just need to say a few words. Looking at the furious Fengzhou across from him, Kevin struck while the iron was hot and comforted him. "Brother Joe, don't be angry. You know our current situation is too dire. One of us has to recover first to have any hope of continuing. Your gluttonous beast grows easily and has more potential than me. I can't move, and there's nothing else edible in our room except this straw mat. Even if I have to endure sleeping on a cold bed, I must make sure Brother Joe recovers first." Fengzhou looked at Kevin, seemingly deep in thought. Another surge of warmth rose up, and Kevin's injuries improved significantly once more. He was secretly delighted, realizing that yielding a tattered straw mat actually maintained their mutual interests. This was the method for using keywords. I've proven once again that I'm a genius. This game is really interesting. With the pain subsiding, Kevin struggled to sit up. He looked at Fengzhou, who had a surprised expression on his face, and after considering for a moment, decided to hit him hard. "Brother Joe, just eating straw mats recovers too slowly. Why not drink some of my blood? Blood is more nutritious than straw and will surely help you recover faster." Damn! Fengzhou's eyes widened in surprise. Before the words trailed off, Kevin's strength recovered slightly once more. He struggled to get out of bed, grabbed the porcelain bowl on the bedside, and smashed it hard on the table. The bowl shattered instantly into shards. Seeing Kevin holding the porcelain shard, Fengzhou's face changed drastically. He hurriedly scooted toward the corner of the wall and asked anxiously, "What are you doing?" "Brother, I'll call you my elder brother. Don't act rashly. Anything can be discussed. A person without ruthlessness cannot stand firm. Moreover, this wasn't even his own body." Kevin looked at Fengzhou, gritted his teeth, and forcefully cut a wound on his palm. Blood dripped down his hand. Enduring the pain, Kevin walked step by step to Fengzhou's side. In Fengzhou's astonished gaze, he brought his palm to his mouth. "Come on, Brother Joe, open your mouth. I'm the support, you're the main force. As long as you can recover, this little sacrifice of mine is nothing." Fengzhou seemed not to have expected Kevin to actually cut his own palm. He stared in shock, his eyes wide. "You." But Doug's care was sincere and overbearing, and with his strength recovering faster than Fengzhou's grass mat diet, he easily pinned Fengzhou's hand and brought the bleeding hand to his mouth. As the fresh blood entered his stomach, Fengzhou's pale cheeks visibly regained their color. Doug was right, blood was indeed much more nutritious than fodder. However, while Fengzhou was merely forced to take a sip of blood, Doug had truly slashed open his own palm. What he offered wasn't just verbal support, he was genuinely using his life to protect others. In comparison, Doug's use of key resources was far more skillful, allowing him to recover faster than Fengzhou. The moment the fresh blood fell into Fengzhou's mouth, Kevin's internal injuries in his vital organs instantly healed by more than half, and even the newly inflicted wounds actively closed up. That's not all. The personal panel that had been flickering in front of Kevin's eyes shimmered for a moment, adding a new advanced skill: self-sacrifice for justice. The target you protect will see a 30% reduction in their wariness toward you. Made the right bet. Looking at the newly appeared derivative skill on the personal panel, Kevin pressed his lips together. It turned out that as long as words and actions aligned with the definition of the keyword, injuries would heal. The closer the alignment, the faster the recovery. The keyword is the persona, so-called simulation field. Turns out it's all about acting skills. This damn simulation field is essentially an actor training base, isn't it? Based on this inference, the keywords of the the other party can be deduced from their words and actions, and targeted plans can be formulated accordingly. Of course, one must also be cautious of advanced skills. Kevin summarized the rules of the simulation field while glancing at other statistics. Nothing else had changed much, but in the rankings, within a short while, over 300 more people had been eliminated, with the value now showing 187/936. Kevin thought that the 187 in front should be his ranking, while the 936 behind it represented the total number of people remaining in the simulation field. In 10 minutes, out of 3,000 people in the simulation field, only a little over 900 remained. It has to be said that this so-called simulation field trial was indeed very brutal. However, after understanding the growth rules, Kevin was full of confidence in his survival in this simulation field. Perhaps it was the effect of sacrificing oneself to lower vigilance. Seeing that Doug had no further actions, Fongjo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He quietly extended the tip of his tongue, licking the blood dripping at the corner of his mouth back into his mouth, and said sincerely, "I misjudged. David, you're more impressive than I had imagined. You adapted to the keyword so quickly. If I were in your position, I definitely couldn't have used my own blood to save someone else." "Ninth brother, this has nothing to do with whether I'm impressive or not. It's all for the team's benefit," Doug replied with modesty, as if he had just done something insignificant. "You know, my keyword is support. It's an auxiliary type of keyword. If I don't collaborate with others, I won't get far in the simulation arena. Both emotionally and rationally, I should save you. I hope that in future battles together, you can trust me enough to leave your back to me. After all, while supporting you, I also grow." Fongjo was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "Well said, that's the proper way to collaborate. What I fear are those who keep secrets and play tricks behind the scenes. Seventh brother, I accept you as a friend. If we get the chance to enter the top 10, I'll definitely find a way to get you enrolled in the elite school." Civilian schools, elite schools. Kevin gathered some more information about the other world, smiled, and nodded. "Thanks, Brother Joe." Kevin observed the personal panel, reached out, and pressed the close button. Although the panel was transparent, it kept hovering in front of his eyes, somewhat obstructing his view. "Is there any more blood? Give me some more." Fongjo looked up at Doug expectantly and said, "I have to admit, drinking a bit of your blood works better than chewing on half a straw mat. You really are pushing your luck." Doug looked down at Fongjo and smiled. "No more blood. How about this instead? 1 drop of gold, 10 drops of blood. I think that stuff is even more effective than blood." Fongjo's smile froze on her face. Remembering Doug's earlier madness of cutting his palm and seeing his eager expression now, she was afraid he might impulsively do something crazy. She awkwardly said, "Old 7, I was just joking." "Ugh. Alright, I was just joking too." Looking at Fongjo, who was dry heaving, Kevin's lips curled into a smile. "If you were a woman, I might consider it. A burly man like you, if you're not disgusted, I still find it repulsive." "Brother Joe, what's so good about drinking blood?" "That was just a stopgap measure earlier. Now that I can move, I need to go outside and find you a couple of bundles of fresh hay, no, some proper food to bring back. If you rely on drinking blood, even if you drain me dry, I'm afraid it won't be enough to sustain you." Fongjo's eye twitched a few times. He spat several times, trying to get rid of the grass bits in his mouth, and urged, "I was being stubborn. I'll leave it to you, 7th brother. Go quickly and come back soon. Honestly, this straw mat is about to make me vomit. It's really not something fit for human consumption." "All right," Kevin nodded. "But before I go out, you need to tell me about the Fong family's layout and personnel structure. Otherwise, I'll be completely in the dark. Forget finding food. Whether I can make it back alive would be the real question. That was my oversight." Fongjo struggled to sit up, picked up a piece of tile, and began sketching the Fong residence's layout on the wall while explaining, "The place we're in now is called the Martial Courtyard. It's where sparring partners like us live. The courtyard across from us is called the Esteemed Martial Courtyard, where the Fong family's disciples and guards reside. Further in is the training ground, and the kitchen is in the Esteemed Martial Courtyard." The layout of the Fong residence, including the main character's features, was described by Fongjo for a full 3 minutes. Kevin listened patiently, memorizing carefully. He repeatedly asked about a few uncertain details until he confirmed there were no omissions, then nodded and walked toward the door. "Wait for me." The moment he stepped out, his body hunched, clutching his chest, and he hobbled forward with a limp. Severely injured just moments ago, now lively and agile, this was unrealistic. If he had to act, he'd act thoroughly, better safe than sorry. Watching Kevin suddenly become frail, Fongjo's expression turned exceptionally stern. After a brief moment of daze, he tore off a piece of straw matting from beneath him, quickly stuffed it into his mouth, and began chewing. After stepping outside, Doug did not rush to find food for Fongjo. Whether it was the simulated outside world or the simulated martial arts world inside the field, both were unfamiliar to him, and he needed to gather more information. When he forcefully maintained Fongjo with blood just now, he clearly sensed the other party's nervousness. Reflecting on Fongjo's earlier mention of being eliminated in minutes, Doug speculated that the contestants within the simulation field were actually in a competitive relationship, and that the so-called civilian school and elite school individual were likely opposing factions. Fengzhou had once expressed disdain for the civilian school's teacher's instruction to not reveal your keywords, but Doug thought that the teacher wouldn't make baseless remarks. In a competitive situation, not exposing one's own keywords is absolutely correct. Just like Fengzhou's gluttony, it's indeed a good keyword, but once someone deliberately targets it and cuts off his food, it would mean halting his growth. Putting oneself in Fengzhou's place, one would never easily leak any information about the keyword, and the best way to hide the keyword is to take oneself out. Seizing a body is a covert matter. If the numbers on the panel disappeared so quickly, there's only one possibility: most likely, it was done by one of our own. Therefore, Fengzhou is absolutely not sincere about wanting to cooperate with me. The reason he's continuously eating those unpalatable grass mats is probably to recover his strength before I do, so he can eliminate me. Of course, since Fengzhou woke up before me, he could completely disguise himself as a native to deceive me. But his injuries at the time didn't seem much lighter than his own, having to rely on eating straw mats to heal. Wanting to eliminate himself was probably beyond his ability. Moreover, for someone severely injured, the act of gnawing on a straw mat was truly unusual. As he mentioned, even eating a straw mat, such a distinctive clue, was too easy to identify. Unaware of his own keyword, Fengzhou must have thought he was exposed, which is why he decided to use cooperation to throw him off and buy time. The only thing he didn't expect might be that his recovery was faster than his. Let's cooperate. I'll take you to the top. After we get out, I'll find a way to get you into the elite academy. Coercion, enticement, childish rhetoric. Doug couldn't help but laugh, not hesitating to speculate about the other party with the utmost malice. Although he lacked key information, he knew his assumptions were logical, and thus reached the conclusion: how could there be so many things in the world that are 100% certain? Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the air was exceptionally fresh. Doug greedily took a deep breath of the rare fresh air on Earth, marveling even more at the realism of the simulation field. If he had only traveled here and not encountered Fengzhou, there was a high chance he would have mistaken this place for a real world and consequently taken many wrong turns. This world was so real, it was exactly like the Matrix. Looking at Fengzhou's attitude, he didn't treat this as just a game but rather saw it as a real world, which should be related to the so-called alien battlefield he mentioned. It's just unclear what exactly this so-called alien battlefield is. In any case, traversing worlds is far more thrilling than living those predictable days on Earth. Right from the start, this crossing has brought him plenty of surprises and excitement, worth savoring. The Shangwu courtyard is a long and narrow yard, with rooms of the same architectural style lined up in 2 rows, resembling staff dormitories. In this world, there is a concept of aptitude for martial arts. The aptitude of sparring partners is slightly lower than that of disciples. For instance, David and Fengzhou, whose bodies Doug took over, were both children from impoverished families taken in by the Feng family since childhood. Their contracts of indenture are with the Feng family, and if there is no future in martial arts for them, they are destined to have no prospects, with treatment only slightly better than that of house servants. At this moment, there were a few people in the courtyard dressed similarly to him, most of them injured. Some had bandages wrapped around their arms, while others were leaning on crutches. No one had a smile on their face. When they saw Doug walking past, they just lazily glanced at him and didn't say much, which saved Doug some trouble. After all, even with Fengzhou's explanations, he couldn't match these people to their names. Speaking more would lead to more mistakes. Ignoring the injured ones, Doug pondered the use of the keywords as he slowly shuffled toward the exit of the martial arts academy. Old 7, you're already able to move around so soon? A burly man in his 30s approached, his face full of surprise. It seems like a serious injury, but actually, my body is fine. I'll recover after some rest. Kevin clutched his chest and said with difficulty, Old 9 is more seriously injured than I am. I came out to get him some food. You shouldn't go, I'll go instead. The burly man looked at Kevin with pity and said, yesterday, it was Old 6 and I who carried you back. Do you think I don't know how serious your injury is? You'll need at least 2 months of rest to recover. This time, the third young master was a bit ruthless. You can't blame the third young master. He's only preparing for the martial arts tournament. Having the opportunity to enter the Chow family's sacred grounds brings nothing but benefits to the Feng family. Kevin said casually, to hell with the martial arts tournament. It's been years, when has the Feng family ever? The burly man's words abruptly stopped as he turned sharply to look behind him. There was no one behind. Turning back again, the burly man looked at Kevin in astonishment, his eyes filled with suspicion. At this moment, having inadvertently protected the Feng family's interests, Kevin's body felt increasingly light. He naturally knew that the person in front of him had grown suspicious. This is a real world. The NPC's intelligence is too high. Without the original host's memories, no matter how well he pretends, he will be exposed in front of those who live with him day and night. Since exposure is inevitable, Doug sighed and decided to change his strategy. In the moment when his body became lighter, he realized the ultimate essence of maintenance. Maintaining only one person would limit the situation, but maintaining a collective is the true way. Fengzhou mentioned the top 10 in the simulation field several times. Perhaps Perhaps there are special rewards for the top 10. Duggar actually wanted to enter the real world after transmigration to take a look, but seeing the constantly changing ranking numbers, it seemed that once he exited the simulation field, he wouldn't be able to re-enter. It would be a shame to directly exit such a fun world. Experiencing all kinds of worlds makes life more exciting. It can be considered a second transmigration anyway. After all, the simulation field only eliminates players but doesn't lead to death. As for the top 10, Duggar felt he could give it a shot. He is a serious person who puts his all into everything he does. Kevin looked at the burly man and said in a low voice, "I'll go get some food for old 9. Don't speak ill of the third young master behind his back anymore. It's not good if people hear it." The burly man's expression changed slightly, and he hastily defended himself. "Old 7, did I say anything? You must have misheard." Kevin looked at him with a faint smile. The burly man became nervous, swallowed hard, and said with a forced smile in a low voice, "7th brother, I've always treated you the best. 4th brother, don't be nervous. We're like family." Doug naturally understood the address and spoke earnestly, "But illness comes from the mouth, and trouble from careless words. 4th brother, some things are better kept in your heart. Don't say them out loud to avoid gossip. I'm only saying this for your own good." After comprehending the true essence of protection, Doug subconsciously began cultivating the habit of always considering others. Each time he protected someone, whether naturally or by force, his body instantly received feedback. The simulator seemed unable to distinguish whether his actions were genuine or insincere. He enjoyed this feeling of immediate reward. It was so much better than the days on Earth where one would work for a month and suffer the wait for a paycheck. "Well, I got it." Fengxi's expression seemed a little unnatural. He changed the subject. "Lao Chi, you can go to the kitchen yourself. I still have some other matters to attend to. 4th brother, you go ahead." Kevin nodded with a smile. Fengxi glanced at Kevin one last time, frowned as if wanting to say something, but eventually said nothing and quickly walked away from him. Kevin continued walking out. After leaving Shangwu Court, he did not head to Chongwu Court's kitchen but instead turned towards the training field. Fengjiu's straw mat could still last for a while, so there was no rush to bring him food. Phew! Drink! Not yet reaching the martial arts arena, Doug heard many noisy voices and then quickened his pace slightly. Fengjiu was vague, only telling Kevin that this was a martial arts world but not explaining the level or standards of the martial arts here, whether it was high level or low level. At least for now, Kevin couldn't sense any flow of inner energy. It was also possible that there was inner energy, but he just didn't know how to use it. In short, the sensation of the body after taking possession felt no different from that on Earth. Therefore, he was eager to witness what the martial arts of this world looked like and whether they matched the descriptions in martial arts novels on Earth. Kevin was wearing sparring clothes, and no one stopped him along the way. Occasionally, curious glances were cast his way, seemingly surprised that despite being so heavily injured, he was still heading to the martial arts arena. Those disciples were all almost obsessed with the martial arts tournament. If they weren't so severely injured, they would still find an excuse to hide for a few months rather than come out looking for a fight. As soon as Kevin stepped through the gate of the martial arts arena, he was immediately drawn to the two people practicing on the training ground. One of them, wearing the same outfit as him, was a sparring partner, while the other was a young man dressed in a white martial arts uniform. The two were engaged in a back-and-forth fight. Their movements were swift and dazzling, leaping and dodging, twisting left and right, fists and kicks flying up and down with the sound of wind cutting through the air. It was far more impressive than MMA on Earth. However, there were no special effects appearing, so it was probably a low-level martial arts setting. Kevin made his judgment, only to miserably realize that while the sparring partner indeed had martial arts skills, he himself had no memory whatsoever of martial arts, not even a shred of muscle memory. Suddenly, a young man in his early 20s, dressed in white practice attire, feigned a move and struck a piercing palm to the chest of his sparring partner. Crack! The sparring partner let out a tragic cry, was sent flying through the air, collided with the weapon rack, and then fell to the ground. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and after struggling a few times, he went still, his life or death uncertain. Doug looked at the sparring partner lying motionless with a collapsed chest, his expression solemn. At that moment, he suddenly understood why Fengjiu was so eager to escape the Feng family. These people truly didn't treat the sparring partners as human. With a collapsed sternum, there was a high probability he wouldn't survive. The cheers woke Doug from his thoughts. Doug looked toward the training field again. Apart from the sparring partners, who shared a sense of grief and helplessness, the surrounding Feng family direct descendants and servants were all cheering loudly. Do they really disregard human life like this? Kevin curled his lips and muttered to himself, what a worthless family. The young man in white pretentiously pulled out a folding fan from his waist, fanning it gracefully while thoroughly enjoying everyone's flattery. A middle-aged man with a long beard swiftly landed beside the sparring partner, glanced down to check his injuries, then signaled for two people to carry him away. Turning to the young man, he praised, Yun Jia, your move, heart-shattering jade cutter, is becoming more and more masterful, leaving others defenseless. Second uncle, you overpraise me. After practicing for another 3 months, once I perfect the broken gold shattered jade palm, I will definitely win a spot for the Feng family in the martial arts tournament. The third young master seemed very pleased with his earlier attack, glanced down at his palm, then turned to the middle-aged man with a nod and a slight smile. Throughout, he never spared another look at the practice partner he had beaten to the brink of death. Broken gold shattered jade palm? What a low-class martial art name. Obviously, it's not a technique from a prestigious family. Kevin cursed silently in his heart. Third young master Fong, Alls, the younger brother of Fong Shiren, the head of the Fong family, and Karen. Kevin matched them one by one in his mind. Karen stroked his long beard, looked at Alls, and laughed heartily, worthy of being the young tiger of the Fong family, full of ambition. Alls, for the next few months, you don't need to do anything but focus on your training. If you have any needs, just let your second uncle know at any time. Whether the Fong family can regain its honor this time depends entirely on you. Fortune favors the bold. After pondering for a moment, Kevin suddenly straightened his back and said loudly, Second Master Fong, Third Young Master, I have an important matter to report. It concerns this martial arts assembly. David? He was seriously injured by the third young master just yesterday. How can he still move? Not only that, his voice is full of energy, not at all like someone who has been injured. Could it be that he was faking it? Impossible. I personally checked his injuries. He was barely alive at the time, and Doctor Who didn't even leave him any medicine. I might be mistaken, but Doctor Who definitely wouldn't be. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Doug couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling a wave of emotion. Where was their humanity? No wonder he had suffered such severe injuries but hadn't even been given a bowl of medicine. They had actually left him here to wait for death. The Fong family is outrageous. Are sparring partners not human? Doing this, who would still be willing to risk their life for you? The heinous feudal society. What a pity that the players' possession restrictions are so strict. Otherwise, if they could possess those noble sons on the martial stage, the beginning would be much easier. Deriving this conclusion is not surprising. Fongjiu once said that most of the 1,800 people who disappeared at the beginning were eliminated after failing to seize bodies, and both he and Fongjiu coincidentally chose to seize heavily injured bodies. This should not be a coincidence. It's highly likely that seizing the bodies of the weak, elderly, sick, or disabled is easier. David? Third young Master Alls looked at Kevin below the stage, his face full of astonishment. Karen was much more direct. He flew to Kevin's side and grabbed straight for his meridian point. Doug instinctively dodged, but Karen's hand seemed to anticipate his movement. With a slight twist of the wrist, he easily grasped Doug's wrist. Doug's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, such speed, truly worthy of a martial arts world. With his wrist caught, Doug did not resist. He smiled calmly, allowing Karen to check his pulse. Something unusual was happening. He didn't believe the Fong family would act rashly without thoroughly investigating. After a moment, Karen released Kevin's wrist, looked at his face, slightly frowned, and asked, David, your injury? Second Master, it has already healed, Kevin replied with a smile. Karen scrutinized Kevin's face again and said, the important matter you just mentioned, is it related to your sudden recovery? Yes. Kevin nodded. I must trouble Second Master to control everyone in the courtyard and prevent them from wandering around to avoid any leaks of information. Karen was also decisive and turned his head to instruct, Zheng Han, Lu Jing, the two of you guard the training ground. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave at will. Yes. The two direct disciples of the Fong family replied. The rest of the crowd whispered among themselves, their gazes growing increasingly peculiar as they looked at Kevin. Come, we'll talk in the house. Karen glanced at Kevin's face again, gestured with his hand, and no longer treated him as just a sparring partner. Fong Alls nodded and led the way. Kevin was sandwiched between the two, one in front and one in back, as they made their way into the reception room beside the martial arts training ground. As soon as they entered the reception room, Karen suddenly reached out and quickly tapped several points on Kevin's back. Kevin stiffened, his entire body overcome by numbness, frozen on the spot. He tried to move his legs, but it was as if they didn't belong to him. His brain could sense their presence, but no matter how he issued commands, the legs remained motionless. The same went for his arms. Is this what point inhibition feels like? Amazing. Kevin was filled with emotion. Easily subduing Kevin, Karen appeared slightly surprised. He circled around in front of Kevin and asked coldly, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to my Fong household? Fong Alls sneered mockingly, your disguise technique is indeed impressive, but you're rather foolish. Of all people to impersonate, you chose to become a critically injured and dying servant. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to grab Kevin's face. With one grab, several blood marks appeared, but Kevin's face showed no change. There was no human skin mask, nor any disguising medicine. Fong Alls was stunned. He stared closely at Kevin's face and exclaimed in shock, it's actually real. I already checked earlier. There are no traces of disguise. Karen shook his head, stared directly at Kevin, and asked, but you are definitely not David. Who exactly are you? I am David, and yet I'm not David. Kevin smiled, completely unfazed by the pain on his face, and said leisurely, I wonder if Second Master has heard of soul possession? Possession? The uncle and nephew of the Fong family spoke in unison. Stories about ghosts and deities are nothing but tricks played by swindlers. How could there possibly be ghost possessions in this world? All snorted. Third young master, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Otherwise, how do you explain me on David S. body? Even though his acupoints had been sealed and blood was flowing freely down his face, Kevin still wore a smile, maintaining a strong psychological advantage. "Alls, listen to him," Karen said. "Words alone are not enough. Why don't I take you to see for yourselves first?" Kevin said with a smile. "You don't have to worry about me running away. Although I have taken over David S. body, I don't have his martial arts memories. You can restrain me at any time." Karen glanced at Kevin, tapped a few points on his body, and unlocked his acupuncture points. "If I find out you're playing tricks, you'll suffer for it," Alls threatened. "Where to?" Karen asked. "Get someone to bring some food, and I'll take you to witness a miracle." Doug stretched his sore and numb limbs and unhesitatingly backstabbed Fengzhou. Having tested the effects of maintenance, it was naturally time to try backstabbing, and the ideal target for a backstab was, of course, a partner. Backstabbing is also a keyword. Used correctly, it also possesses restorative abilities. As soon as the words fell, the wounds on Doug's face scabbed over and healed in no time. He wiped his face, causing the scabs to fall off, restoring him to his original state. Seeing this scene, the Feng uncle and nephew were stunned at the same time, their eyes filled with terror, as if they were looking at a ghost. The suspicion in their hearts instantly diminished by a few degrees, especially Alls, who knew the strength he had just used. No matter how good the healing medicine in the martial world was, it would not have such miraculous effects. Such recovery abilities seemed to be the work of nothing short of spirits or deities. Alls scrutinized Kevin's face and asked in shock, You truly are possessed by spirits or deities? Isn't it obvious?" Kevin smiled faintly. "Don't worry, my mission is to protect, not harm you." "What does it mean to protect?" Karen asked. "Bring some food, witness the upcoming miracle, and then I'll explain it to you in a way that's easier for you to understand," Kevin said. "In summary, all you need to know is that everything I'm doing is about the future fate of the Feng family." The Feng uncle and nephew exchanged a glance. Alls picked up a plate of snacks from the table and asked, "Is this enough?" "This will do." Kevin nodded, turned around, and walked out the door. The Feng family uncle and nephew followed closely, staying vigilant with solemn expressions. The three of them arrived at the Shangwu Academy. Kevin said, "What happens next may overturn your understanding of the world. Try to speak less and observe more. I'll explain everything to you afterward." The Feng family uncle and nephew nodded. "Wait a moment before going in." Kevin gave an order, took the refreshments from Alls' hand, hurried a few steps, and entered his own room. "Brother Jiu, I brought you some food. Why did it take you so long?" Fengzhou pressed the tattered straw mat beneath him and stared fixedly at the refreshments in Kevin's hand, swallowing hard. "Quick, give me a few bites. I can't hold on much longer. Once I recover, we'll escape this damned Feng family together." Kevin handed over the refreshments with a smile. Fengzhou took them and began devouring them ravenously. However, after just a couple of bites, he suddenly froze, his eyes fixed intently on the doorway. At the doorway, two figures blocked the light. The Feng uncle and nephew stared intently at Fengzhou on the bed, devouring food voraciously. Watching his injuries heal at an astonishing speed, how could they not understand the miracle Kevin had intended for them to witness? "David, you betrayed me?" Fengzhou trembled all over, glaring angrily at Kevin with a fierce expression, and shouted, "Your keyword is protection. Betraying the one you're supposed to protect, aren't you afraid of attribute weakening?" "So, actions that contradict the keyword will cause attribute weakening." Kevin gained another key piece of information, but he didn't care. From the moment the Feng uncle and nephew appeared, he already had a new advanced skill. Eyes on the back. A backstabber does not allow others to backstab them. You possess vision behind you. The moment he acquired the skill, even without turning his head, Doug clearly saw the serious faces of the Feng uncle and nephew behind him. It was a natural kind of vision, as if he was born with a 360-degree view, without the slightest sense of incongruity. With this skill, no one in the world could ever ambush him from behind again. Savoring the pleasure brought by the backstab, Doug didn't care about the furious Fengzhou exposing his keyword. Smiling, he tried to smooth things over. "Brother Jiu, I haven't contradicted my words or actions. My current role is as a sparring partner for the Feng family, and everything I've done is to protect the Feng family's interests. Moreover, I haven't betrayed you either. I'm simply using facts to guide you back to the right path. The martial world is vast, and venturing out alone is too dangerous. With the Feng family as a strong backing, we can truly enjoy the shade under this big tree. David, you will pay the price for what you've done." Fengzhou looked at the silent uncle and nephew standing by the door. "Didn't your teacher tell you about the consequences of exposing yourself in the indigenous world? Did my teacher really not tell me the consequences?" Kevin muttered inwardly inside. "Brother Jiu, my teacher only told me to adapt to the circumstances." Fengzhou snorted, "Idiot. Ninth brother, eat up. Eat more so you can recover quickly. Once you're better, we can work together to support the Feng family and help it flourish. Only then can we gain the greatest benefits." Kevin turned his back to the Feng family uncle and nephew, looked at Fengzhou, and said earnestly, if I assist you alone and we wander the world with nothing, how could you enjoy anything good? But with the backing of a family, it's different. Earning the Feng family's trust means you can have whatever you want, and that's how growth comes faster, isn't it?
Feng Jiu paused for a moment and looked at the Feng family uncle and nephew. Karen still didn't fully understand what had happened, but being a smart man, he immediately stated, Feng Jiu, I can promise that we won't harm you.
We can work together.
Alright, I hope you keep your word, Feng Jiu muttered after pondering for a moment, seemingly resigned to his fate, as he continued stuffing snacks into his mouth. Seeing that Feng Jiu's injuries were healing faster and faster, the Feng uncle and nephew finally understood that everything Doug had said was true.
The two exchanged glances, their eyes gradually lighting up with excitement. Feng Wells asked, David, can you explain it to us now?
Of course, but before I explain, you need to restrain Feng Jiu first. I don't know how fast his recovery will progress, but since he tried to escape from the Feng family earlier, we need to be prepared just in case. Doug nodded, betraying Feng Jiu to their face, as if it hadn't been him who had just convinced Feng Jiu moments ago. The pastry that Feng Jiu was chewing sprayed out of his mouth as he glared at Doug and roared, David, you. Compared to Feng Jiu, Karen trusted Kevin more. After all, his skill of self-sacrifice naturally reduced the guardedness of those he protected by 30%, so he didn't hesitate to step forward swiftly, tapping twice on Feng Jiu's chest to seal his acupoints. In the council hall, the head of the Feng family, Feng Shiren, along with many important Feng family members, gathered to watch Feng Jiu eat as if observing a monkey. From time to time, someone would come over to check Feng Jiu's pulse and observe the changes in his injuries. Kevin pinched Feng Jiu's cheeks, taking charge of stuffing food into his mouth in a domineering manner that allowed no refusal. Feng Jiu's cheeks puffed out like a squirrel with its mouth stuffed with food. His eyes were red as he glared at Kevin, who was feeding him, grinding his teeth fiercely as if he were biting Kevin's flesh.
In his heart, he cursed, bastard, this is too much bullying.
Just wait until I grow stronger, I'll make sure you taste my might. It was at this moment that he finally understood Feng Shiren's concern. The growth speed of the Sky Demon was indeed too fast.
In the future, would they truly be able to control David? Brother Jiu, yes, just like that, chew big bites and swallow hard.
The fuller you are, the faster you'll recover, and once you've recovered, you'll have the strength to beat me up. Kevin paid no mind to Feng Jiu's predatory glare, treating him like an unruly child as he continuously stuffed pastries into his mouth, firmly upholding their friendship while secretly enjoying the pleasure of enhanced physical prowess. At this moment, Kevin could no longer discern whether his actions were supportive or backstabbing, but the rapidly improving physical condition was undeniable.
Kevin sighed with emotion. He really was a natural-born actor.
With this talent, had he known earlier, he would have applied to a film academy back on Earth. Witnessing how ordinary food could truly have miraculous effects on Feng Jiu, everyone clicked their tongues in amazement and no longer doubted the matter of soul possession. Hearing the murmurs around him, Kevin stopped feeding and earnestly suggested, Patriarch, if you're still not at ease, you can severely injure Feng Jiu again for further verification. At these words, Feng Jiu's expression completely collapsed. Struggling, he screamed hysterically, David, you bastard, why don't you use yourself for experimentation?
Ninth brother, don't be upset. Isn't it just because your keyword takes effect faster than mine?
Doug brushed off the food crumbs that had fallen on him, not showing any anger.
For the sake of the team's interest, what harm is there in making a small personal sacrifice? Just bear with it. After all, eating a little more and you'll recover.
Bear with your bullshit tea. I'll kill you. Feng Jiu's forehead veins bulged, his face flushed red. If his acupuncture points hadn't been sealed, he probably would have already lunged over to bite Doug's neck by now.
Mr. Feng Jiu, calm down.
Mr. Doug was merely joking with you, said the head of the family, Feng Shiren, coughing lightly and naturally changing the way he addressed them. Since the two of you have chosen to seize bodies and join the Feng family, you are now part of the Feng family.
You ought to support each other.
As he spoke, he walked up to Feng Jiu, personally unsealing his acupuncture points, and summoned servants to bring him hot tea. Feng Jiu raised the teacup, swallowed it in one gulp, and coldly watched Kevin. Having regained his freedom, he was surprisingly less impulsive than before. Kevin didn't turn around, but the eyes in the back of his head kept focusing on Feng Jiu. At that moment, he felt Feng Jiu's behavior was somewhat akin to a dog tied to a leash and then suddenly released, which made him inexplicably want to laugh. It must be said, this guy's performance was rather exaggerated. His acting relied entirely on glaring and shouting. If there were truly a drama school in the real world, he would probably be among the poor students. Of course, it is also possible that he deliberately created such an appearance to numb himself. Feng Jiu is professionally trained and definitely knows more about the simulation field than he does. The current impulsiveness is completely different from when he had just woken up. In the current situation, an impulsive and irritable personality is clearly more likely to win the favor of the Feng family.
Everyone knows that a simple-minded and impulsive person is easier to control. No one should be underestimated.
But in any case, Doug wasn't too worried. Although Feng Jiu retained his original memories and martial arts skills, he didn't eat much, his injuries hadn't fully healed, and Doug had developed self-sacrificing tactics and a back-of-the-head eye, which significantly enhanced his physical abilities. Thus, there was no need to fear Fengjiu suddenly turning against him. Doug also discovered that when he wholeheartedly safeguarded the interests of the Feng family, the protection not only helped him recover from injuries but also enhanced various attributes, such as strength and senses. Only then was Doug's confusion truly resolved. If the function of the keywords is only to help people recover and provide some unreliable skills, it might be impossible to navigate the game world. Take the current world as an example. There are only 6 months left until the martial arts tournament. Even a genius couldn't possibly compete with martial arts masters who have trained for years in just 6 months, unless they take over the body of a martial arts expert. However, based on his and Fengjiu's examples, Kevin speculated that the probability of directly taking over a martial arts expert's body is likely very low, and the keywords can enhance physical fitness and the 5 senses. Combined with skills, this gap can be leveled. Feng Shuren looked at Kevin again and asked with a smile, "Would Mr. Seven kindly explain the matter of possession in detail?" Yesterday, a spatial rift appeared between this world and the demon realm. The demon realm is barren, so 3,000 heavenly demons took the opportunity to break into the human world, seeking to enjoy its prosperity, Kevin said with a smile, scanning the crowd as he unveiled the setting he had long prepared. Heavenly demons have no corporeal forms. To establish themselves in this world, the first step is to possess a body for rebirth. Spatial rift, demonic domain, extraterrestrial fiends? The members of the Feng family all turned pale, utterly shocked. Some timid ones glanced at Kevin and his companion, subconsciously taking a step back. It must be said, the changes in David and his companion were indeed demonic. If it were merely a wandering spirit possessing someone, that would be one thing, but a heavenly demon. In the martial world, those nicknamed with demon, whose hands are not stained with blood. Listening to Kevin's hastily fabricated excuse, Fengjiu sipped his tea quietly without saying a word. He did not confront Kevin, not out of a sudden pang of conscience, but because he had realized a terrifying fact. This fact even temporarily made him forget his hatred for David. His stomach hurt a little. A stomachache is no big deal. It's probably just the aftereffect of gnawing on straw mats. The most important thing is, he's full. Previously, when Fengjiu was gnawing on straw mats, he didn't think it was a big problem. But the Feng family kept forcing him to eat in order to test his ability, so much so that he's now stuffed to the point of bursting, and he can barely drink even a sip of tea. The Taotai gave him an easy way to improve, but didn't give him the corresponding capacity. What the heck? How could this happen? He can't keep eating. How is he supposed to surpass Doug? Watching Doug speaking confidently and eloquently in front of everyone, Fengjiu felt a pang of jealousy in his heart. How could someone so outstanding get wasted on a scoundrel with such a bad reputation? Are all 3,000 extraterrestrial demons like the two gentlemen here? Feng Shuren lifted his eyelids slightly, showing little concern for Doug's words. As the head of the family, he wasn't one to believe everything others said. Even if Doug was telling the truth, he would still need to verify it before taking any action. Almost, Doug said. Will the sky demons harm the world? Alls, being young and at an age curious about supernatural and mysterious matters, couldn't help but ask. Some will, some won't. How shall I put it? Sky demons focus more on enjoyment and self-improvement, Doug said with a smile. Sky demons may sound terrifying, but they're not as complex as humans. Each sky demon possesses its own attribute, which is the keyword Fengjiu mentioned earlier. We must align with our attributes to grow. For example, my attribute is maintenance. My words and actions must consider others, maintaining and protecting the interests of others. If my behavior deviates from maintenance, my abilities will weaken significantly. Therefore, my attribute is supportive and harmless. Fengjiu's attribute is much simpler. Eating allows for rapid growth, which can be considered neither good nor bad. If it's a malevolent star with evil attributes, such as ferocity, treachery, then it might indeed pose a threat to the world. MMP. Hearing Doug continue to expose his secrets, Fengjiu shot him a fierce glare, gritting his teeth in anger. Gluttony was such a great keyword. If it weren't for this bastard, how could he have fallen to this point? Yes, it wasn't that his keyword was bad at all. The Taotai is a keyword that gains strength later, as long as it hides away and indulges itself. One day it will amaze everyone with its capabilities. Now that its secrets have been exposed by David, it finds itself constrained at every turn, all his fault. A way must be found to break the deadlock. Fengjiu pondered for a moment, but instead of exposing Doug's fabricated lie, he interrupted him and said, Patriarch, I've figured it out. I will sincerely cooperate with the Feng family. You've seen it yourselves. David is two-faced. Today, he might defend the Feng family, but tomorrow, for greater profit, he could defend someone else. With me here to keep him in check, it will benefit the Feng family more. Feng Shuren looked at Fengjiu in surprise and secretly shook his head. Matters like the heavenly demon were beyond his understanding, with far too many uncontrollable factors. The simplest way to deal with them is actually to kill them, once and for all, but if they start fighting among themselves, it becomes much easier. It might even be possible to exploit their mutual rivalry and profit from it. Kevin smiled and shook his head, saying, Patriarch, don't listen to his provocations. Protecting is my instinct. If I betray those I protect, my
my abilities will be significantly weakened. I wouldn't do something so foolish. Moreover, I'm a member of the Feng family. If I were to recklessly go out and protect others, they'd have to trust me first. Protecting the Feng family is half the effort for double the result. Protecting others is double the effort for half the result. David, ask yourself honestly, have you not betrayed me? You sold me out to gain the Feng family's support. In the future, you might sell out the Feng family for greater benefits. As long as the person or power you protect becomes stronger than the original, your weakness would never be exposed. Feng Jiu retorted sharply. Taoya's early-stage constraints are too many, and Kevin is also insidious. He must ensure his survival before plotting anything further. Moreover, since he doesn't have the ability to eat continuously, ensuring the quality of food became a prerequisite for his growth. Drinking David's blood was far more effective than chewing on straw mats. In this context, staying with the Feng family was a very good choice. After all, the Feng family was large and well-established, offering more security than venturing out on his own. If he recklessly ate something outside and ended up dying from gastroenteritis, that would truly be a pity. Ninth brother, do you feel no guilt? I chose a broader path, with a starting point far higher than the escape route you had planned before. This is for the sake of protecting our mutual interests. How can that be called betrayal? Kevin said. Anyone judging this would see that the road I chose is better than yours. Escaping from the Feng family would be the real betrayal for me, inviting their pursuit and possibly leaving me in a life-or-death predicament. Once you uphold something, you should uphold it for life. If betrayal becomes a habit, how can you hope to grow? Feng Jiu let out a cold snort, sharp-tongued. Kevin smiled. Brother Jiu, the maintenance you're referring to is maintenance in a narrow sense, whereas my understanding is maintenance in a broad sense. Feng Shiren stroked his beard while watching the two argue, his eyes filled with amusement. Argue away. The fiercer the quarrel, the better. The more fiercely you quarrel, the more information you reveal. Humph, no matter how eloquent you are, it's still betrayal. Feng Jiu interrupted Kevin and said, Patriarch, don't believe him. Heavenly demons are cunning and will disguise their key points. Don't listen to what he says, focus on what he does. A heavenly demon like me, who can grow just by eating, is the easiest kind to control, thanks to the wise decision of the family head. If the family head hadn't made up his mind to bring about change, my strength wouldn't have grown this fast either. Doug waved his fists a few times, savoring the joy of becoming superhuman. Speaking of which, my strength has suddenly increased so much that I'm still a little unaccustomed to it. Is your hand okay? I didn't control my strength well just now. Feng Jiu undermined Kevin, feeling a rush of satisfaction and an inexplicable sense of comfort. Ninth brother, you've truly disappointed me. You may insult my body, but you cannot tarnish my reputation. Kevin shook his head inside. It was you who proposed the collaboration back then, and now that the situation has greatly improved, you're the one targeting me. Have you ever thought, if I truly wanted to kill you, your throat would have been slit by the tile when I fed you blood? Why would I have bothered to bring the third master and second lord to see you, persuading you to find your way back and leading you to join the Feng family? Only then did Alls feel the intense pain coming from his wrist, as if it were about to break. Grimacing, he rubbed his wrist, his eyes still fixed on Doug, his mind blank. In less than an hour, Doug had gone from a severely injured person to someone with immense strength, almost comparable to what Alls had achieved through 10 years of hard training. It was simply absurd. Feng Jiu crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Kevin coldly. If you hadn't tortured me to the brink of death, I might have believed you. Forget it, I won't explain anymore. Ninth brother torments me 1,000 times, yet I treat him like my first love. Kevin looked at Feng Jiu, shook his head, then turned to respectfully salute Feng Shiren with cupped fists, speaking seriously, Patriarch, please do not take ninth brother's recklessness to heart. As the saying goes, 1,000 pieces of gold for a horse's bones. If even a demon like Feng Jiu can be welcomed as an honored guest by the Feng family, why fear that no other demons will join? Now that demons are descending upon the world, everything has changed. Don't look at how weak we seem now. In the future, whoever gains the allegiance of more demons will grow stronger, advance in the martial world, gain a louder voice, seize the upper hand, and take one step ahead, leading to step after step of advantage. Mr. Qi, is it possible for a human to turn into a celestial demon? Feng Yunlu, full of envy with saliva nearly dripping, asked eagerly. Kevin's words not only defended Feng Jiu but also supported the Feng family. Feeling invigorated, he sensed his strength had more than doubled, with every cell in his body brimming with power. Cool. Become bigger and stronger? Have more influence in the world? In the council hall, the Feng family looked at Kevin as if they were looking at a fool, secretly thinking to themselves, what an audacious claim. The vast martial world, the Feng family is nothing more than a second-rate clan. No techniques, no geniuses. Thinking of becoming powerful is just wishful thinking. Relying on a few demon cultivators? Seeing how easily you two were subdued by others, aren't you just boasting? What do you mean by a demon like me? What does it mean to spend a fortune just to buy a horse's bone? I had already decided to join the Feng family, and with a few words from you, it's as if I owe you a favor? Who do you think you are? Your keyword isn't maintenance at all, it's manipulation, isn't it? Feng Jiu was once again provoked by Doug,
and was about to retort. Suddenly, his heart trembled as a possibility occurred to him.
Fraud. Doug's keyword is fraud, or deception.
From the very beginning, every word and action of his was deceitful, deceptive, yet it could also achieve the effect of recovery.
Damn, I was careless.
Only when he lost his mind would he initially believe that Kevin's keyword was maintenance.
MMP.
This bastard must have taken advanced courses in deception-related keywords at school, wielding them so skillfully that he might have even awakened some advanced abilities. Otherwise, with his personality, when David questioned him about the Fong residence's layout, he should have planted a few traps rather than spilling everything and saying whatever came to mind.
When did things start to spiral out of control? Was it when he planned to use himself as bait to lure and kill David?
No, it was after David made him drink the blood, and his own wariness of him suddenly dropped. Fong Zhou gasped sharply, looked at Kevin again, and forced himself to calm down, carefully analyzing the current situation. At this moment, David had already gained a strong position. To survive in the simulation field, he would probably have to feign cooperation with him.
However, to eliminate David, he needed to figure out his true keyword and strike with precision.
He secretly observed his surroundings and noticed the disdain on the Fong family members' faces. Internally, he sneered this guy was overly confident.
How could the natives be so easily deceived?
The school repeatedly emphasized not to reveal keywords to the natives.
Did he really think it was just a casual warning? That lesson was learned the hard way on the alien battlefield. This idiot.
Even if he wanted to fool the Fong family, he should at least wait until he had grown stronger himself.
Weak people have no voice, as if they would listen to you.
A flawed story about a heavenly demon invasion. Just ask a few contestants to verify, and it would be exposed.
Mr. Chi, do all heavenly demons possess divine abilities like the two gentlemen here?
Feng Shiren stroked his beard and asked,
Master, the demon realm is barren, and everyone there is a demon by nature.
Their inherent attributes, even if they wanted to utilize them, cannot be fully expressed.
After all, everyone is more or less the same. However, it's a different story when they come to the human world. Here, with its large population and abundant resources, demons gain room for growth and naturally become omnipotent.
This is why demons, even knowing they will lose their immortality, still come to the human world.
This land is perfectly suited for demon survival.
As for divine abilities, they naturally exist. Doug had eyes in the back of his head. What Feng Zhou could see, he could naturally see too.
Moreover, with heightened senses, he could perceive things even more clearly than others.
Sacrificing oneself for righteousness can only lower others' guard but cannot reduce their intelligence. However, this did not hinder him from continuing to spin stories. All he needed was to ensure his words and actions aligned with the keywords to achieve his goal of rapid growth.
As Mr. Chi said, the celestial demons are capable of anything. So when they grow stronger, will this world belong to them or to us? Alls asked. Third young master is overthinking it. How many celestial demons are there? Each one has its own weaknesses. Moreover, after possessing a host, the celestial demons rely on the human body and lose their immortal nature. How could they possibly control the mortal world? Kevin said.
Take Feng Zhou, for example.
Cut off his food supply, and he will remain weak and eventually starve to death.
As long as we understand the celestial demons' weaknesses, we can control them and use them for our own benefit.
Idiot.
Once again backstabbed, Feng Zhou glanced at Kevin, then fixed his gaze downward, observing his nose and focusing inward.
He endured.
He really wanted to see how Kevin would end up. I heard from Mr. 9 before that you also have teachers.
Is the demon realm similar to the human world? Alls continued probing Kevin.
Of course, without teachers, how could there be inheritance? Kevin said with a smile, we are also a world.
Fiends aren't born out of thin air. They also need to learn how to survive in other worlds. Isn't Mr. 7 afraid of inviting the demons' retaliation by selling out their secrets to us? Karen asked.
The attributes among the celestial demons differ, and some even counteract each other.
Competing and fighting in the demon realm is common. We are naturally at odds. So where does the notion of betrayal come into play?
Kevin glanced back at Feng Zhou and said with a smile, besides, my attribute is preservation. Aiding others to grow is how I achieve my own growth.
Compared to my personal growth, what does the freedom of other celestial demons have to do with me?
Finding a sanctuary for them can also be considered an act of camaraderie among the same kind. As he spoke, he took a moment to open his personal profile for a quick look. In just this brief moment, the rankings had changed again, and the numbers had become 108/860. More than 70 contestants in the simulation arena had been eliminated. It was unclear how these individuals had been disqualified, but Kevin was increasingly alarmed. This game was truly brutal. Of course, there was also good news. His ranking had advanced by more than 70 positions.
It's unclear what method is used to calculate individual rankings. Currently, he is still far from the top 10, but the rapidly improving rank has also given Kevin hope. Patriarch, make up your mind. Kevin continued his persuasion.
Heavenly demons have just entered the human world and are mostly still weak, with many hiding themselves. Once they grow stronger, recruiting them will become extremely difficult.
If other sects discover the benefits of heavenly demons, skills, we will lose our chance. Cough.
Feng Shuren coughed again and shook his head, saying, Mr. 7, I know you have the best interests of the Feng family at heart, but the Feng family is not well known in the martial world. If the matter of recruiting heavenly demons is exposed, it might bring disaster upon the family. I understand your sincerity, but the Feng family is too small in scale. This matter should perhaps be discussed later.
For now, why don't the two of you tell me more about the demon realm?
It would help me have a preliminary understanding of the heavenly demons. Kevin looked at Feng Shuren, remained silent for a moment, and said, Patriarch, you might think that we are weak right now and bring no benefit to the Feng family. Or maybe you're afraid that the heaven demon will grow out of control and eventually harm the Feng family.
But throughout history, opportunities have always favored those who are prepared. The Patriarch only desires stability for the Feng family, but have you considered that if the heaven demon is used by others, will there still be a place for the Feng family in the martial world? To take it a step further, if someone else commands the heaven demon to annex the Feng family, what will the Feng family have to fend them off? The younger generation of the Feng family?
The fourth elder of the Feng family, Feng Yinlu, let out a derisive laugh and said, Big words, nothing more.
With the likes of you being so weak, do you really think you could stir up anything significant? I alone could take on 10 of you. Weak?
Kevin was startled for a moment and said, I trouble the Patriarch to seal my inner force.
No need. I already investigated you.
Your dantian is shattered, and your inner force has long since dissipated, Karen suddenly said.
Damn. Kevin was stunned and cursed inwardly. I knew it.
Other sparring partners have martial arts skills, but I couldn't sense any internal energy from him.
So this is the reason. MMP.
It seems there's no chance to experience martial arts now. I wonder if there are any herbs or martial arts techniques that can repair the dantian. Logically speaking, a ruptured dantian is usually something only protagonists get treated for.
Crack.
Kevin casually chopped the side table with his palm. The side table shattered instantly. Feng Shuren was stunned.
Feng Zhou's mouth twitched, and he instinctively swallowed.
In his heart, he thought, goodness, this bastard is growing fast.
Feng Yunlu was stunned. Kevin chuckled and said, Fourth young master, I haven't even half an hour since possessing David. Relying solely on protecting the Feng family, I've grown to this extent.
If I were to truly assist the Feng family in reaching great heights, even I can't fathom how much power I would gain.
Do you still think the heavenly demon is weak?
Feng Shuren stood up, walked to David, grabbed his wrist, and placed his fingers on the veins. Moments later, he raised his head, glanced at Kevin in surprise, and said, The dantian is as good as new, but indeed, all internal energy is lost. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. Karen rushed over in a few steps, grabbed Kevin's pulse point, carefully examined it, and said in disbelief, How is this possible?
Can the heavenly demon even repair a shattered dantian? The dantian was actually restored. The keyword truly worked wonders. Kevin was filled with joy, surveyed the crowd, and said with a smile, Everyone, do you still underestimate the heavenly demon? My attribute is maintenance, which is extremely difficult to operate and requires genuine consideration for others in order to grow. Even so, its growth is still so swift. Heavenly demons like Feng Zhou, who grow just by eating, or those who grow through other simple attributes once they mature, can the Feng family really stand against them? Looking at the Feng family deep in thought, Kevin struck while the iron was hot and said, Master, rare goods are worth hoarding. Rare goods are worth hoarding? Feng Shuren's pupils trembled as he suddenly looked at Kevin. Clearly, he was tempted. Damn! Feng Zhou almost bit her tongue. Damn it, he actually managed to smooth things over. Could this guy really be a graduate of an elite academy? Feng Shuren lightly tapped his teacup, signaling everyone in the hall to quiet down. Only then did he look at Kevin and say, Mr. 7, why don't you tell us what we should do next? First, send people out to investigate in major towns for any elderly, infirm, or disabled individuals who have suddenly recovered or undergone a drastic personality change. If such people are found, bring them back to the Feng family. It's better to catch the wrong one than to miss one. Once they're here, discern through their words and actions whether they are celestial demons. Second, use the pretext of the martial arts conference and visit various families and sects under the guise of friendly sparring. Seek out celestial demons infiltrating the sects. If they can be recruited, recruit them. If not, eliminate them to ensure the Feng family stands unrivaled. Kevin gave his suggestions without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, before Feng Shuren could respond, all stood up first, looking troubled. Mr. 7, I'm afraid that's not feasible. The Feng family's martial arts aren't particularly outstanding. If something were to happen to me before the martial arts conference, we might not even get the chance to participate. You don't understand, other sects would love to use the pretense of sparring to eliminate rivals participants before the conference. After all, the Chao family's sacred land contains many treasures, enough to change the fate of any family. Kevin interrupted him and asked, Third young master, how many people from the Feng family are participating in the martial arts tournament? Fengals replied, There are 5 who meet the criteria. I am a direct descendant of the Feng family, and the others are the direct disciples of my father and second uncle. Mr. Qi, the martial arts tournament is meant to select rising stars in the
martial world to make a name for them and is limited to young people aged 20 to 25.
Is 5 the limit on the number of participants? Kevin asked.
No, Alls replied, the martial arts tournament only has an age limit, not a limit on the number of participants.
Can Feng Jiu and I participate? Kevin asked again.
Alls was momentarily stunned, then looked at the two of them and said, your ages are certainly not an issue, but your martial skills might not even pass the preliminary selection. The Chow family, to prevent riffraff from the martial world from participating in the martial arts tournament and tarnishing its reputation, conducts an initial screening of participants. As it stands, the only one in the Feng family confident of passing the initial screening is me. Recalling Feng Xi's evaluation of the martial arts tournament, Kevin asked, third young master, in past tournaments, have any Feng family members achieved good rankings or entered the sacred land? This question hit a sore spot for the Feng family. For a moment, everyone looked awkward and remained silent. Fengals blushed, Mr. Qi, my aptitude in martial arts is relatively outstanding. I am the Feng family's best hope to achieve a ranking and enter the Chow family's sacred grounds.
Then that's no longer the case.
Kevin shook his head and smiled. Third young master, perhaps you were the only one with a chance before, but now things are different. Don't forget, both Feng Jiu and I are also members of the Feng family. Several gazes simultaneously focused on Kevin and Feng Jiu. There are still 6 months before the martial arts conference is held.
With the demon of heaven descending, who can truly predict what will happen in 6 months?
Kevin paced back and forth a few steps, finally standing still with his gaze fixed on the family head, Feng Shuren. He smiled and said, family head, the world is changing. We must learn to view matters with a progressive mindset. The bigger your ambition, the larger the stage you can stand on. Who knows? Maybe 6 months from now, the sacred grounds of the Chow family will bear the surname Feng. Feng Shuren had just taken a sip of tea when Kevin's words caught him off guard, causing the tea to go down the wrong way. He coughed a few times and, after recovering, said helplessly, Mr. Qi, it's fine to talk about this within the Feng family, but once outside, please refrain from spreading it.
Patriarch, rest assured, I know my limits. From the moment I stepped forward, I tied my fate to the Feng family, sharing its losses and glories alike. I would never do anything detrimental to the Feng family. Kevin nodded at Feng Shuren and then turned back to Alls.
Third young master, for now, let's set aside the matter of seizing the sacred ground of the martial arts world. Taking a step back, even if the martial arts world wasn't influenced by the heavenly demon and followed its previous course of development, we could simply eliminate the seed players of other families in advance.
By taking down a few more, the Feng family's chances of entering the Chow family's sacred ground would increase significantly.
I'd love to, but you need the ability to pull that off, Alls said sheepishly.
Third young master, even if you had the ability, you still couldn't be the one to do it.
Otherwise, once exposed, it would bring disaster upon the Feng family. Kevin pointed at himself and Feng Jiu, smiling. For the sake of the Feng family's stability, the dirty work and the tough jobs naturally fall to us. Looking at Kevin, who always put the Feng family first and was willing to sacrifice himself, the members of the Feng family glanced at each other, unable to say anything for a moment.
How should they put it?
Everything before their eyes gave them a surreal feeling. Feng Shuren, displeased with Kevin's boastful demeanor, frowned and said, Mr. Qi, it's better to handle matters more cautiously. Patriarch, time is running out, Kevin sighed.
You don't understand the heavenly demons. They will seize all nutrients to grow.
Just like me, I will stop at nothing to safeguard the interests of the Feng family. The more prosperous the Feng family, the more my capabilities will enhance.
I know what the Patriarch is worried about. We should make the best plans and prepare for the worst.
If the assassination of other seed candidates is exposed, you can push me out as the scapegoat and blame everything on the heavenly demons. By that time, other heavenly demons in the world should already be manifesting signs. No one will suspect it. The Feng family might even seize the opportunity to launch a grand demon purging operation, gaining fame in the process.
Feng Jiu looked suspiciously at David, but his doubts eased a bit. With such dedication to the Feng family's interests, could his true motive indeed be protection?
Fengals gazed at Kevin, his eyes flickering, showing clear signs of being moved.
Feng Shuren frowned.
I haven't said anything, yet in your words, it seems like everything has already been decided, even with a fallback plan laid out for me.
Kevin cupped his fists and bowed deeply. Patriarch, fortune comes with risk, and hesitation leads to defeat. The Feng family has failed to even qualify for the sacred grounds in multiple martial arts tournaments. What is there left to lose? Patriarch, make the decision. For the Feng family, I am willing to make any sacrifice. Please do not doubt my sincerity. Feng Shuren took a deep breath and said, Mr. Qi, this matter is of great importance. Allow us some time to discuss it.
Yunming, Yunlu, escort the two gentlemen to the guest rooms for a short rest.
Feng Yunming approached Kevin and his companion, gesturing with his hand. This way, gentlemen, please.
Kevin looked helpless, unwillingly turning his gaze to Feng Shuren, his voice raising by 3 notches. Patriarch, the future of the Feng family lies in your decision.
You must decide quickly. Speed is of the essence, and time waits for no one. Buzz. Feng Shuren's head seemed to swell a size larger as he subconsciously clenched his fists.
Looking at the eager members of the Feng family, family, he actually felt a mix of fear and a hint of murderous intent toward Kevin. The Feng family had many mediocrities, and this heart-corrupting demon, if not dealt with properly, would very likely bring disaster to the Feng family.
Young master, staying with us is meaningless. It would be better to persuade the family head. The descent of the heavenly demon is truly an excellent opportunity that cannot be missed.
Fourth young master, you are intelligent and quick-witted.
Someday, you will also participate in the martial arts tournament. Wouldn't you prefer to compete right at your own doorstep?
Young master, you are destined to take charge of the Feng family in the future. You must understand that managing a family is like practicing martial arts. It's like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. On the way to the guest room, Kevin circled around Feng Yunming and Feng Yunlu, chattering incessantly. His words were full of concern for the Feng family's future, portraying the image of a loyal retainer dedicated to protecting the family to perfection.
Feng Jiu, standing to the side, clutched his stomach, watching with a sense of shock.
For the first time, he felt that his loss was not unjust. This seamless integration into the role, if he didn't already know David's true nature, he might have been completely deceived. Compared to him,
I lack so much. Is this the result of an elite academy education? It's everyone's first time in the simulation field. How can he be so outstanding? The thought of using the elite academy spot to tempt David fills Feng Jiu with waves of embarrassment. It's likely he saw through me back then.
Arriving at the guest room, Doug finally fell silent, sitting in a chair and pondering where things had gone wrong, considering how to make up for any oversights. But in the eyes of Feng Yunming and Feng Yunlu, it seemed that David was worried his suggestions might not be accepted. The two exchanged a glance, and Feng Yunming took the initiative to break the silence. Mr. Qi, you are too anxious. There's no need to overthink. My father has always been prudent in his actions. He will surely make the best choice. Feng Yunlu chuckled and said, exactly, Mr. Qi, you've already laid out all the pros and cons.
The rest isn't up to us. Why not wait patiently?
Mr. Qi, tell us about the demon realm.
I'm quite curious about the heavenly demons. Did I overdo it? Kevin's thoughts shifted slightly, and he sighed. I can't afford to take it slow. Only if the Feng family is strong can I become strong.
Otherwise, when other demon lords come to kill us, I won't have grown enough to protect the Feng family.
I'll lose my life, so how can there be any talk of a carefree life? Gentlemen, the competition between demon lords is extremely brutal.
As he spoke, he seemed to recall something. Looking at Feng Jiu, he smoothly changed the subject. Eldest young master, I've been focusing too much on my own growth. Quickly find someone to prepare some food for Brother Jiu. His key trait is gluttony, and he must rely on eating to grow. If he grows stronger, he will also be a great help to the Feng family. The matters of the demon realm were fictional to begin with. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. It's better to take this opportunity to build connections with a few more people and enhance your own strength. Just now, he had been wholeheartedly planning for the Feng family, unaware of how much his own attributes had improved. Now he only felt full of energy, with heightened senses, and a seemingly endless strength coursing through his body.
This kind of enhancement was highly addictive.
Kevin could also see that Feng Shuren was indecisive and unlikely to achieve great things. His schemes, beneficial to the Feng family though they might be, would turn against him the moment he faced setbacks or broke free from his control. The butcher's knife would likely be aimed at him first. Improving one's own strength is the foundation of survival, and when the time comes to betray the Feng family, it offers greater confidence. Feng Jiu looked at Doug with a stunned expression, as if he hadn't expected him to still find food for him. Doug smiled and said, Brother Jiu, don't look at me with that expression. I told you, cooperation means cooperation, all the way to the end.
I won't harm you.
Feng Jiu glanced at Doug, then suddenly sighed and said bitterly, no need.
I can't eat anymore.
Young master, please ask the physician to prescribe me some digestive medicine.
My stomach feels too full. Full? Kevin's eyes gleamed as he looked at Feng Jiu, as if observing something immensely amusing. Feng Jiu's face turned red.
Avoiding Kevin's gaze, he stammered, I ate too much just now. I really can't eat anymore. Kevin stood up and, under Feng Jiu's panicked gaze, circled around him a few times. Suddenly, he stopped, looked at him, shook his head, and declared firmly, Brother Jiu, you're on the wrong path. Feng Yunming, who had originally planned to instruct the servants to call a physician to examine Feng Jiu, hesitated and paused upon hearing this.
Wrong? Feng Jiu was stunned and instinctively asked back. Yes, wrong.
The restorative power of the keyword is so strong that it can even self-repair a shattered dantian.
Yet you've eaten so much, and your stomach still hurts. Does that seem normal? Kevin retorted.
It does seem somewhat abnormal. Feng Jiu frowned. So, Brother Jiu, your understanding of the Taotai is wrong. Kevin stared at Feng Jiu.
Let me ask you, what does Taotai mean?
Fierce beast, greedy, gluttonous, Feng Jiu answered after a moment of thought.
That's right, a Taotai is first a fierce beast and then greedy and gluttonous, Kevin said. But you?
When you think of a Taotai, you only think of eating, with no trace of ferocity or beastly nature.
Greed means a huge appetite, never being satisfied. Gluttony is eating without any restraint. Let me ask you, of the Taoia's traits, which one have you truly embodied?
Feng Jiu was rendered speechless, unable to reply for a long while.
Beads of sweat formed on his forehead.
It turned out his understanding understanding of the key traits was so skewed. Seeing David's confident expression, a wave of bitterness rose in his heart. Was this the gap between himself and David? Brother Gio, perfection. Only by achieving perfection in everything can you grow. Without madness, there is no life, Kevin said seriously, looking straight at Fengzhou. Perfection? Fengzhou blinked, furrowing his brows as he fell into deep thought. Moments later, as if a flash of inspiration struck him, his eyes widened, and he seemed to grasp the ultimate essence of the simulation field. He swallowed nervously, excitement flickering in his gaze as he looked at David. A subtle change stirred in his heart despite the torment David had put him through. He had indeed learned a lot of valuable lessons. Yes, exactly, perfection. Doug clenched his fists, his eyes radiating fervor. Just like me, knowing full well that we're competitors, yet still willing to share the secrets of growth for your benefit, completely disregarding the fact that you might turn against me in the future. For your sake, I'm willing to give it my all, even my life. This is the pinnacle of devotion. Do you understand? I understand. Fengzhou took a deep breath, looking at Kevin with a complex expression. After a moment, he seemed to make up his mind. Seventh brother, rest assured, I will not betray you. I will remember these teachings, as they will benefit me for a lifetime. I can distinguish right from wrong. I yield to you. From here on, I will do my utmost to help you move forward. Ninth brother, the relationship between us is a partnership. There's no question of who must assist whom. Supporting each other and growing together is the way to go farther. As the old saying goes, when we fight side by side in the future, I hope you can trust me enough to entrust your back to me. Kevin smiled at Fengzhou. Now, are you still determined to take the medicine? No, I won't take it. Fengzhou smiled, his gaze gradually becoming fervent. I want to eat even more. Even if I can't fit it, I'll eat. Even if my stomach bursts, nothing will stop my desire to consume. That's right, that's the kind of determination I'm looking for. Kevin looked at Fengzhou approvingly. But you still need to take the medicine. Still eating? Fengzhou was a bit confused. Yes, you have to take digestive aids while eating laxatives, Kevin said. You need to keep your stomach and intestines empty at all times to maintain a vigorous appetite. Laxatives? Fengzhou swallowed hard. An image of himself squatting over a pit toilet while wolfing down food flashed through his mind, and his face instantly turned pale. He felt that gluttony shouldn't be used this way. But at this moment, he was driven by Doug's rhythm, completely consumed by an obsession with the extreme, unable to find any fault in his words. Thinking about the gap between him and Doug, he gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll eat. Beside him, David's words left Feng Yunming and Feng Yunlu, the two brothers, utterly stunned, their scalps tingling and every hair on their bodies standing on end. Feng Yunming swallowed hard, his throat moist yet dry, and he thought to himself, this must be what they call demonic nature. Too ruthless. No wonder David came up with such a strategy for the Feng family. It turns out he took protection to the extreme. No wonder they always thought David was too impatient and behaved strangely. It turns out it wasn't his fault, but rather they had been judging a heavenly demon by human standards all along. This is definitely their mistake. This must be reported to the head of the family as soon as possible, to prevent him from making a wrong decision. After advising Fengzhou, Doug turned to the two brothers, Feng Yunming and Feng Yunlu. First young master, fourth young master, don't only listen to me talking about Fengzhou. Actually, the mistakes made by the Feng family are just like his. What? Feng Yunming was stunned. For a martial artist to achieve success, they must harbor a trace of malice in their heart, Kevin said. What the younger generation of the Feng family lacks is precisely this trace of malice. Not only that, but they also lack the courage to step out into the world and the fiery spirit needed to compete and fight with others. The martial arts tournament is about to commence, yet the third young master's method of training is merely sparring with the in-house trainers. The trainers are bound to the Feng family, eat the Feng family's food, and practice the Feng family's martial arts. No matter how skillful the trainers may be, they wouldn't dare genuinely harm the third young master. Such training is no different from striking a wooden dummy. Lacking the experience of life and death combat and exposure to the martial arts of diverse schools, it's a wonder if they could win on the stage. Feng Yunming remained silent, opened his mouth as if to argue but found no words to refute, and finally could only sigh. Mr. Qi, your lesson is well taken. Easy for you to say. The Feng family has no top-notch martial skills. Why should we fight with others outside? Feng Yunlu said indignantly. I dare to go out and steal manuals for the Feng family. Does fourth young master dare to practice them? Kevin goaded. If you dare to steal, I dare to practice. Feng Yunlu puffed out his chest, showing no weakness. All right, the Feng family indeed still has men of spirit. This is the hope of the Feng family. My trip has been worth it. Kevin's eyes sparkled as he clapped his hands and said, for the fourth young master's courage, even if the family head disallows it, even if it stirs the martial world into chaos, and even if it costs my old life, I will seize for you a few top-tier secret manuals. Feng Yunlu nodded heavily, clenching his fists with excitement. All right, I'll wait for that day. Watching his fourth brother, stirred and losing direction by just a few words, Feng Yunming shook his head, clasped his hands, and said, Seventh mister, please rest here for now. I'll go find Doctor Who to prepare some digestive medicine and laxatives for ninth mister, and also prepare food for him. See Seeing Feng Yunming find an excuse to leave, Kevin understood that his patch-up had worked. Smiling, he waved his hand and said, "Hurry back. Fourth brother, take good care of the two gentlemen, and don't wander around," Feng Yunming instructed before hurriedly pushing the door open and leaving. Kevin turned back to his chair and sat down, looking at the youthful face of Feng Yunlu. "Fourth young master, tell us about the nearby sects. I believe the family head will undoubtedly make the right decision.
Let's prepare in advance and figure out which one to target first."
Feng Yunlu pondered for a moment before sighing. "Seventh sir, you cannot blame the Feng family for lacking courage.
The Feng family is genuinely too weak. The closest to us is the Iron Palm Gang.
The Iron Palm Gang controls the waterways of 2 provinces, with countless members and immense financial resources. Over the years, the Feng family has been severely oppressed by them. The Iron Palm Gang's leader, Xiao Yuanlang, wields a pair of iron sand palms, renowned throughout the 3 mountains and 5 peaks as one of the most formidable masters in the world. Every time the Qiao family's sacred ground opens, at least 3 members of the Iron Palm Gang manage to enter. 6 years ago, Xiao Muqian of the Iron Palm Gang brought out a light-step martial art called 8 Steps to catch the cicada from the Qiao family's sacred grounds. This filled the gap in the Iron Palm Gang's movement techniques, making them even more formidable. We dare not provoke them anymore. This time, the one representing the Iron Palm Gang at the martial arts conference is Qiu Feibao, the 5th son of Xiao Yuanlang. His Iron Palm technique has reached perfection, and a single hit from him can break bones and tear muscles. Third brother is particularly afraid of facing him.
It would be best if he could be taken out in advance. Council Hall. Feng Shiren looked around at everyone and asked, "Second brother, what do you think about the matter of the heavenly demon? How much is true, and how much is false?" Karen shook his head and said, "Elder brother, this matter is too bizarre for me to discern. I'll leave it entirely up to you to decide." Fomal shifted uneasily in his chair, then suddenly stood up and said, "Father, I think we can give it a try. What if it succeeds?" Feng Shiren frowned and looked at Alls. Fomals gritted his teeth. 28 years ago, when the Heavenly Fox Sutra emerged, the major sects in the martial world fought tooth and nail to claim it. In the end, the sutra fell into the hands of Yan Luo. Using the martial arts within the sutra, he brought down 3 sects and 5 clans, forcing them into seclusion, and single-handedly founded the Heavenly Fox sect. At that time, he was nothing more than a lowly beggar in the beggar clan. That time, we did not compete. 15 years ago, the Fist King Armory was unearthed. The major sects fought fiercely over the Millennium Stone Cream, leaving trails of blood everywhere. Again, we did not compete. As a result, the Stone Cream was swallowed by Tong Lu of the 5 Tiger sect. A mere 20-year-old brat gained 60 years of internal strength seemingly out of nowhere. With this newfound power, he retrieved a copy of the Mandarin Duckblade Manual from the Qiao family's sacred ground. Within a few years, the previously insignificant 5 Tiger sect rose to become a first-class sect. Now, with the descent of the heavenly demons, and our Feng family giving birth to 2 heavenly demons, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we still don't fight for it, when will the Feng family ever rise to prominence? Dad, I have a feeling that this time, with the descent of the heavenly demons, it will stir up a storm of bloodshed in the martial world. It was fine not to compete the last 2 times, but if we don't act this time, I'm afraid what David said might come true, and the Feng family will face a disaster beyond our control. Feng Shiren frowned. "Third son, do you believe what David said?" Fomals replied, "Dad, whether we believe it or not, sending people out to investigate will make it clear. As long as we find the 3rd heavenly demon, true or false, it will naturally become obvious. I'm not as stubborn as you think." "That's exactly what needs to be done," Feng Shiren nodded. "First, verify the truth before taking any action. David is too radical, which makes me uneasy. If what David says is true, we must also prepare in advance to find ways to control those heavenly demons. Father, there's no need to verify its authenticity. When it's time to act, act decisively. Hesitate for a few days, and we might not even get a sip of the broth." A voice came from outside the door as Feng Yunming stepped into the chamber. "Father, second uncle, I learned the true secret about the heavenly demons from David. Our direction is mistaken." "What direction is mistaken?" Feng Shiren asked. Feng Yunming took a deep breath and delivered Kevin's extreme theory in the simplest terms. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone in the chamber, he let out a bitter laugh and said, "Father, they are heavenly demons, not people of this world. We shouldn't use the mindset of ordinary people to judge them. Heavenly demons are essentially a group of madmen who stop at nothing to grow stronger." The structure of the Iron Palm Gang operated much like the river pirates in wuxia novels, colluding with officials to control waterways. Such organizations were typically the first gangs a novice would encounter upon leaving their village. Iron Sand Palm, 8-step chasing cicada. These martial arts sounded like generic techniques, and Kevin couldn't muster much interest in such a gang. How weak was the foundation of the Feng family that even a gang like this dared to oppress them? No wonder they always acted so timidly. After sighing with emotion, Douge did not forget to maintain his image. He promptly declared, "Rest assured, fourth young master, I, David, will do my utmost to eradicate the Iron Palm Gang to safeguard the interests of the Feng family."
Eradicate the Iron Palm Gang?
Feng Yunlu was taken aback and suddenly grasped the patriarch's helplessness. However, recalling Douge's extreme principles, he felt relieved, comforting himself inwardly. Normal. The heavenly demon has always been this way. It would be strange if he didn't speak like this. From another perspective, with his swift recovery and ruthless approach to tasks, if the Feng family could train such a group of death warriors, how could they not rise to power? Shaking his head to dispel the thought of an army of death warriors composed of heavenly demons, Feng Yunlu found Douche increasingly pleasing to the eye. "Mr. Qi, we can take our time dealing with the Iron Palm Gang. For now, we just need to handle Qiu Feibao. Any force that hinders the Feng family's interests must be eradicated. It's only a matter of time," Douche said with a smile, then continued to ask, "Fourth young master, enough about these insignificant gangs. Let's talk about the greatest forces in the martial world. It's the 5 sects, 3 schools, 2 clans, and 1 family," Feng Yunlu replied. Kevin straightened up and finally showed some interest. "What are they?" "The 5 sects are Kunlun, Huashan, Taishan, Amei, and Shuashan sects. The 3 schools are the Blood Blade School, Divine Fist School, and Tianshan School. The 2 clans are the Beggar's Clan and the Azure Dragon Clan. As for the 1 family, that's the Chao family," Feng Yunlu explained. "Is the Chao family very powerful?" Kevin asked. "Why is the martial arts assembly being held at the Chao family's place?" "The Chao family now isn't even comparable to the 5 great sects." Feng Yunlu shook his head. "The reason it was called the number 1 family a century ago was because of Xiao He. Xiao He mastered the martial arts of 100 schools, and even the simplest techniques became extraordinary in his hands. At the age of 25, Xiao He reached the pinnacle of his skills. After coming out of seclusion, he challenged and defeated all the top experts of the 5 sects and 3 schools, earning the title of the world's number 1 at the time. Xiao He was not only the best in martial arts but also a chivalrous man with a wide circle of friends. Although he defeated many renowned experts, he also helped numerous sects improve their martial arts. As a result, he was unanimously honored as the martial saint by many sections. Before his death, Xiao He made a final wish for the Chao family to open a secret realm every 3 years to select outstanding young talents from the martial world, allowing them to enter the realm and seek the manuals he left behind. This was to ensure his life's work would not be lost and to nurture the next generation. This act of benevolence greatly benefited the martial world, and countless sects owed him a debt of gratitude. Thus, the Chao family was collectively recognized as the number 1 family in the martial world. It can be said that the Chao family became a symbol of the martial world. If the Chao family were ever in trouble, other sects would undoubtedly come to their aid. For this reason, no one dared to provoke the Chao family lightly for the past century. At this point, Feng Yunlu suddenly stopped speaking, casting an awkward glance at Kevin. He was startled. Could this person before him be the one who had been openly declaring his intention to seize the Chao family's sacred ground? Realizing that his words might have been a direct affront, Feng Yunlu blushed and hastily tried to explain, "Mr. Qi, I didn't mean you. You're new here and might not know the Chao family's history, so having such thoughts is understandable. But I advise you not to think about taking the Chao family's sacred ground. It would provoke a united attack from everyone." Kevin gave him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, "You really don't understand the tropes of martial arts novels. No matter what kind of sacred ground it is, once the protagonist appears, it always gets taken and eventually falls into ruin. Throughout history, there's never been a sacred ground that remained intact until the end. Besides, this is just a simulation field. With hundreds of people eyeing the main storyline, countless pairs of eyes are already fixed on that martial world's sacred ground. If I don't take it, someone else will." Xiao He truly lives up to the name of martial saint. Feng Jiu, who had been silent for a long time, sneered. "He's played his cards well. With a martial arts feast like this that happens once every 3 years, he forcefully secured a century of prosperity for the Chao family." Having learned the origins of the foremost clan, Kevin picked one of the 5 sects and 3 schools he was relatively familiar with and asked, "What about the Beggar's sect? What martial arts do they practice?" "The dog-beating staff technique, the morning staff technique, the lotus palm, and the serpent movement technique," Feng Yunlu replied. "All of these are top-tier martial arts far superior to the Duan family's crushing gold and shattering jade hand by countless levels." Hearing these martial arts that were both familiar and foreign, Kevin sighed inwardly. In the end, this was not the world he was familiar with. However, the Beggar's sect here was quite grounded. Their martial arts were closely tied to their daily activities. There weren't any lofty-sounding techniques like the dragon capturing skill or the dragon subduing palm. Kevin was silently criticizing the Beggar's sect in his heart when, suddenly, he shuddered violently. He felt a tremendous change occur throughout his entire body. Every inch of his muscles seemed to swell, and his cells felt as if they were storing explosive power, capable of killing a bull with a casual punch. His vision also improved significantly, allowing him to clearly see the wings of a mosquito flapping 3 meters away, and he could even observe subtle changes in Feng Jiu's expression behind him. His ears picked up many more sounds as well
well the heartbeats of Feng Yunlu and Feng Jiu, and he could even vaguely hear Feng Shi run in the council hall assigning people to scour various places for the heavenly demon.
Holy crap, what just happened? Kevin's heartbeat quickened slightly. Such a dramatic enhancement of physical attributes. Was it related to the Feng family implementing the plan he had made up on the spot? If that were the case, just how far could he enhance himself after pushing the Feng family to the position of martial alliance leader? Would he become a humanoid Gundam? Indeed, all the effort hadn't gone to waste. As expected of a high-tier game world, it was far too engaging to play. Once his emotions had calmed a bit, Kevin opened the hidden personal attribute panel. Sure enough, his personal stats had undergone new changes. Name, Kevin. ID, 486999527. Mental strength, 80. Current ranking, 1/813. Session keyword, maintenance. Session keyword, backstab. Advanced skill, self-sacrifice. People who have been protected by you will have their guard against you reduced by 30%. Eyes on the back. A backstabber does not allow others to backstab them. You possess vision behind you. Derivative items, none for now. Mental power value increased by 20, and personal ranking suddenly leaped to first place. Doug pursed his lips and thought to himself, what the heck, that's it, and I'm already first? These people are way too fragile to handle. However, the ranking should change at any time. Stay calm, stay calm. Doug worked hard to steady his emotions. He had already made a good start. Keeping the first place until the end is the real skill. Feng Jiu noticed Kevin's little movements and naturally realized he was checking his personal panel. Judging by his delighted expression, his ranking must have greatly improved. Feng Jiu was filled with envy and wanted to ask Kevin about his ranking, but with Feng Yunlu still present, it seemed inappropriate to inquire. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shortly after, Alls pushed the door open and entered, looking at Kevin in the room with excitement. Mr. 7, Father has agreed to your plan and has already sent people out to search for other sky demons. Feng Jiu held his breath, thinking, it's over. The side effects have arrived. Once the Feng family finds other candidates, the sky demon lie will quickly be exposed. I really acted too hastily. The family head is truly a wise man, Kevin said, completely unruffled. Standing up with a smile, he asked, since the search party for the sky demons has already set out, when should we depart? Mr. Chi, there's no rush. Father said that Mr. Chi and Mr. Jio's strength is still quite weak for now. He suggests staying at the Feng family for a few days to recuperate and improve your strength before setting off. Alls said apologetically. Third young master, do you still remember what I said? Kevin shook his head with a smile. You've said so many things, how could I remember them all? Alls thought to himself, then respectfully asked, may I ask what you are referring to, sir? I am bound to the Feng family, sharing both loss and glory alike. Kevin straightened his chest and said proudly, from the moment the family head decided to carry out my proposed plan, the fate of the Feng family has already changed. Similarly, my strength has also been enhanced. Speaking, he suddenly stepped forward. Alls saw a blur before his eyes, and Kevin had already closed in on him, less than 3 inches away, moving so fast that he hadn't even had time to react. By the time he realized it and reflexively raised his hand to push Kevin away, he found his wrist already seized by Kevin. Feng Jiu's eyes widened dramatically. What the hell? How is this possible? Alls exclaimed, standing up abruptly. Outside the door, Feng Yunming stood dumbfounded, frozen on the spot. Actually, Doug was also somewhat surprised. He originally planned to catch Alls' throat off guard to demonstrate his strength. Unexpectedly, the sudden increase in power made his body completely unaccustomed, and he instantly shot right in front of Alls. If he hadn't restrained his strength in time, he might have already sent Alls flying. This broken game is really realistic. You even have to adapt to the sudden increase in strength and agility. Fortunately, aside from almost getting too close to Alls, the cool effect was still quite good. Doug released Alls' wrist, lightly stepped back 2 paces, and smiled faintly. Third young master, now you believe what I said, don't you? If I had been holding a sharp blade just now, your heart might have already been pierced through. Alls' wrist trembled uncontrollably as he looked at Doug in astonishment, his face full of shock. This sense of dread was even stronger than the first time he saw David's wounds heal on their own. It took him a while to recover, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes as he stammered, Mr. Chi, your strength has grown so fast, isn't it a bit too much? It should be impossible. Kevin glanced at him and said wistfully, fourth young master, you only see my growth, but you fail to see the pain I've endured. The sky demon is born in the barren demon realm, spending its entire life waiting for a temporal rift to appear. After finally encountering a rift and escaping the demon realm, we must face the risk of body possession. Choosing the wrong host might lead to death and complete annihilation. Even if possession is successfully achieved, accomplishing anything substantial requires painstaking effort to maintain one's key strength without missteps. Only with favorable opportunities can we grow. Without them, the same fate of obliteration awaits. This time, if I hadn't been living in the same house as Feng Jiu, with nobody else to turn to during my vulnerable state, I might have died lingeringly from David's life force, leaving no trace that a sky demon had ever existed in this world. As he spoke, Kevin seemed to realize what those rapidly vanishing figures meant. It was most
most likely due to failed possession. Being expelled from the simulation ground at the start because of possession failure, the simulation ground seemed very different from what he previously imagined.
It was highly unlikely to be just a simple game.
Feng Yunlu pursed his lips and said sourly, "That may be true, but your growth is astonishingly fast.
If I could grow as quickly as you, I'd be willing to take on any risks."
Kevin knew that his meteoric rise had aroused suspicion among the Feng family, and such doubts were detrimental to teamwork as well as his own progress.
He needed to dispel their mistrust as quickly as possible.
Sweeping his gaze over the group, he asked, "Fourth young master, have you ever considered what might happen if I fail to protect the Feng family during this chaotic era?"
"What will happen?" Alls asked.
"One suffers, all suffer, one prospers, all prosper. If the Feng family declines because of me, it means I failed to provide proper protection, and I will also weaken, becoming vulnerable to others."
Kevin sighed and glanced at a few of them. "In this regard, you humans have a great advantage. The skills you possess, whether martial arts or inner strength, always remain your own and do not change due to external circumstances. So, don't envy me. The plight of a sky demon is very miserable. If possible, I would rather be a human and achieve success through my own efforts. Sky demons are far too constrained."
Hearing this, the three Feng brothers simultaneously sighed in relief. This was something they could not doubt, as they had witnessed with their own eyes how David changed alongside the Feng family's decisions, and also how Fengjiu could recover simply by eating. It was impossible for the sky demon's traits to restrict only Fengjiu but not David.
Since David was bound to the Feng family, they no longer had to worry about backlash. The stronger the Feng family, the stronger David, and the less likely others would dare to provoke the Feng family. It was like the Feng family had gained another guardian deity. This was an enormous blessing. Alls was filled with emotion. Thankfully, David's keyword was protection. Truly, the heavens favor the Feng family. Are you reassured now? Kevin looked at the group, a trace of bitterness on his face. "If you still doubt me, you can have the Patriarch recall those sent to search for the Sky Demon, block the news about the Sky Demon's appearance, or even get rid of Fengjiu. Then wait a while and see if the other Sky Demons in the world grow stronger while I wither away." Fengjiu looked at Kevin with a resentful expression, utterly exasperated, thinking, why bring the heat back to me again? Even though I know you're using reverse psychology, can't you stop targeting me every time? What if they actually take it seriously? "Mr. Chi, you must be joking." Feng Yunming stepped in, clasping his hands toward Kevin. "You've poured your heart and soul into the Feng family, how could we not trust you? Alls and the others are young and immature, please don't hold it against them." He turned to glare at Alls and Feng Yunlu, scolding, "Third and fourth, apologize to Mr. Kevin immediately." "Mr. Kevin, we're sorry." Alls and Feng Yunlu quickly bowed and apologized to Kevin. "We shouldn't have doubted you. It's alright, it's all for the Feng family. If it were me, I wouldn't easily trust a demon from the demon realm either." Kevin smiled and helped the two up. "It's good that we've cleared things up. From now on, we're all one family. You don't need to worry that I'll hold a grudge. The keywords restrict my actions. Even if I suffer great grievances in the Feng family or face danger, when the time comes to take a blow, I'll still take it for the Feng family. Mr. Chi is tied to the future of the Feng family. If anyone is to take a blow, it should be us taking it for you, sir," Feng Yunming said with a smile. "No matter what happens, nothing must happen to you." "Young master, you can't say that. You taking a blow for me would actually harm me." Kevin looked at Feng Yunming and said seriously, "Don't forget my keywords. Taking a blow is protecting, and protecting leads to growth. No one is more suited to being a guard than I am." Even something as small as taking a blow became a matter of contention. The three Feng brothers exchanged glances, their worries completely put to rest. "Mr. Chi, do you mind if I inform my father about your strength?" Feng Yunming asked respectfully. With Kevin's strength greatly increased and his unwavering loyalty to the Feng family, his attitude appeared even more respectful. "Of course," Kevin replied. "Letting the family head see my improvement will further boost his confidence and inspire the morale of the Feng family. However, young master, there is one thing I must ask of you." "Please go ahead, sir," Feng Yunming said. "Could you ask the family head if I may practice the Feng family's martial arts?" Kevin said. "The rise of the Feng family will take time, and my strength cannot continue to grow as rapidly as it has today. Moreover, the enhancements brought by the keywords only improve speed and strength, which is far from enough. If I could learn a few techniques from the Feng family, our chances of success would increase." "This is no problem. I can make the decision without father," Feng Yunming said with a smile. "In a while, let Alls teach you. He has mastered all the Feng family's martial arts." Feng Alls nodded in agreement. "Mr. Chi, is there anything else?" Feng Yunming asked. "Not for now," Kevin replied. "If Alls is teaching me martial arts, then there's no need to stay in the Feng family. We'll travel outside, learning as we go along the way. Compared to the Feng family, I understand the heavenly demons better and can identify them more easily. As I said before, the sooner, the better. Arriving in a martial arts world, one must of course venture out. Who would want to stay in one place practicing martial arts when there are more opportunities outside? The Feng family is too weak, clearly lacking any prospects for development. They can't even handle the iron palm bomb gang. They lack manpower, lack influence. Are we really supposed to count on them to go out and find a bunch of heavenly demons? By the time they bring people back, the game would already be over. I will report it to the patriarch.
Feng Yunming looked at Kevin, nodded, and turned to leave. Feng Zhou quickly took 2 steps forward and called out to him, "Young master, wait a moment, I have something else to say."
Feng Yunming turned back around. Feng Zhou said urgently, "The digestive aid and laxative I need. Please ask physician who to prepare them quickly." "Young master, although my keyword isn't guardian, I'm still a heavenly demon.
Once I grow stronger, I will only bring benefit, not harm, to the Feng family." Under Doug's comparison, Feng Zhou felt like he was on the verge of becoming invisible. Frankly speaking, he was the one most jealous of David. He also wanted to be able to take on 10 opponents single-handedly.
Feng Yunming looked at Doug, and Doug nodded at him with a confident expression. "Go ahead and make preparations."
Within the Feng family's domain, I can suppress any heavenly demon weaker than me. After disciples were sent out to search for other heavenly demons, in the discussion hall, Feng Shiren and several family elders were deliberating on how to restrain David to better utilize him for the Feng family's benefit without risking a backlash. They didn't believe the situation had really reached the urgency Doug described. Even though Feng Yunming argued that they were heavenly demons and couldn't be measured by conventional thinking, even though David and Feng Zhou demonstrated unusual supernatural abilities after being possessed, their strength was still far from impressive.
In the martial world, they couldn't even cause a ripple, let alone seize the Chow family's sacred ground within half a year. That was downright laughable. Spreading such talk would only make them a laughingstock. The martial world was as deep as the sea. How could 2 heavenly demons who just appeared out of nowhere possibly grasp its depths? Feng Shiren preferred a gradual approach, gathering as many different types of heavenly demons as possible, then studying their characteristics thoroughly to make the best use of them. In his opinion, being able to discover the uses of heavenly demons within a year and helping the Feng family advance to a higher level would already be an impressive achievement. Before they could come to any conclusion, Feng Yunming dashed in, bringing the news of David's sudden surge in strength. Upon learning the reason behind David's rapid improvement, Feng Shiren and the others were completely dumbfounded on the spot. "Yunming, is everything you said true?" Feng Shiren only recovered after a long pause, his face full of doubt. "Father, why would I lie to you?" Feng Yunming, still caught up in his excitement, raised his voice by several notches. "I saw it with my own eyes." David darted to third brother's side in an instant. His speed was so fast that third brother had no time to react before being subdued. "His movement skills are in no way inferior to yours, father. He's like a completely different person from before. How is this possible?" Feng Shiren abruptly stood up, intending to go find Kevin for confirmation, but soon sat back down. "Yunming, tell me everything in detail. Don't skip a single word of what he said."
Feng Yunming recounted everything that had just happened word for word. After listening, Feng Shiren's brows furrowed tightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. "How is this possible? I sent people out without his knowledge, so how is this connected to his strength?
Such a rapid increase in strength makes no sense. Yun Jia couldn't last a single round against him? Could it be that he truly has bound himself to the Feng family? That doesn't make any sense."
Patriarch and elder spoke up. Even in the martial world, no one, not even a demon practicing sinister techniques, could grow in strength this quickly.
The heavenly demon is unpredictable, and there are many things we don't understand. We should be cautious and guard against it, lest the Feng family ends up making a wedding dress for someone else.
Yes, one prospers, all prosper. One suffers, all suffer. These words all came from David.
But what if it's not the case? The Feng family has accumulated decades of wealth, and we can't afford to lose it.
Patriarch, when dealing with the heavenly demon, we must exercise extreme caution,
another elder added. Feng Shiren picked up the teacup and put it down again, his expression changing unpredictably.
He had originally made up his mind, but Doug's sudden surge in strength made him hesitant once more.
Feng Yunming frowned and said, "Elders, there's no need to go to such lengths. Didn't David say that if we don't believe him, we can recall those who went out to seek the sky demon, seal the information, or even get rid of Feng Zhou?
Then, we can wait for the other sky demons in the world to grow stronger to verify whether he weakens."
Deceptive eloquence. The Feng family elder who spoke first snorted coldly and said loudly, "He's clearly gambling that we won't allow the other sky demons to grow stronger."
Karen, who had remained silent all along, coughed once, looked at Feng Shiren, and said slowly, "Big brother, I do have a thought, a possibility that might explain the current situation."
"What?" asked several elders simultaneously. "Speak," said Feng Shiren.
The appearance of David and Feng Zhou had been a continuous shock to the long-held beliefs of the Feng family. They were desperate for a suitable reason to convince themselves, allowing them to naturally accept everything that was currently happening, or find a loophole that would enable them to eliminate David with a clear conscience and return to a normal life, rather than remaining stuck in this awkward and unresolved situation.
"Destiny," said Karen.
After uttering these 2 words, he paused for a moment, swept his gaze across everyone, and conveyed the conclusion he had been contemplating for some time. "I believe the Tianhua, heavenly demon, is connected to destiny."
Fortune tellers in the Jianghu often say there is divine will in the unseen.
They also say that fate is not fixed and can change based on the decisions you make, leading to different outcomes.
The so-called Tianma should be closely tied to divine will and the workings of destiny.
Their power doesn't lie in themselves but in the feedback of divine will. Previously, David only made suggestions, so his power didn't grow much. But later, when the family had actually sent people out to search for the Tianma and put the plan into action, destiny detected the changes in the Feng family's future and redirected the result to David. This can explain why his power surged dramatically based on our decisions.
This isn't a coincidence, nor is it something David deliberately orchestrated.
After all, we've all examined David's physical condition. Moreover, Jianghu is vast, and the Feng family is not worth such a grand scheme to entrap us. Second uncle's words indeed align with what David said about mutual loss and mutual glory, praised Feng Yunming.
In other words, we can infer the family's future prosperity based on changes in David's strength? Feng Shuren exclaimed in shock.
If my hypothesis about the heavenly demon is correct, we can indeed deduce the future from this. Karen nodded, his gaze growing increasingly fervent. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that he was right, as he couldn't find a single flaw in his theory. All the logic checked out.
So, does this mean that David's sudden surge in strength foretells the Feng family's coming prosperity? Feng Shuren asked hesitantly.
The Feng family is about to prosper, said Karen and Feng Yunming in unison, exchanging a glance.
Throughout history, who wouldn't wish for their family to thrive? Moreover, the numerous strange phenomena occurring in the Feng family could already be considered auspicious signs.
In their eyes, it was Feng Shuren's hesitation that seemed unnatural. We still need to deliberate carefully. Feng Shuren remained cautious in the end. He lifted his teacup, took a sip to steady his emotions, and said, Heavenly demon, its name ultimately contains the word demon.
Whether it brings fortune or disaster is still uncertain. Let's go, Yunming. Take me to see David.
Let me assess how much his strength has truly improved, and verify whether he will indeed shield the Feng family from harm when the time comes.
Father, how do you verify if someone will shield? Feng Yunming asked in astonishment.
You simply create the opportunity. Feng Shuren glanced back at him. This is, after all, the Feng family. Setting up a trap with some minor adjustments at the training ground is no challenge.
Yunming, when the time comes, here's what you should do.
I once thought that being ranked first would let me dominate the world, but I didn't expect to lose even to the village chief of the beginner's village. On the martial arts field, Kevin appeared calm and composed on the surface, but countless MMP curses flashed through his mind. Upon learning that his strength had greatly increased, Feng Shuren brought a group of Feng family members to verify the quality of the heavenly demon.
Coincidentally, Kevin also wanted to know on which level his strength stood in this world.
Thus, the two sides hit it off immediately, cleared the training ground of unrelated personnel, and held a grand martial arts competition.
The result left the Feng family astonished, dropping their jaws, but it left Kevin feeling a bit disappointed.
With his speed and strength, Doug could overpower the Feng family's eldest son, Feng Yunming, who had practiced martial arts for over 20 years. The third son, Alls, couldn't last more than 3 moves against him. However, when facing individuals like Karen, who possessed deeper inner power, Doug would find himself at a disadvantage.
Inner power enhances both speed and strength, not to mention Karen and others had decades of combat experience and skill. These are things physical prowess alone cannot compensate for.
Of course, all of this is predicated on the opponent not using lightness techniques. Once they take to the air, Doug is powerless against them. No matter how strong his physical attributes, they can't defy the laws of physics, but inner power can.
Damn inner power.
However, when Feng Yunming used lightness techniques against Doug, it was mostly for evasion. Doug's senses were sharp, and his speed was quick. Even if they took to the air, hitting him would still not be an easy task. Perhaps there were martial arts in this world capable of releasing their true energy outward, but a small family like the Fengs clearly did not possess such skills. No one could hit each other, so it became a battle of endurance, where Duggar held the advantage. In a low martial world, no one can keep flying in the sky indefinitely, especially since lightness skill consumes significant inner energy. Theoretically, encountering an opponent as nimble as a monkey, as long as Duggar is willing to bide his time, he would still eventually win. But that was clearly not the result Duggar wanted. During a fight, others were soaring in the sky while he was left chasing on the ground. It was far from elegant.
He didn't want to merely be a land-based tank. If he were to compete, he wanted to dominate land, sea, and air as a fully versatile Triforced warrior.
Glancing at the Feng family members on the sidelines, Duggar sighed inwardly. It seemed that mastering martial arts was imperative to thrive in this world.
Who knows how long he would stay in this simulated environment?
Of course, he couldn't neglect his forte in maintenance and backstabbing either. Those skills were the foundation of his survival.
Both of these key talents were far from being fully developed.
After claiming the top rank in the simulation arena, Duggar had been somewhat elated, even holding a slight disdain for the world's heroes. But after this match, he adjusted his mindset, curbing his arrogance and returning to humility and caution.
If he couldn't even defeat the village chief of the rookie village, what was there to be proud of?
Then again, thinking about it, it made sense he'd only been in this world for 3 or 4
hours. How could he possibly be invincible already? Little did they know, Doug was dissatisfied with himself, while the eyes of Feng Shiren and the others had turned so red they were almost dripping blood. Especially after verifying that Doug had no inner force within him, their envious and jealous gazes nearly wished they could swallow Doug alive. Heaven have mercy, they had painstakingly trained for 20 to 30 years, yet they were no match for the celestial demon's chatter in just a couple of hours. 2 hours. From a sickly figure to a martial arts prodigy with extraordinary talent. What had David done? Other than painting them a grand promise, he hadn't done a thing. Even the most critical parts of the plan were executed by the Feng family members themselves. And the result? The Feng family didn't reap any benefits, while David's strength skyrocketed in leaps and bounds. Where could they go to seek justice for this? However, through this competition, the Feng family gained a comprehensive understanding of the celestial demon. It truly was, as Doug had said, a rare and valuable entity. Their confidence grew immensely, and at the same time, they also let go of their guard against Doug. This was a result they had personally verified. During the competition, Feng Yunming feigned a mishap as planned. At that moment, the weapon rack had fallen to the ground due to the earlier matches, and a spear on the rack was pointing straight at Doug's back. Feng Yunming raised his palm and lunged toward Doug. If Doug dodged, the exhausted Feng Yunming would inevitably crash into the spear and meet his end. If Doug didn't dodge, he would take Feng Yunming's full palm strike and could very well be pushed onto the spear by its force. As facts proved, Doug truly upheld protection to the highest degree. At that moment, he had already dodged, but when he noticed the situation behind him, he unhesitatingly turned back, positioning himself between Feng Yunming and the spear, enduring a direct strike from Feng Yunming's palm. His action dispelled the Feng family's doubts about him. In such an urgent situation, there was no explanation other than instinct. After all, David had once said that after seizing the body of a celestial demon, they became mortal beings and could also die. Sacrificing one's life to protect a stranger, not even Feng Shiren could have managed to do that. Who wouldn't trust a celestial demon like this? The most critical point is that Karen's mandate of heaven theory has deeply resonated with people. Even Feng Shiren internally believes that the Feng family is destined to prosper and regards Kevin as a symbol of good fortune, naturally accepting him. Family head, am I skilled enough to venture out now? Kevin broke the silence and asked with a smile, in less than 2 hours, my strength has grown to this level. Next, as long as you stick to the previous plan, my strength will only increase, becoming stronger and stronger. Do not worry, Mr. Chi, the previous strategy will absolutely not be altered. Having Mr. Chi is an honor for the Feng family. At this moment, the more Feng Shiren looked at Kevin, the more satisfied he became, his face blossoming like a chrysanthemum. He stepped forward and said, Sir, from this moment on, you are the supreme elder of the Feng family. All the resources of the Feng family are at your disposal without my approval. The Feng family will fully support all your decisions. Thank you, family head. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling that he had fully played his role. The attribute enhancements not only boosted his strength and speed but also heightened his 5 senses. The strategies discussed by Feng Shiren and the others in the council hall were faintly audible to him even through 2 walls, though somewhat indistinct, he still caught most of it. Karen's mandate of heaven idea almost made him burst into laughter. Kevin had not expected that the hastily concocted, loophole-filled story he came up with would not only be embraced by this group but that they would circle back and fill the gaps themselves, diving headfirst into it. As for Feng Yunming's probing, knowing their arrangements, dealing with it was a piece of cake. He had eyes in the back of his head. Tricks like long spears or fake accidents were completely transparent to him. That night, after gaining the Feng family's trust, Doug and Feng Jiu moved into the guest rooms of the Feng residence. Doug held the Feng family's manuals, Golden Fragment and Jade Break Skill, and Wind Catching and Shadow Grasping, and consulted alls on martial arts. With a master to guide him personally, Doug progressed quickly in martial arts basics. After all, his agility and speed had improved, along with a high mental power of 80. By focusing just a little, he was able to memorize those relatively simple martial arts moves. The Feng family's Golden Fragment and Jade Break Skill is an external martial arts technique. By memorizing the moves and combining them with proper breathing methods, prolonged practice would lead to the generation of internal energy from the external. Though not as effective as techniques that solely focus on cultivating internal energy, its strength lies in its simplicity. Wind Catching and Shadow Grasping is a pure movement technique, serving as a complementary skill to the Golden Fragment and Jade Break Skill, but it does not generate internal energy. After practicing for a while, Doug discovered that Wind Catching and Shadow Grasping was no better than his own natural agility, so he decisively abandoned its study and focused on practicing Golden Fragment and Jade Break Skill, not for the moves, but solely for the internal energy. That night, Doug, who had just tasted the sweetness of martial arts, enthusiastically practiced throughout the evening. Finally, at dawn, he felt a faint warm current flow through his meridians from his dantian, which amazed Alls into calling him a genius. Alls grudgingly remarked that it had taken him 2 months to develop a sense of chi back when he started. But Doug was far from satisfied. After practicing all night, only to produce a faint chi sensation, it seemed too slow. No
nowhere near as rapid as the enhancement from the keywords. However, this did not dampen Doug's newfound passion for martial arts. After all, internal energy on Earth only exists in novels and movies. How could one ever truly experience it? As for the weak chi sensation, Doug attributed it to the trashy techniques of the Feng family. To fulfill his dream of becoming a martial arts hero, he decided to put the task of vying for more advanced martial arts manuals on his agenda. Fengjiu did not practice martial arts. He retained the memories of his host, and his dantian was intact. The martial arts internal energy cultivated by this body previously was also still there, but he didn't think martial arts would play a significant role in the simulated environment. No matter how well one practiced martial arts, was it as effective as the keywords? A single buff, a simple word, and in just 2 or 3 short hours, one could achieve results comparable to a martial artist who had trained diligently for over 20 years. By comparison, only a fool would practice martial arts. In his opinion, David investing so much effort into learning martial arts was completely missing the point. David's strength made Fengjiu jealous, but David's act of shielding Feng Yunming from a blade on the martial arts stage demonstrated to Fengjiu the extreme loyalty and protection one could offer. Fengjiu saw clearly that the tip of the gun had already pierced David's clothing at that moment. If Feng Yunming had been unable to hold back his strength, Doug would have faced a death-piercing strike. If it had been him, he would never have been able to abandon the precious simulation training slot just for a native. He would have saved himself, even if it meant temporary weakness, because there would always be a chance to make a comeback. But David did exactly that, as if it were instinct. At that moment, Fengjiu truly understood. If he didn't push himself to the limit, he feared he'd accomplish nothing in this lifetime. He couldn't turn his keywords into instinct, but he could achieve a level of extreme madness. Thus, Fengjiu asked Doctor Hu to prepare a pile of digestive aids and laxatives for him, brought 2 toilets into his room, and had the kitchen steward prepare food enough for 20 people. Closing the door, he embarked on his journey of madness. In the simulation arena, he might not be able to match David's rank, but after comprehending the essence of keyword training, Fengjiu felt he still had a shot at competing for a spot in the top 10. The next day, when Fengjiu came out of his room, his whole body reeked. A mix of sweet, foul, sour, and spicy smells clung to him, as if he were a beggar who had slept in a garbage dump for 10 days without bathing, thoroughly marinated in the stench. The 2 maids attending him looked at him with inexplicable fear and horror, wanting to cover their noses but not daring to. They did their best to stay as far away from Fengjiu as possible, holding their breath, with their lips tightly pursed and their little faces turning bright red. When they couldn't hold it in anymore, they would suddenly take a deep breath, only for pained expressions to immediately cover their faces, as if even breathing had become a sin. Fengjiu, however, was full of energy and completely unconcerned about his smell. He lifted and tossed a stone lock used for training strength in the courtyard, testing his power. The 40-pound stone lock seemed as light as a feather in his hands. When he saw Kevin emerging from the room, Fengjiu excitedly dropped the stone lock and ran towards him. Like a child eager to show off to an adult, he exclaimed, "Seventh brother, I've made it. I've succeeded." A stench assaulted his nostrils, and Doug's expression changed drastically as he darted away in a flash. Pinching his nose with one hand and extending the other to make a stop gesture, he said in a muffled voice, "Stop, don't come any closer." The 5 senses include smell. While the maids could barely tolerate Fengjiu's odor, Doug couldn't stand it at all. To him, the smell emanating from Fengjiu was practically a biochemical weapon. For the first time, Doug experienced the downside of having keen senses. If Fengjiu continued smelling like this, he'd have to reconsider keeping him as a subordinate. Taotai is one of the dragon's sons, yet he managed to mistreat it so thoroughly. What a talent! Fengjiu lifted his sleeve to sniff it, gave an embarrassed laugh, and took 2 steps back. "Seventh brother, it does smell a bit. Ha, I'll go take a bath later. I just wanted to tell you that your method works. Taking laxatives while binge eating really does help me grow. In just one night, my strength has more than doubled, and my senses have become more acute." "Is your sense of perception still sharp? You're far from matching me." Kevin paused for a moment, his eyes widening in surprise. "Did you really spend the entire night eating and pulling?" The maid seemed to recall something, her face twitching instantly as she involuntarily gagged a few times. "Yes, without madness, there is no survival." Fengjiu said excitedly, "This saying truly makes sense. Seventh brother, I've thought it through. My current condition is not suitable for wandering the martial world. It would be better if I stay here to guard the family for you. If the Feng family really hires outside heaven demons, I'll deal with them myself." Hearing this, the maid outside Fengjiu's room blacked out and almost fainted on the spot. The 2 looked at Kevin with pleading eyes, as if saying, "Please, take him away. If you really eat and poop all the way, I truly won't take you along. First, I can't afford to lose face for that, and second, I can't stand the smell." Doug ignored the maid's gaze, his expression turning somewhat complicated as he looked at Fengjiu. He had to admit, this guy was truly a ruthless character. It's just a pity he'd been conned so badly that he completely strayed down the wrong path. Back when he'd just transmigrated, tricking that kind of intelligence was probably a moment of sudden inspiration, right? If the simulation field was full of such types, his position as his number one would truly be utterly devoid of worth. If his keyword were gluttony, he would probably focus on greed and ferocity himself. However, gluttony was indeed quite hard to manage. Doug didn't share the cultivation essentials of gluttony with Fengjio. After all, they were in a competitive relationship. This guy even tried to set a trap for him back then. Sparing his life was already a great favor, so why would he actually help him grow? Just because he calls him seventh brother is no reason to bare his heart and soul. If he got stabbed in the back and kicked out of the simulation field someday, he wouldn't even know where to seek revenge. What if Fengjio also had two keywords? Doug took Fengjio along mainly to slowly gather information about the real world from him. Now, though, he'd completely abandoned that idea. Nodding briefly to Fengjio, he said, "Very well, you stay with the Feng family. You'll have access to more resources, and it's indeed not suitable for you to leave with me. Go wash up first, then come find me. We'll discuss plans for the future." "Well, I happen to have something to say to you too." Fengjio smiled, bid farewell to Kevin, and then turned to find a maid to prepare hot water for him to wash up. Kevin went to find Alls instead. Martial arts couldn't be mastered in a short time, so he felt it was necessary to prepare some throwing knives to make up for his inability to deal with masters of lightness skill. At the same time, he instructed the Feng family members to keep an eye on Fengjio and not let him act too wantonly. If he backstabbed him again, at least it would give him some experience. Maintenance had to be done, but backstabbing couldn't be left out either. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. Half an hour later, Kevin met Fengjio in the rear garden of the Feng mansion. Both had changed outfits. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Kevin wore a dark blue robe, slung a longsword over his shoulder, and had a leather pouch filled with throwing knives hanging at his waist. David had an ordinary appearance, but Kevin's modern aura stood out with confidence and flamboyance. At first glance, he looked quite like a young wandering swordsman, a stark contrast to the tattered and disheveled sparring partner of yesterday. Fengjio, on the other hand, wore a pure white robe, which gave off a rather flashy vibe. Being young and handsome, he looked more like a young master from a wealthy family. However, the large cloth sack on his back was packed full of food, bulging conspicuously. This single detail instantly downgraded his demeanor, making him seem less like a young master and more like a simple-minded son of a landlord. Kevin was now a guest retainer of the Feng family, holding an esteemed position. Without his instructions, there wasn't anyone foolish enough to follow or spy on him, as they had done yesterday. "Brother Chi, want some?" Fengjio pulled a roasted chicken out of his large cloth sack, tore off a drumstick, and handed it over with a cheeky grin. "No need, I've already eaten." Kevin shook his head and decisively refused. The moment he saw Fengjio, the image of him eating while relieving himself involuntarily flashed in his mind, and his appetite vanished completely. "Seventh brother, you're absolutely right." Fengjio glanced at Kevin, smiling, stuffed the drumstick into his own mouth, tore off a piece of meat, and chewed with puffed cheeks. As he chewed, he said, "Yesterday, I really burst my stomach. At the time, I was in so much pain I was rolling all over the floor, thinking I was going to die. But then, I gritted my teeth and kept shoving food into my mouth. The burst stomach healed itself, and my physical attributes improved dramatically. At that moment, I understood the true meaning of gluttony overeating. You have to eat yourself to death to truly succeed. Congratulations." Kevin clasped his hands together and casually asked, "With such extreme measures, you must have awakened an advanced skill, right?" "It's not that easy. If even 1 in 10 people awakens an advanced skill, that's considered lucky." Fengjio kept chewing as he tossed the chicken bones into his mouth, crunched them into bits, and swallowed them. "But seventh brother, your strength has soared recently. Surely, you've awakened a skill?" Kevin opened his profile and, looking at the shimmering first place, casually said, 49. Fengjio paused, gazed at Kevin with envy, and bitterly smiled. "You really made it into the top 50. Sigh, comparisons can kill. I exhausted myself eating like crazy all night, practically beating myself to death, and only got a ranking of over 200. Yet you casually chattered a few nonsense lines and made it into the top 50. Students from ordinary academies like us are just worlds apart from you elite academy graduates. We start so far behind that hard work alone just can't catch up." MMP. Kevin cursed inwardly, realizing this guy wasn't actually from an elite academy. As expected, nothing he said could be trusted. Fortunately, Kevin hadn't believed him anyway. "Seventh bro." Fengjio looked at Kevin helplessly and said, "I admit it was wrong of me to lie to you before, but this time I'm really laying it all out. You're a great guy, and I was even planning to stick to you like glue and ride your coattails into the top 10 in the simulation arena. But I really am from a public school," Kevin said. "Seventh brother, at this point, stop pretending." Fengjio shook his head and raised the roast chicken in his hand with a smile. "What is this?" "Roast chicken," Kevin replied. "Do you want to eat it?" Fengjio asked. Kevin shook his head. "Gotcha." Fengjio tore into the roasted chicken, speaking between bites. "Students from public schools eat those bland, low-oil, low-salt synthetic meals every day. How could they see something as delicious as roasted chicken and not have any reaction? Only you elite kids, who eat lavish meals every day, could be so uninterested in the gourmet food from the simulation field. The eyes don't lie no matter matter how well someone from a public school plays the part, when it comes to food, they can't be as indifferent as you. Which public school student comes into the simulation field for the first time and doesn't feast like crazy? Yesterday, when you fed me that pastry, I noticed you genuinely don't see food as something precious. What the heck? Even roasted chicken is considered a delicacy, and everyone eats synthetic meals. What kind of world is it out there? Previously, Kevin had been somewhat eager to explore the real world, thinking that the technology there must be incredibly advanced to create such a realistic simulation. But in this moment, his interest in that world waned. The real world didn't seem as wonderful as he'd imagined. In fact, it seemed pretty harsh. He couldn't help but wonder whether the person he had swapped into was a commoner or an elite. You elite kids already have great lives, yet you still come here to compete with us. It's not even some critical exam, why not let us take the top 10 spots? In the end, the benefits still go to you anyway. Fengzhou's tone suddenly shifted, turning into a long and gloomy complaint. But seeing Kevin remain silent for a while, Fengzhou realized he had chosen the wrong person to vent to. He forced a laugh and awkwardly explained, "Seventh brother, I wasn't talking about you. You're a good person, someone willing to genuinely teach me a thing or two. I was talking about those elite kids who don't even see us public school students as human. You're not like them. Is the conflict between commoners and elites really this severe?" Kevin slightly furrowed his brow, pondering to himself. The top 10 in the simulation field, it seems, is not just about glory, it might determine one's fate. Seventh brother, don't get upset. This is exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. When you venture out, you have to disguise your identity properly. Don't be as flamboyant as the Feng family. Fengzhou said, in the simulation field, many commoner students resent the elite students. Even if it means getting themselves eliminated, they still want to drag you down. You obviously look like an elite offspring. If you walk out like this, you'll be a shining target, and it's easy for someone to scheme against you. Got it. Thanks. Kevin nodded. If earlier he had approached it with a gaming mindset, now that he understood the truth about the simulation field, he decided to take it seriously. He wasn't sure whether his identity outside would be classified as an elite or a commoner. If he turned out to be an elite, it wouldn't matter much. But if he were a commoner, the top 10 rankings in the simulation field might drastically alter his destiny. He absolutely didn't want to step out into a world where he had to eat synthetic meals. Why thank me? Without your guidance, I wouldn't have understood the meaning of gluttony. Consider this as repaying my debt to you. Fengzhou shrugged and smiled. I'm not someone who forgets to repay favors. If I can, I'd like to compete for a spot in the top 10 too. I just hope, seventh brother, that when the time comes, you won't strike me down without mercy. Impossible, is my keyword maintenance? Kevin said with a smile. Extreme maintenance means unwavering commitment. What if the Feng family really brings in contestants from the simulated arena? How do you plan to deal with them? Fengzhou glanced at Kevin and said, "You're not planning to maintain them too, are you?" "If we can maintain them together, of course, we should." Kevin smiled. The more, the merrier. Since students from the public school can't enjoy good food outside, staying in the simulated arena a bit longer allows them to savor it. Why resort to violence? We can unite some people, eliminate others first, and then settle the top 10 spots internally in the end. Fengzhou swallowed the food in his mouth, looked at Kevin, and asked, "Seventh brother, is this your true thought?" "That's right." Kevin said, "You just mentioned it, elite school students have everything, so why would they compete with you for the top 10? I'm different from them, very generous. It's best if we can all have fun together." Fengzhou shook her head and smiled. "Alright, I'll stay in the Feng family to clean up after you and convey your goodwill to others. If they accept it, then we'll all have fun together. If they don't accept it or become hostile to me, and I take action against them, don't blame me for it later." "Okay, I won't blame you." Kevin looked indifferent on the surface, but inside, waves were already surging. The conversation with Fengzhou revealed too much information, completely changing his understanding of the simulation field. It turned out that this so-called simulation field was nothing more than a cruel selection machine. It wasn't about elite students competing with ordinary students, but rather everyone competing against each other, all for the top 10 spots in the simulation field. 3,000 people fighting for 10 spots. No wonder you can't come back once you're eliminated. Damn, this is insane. Like 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. This is just like Earth's public service exams. No wonder the teacher said, "Don't reveal your keywords." No wonder Fengzhou initially schemed to harm me. No wonder Fengzhou is fighting so hard. Everything matched up. Kevin felt a wave of relief, fortunate that he showed goodwill toward Fengzhou, which earned him truly useful information. Otherwise, with his mindset of treating the simulation field as a game, venturing into the martial world might have led to a crushing defeat. "Seventh brother, is there anything else you'd like to instruct?" Fengzhou asked. "No, as for the matters of the Feng residence, handle them as you see fit." Before arriving, Kevin did have future plans concerning the Sky Demon, but after understanding the truth of the simulation field, he realized that all plans would fail. The top 10 spots were a glaring bait, designed to incite mutual destruction among everyone. Rather than wasting effort on those fruitless arrangements, it was better order to focus wholeheartedly on cultivating his own keywords and striving to come out on top in this brutal battle royale.
Alright, he had already come out on top.
Then he would protect his hard-earned top spot to the very end.
Feng Jiu turned and left.
Watching the figure walking and eating along the way, Kevin stood in place, motionless for a long time. He needed to digest the newly acquired information. The true effect of the simulation field was too shocking for him. And Feng Jiu was still the same Feng Jiu from the beginning, not someone who had become clueless, observant, restrained, using a chicken leg in the end to test his identity, concealing his advanced skills. It was even possible that making himself reek in the morning was deliberate, just to make Kevin avoid him so he could reasonably stay in the Feng residence instead of venturing out with him. He couldn't possibly be unaware of attribute growth and the enhancement of sensory abilities. Even his later gestures of goodwill could very well be further camouflage, designed to lower Kevin's guard. After all, Feng Jiu didn't know about Kevin being a transmigrant. The information and goodwill he offered, things everyone probably knew, were being used to curry favor. One move at a time, step by step, all carefully calculated. Just one Feng Jiu was already so shrewd, and outside, there were hundreds of people like Feng Jiu. That was a pack of wolves. One slight misstep, and they might tear Kevin apart, leaving no trace. Kevin sighed silently and reminded himself of his new identity. He had transmigrated. He was no longer that carefree man from Earth. Kevin demonstrated to the Feng family what efficient growth and loyalty truly meant, so there was no room for further delay.
Speed is of the essence in warfare. Shortly after breakfast, the Feng family prepared the travel packs for Kevin and his companions.
Kevin, Alls, Karen, and a direct disciple named Zhang Han, dressed in fine attire and mounted on spirited horses, ventured into the martial world. Under the guise of a journey, they planned to visit various sects, seeking out other hidden heavenly demons to either recruit or eliminate them, preventing them from being used by others.
Feng Shiren watched them depart.
Standing among the farewell crowd, Feng Jiu gazed at the departing Kevin, finally feeling a weight lifted from his heart, and an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. Chewing on a piece of jerky, a trace of mockery unconsciously flickered in Feng Jiu's eyes. It was undeniable that David was skilled in the use of key strategies, but he was overly arrogant, actually believing he could control everything in the simulation arena.
Who knew which family had produced such a fool? It was downright childish and laughable. Farewell, my dear seventh brother. Later, I'll send you a gift.
This gift was called a lesson, one that would make him recognize the harshness of the simulation arena, a token of gratitude for not eliminating him. Just like his theory of extremes, it would benefit him for a lifetime. After all, setbacks are the most valuable wealth in a person's life. It wasn't until Kevin disappeared from view that Feng Jiu turned around, looked at Feng Shiren, and smiled, saying, "Patriarch, let's go back.
Now that seventh brother has left, I will be the one to protect the Feng family from now on." Pa!
Feng Jiu hadn't even reacted when Feng Shiren's hands moved like lightning, quickly tapping a few points on his chest to immobilize his acupoints. Feng Jiu's voice came to an abrupt halt.
He asked nervously, "Master, what are you doing?"
"Mr. Jiu, my apologies. Mr. Qi said there's a rebellious streak at the back of your head. After he left, it was inevitable you'd cause trouble. We thought it best to restrain you early to avoid causing irreparable damage," Feng Shiren said. Feng Jiu froze, then his face turned ashen, and beads of sweat emerged on his forehead.
Forcing a smile, he said, "Master, is there some misunderstanding here?"
"It's true that I once wanted to escape the Feng family, but later, after receiving the benevolence of the Feng family, I swore to protect it."
"You can't just blindly believe David's slander. Mr. Seven said you are too extreme in your actions."
"For the sake of growth, you can eat until your stomach bursts, you can sit on the toilet eating while relieving yourself, enduring what ordinary people cannot."
Someone who is so cruel to themselves when they grow stronger, will they be good for the Feng family?
Right now, you are just gluttonous, but in the future, when your greed grows to the point of wanting to devour the Feng family, it will be too late to act against you.
Feng Shiren shook his head, a trace of pity in his gaze. "Mr. Nine, blame it on your attribute being the gluttonous beast, Tao Tai." Feng Jiu's pupils suddenly contracted, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He knew everything.
He knew his disguise, he knew the true meaning of Tao Tai.
What innocence, what kindness, it was all fake.
So it turned out he was the naive one. He was still somewhat unwilling. "Patriarch, David is crazier than me, and his actions are also extreme. The theory of extremity was proposed by him."
"Aren't you afraid he will turn against the Feng family?"
Feng Shiren replied, "His extremity is about protection.
Who wouldn't want an extra guardian deity in the family?" Feng Jiu was about to explode. He steadied his emotions and said, "Patriarch, have you ever considered that he might be deceiving you?
We were never some reincarnation of a demon. There's no such thing as a demon realm, and your entire world is nothing but an illusion.
Moreover, his keyword might not be protection, it could be deception.
He's tricking all of you, making you run in circles, which benefits his growth just the same."
Just as Mr. Seven predicted, to drag him down, you would deny everything about him from the root. Feng Shiren chuckled lightly, the sympathy in his gaze turning to disdain.
"Deception or protection. As long as it benefits the Feng family, I don't care. I don't even care if the demon realm exists. Seeing you all, I know this martial world is truly about to descend into chaos.
This chaos isn't about some new manual or treasure trove, it's chaos from the very foundation.
In times of tumult, everyone in the martial world will be swept up. When disorder arises, self-preservation is the lowest strategy.
I'm not senile yet. Mr. 9, you're still too young. Damn it. Fengjiu cursed angrily, his face instantly turning ashen. He swallowed. Patriarch, can you give me a chance? Let me prove to you that David is indeed deceiving you. Let me show you that I'm more useful than David.
They haven't gone far yet, we still have time to turn this around.
There's no need.
Feng Shuren said, Mr. 7 mentioned that gluttony is a good keyword. We can keep you captive, control your diet, and experiment with your growth rate to find a way to counter the demons.
That way, we won't be thrown into disarray when dealing with other demons in the future.
Mr. 9, I must say, your vision pales in comparison to Mr. 7's.
Despair instantly filled Fengjiu's heart, and he flew into a rage.
Mr. Qi said, Feng Shuren, you believe whatever he says, don't you? I think you're just a fool, and one day you'll regret it. Feng Shuren smiled, looking at the enraged Fengjiu, and said calmly, Mr. Jiu, don't panic.
Actually, we can cooperate. I'm quite interested in the other version of the world you mentioned. Moreover, since David has harmed you like this, we can also discuss how to counter him. How do we identify the keywords of other celestial demons?
I don't like putting all my eggs in one basket.
Fengjiu felt a chill down his spine.
At this moment, he suddenly understood why the teacher had said, try to hide yourself, don't attempt to change the world. The more you expose, the faster you die. The natives in the simulation field were too cunning, and each of them was a master actor.
It was all David's fault. That fool had dragged everyone down with him. The stagnant attributes began to grow again, and significantly so. As expected, the keywords had a more pronounced effect on the players.
Doug came to a new conclusion. The setup of the simulation field was designed to make players kill each other.
A brutal battle royale.
Perhaps Fengjiu wasn't as bad as he had imagined, but if he didn't backstab him before leaving, Doug felt he wouldn't feel satisfied. He decided to trust his instincts. There's a saying, once suspicion arises, guilt is established.
In the simulation field, suspicion alone is enough, no evidence is needed.
After all, betrayal is part of his persona. The role he plays is inherently a villain at heart, so there's nothing wrong with maintaining his character.
Who would dare to challenge human nature in a simulation field that decides one's fate?
In battle royale games, showing kindness to enemies is equivalent to cruelty to oneself. The blame lies with Fengjiu for being too naive. This will serve as a lesson for him, hopefully helping him navigate life more smoothly in the future. Kevin glanced at the glittering number 1 on the personal ranking board, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile.
Isn't this great?
He betrayed Fengjiu, protected the Feng family, and increased his own stats. 3 benefits with one shot, and all it cost was Fengjiu's freedom. What a bargain.
As for Fengjiu's ultimate fate,
whether or not it would ruin his plans was not within Kevin's scope of concern. After walking away from the Feng family, he had no intention of returning. The sky is vast for birds to fly, the ocean wide for fish to leap.
It's like Guijing departing the desert or Yangguo leaving the ancient tomb. Even if he were to return, his skills would be so powerful by then that no small Feng family could suppress him. Mr. Qi, you seem to be in a good mood.
Als, riding beside Kevin, tilted his head to glance at him and spoke with a smile. I feel that the previous plan was a bit rough. I just came up with a new idea, and for a moment, I was so overjoyed that I didn't realize the third young master noticed.
It seems I still lack maturity and can't keep my emotions from showing. Kevin glanced at Als and smiled as he spoke. What new idea? Als asked with a smile. The Chow family gave me some inspiration.
Kevin tugged at the reins, slowing the horse, and said, back then, Xiao ventured out as a chivalrous hero, generously aiding others and helping many sects refine their martial arts manuals. Ultimately, he established the Chow family as the preeminent clan in the martial world, a legacy unmatched for a century.
Why can't we learn from him?
The Feng family is too small at present, and even if I fully support it, it can't grow rapidly. But if the Feng family were to develop into a giant force, it would be different.
With the Feng family's influence, we could uphold justice and peace in the martial world. My strength would soar to unimaginable heights. With me safeguarding it, forget about 100-year legacy, we could become a 1,000-year legacy. How can we learn?
Als was captivated by the beautiful vision painted by Kevin, but as reality set in, he felt a bit disheartened. Xiao, he was invincible the moment he emerged into the world, but we don't have his kind of power.
Third young master, that statement is inaccurate.
Over the past century, there has been only one martial saint, an irreplaceable figure, but ultimately, one person's strength is limited. We must learn to leverage the power of a team and take a different path, Kevin said.
The power of a team? Als was stunned.
Exactly, Kevin said. I plan to establish an organization to eliminate harm for the people, punish evil, promote good, and focus on combating the dark forces in the martial world, upholding justice.
Our organization will recruit more righteous heroes to join us, growing bigger and stronger in the process. Once the entire martial world acknowledges us, a substantial influence will be formed. I've even thought of a name for this organization. We'll call it the Peacekeeping Vanguard. Peacekeeping Vanguard? Alls was dumbfounded. Correct,
Kevin said, maintaining peace in the martial world and advocating for justice in the Jianghu, abbreviated as the Peacekeeping Vanguard.
But where can we attract chivalrous heroes with a sense of justice? Alls asked.
Mr. Chi, this so-called Peacekeeping Vanguard has already severed ties with the Feng family, hasn't it?
Karen said.
The two voices rang out almost simultaneously, one puzzled, the other indifferent. All snapped back to his senses and frowned at Kevin. Zhang Han glanced at Kevin, silently spurred his horse to block Kevin's rear. The three members of the Feng family formed a triangle around Kevin, subtly sealing all his escape routes.
Karen looked at Kevin and continued, Mr. Chi, you're not planning to use the Feng family's influence to seek personal gain, are you?
Second Master, you're underestimating me.
Kevin, as if unaware of his situation, smiled and said, what does a martial arts family or a sect rely on to establish themselves or gain fame in this world? Martial arts, isn't it? Alls asked.
Of course, martial arts are the foundation of standing one's ground. This is undeniable, Kevin said with a smile. But besides martial arts, one must also have distinguishing features.
Let me ask you, why is the beggars sect the largest sect? Because there are many beggars in the world? Alls asked in confusion. Correct, that's one aspect of it.
Kevin gave them an approving look and said, low entry barrier, anyone who is a beggar can join the beggars sect, which unifies the profession. From no pouch to 9 pouches, there's a clear path for progression, offering suitable advancement opportunities. After joining the beggars sect, even vagrants have basic living and safety guarantees, which means logistical support is in place. He paused for a moment.
This is what makes the beggars sect unique.
When someone wants to provoke the beggars sect, they have to think twice about whether they can mess with such a behemoth. The same applies to other sects, like the Mount Tai sect, whose members are all Taoist priests, leveraging the banner of religion, or the Canal Group, which dominates waterway transportation.
What does the Feng family have? Feng Alls fell into deep thought. Third young master, you don't even have a noteworthy nickname in the martial world, do you? Kevin asked with a smile. Feng Alls shook his head awkwardly. Have you found any common ground among these renowned sects? Kevin asked again. Feng Alls shook his head again. Characteristics, philosophy, faith, Kevin said.
The beggar clan maintains the integrity of their profession. Mount Tai ensures the integrity of their faith. The Amei sect is composed entirely of women, ensuring gender integrity. The Bloodblade sect has assassins, catering to individuals with specific psychological needs.
These characteristics naturally attract similar groups to join.
Therefore, the Feng family must establish their own unique characteristics. Only then can they truly take the first step towards becoming a centuries-old, even millennia-old, renowned family. Otherwise, even if I secure rare manuals for the Feng family or recruit many heavenly demons, it'll simply be like a sudden upstart in a county town.
One storm can sweep everything away, leaving nothing behind. But what does this have to do with the Peacekeeping Vanguard group? We can start directly with the Feng family, Karen said. Second in command, such a call initiated by a small family wouldn't attract anyone.
But a new organization is different, Kevin said with glowing excitement. This is called a reverse merger, breaking up to develop. We start small, without associating with any force in the martial world.
Once we build our reputation and earn acknowledgement as the Peacekeeping Vanguard group, when the Feng family merges into it later, won't it still be the Feng family? Sometimes, a large force doesn't necessarily need to operate in plain sight. What is the philosophy of the Peacekeeping Vanguard group? Alls asked. Didn't I just say it? Kevin replied, justice. There's never a lack of passionate young warriors in the martial world. There is some truth to that, Karen said thoughtfully. Second leader, I won't harm the Feng family. Kevin looked at Karen, shook his head, and smiled. In the morning, after witnessing Fengjiu narrowing the path of gluttony, Kevin reflected on himself. Had he also narrowed the path of upholding principles?
Then, he thought about safeguarding peace and justice, these grand and expansive concepts, which were clearly more rewarding than protecting the interests of a small family. He even considered defending national sovereignty, but in this simulated world dominated by the martial arts arena, the concept of the nation was infinitely diluted. Unlike the legend of the Condor heroes or demigods and semi-devils, where themes of loyalty to the country and familial bonds were present, nor were there foreign invasions, he could only regretfully abandon his grand aspiration of safeguarding national stability. Otherwise, he would have spared no effort to become a magnanimous hero like Gui Jing. Even so, Kevin felt that if he could uphold peace and justice across the entire martial arts world, he could still secure his achievement as the #1 in the simulated battlefield. The reason he hadn't revealed this plan within the Feng family was that Kevin preferred Karen, the imaginative one. After all, he was the one who proposed the concept of divine destiny, filling in the loopholes in his story. Feng Shuren, on the other hand, was too conservative and shrewd, making communication with him a real chore.
Mr. 7, where should we find people to join this so-called Peacekeeping Vanguard Corps? Alls asked the previous question once more. Aren't we looking right now? If we can find other sky demons to join us, that would be best. If not, let's start doing things first. Once the work gets going and our reputation spreads, naturally heroes will join us. Kevin said, didn't we just discuss the beggar sect? The beggar sect has disciples all over the world and holds the power of public opinion. We can leverage the beggar sect to promote our prestige. Third young master, you don't need to worry about this. I will make the necessary arrangements when the time comes. But who are we going to fight? Alls asked awkwardly. Among the evil forces in the martial world, there's not a single one the Feng family can afford to provoke. Do not commit evil even if it is minor. Do not refrain from good even if it is minor. Kevin smiled. Third young master, trickling streams form a sea, and tiny specks of dust accumulate into mountains. Those bullies who exploit markets and tyrants who block roads and occupy mountains, aren't they evil forces too? Start with the small things, targeting them is just the same. Now you can tell me your true keyword. If it's useful, we can cooperate. Kevin said, Wang-san, this is your last chance. Think carefully before you answer. Yandere, my keyword is Yandere. Wang-san said with a gloomy expression, revealing his true keyword. Yandere? Kevin was stunned. Looking at the ordinary-looking Wang-san on the bed, he almost blurted out, how could someone with such an appearance choose a keyword like that? Shouldn't it be a girl? But soon, he figured out the reason. Closed book examination. First, possess a body, then get the keyword. Damn it. This not only tests your acting skills but also your luck. Good thing this guy possessed a teenager. If he'd possessed an old man and been assigned a Yandere attribute, the game would be over in minutes. Luckily, his keyword was maintain. If he'd been assigned something like Yandere, he might have eliminated himself. There's no way he could act out that kind of madness and psychopathy. Moreover, this guy, like Fengjiu, only mentioned one keyword. It seemed he was the only one with two keywords. With two examples in mind, Kevin finally felt at ease. What is Yandere? Asked Karen. Someone who becomes very frail when they fall ill, right? Alls said. Otherwise, why would he possess someone suffering from tuberculosis? Kevin turned back to glance at the two of them but said nothing. Brother, I'm really not lying to you this time. Wang-san looked at Kevin, pleading, although my keywords are a bit weak, once I grow, I can still assist you. Two people are always better than one, right? You didn't attack me immediately when we met because you want to cooperate with me, correct? Alright, you can stay. Kevin paused for a moment before speaking. Thank you, brother. Wang-san was overjoyed and then looked at Feng Zhong. Shopkeeper, didn't you hear? My brother has agreed to release me. Why don't you untie the ropes for me? Feng Al swung his sword, cutting the ropes off Wang-san's body, and Karen unlocked his acupoints. Wang-san sat up, rubbing his arms to restore circulation. He glanced around at everyone in the room before his gaze settled on Kevin. Brother, what do you want to do next? I'll follow your lead. I want to build a team, and no one in the team can be weak, Kevin said. If you want to join, you must demonstrate your potential and value. My team won't harbor the useless. Value? Is this a test for me? Wang-san asked. Kevin nodded. Wang-san glanced around the room and frowned slightly. Brother, are there no women in our team? Not for now, Kevin replied. Oh, Wang-san responded, then looked at Alls and the others, tentatively asking, they'll cooperate with me, right? Kevin glanced expressionlessly at the people in the room and nodded slightly. He had to keep Wang-san, first to give the Feng family an explanation, and second to see how he portrayed a sickly character, learning from his acting experience in case he encountered similar keywords in the future. Wang-san smiled faintly, looked at Alls, coughed twice, cleared his throat, and tried to steer the conversation in another direction. Luoyang City is situated along the Yangtze River, serving as the hub for canal transportation, with a thriving commercial scene and a population of hundreds of thousands. It is a super metropolis with an uncountable number of transient residents, Alls said. This is the territory of the Iron Palm Gang, but the 5 gates and 3 sects all have their own businesses or bases here. The bustling streets are filled with martial artists carrying swords and knives, making Kevin's group inconspicuous among the crowd. Along the way, listening to Alls' introduction to Luoyang City, Kevin observed the diverse local customs and marveled even more at the simulation field. It was too realistic. What kind of technology could create such a world? And to think that such a world was merely used for assessments, how extravagant. If game developers on Earth had this capability, they'd become the world's richest in no time. Mr. Chi, the Xingyu pavilion ahead belongs to our Feng family. In a bit, we'll stay there, have something to eat, and then make other plans, Alls said. Previously, my father sent people out to search for the celestial demons, and their first stop should have been here. A night has passed, and we still don't know if they've managed to gather any information. Luoyang, being such a large city, is one of the few of its kind in the entire Great Qian. Even a small county like ours managed to have you and Fengjiu, 2 celestial demons. There should be even more in Luoyang City. That's possible, Kevin nodded. He had been keeping an eye on the total number of participants in the simulation field. From last night until now, there were still over 650 contestants left. Over 160 people had been eliminated overnight. It must be said, the simulation field really was a cold and ruthless meat grinder, completely devoid of reason. It was only due to his relative mercy that Fengjiu's life was spared.
Otherwise, last night, Fengjiu would have become one of those 100+ people who disappeared. At this rate, it likely wouldn't take 10 days before only a handful of people remained in the simulation field.
However, that was just the most optimistic scenario. Kevin knew that as things progressed, the rate of elimination would slow.
Those who remained would all be elites adept at disguising themselves and proficient in leveraging their own keywords. Fengjiu was actually right. Exposing oneself like that was indeed very foolish. When everyone else was in the shadows, he became a glaringly obvious live target, bound to be targeted by everyone. The simplest way to make it to the top 10 in the simulation field wasn't to fully utilize one's keyword but to survive until the end and eliminate everyone else. With only 10 people left, whether one was first or last, they'd still be in the top 10. There's no wall so sturdy that it won't let some win through. Being so high profile at the Feng residence, it was inevitable that someone with a loose tongue would leak information about him and his keyword.
It was an unavoidable consequence who told him not to understand the rules of the game.
Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to defend against. Among hundreds of contestants, he was the only one openly showing his hand. What the heck, this is truly crazy. The only consolation for Doug was that the simulation field only resulted in eliminations. No one would actually die. But having already secured first place, being eliminated again would be a bitter pill for him to swallow. It was the pride of a transmigrator, a dignity that had to be upheld. Fortunately, information traveled slowly in ancient times, and distances were far. Doug still had some buffer time and wouldn't have to face hundreds of enemies all at once. If opponents came out one at a time, Doug felt he could handle it. After all, being ranked number 1 in the simulation field wasn't just for show. However, I still need to find a way to enhance my strength.
The stronger I am, the safer it will be. It would be best to dominate an era, just like Marshal St. Xiao.
Arriving at Xingyu Pavilion, an attendant took the group's horses, and the shopkeeper personally came out to lead them into the backyard.
As Karen walked, he asked, "Fengjiu, did you find any clues from the people who came yesterday?"
Yes. Fengjiu glanced at Kevin and nodded. Kevin and the others simultaneously stopped in their tracks and looked toward the shopkeeper.
Fengjiu asked, "What did you find?"
Fengjiu turned to Kevin and asked, "Second Master, this young hero looks unfamiliar, could it be?"
"This is our Manor's Grand Elder, Mr. Qi.
He will be in charge of the matter with the heavenly demon." Karen glared at him and said, "No need to hide it from him." Fengjiu greets the Grand Elder. Fengjiu clasped his hands respectfully toward Kevin and said, "You're too kind, Shopkeeper Feng," Kevin said with a smile.
"Let's talk about the Tianma."
"Funny thing, that Tianma turns out to be our shop's errand boy, Wang San," Fengjiu said.
"A few days ago, Wang San caught tuberculosis.
The doctor said there was no saving him and told him to go home and wait for death. Last night, when the authorities came to investigate, I reported his situation.
And guess what?
Wang San was alive and kicking, flirting with the neighbor's little girl, not even coughing once.
A severe illness, a rapid recovery, every sign pointed to a Tianma possession. So, they took Wang San away. But that guy's stubborn.
He absolutely refuses to admit he was possessed, claiming instead that a traveling doctor passed by his house, gave him a few acupuncture treatments, and cured him. He even insisted we go to the temple to find a master to exorcise him. But none of the neighbors have ever seen this so-called traveling doctor.
Where is Wang San now? Kevin immediately grew interested and interrupted to ask.
His acupoints are sealed, and he's locked in the guest room, Fengjiu replied. Since the authorities specifically asked for him, I wouldn't dare let him escape.
Second Master, is this Tianma real or not?
A case of tuberculosis, cured just like that. No matter how I think about it, it feels unnatural.
Fengjiu, when are you going to fix your problem of babbling? Say less nonsense and take us to see Wang San. Karen interrupted him as well. Second Master, this way.
Fengjiu grinned sheepishly, quickened his pace a bit, and started leading the way.
Yellow room number 7, the innermost one. Second Master, rest assured about my work. The yellow room usually doesn't have anyone staying, so no one can rescue him.
I not only sealed his pressure points but also tied him up. I've already prepared rooster blood, black dog blood, and glutinous rice in advance. Fengjiu kept rambling along the way and led the group to yellow room number 7.
He pulled out the key and opened the door. Second Master, Wang San is inside. Alright, I got it. Leave the rest to us.
Go back and take care of your other duties. Tell the kitchen to prepare us a table of good wine and dishes. Tired of Fengjiu's chatter, Karen hurriedly waved him away as soon as the door was opened.
It's all prepared, Second Master. Don't you trust me to handle things?
Fengjiu stood still, continuously peeking into the room.
Second Master, you have to let me stay.
Let me learn how to identify a Tianma, so that next time I encounter one, I can handle it myself.
Let him stay.
The shopkeeper is one of our own and knows Wang San's situation better. Kevin casually defended shopkeeper Feng's dignity before looking into the room.
On the bed lay a young man, around 18 or 19, dressed as a waiter, tightly bound with ropes.
At the head of the bed was a bowl of glutinous rice, a bucket of dog blood, and a bucket of chicken blood. Kevin was speechless.
Seriously?
This guy was actually treating a Tianma like a ghost. Sensing the door open, Wang San wriggled desperately, slowly, trying to lift his head but failing.
Shopkeeper, is that you? Thank goodness, I'm really not a Tianma. Please let me go. I shouldn't have skipped work after recovering from my illness, I admit it. I'm begging you, let me out of here. I can't hold it anymore. Doug and the others walked into the room. Wang San's voice abruptly stopped. Who are you? Karen said nothing, went over to check his pulse, and after a moment, lifted his head and said, full of vitality, a soft and strong pulse, not like someone recently recovering from a serious illness. Master Qi, it's undoubtedly demonic possession. This gentleman, where did you hear about demonic possession? I really recovered thanks to the acupuncturist's treatment. Seeing as you seem to be a capable person, how could you believe such nonsense? Who told you this? I suggest you go out and take care of him. Wang San said with a troubled expression, isn't there some black dog blood over there? Splash it on me and test it out if you don't believe me. Master Qi, can you tell what his key trait is? Alls asked, staring curiously at Wang San lying on the bed. Hearing the word keyword, Wang San's breath momentarily stopped and then returned to normal. He looked at Kevin with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? What keyword? Manager Feng, you mentioned earlier that when the people from the household went to find him, what was he doing? Kevin keenly caught Wang San's subtle expression, smiled slightly, and turned to ask. Flirting with the neighbor's young lady, Feng Zhong replied. Flirting? Ha! Kevin looked at Wang San, who was lying on the bed, and said with a smile, then it's related to love. Let me guess, what's your keyword? Romance? Passion? Love affair? Infatuation? Adoration? A secret tryst? Mr. Qi, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a waiter. Wang San said anxiously, why don't you believe me? Isn't there black dog blood over there? You're really not the heavenly demon? Kevin asked. Really not, Wang San replied firmly. No keywords? Kevin asked again. No, Wang San answered without hesitation. Third young master, how should we deal with people suspected of being demons? Kevin turned to ask Alls. Better to kill by mistake than to let one go. Alls pondered for a moment before replying. Then just kill him. Anyway, he's going to die of tuberculosis. Living one more day is considered his luck. Kevin glanced at Wang San indifferently. Swish! Alls drew his long sword and slashed at Wang San's neck without hesitation. Stop! Wang San suddenly closed his eyes and said urgently, my keyword is romance. Don't kill me, I'm not a threat. Romance. The people in the room all frowned unconsciously. Karen asked, Mr. Qi, is this useful? Useful, brother, please don't kill me. I can help you. Let's cooperate. From now on, I'll be your sword. I just beg to experience a few more days of this beautiful life in the world. Staring at the blade only 3 centimeters from his throat, Wang San hurriedly explained, I haven't even had much of a chance to enjoy good food. I don't want to die like this. I beg you, I have no aspirations. I promise not to ruin your plans. Shopkeeper, can you bring over the young girl he was flirting with last night? Kevin ignored Wang San and turned to Feng Zhong instead. I want to know exactly what he said to the girl. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to go right away, Feng Zhong said. Don't! Wang San's demeanor instantly deflated. He looked at Kevin and suddenly asked, bro, is it raining today? Kevin was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized the meaning behind the question. Turns out this was a secret signal. He couldn't help but laugh and cry. Sure enough, you always come across these cheating characters during exams. Kevin asked, then how should I answer? Not today, the day after tomorrow. Wang San sighed and said dejectedly, then changed his tone, big brother, I like you. Alls was startled, looking at Wang San in disbelief. What did you say? Under everyone's gaze, Wang San looked at Alls, his expression instantly turning cold and sinister. He reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to touch Alls' face, but upon seeing the sword in Alls' hand, he withdrew his hand and simply gazed at him indulgently with his eyes. His tone shifted abruptly. Yes, you heard me right. I like you. From the very first moment you entered the room, I was taken by you. However, I am very possessive and don't like others touching what's mine. I believe that what belongs to me cannot be taken by others. Ha, you look so adorable in this state now. Doug was stunned, thinking, damn, this act is way too stiff. Karen and Feng Zhong froze on the spot, the muscles on their faces twitching involuntarily. Feng's expression instantly turned extremely unpleasant, goosebumps rising all over. The hand gripping the sword tightened suddenly, as if he'd swing the blade at Wang San's neck in the next moment. Fortunately, reason held him back from acting on his impulse. He turned his head to look at Doug, his eyes full of confusion. Wang San, are you crazy? Feng Zhong scolded. Do you know who he is? He is the third young master of the Feng family. Manager Feng, from now on, please call me Mu Haoren. Wang San turned to Feng Zhong, maintaining the same tone and voice as before. Ahem. Kevin finally couldn't hold back and coughed lightly. Wang San, stop for a moment. Before going all in on the frail act, I suggest you change out of the waiter outfit first. Your acting and voice are superb, but with your looks in that outfit, it's really distracting and hard on the eyes. Feng Alls let out a long breath. Wang San looked down at his clothes and gave a wicked smile. Little brother, don't run, wait for me to change my outfit and then I'll come find you. Under Feng Zhong's guidance, Wang San went to change his clothes, while Zhang Han accompanied him and kept watch.
lunch. Meanwhile, Kevin and the Fong family uncle and nephew trio proceeded to a private room for a meal. During the meal, Alls was profoundly shaken, hesitated to speak several times, and finally couldn't hold back anymore and asked, "Mr. Chi, are you really planning to keep Wang San? What's the matter?" Kevin was still savoring Wang San's previous sickly sweet performance. Although his behavior, when portrayed in the role of a waiter, was a little jarring, it had to be admitted that he transitioned into a twisted state remarkably quickly. If all the competitors in the simulation arena were people of this type, for the first time, Kevin doubted whether he could successfully assemble the peacekeeping vanguard team. However, on second thought, people are complex. If a person's personality is only defined by a single keyword, and that keyword is closely tied to their growth, it becomes difficult for them not to veer towards obsession. Even someone as upright as him, possessing a keyword of preservation, would occasionally have distorted thoughts flash through his mind. Not to mention that others have all undergone professional training. Therefore, acceptance is essential. The more people he interacts with, the more information about reality he can gather. After all, overcoming reality is what he truly needs to achieve. If he fails in the simulated realm, at most he'll be eliminated. But in the real world, if someone uncovers his possession of a body, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he loses control at that point, prematurely taking care of them would also be an option. After all, as someone ranked first in the simulated realm, he should have that confidence. I just feel like his keyword is a bit sinister. All stammered for a long time before finally speaking. When he talks to me, an uncontrollable chill rises in my heart, and I feel this urge to escape. Escape? Could this be an advanced skill awakening? Kevin wondered to himself and made a mental note to ask later what advanced skill he had. Kevin smiled faintly. "Third young master, this is where you're wrong. In the future, we will encounter all sorts of heavenly demons, each with different characteristics. You can't afford to be so picky. Otherwise, does the Fong family still aspire to rise? Just like a family, you need to accept all kinds of talents, disciples like Zheng Han, sparring partners like me, and managers like Feng Zhong. Only in this way can the family truly operate." "You're not wrong, but I feel that if you let him join, with his way of speaking, who knows what kind of trouble he might stir up. Aren't we supposed to maintain peace in the martial world?" From any angle, his keywords don't resemble those of a principled gentleman. It will affect how people perceive us. Alls, seemingly still influenced by the skill, immediately turned to find another excuse to exclude Wang San. "Third young master, you don't understand Yandere," Kevin said. "For the most part, Yanderes appear normal, and it's only during an outbreak that they act like he did just now. By definition, the traits of a Yandere should develop progressively. The reason he acted that way earlier was to show me his value and fight for a chance to survive." But Alls tried to say something but was interrupted by Kevin before he could continue. "Third young master, the Yandere type isn't as terrifying as you imagine. Wang San may act abnormally when he has an episode, but he also has protective qualities. As long as he has set his heart on you, he'll do everything he can to protect you," Kevin said. "Third young master, you need to learn to adapt and be strong. Besides, I'm here too. My keyword is maintenance, so how could I just stand by and watch you face danger?" "Protect?" Alls was stunned. "But the Yandere's protection is different from mine." "He only protects the person he has chosen," Kevin added. "Alright then." Alls picked up his wine glass and took a sip to steady his nerves. He had already felt the benefits of maintenance, and since the Yandere also possessed protective traits, he temporarily abandoned the idea of driving Wang San out. With one Kevin and one Wang San, if Wang San became hostile toward him, Kevin would protect him, and if Kevin became hostile, Wang San would guard him. Double protection, maybe that was safer. Alls tried to convince himself. Kevin introduced a Yandere to Alls, supported Wang San, and then backstabbed in front of Alls, secretly reveling in the joy of double attribute enhancement. At this moment, he regained his confidence. The Yandere attribute was too hard to portray, too obvious, but his support and backstabbing were invincible, subtle, and no matter what he did, it would never be wrong. "Mr. Chi, there are many heavenly demons in the team. Can you suppress them all with your strength alone?" Wang San's focus was on Alls. Apart from being visually shocking, Karen didn't evoke any special feelings, but internally he harbored other concerns. In less than 2 days, the Fong family encountered 3 heavenly demons. The number seemed to be increasing too fast, and these heavenly demons appeared too unusual. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of situation the Fong family would develop into after recruiting such a group of heavenly demons. Would they eventually be besieged by the masses? Second in command, you've seen it too. How difficult it is for other heavenly demons to align their attributes. I'm the one growing the fastest, and suppressing them is absolutely no problem. Kevin responded. The peacekeeping vanguard won't be entirely composed of heavenly demons, will it? Karen continued to ask. How could that be possible? There are only a few heavenly demons. We'll also recruit ordinary heroes from the martial world to balance them out. Kevin saw through Karen's concern and smiled faintly. Second boss, are you worried that the Fong family won't be able to suppress us in the future and will lose the upper hand? That's right, I do have that concern. Since his thoughts had been seen through, Karen didn't bother to beat around the bush. Mr. Chi, I'm not only worried about the heavenly demons but also about the other heroes you recruit. Your martial skills are not even on par with mine. If a true master were to join the peacekeeping vanguard, could you really maintain control over it? Because of the matter with Wang San, Alls had been distracted and absent-mindedly picking at his food. It wasn't until he heard Karen's words that he finally raised his head and looked toward Kevin.
Second leader is overthinking.
The quality of our team means the things we handle are minor matters that great heroes wouldn't even bother with, just like how the second leader wouldn't go down the street to join petty thugs collecting protection money.
Experts wouldn't lower themselves.
Kevin shook his head with a smile. When we cause a big commotion, only then will we attract true experts. By that time, my own strength will naturally rise along with the tide, and I won't have to fear them anymore.
Of course, Mr. 7 has nothing to fear, but what about the Feng family? The Feng family has no experts, Karen said.
Kevin was momentarily stunned, then laughed and said, so it turns out, second leader never regarded me as one of your own from the beginning.
Karen hastily explained, Mr. 7, that's not what I meant. Second leader, no need to explain. I haven't made any substantial contributions, so it's normal not to trust me.
However, the strength of a horse is tested by a long journey, and the heart of a person over time. I will prove myself with tangible actions and make the Feng family truly recognize me, Kevin said earnestly.
As for the concern second leader has, I've actually mentioned a solution before. Perhaps second leader has forgotten. Have you mentioned it? Karen asked.
Steel martial arts manuals, seize magical elixirs, Kevin said with a smile.
Second leader won't tell me that there's no elixir in the martial world capable of enhancing one's inner power, right? Like I said before, one day's maintenance, a lifetime of maintenance.
Only a strong Feng family can elevate me.
I will never give up on the Feng family's interests. He still hadn't given up the idea of taking others' manuals? Alls couldn't help but say, Mr. 7, doesn't stealing manuals conflict with maintaining peace and justice? If people find out the peacekeeping vanguard is doing such things behind the scenes. Third young master, maintaining peace in the martial arts world and protecting the Feng family's interests are not in conflict. Kevin glanced at him and said with a smile, who says there can't be rare treasures among the dark forces? Don't rush, you can't eat a big bite all at once. Let's take it step by step, and eventually, we'll have everything. Are we still going to the Iron Palm gang? Karen asked. Of course, but let's wait a bit and see if there's any other gain in Luoyang City first.
Kevin said, we also need time to adapt to Wang San. At the mention of Wang San, Alls reflexively shivered, his wine cup shook, spilling alcohol all over the table. Karen frowned, looked at Alls, and said discontentedly, Alls, it's just some strange words from Wang San.
He can't even beat Feng Zhong. What are you afraid of? With this attitude, how will you lead the peacekeeping vanguard corps in the future?
Feng Alls knew something was wrong with his state of mind. He looked at Karen, wanting to explain but not knowing where to start.
In the end, he could only pretend to be strong. Second uncle, I won't anymore. An hour later, Wang San finally returned with Feng Zhong.
He was dressed in all black, as if he had deliberately put on makeup, looking like a completely different person. His slightly messy hair had a strand hanging down his forehead, covering his eyes. The texture of the makeup made his eye sockets appear deeper, his face pale, and his overall appearance gloomy and unhealthy.
Little brother, I'm back.
You were the one who accompanied me to pick out clothes just now.
Can we never part again, okay?
When Wang San saw Alls, his eyes lit up instantly as he stared at him obsessively, as if Alls was the only person left in the world. Alls felt a tightness in his chest, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end.
He instinctively took a step back, turning to flee.
But recalling Kevin's earlier advice and his promise to Karen, he forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart and said in a trembling voice, Wang San, don't talk to me like that anymore.
I know you want to grow. I can find you a woman, a beautiful woman. How about the neighbor girl who was flirting with you last night? Big brother, do you despise me now? I don't want any other woman. I only want you. Please don't abandon me. I know you're not that kind of person.
Two streams of tears rolled down Wang San's cheeks, his eyes filled with helplessness. He stepped forward, trying to grab Alls' arm, nervously searching for an answer.
Big brother, this can't be your true intention. They must have forced you, right? Who was it? Was it him? Or him?
He first looked at Karen, then at Zhan Han.
Karen frowned. Fomal suddenly took a step back, hiding behind Kevin, and said nervously, Mr. Chi, didn't you say he usually acts normal? Why is he still like this?
Seeing Alls hiding behind Kevin, Wang San's expression instantly turned indifferent, his gaze icy as he stared straight at Kevin, as if trying to pierce through him.
So damn professional.
Kevin felt a chill in his heart under Wang San's stare, but he remained calm, shook his head, and said, let me talk to him first.
I was also thinking of having a chat with you.
You'd best stay away from my little brother, or I'll kill you. Wang San's lips curled into a sinister smile, then he turned to Alls, his tone becoming gentle once more. Little brother, wait for me, I'll be right back to keep you company.
Let's go. To room Huan number 7.
Kevin glanced at Wang San, shook his head, and walked ahead. Wang San followed closely, his gaze still cold, as if staring at prey.
Karen looked at Alls' pale face and finally realized something was wrong. He lifted his foot to catch up,
but Kevin turned back and said, "Second boss, you'd better not come for now. If you're here, he might not say anything." "All right." Karen hesitated for a moment, nodded, and turned to Alls. He wanted to figure out what had happened. Feng Zhang glanced at Kevin, then at Karen, and said, "Second master, perhaps I should go get busy. There are still many things in the shop that need handling."
"Go," Karen said. "Don't tell anyone about what happened here." "Second master, I've been with the Feng family for a long time. Are you still not confident in how I handle things?"
Feng Zhang gave a simple and honest smile, bowed slightly, and then left. Inside room number 7 of the yellow section, Kevin and Wang San entered. Wang San casually closed the door and said coldly, "While I can still restrain myself, stay away from Alls.
Don't let me see him seeking your help.
Speak properly, or I'll kill you first." Doug sat down after pulling out a chair, staring at Wang San.
Wang San sighed helplessly. "Inconsistency between words and actions will reduce attributes. I worked so hard to level them up, and if I act like a normal person, they'll drop back down again. What advanced skill did you awaken?"
Doug ignored him and asked directly.
Wang San didn't answer but looked toward the door. "Go ahead, there's no one outside."
Kevin drew a throwing knife from his sheath, spinning it on his fingertip with one hand. His exceptional agility ensured precision, avoiding any risk of hurting himself. Looking at the throwing knife, Wang San said helplessly, "The fear of Jiaoji is that the person I like will develop an intense fear of me. Seventh brother, it awakened suddenly when you were testing me."
Kevin's throwing knife suddenly stopped as he asked, "Is there a limit to the number of people?"
Wang San remained silent for a moment before shaking his head.
"No."
He looked at Kevin and quickly reassured him, "But don't worry, seventh brother, I absolutely won't like you."
"Damn, that's too outrageous." As expected, there are no simple keywords.
If this skill is used in battle, just one phrase like "I like you" could drain even the most vigorous morale.
Fighting someone filled with fear is simply too advantageous. Compared to his fear of tenderness, my sacrifice for justice seems somewhat ordinary.
Kevin hesitated for a moment and said, "Then you'd better tone it down and keep scaring Alls. I'm afraid they might lose their patience and come at you with knives." "Seventh brother, I've already toned it down a lot," Wang San said with a bitter smile.
"I haven't even used it on more people. I need to grow, right? Otherwise, if I rely only on my skill, one knife from someone, and I'm done for. The skill only makes people afraid. It doesn't make them run away. Besides, if it weren't for you being here, I wouldn't have dared act that way toward Alls." He looked at Kevin and said, "Seventh brother, you wouldn't want a useless teammate, would you? I was forced by you."
Yandere was originally a nurturing type keyword, requiring gradual growth to be accepted.
But you flipped the table too quickly.
Before long, everyone will know what happened in the Feng family. If I don't grow along with it, it'll be hard for me to even protect myself.
Find another way.
Kevin said, "We can't provoke Alls any further for now. Otherwise, the team I painstakingly built will be ruined by you."
"All right." Wang San nodded helplessly. "Anyway, this life of mine was picked up.
Whatever you say, I'll listen to you. It'd be best if Alls found me another Yandere target, preferably a woman. Honestly, if it wasn't for growth, I wouldn't want to mess around with a man."
"But seventh brother, what's your keyword that you dare to stir up such a storm?" "Preservation," Kevin replied. Wang San's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief, "Maintenance? Not chaos, destruction?" "Maintenance," Kevin said firmly. "I'm impressed, you're bold."
Wang San gave a thumbs up and clicked his tongue in admiration. "TSK, using a support type keyword like this, I'm truly impressed.
You weren't even aiming to win, just came here purely for the thrill, right? If the martial world isn't in chaos, what am I maintaining?"
Kevin glanced at him. "In any case, you better keep a low profile for now. Wait until I have the ability to control the whole team, then you can go all out.
I'll ensure your safety." I understand." Wang San nodded, his spirits dampened significantly.
Clearly, Kevin's protection had left him feeling hopeless about the future.
Karen provided psychological support to Alls.
When Alls encountered Wang San again, although he was able to remain composed and no longer trembled in fear, his grip on the sword still revealed that he lived in constant dread.
Poor child.
Under Kevin's warning, Wang San restrained himself considerably and ceased openly expressing love for Alls. Instead, he began to convey his emotions in other ways, secretly collecting Alls' personal belongings, even fallen strands of his hair. Occasionally, he would hide in a corner, obsessively staring at Alls' items, letting out bizarre bursts of laughter. Wang San would also warn all the staff and servants who had interacted with Alls to stay away from his little brother. He even spread out rice paper to draw images of himself and Alls together.
Unfortunately, Wang San's drawing skills were terrible, and the pictures only barely resembled their outlines.
To make up for this, he labeled their names on the drawings and wrote strange phrases such as, "For Brother Yun, I can sacrifice everything. Anyone who harms Brother Yun will die, and look at me. You are not allowed to look at anyone else."
Alls inadvertently saw the content of Wang San's portrait and nearly broke down.
He hurriedly went to find Kevin, his eyes bloodshot. "Mr. Chi, I can't take it anymore.
Why don't we just let him return to the Feng family? If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing him." "Third young master, just bear with it for now. Wang San is still of great use, and isn't your second uncle already looking for a suitor?" suitable woman for him?
Kevin said, once they find the right woman, you'll be free of this burden. Karen had already sent Zheng Han back to the Feng family to help find a woman for Wang San.
Wang San's destructive impact was immense enough to terrify even Alls.
Simply pairing him with any random woman might lead to a breakdown within a day or two, which would make him a liability to the team. They needed to find a woman who could control Wang San, remain loyal to the Feng family, and contribute to the team. Among the direct female disciples of the Feng family, they believed they could find the best candidate.
Third young master, have you really not considered accepting Wang San as a guardian? Kevin asked.
Fomal shook his head desperately. Mr. Chi, having you is enough for me.
Alas.
Kevin sighed and said regretfully, third young master, you have no idea what you've lost.
Let's just say I'm not destined to enjoy it. All said, Mr. Chi, could you talk to Wang San and ask him to stop doing those things? Even if it's about growth, 1 or 2 days won't make a difference, right? For a sky demon, growth demands seizing every moment.
We must be prepared for crises that could arise at any time. For the overall benefit of our team, I cannot agree to your request. Kevin shook his head. Third young master, he hasn't actually harmed you.
You can just choose to look the other way.
He's like a ghost, appearing out of nowhere.
How can I pretend I didn't see him? Alls roared hysterically, then his voice softened.
Mr. Chi, I'm begging you, let him calm down for a bit, just one day.
Tomorrow, my father will send my junior sister to him. And you're human, but your junior sister isn't?
Kevin thought to himself. The Feng family truly was despicable. It wouldn't be undeserved to stab them in the back in the future.
However, for now, they still had use.
Kevin's ears twitched as he glanced towards the door and shook his head again.
Third young master, Wang San must grow stronger quickly. Have you ever considered what will happen when his eccentricities are directed at enemies? They will feel the same fear you do now.
You've practiced martial arts for years, you should know what happens in a fight when one side suddenly succumbs to fear, right? Fomals instantly imagined Wang San suddenly appearing out of nowhere, and a cold sweat broke out all over him.
Now you understand Wang San's importance? Kevin said with a laugh.
Third young master, whether it's our peacekeeping vanguard corps eradicating criminal forces, or the Chow family martial arts competition in 6 months, the presence of Wang San could make a world of difference.
So, do you still think Wang San doesn't need to hone his abilities? Do you still want to send him back to the Feng family? Fomal shook his head, temporarily allowing his longing for the Chow family's sacred ground to outweigh his fear of Wang San. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Mr. Chi, my fear of Wang San won't remain forever, will it?
Of course. Kevin nodded, and instead of saying, of course it will, he said, of course it won't.
That's good.
Alls breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. As expected, no demon is useless. I'll just avoid him for the next couple of days.
Young master, it's not necessarily essential to avoid him.
Kevin said, maintaining a spirit of fearless determination is an essential quality for a martial artist to reach the pinnacle.
Why not try facing your fear head-on and overcoming it?
When you conquer the fear in your heart, your future achievements will be immeasurable. Fomals was momentarily stunned, as if enlightened, then stood up and gave Kevin a deep bow.
Thank you, Mr. 7, for pointing the way.
Alls has learned a valuable lesson. Outside the door, Karen, who had been eavesdropping for a long time, seemed thoughtful. Without disturbing Kevin inside the room, he quietly turned and left. He had sought out Kevin also because of Wang San. Karen felt that Wang San's influence on Alls was too significant, and if it continued, it might leave a shadow in Alls' heart, which would be extremely detrimental to the growth of a martial artist. However, after listening to the conversation between Kevin and Alls, he changed his mind. Alls had it too easy. Perhaps keeping Wang San around would instead serve as a form of tempering for him. Moreover, Karen also confirmed one thing. Kevin was indeed safeguarding the interests of the Feng family and had not changed because of Wang San's involvement.
That was enough. After Alls left, Doug continued his training, waiting to see if the Feng family would find other contestants who could enter the simulation field in Luoyang City.
The appearance of Wang San had shown him a new way of fighting. If he could find new contestants and convince them to join his team, his upcoming plans would go much more smoothly. Visiting the Iron Palm gang and other matters are not something Kevin is in a hurry to do. Those are all meant to fool the Feng family and lower their guard. Of course, if his only keyword is loyalty, then all his plans are sincere, and he will wholeheartedly support the Feng family, growing step by step. Because for loyalty, switching allegiance is equivalent to betrayal, which would result in a significant decline in his personal traits, like Wang San, who also refuses to change his behavior or words even when threatened. Duggar also cannot afford such consequences, but he still has a backstab, so protecting the interests of a third-rate family is not the optimal solution. After all, betraying them not only incurs no losses but also brings immense gains. Maintain job hop, maintain again, job hop again. This cycle is the optimal path for his growth. Even if he truly wants to establish the peacekeeping vanguard corps, it shouldn't be with the powerless Feng family. It has to be one of the 3 sects and 5 schools.
He needs to find a bigger investor. Only a fool would proceed methodically, step by step.
The Iron Palm gang, a notch above the Feng family, is actually Duggar's chosen second backer.
However, the gang leader Chiu Yuan Lang is considered a first-rate first-rate expert with numerous disciples under his command.
Duggar does not plan to take this risk for now. At the very least, he needs to assemble his own team and demonstrate the power of the heavenly demon. Only then will he have the persuasiveness to switch loyalty again.
Currently, Kevin's greatest enemies are the other contestants in the simulation field.
When he left the Feng family, he thought the journey ahead was long and there was time to grow, but Wang San's fear of Zhao rekindled his sense of crisis. That night, the Feng family members who had been searching for other heavenly demons within Luoyang City returned one after another, but they found nothing. This was within Kevin's expectations. The world of the simulation field is called Diqian, occupying the fertile central plains and surrounded by several small countries. The population of these countries combined exceeds 80 million, while there are only over 600 contestants left in the simulation field. 600 people scattered among a population of over 80 million are like raindrops falling into the sea, incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple. Even though the contestants are likely to prioritize sex or major cities, Luoyang City, with its hundreds of thousands of residents, was searched by only 5 or 6 members of the Feng family. Having just a few people look for hidden assessment contestants in such a vast city is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Encountering someone like Wang San could only be described as sheer luck. Having failed to locate any other heavenly demons, Karen offered a few words of consolation and then sent everyone off to rest. Kevin and the others also returned to their respective rooms to rest. Several rooms were adjacent to each other. Als was in one, next to him was Kevin, next to Kevin was Wang San, and next to Wang San was Karen. As the newest member, Karen did not fully trust Wang San and worried he might act disloyally. Unable to subdue him directly like before, Karen could only keep a close watch to prevent his escape. Meanwhile, the direct disciples tasked with finding the heavenly demon slept in the rooms across the hall, with 2 on duty at all times. With such strict oversight, Wang San, who had no martial skills, had almost no chance of escaping. Kevin was plotting his own schemes, and the Feng family had theirs as well, but the world is unpredictable, and few plans go as smoothly as intended.
The unexpected struck that very night. In the middle of the night, Kevin was abruptly awakened by 2 short muffled groans. Immediately after, he heard faint yet chaotic footsteps and breathing sounds from outside and above the roof. His eyes snapped open, and he sat up abruptly, puzzled. What's going on? Could this be one of those classic martial arts drama scenarios? A night raid? Against us? This is too fast. Where did things go wrong? In an instant, a series of questions flashed through Doug's mind. He quickly got dressed, grabbed the sword and knife sheaths from the bedside, and held them in his hands. Second boss, an enemy attack. He shouted a warning, holding his breath suddenly. The night was thick with darkness, but with his heightened senses, his ability to see in the dark far exceeded that of ordinary people. He vaguely saw a blowpipe piercing through the window paper and reaching in from outside. A night raid with knockout smoke, sure enough, the standard package. With an abrupt shout, Doug startled the enemy outside. The blowpipe was quickly pulled back, but it was already too late. Doug flung a throwing knife with precision, hurling it forward. He hadn't specifically trained in throwing weapons, but Doug didn't need to be like Li Xuanhuan, hitting the throat every time. From a distance of 3 to 5 meters, as long as the throwing knife hit its target, it was enough. Now, with his immense strength, a hit would leave a hole in his opponent, inflicting damage no less than that of a handgun. Ah! A scream of agony rang out, blood staining the window frame red. At the same time, their presence was exposed, and chaos erupted outside. The sound of shattering windows came from the next room. Doug dashed out into the corridor, ignoring Ulls, and forcefully kicked open Wang San's door, barging inside. Wang San, less vigilant than Kevin, was rendered unconscious under the influence of the narcotic smoke. At this moment, he was being carried over the shoulder of a man dressed in black who was rushing toward the window. Kevin raised his hand and threw another knife. The man in black, with his back to Kevin, had no idea that someone in the darkness would still be capable of deploying throwing weapons. By the time he heard the sound of the wind, it was too late to dodge. The knife struck him squarely in the back, eliciting a miserable scream as he collapsed to the ground. Kevin was just about to go over to check on Wang San's condition when his personal interface suddenly flickered. He raised his hand to open it and noticed that although most of the details remained unchanged, a new advanced skill had appeared. Backstab. When you attack someone from behind, you receive a speed bonus. The higher your attributes, the greater the bonus percentage. What the hell? Weren't advanced skills supposed to be something you could continuously develop? Do new skills emerge as long as the conditions are met? Kevin froze for a moment before being overcome with joy. If he'd known this earlier, he would have been using throwing knives to stab people from behind much sooner. Although backstab limited the attack direction, it increased attack power
a truly excellent skill. Outside the window, someone who had heard the commotion inside peeked in to investigate. Kevin raised his hand and threw a knife at them. The person quickly pulled their head back to dodge it, clearly possessing skills far superior to the people inside the room. At this moment, chaos erupted outside.
Karen's panicked voice rang out, Iron Palm? You're from the Iron Palm gang?
The Feng family has no grievances with you. Why are you launching a night assault on Xingyu Tower?
Fight swiftly, leave no one alive except Tianma, another unfamiliar voice echoed. Immediately, torches were lit outside the window, illuminating the night. The Iron Palm gang? Tianma? So they really came for them. The Feng family was small and insignificant, usually not attracting attention. Even if exposed, it wouldn't have happened this quickly. Clearly, there was an insider. Kevin instantly understood the reason.
He took a few quick steps forward, grabbed Wang San from the ground, and casually pulled out the flying knife from the man in black, swiftly exiting the room. Even though it was more dangerous outside, the room was filled with knockout smoke, and staying longer wasn't an option. Despite the heightened senses, breathing was still necessary. It was already impressive that he had held his breath for this long. In the inn's corridor, Karen and his nephew, along with several direct disciples of the Feng family, were struggling desperately in combat with over a dozen men in black. Each one of them was injured, while the two direct disciples responsible for night patrol had already fallen into pools of blood.
The enemy outnumbered them and was more skilled in martial arts. Except for Karen, the rest of the Feng family members were essentially being overpowered.
Doug unleashed his skills, and yet another direct descendant of the Feng family let out a scream and fell dead in the corridor. The corridor was narrow, and with so many people crowded together, throwing flying knives could easily injure allies. Doug decisively threw Wang San to the ground, drew his long sword, and aimed at the back of a black-clad man attacking Alls before thrusting his sword.
The black-clad men were well-trained and coordinated.
As soon as one of them saw Doug draw his sword, he quickly stepped out of the combat circle to intercept Doug on behalf of his companion. But the sudden thrust from behind was too fast. Just as he stepped aside, Doug was already ghosting up behind his comrade, and the long sword pierced through the man's body.
The black-clad man's eyes bulged in shock.
Hall Master, there's a skilled fighter here. Upon hearing this, several of the black-clad men besieging others immediately broke away and surrounded Doug, intending to eliminate him first. Doug cursed inwardly at his bad luck. Quickly withdrawing his sword, he looked at the black-clad men closing in and blurted out, "You can't kill me.
I'm a heavenly demon. You've got to take me alive."
The men in black across from him seemed astonished that the opponent would be so cowardly, momentarily stunned on the spot. One of the men in black glanced at Kevin and said, "Since you're a devil, drop your long sword, and we'll spare your life." Kevin suddenly looked behind him, his face showing surprise and delight. The man in black quickly spun around, only to find nothing there. Realizing he'd been tricked, he tried to turn back, but it was already too late. He lunged forward decisively, but by then, everything was over. A sharp pain pierced his chest, and the glinting sword tip emerged from it. He could only utter the words despicable before collapsing limply to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. The backstab was a success, and a warm current spread throughout Kevin's body, enhancing his attributes bit by bit. Watching their companion get ambushed and killed before their eyes, the remaining men were overwhelmed with anger and grief, raising their blades to attack Kevin all at once. Kevin blocked with his sword while saying, "I am a demon lord. You cannot kill me. I'm here to kill demon lords," one of them shouted, eyes red with fury.
"Don't be impulsive.
"If you kill me, your comrades will have died in vain," Kevin advised.
"When you return, do you think the leader will spare you?"
The group's attacks suddenly faltered. Weapons that were originally aimed at Kevin's vital points shifted to his arms and legs, places that wouldn't be fatal, and their strikes noticeably lost force. They couldn't kill him, but injuring him was still an option. Although these people weren't completely swayed by Kevin's words to stop fighting, this way of attacking inevitably left them restrained, and each of them felt deeply frustrated. Kevin has eyes in the back of his head and was already handling the siege effortlessly. Now with less pressure, he easily deflected the swords and knives swung at him, scanning the crowd and saying, "That's more like it. Killing and capturing are two different things.
Don't ruin the Iron Palm gang's grand plan out of a moment's impulsiveness. If the mission isn't completed and you get yourself dragged into it, how pointless would that be?
The dead are gone, but the living must continue living.
You need to think more openly about things. Hey, the one on the left, swing your knife a little less broadly. If you hurt me, it's no big deal, but don't harm your companions. Is there something wrong with this guy? Is it necessary for you to state the obvious?"
Something that was originally quite normal sounds so awkward when it comes out of Doug's mouth.
"We're clearly on opposing sides, so why do you even care? If you are truly a great philanthropist, put down the sword and let us tie you up, alright?"
The black-clad men besieging Kevin and his companions grew increasingly frustrated as the fight went on, yet, they truly couldn't go all out and deliver a fatal blow. With so many comrades watching around them, if they accidentally killed him with one strike and someone shirked responsibility or reported them, they'd be doomed upon returning. In a life-and-death struggle, once you're constrained, no matter how you fight, it feels suffocating, especially with that guy on the other side making sarcastic remarks.
If only they could really go all out. Damn it. it. Buddy, don't move so dramatically, be careful not to strain your back. Brother, why are you so careless? You almost hit the guy next to you again. Hurting anyone is a loss for the Iron Palm gang. Don't glare at him, we're all part of the same gang. We need to be united, loving, and help each other.
Doug kept spouting trash talk, throwing the people surrounding him into confusion and gradually disrupting their rhythm. Meanwhile, Doug found his own unique pace in the real fight.
A bunch of fools, just surround him. Once I deal with Karen, he won't be able to escape.
The man in black fighting Karen had already heard the situation on this side and couldn't help but shout.
One sentence awakened the dreamer. The men in black besieging Kevin suddenly understood and immediately slowed their pace.
They shifted positions, trapping Kevin and preventing him from breaking through. They had also noticed that Kevin's martial skills were mediocre, his fighting style chaotic, relying solely on his agility to hold his ground. The earlier ambush was probably just a stroke of dumb luck.
One of them even laughed and made a sarcastic remark. Lord Demon, do you have any more private words to share? Go ahead, let us have a laugh. Kevin glanced at him and said with a smile, what do you think your boss invited me for? Going to such great lengths, it can't be just to bring me back as a prisoner, right? Maybe by tomorrow, we'll be on the same side. When that happens, whose status do you think will be higher? Do you think I'll feel uncomfortable remembering your mocking words from tonight? Brother, you're walking a narrow path. The face beneath the black-clad man's mask was as dark as ink.
He hated Kevin to the core but gritted his teeth and remained silent.
Do you think that just because you're wearing a mask, I don't know who you are?
Kevin's sharp eyes observed the surroundings, strategizing while continuing his trash-talking offensive.
When big shots can't figure out their revenge targets, they often resort to collective punishment.
I may not know who you are, but I can certainly find out who was assigned to this mission.
And when that happens, do you think your comrades, dragged down by you, will hate you? Damn it!
The man in black who had just spoken wished he could slap himself. He knew the other was sharp-tongued, so why couldn't he just stay quiet and circle around him?
Why did he have to run his mouth? Ah! A miserable scream echoed, and yet another direct descendant of the Fong family fell.
The opponents were numerous and highly skilled in martial arts. The Fong family members, caught off guard, had already done well to hold out for this long, but at this rate, they would eventually be defeated one by one.
Mr. Chi, save alls, break through.
Karen knew that Kevin had only taken over the body for 2 days, so his growth was limited. In such a situation, even if he wanted to protect the Fong family, he was powerless. He now only hoped that Kevin could do as he said and the Fong family risk injury to save alls. After all, the heavenly demon had extraordinary regenerative abilities, leaving him to break through on his own.
Second boss, is there any way to dispel the smoke?
Kevin observed the situation on the field and understood Karen's thoughts, but he had no intention of complying.
He didn't know lightness skills, so even if he risked saving alls, he wouldn't get far. Moreover, it wasn't even certain he could save him.
The only way to break the current situation lies with the unconscious Wang San. It's true that he wants to go to the Iron Palm gang, but he shouldn't be taken there by force, as there's no benefit in it. Everything would have to start over, and without any backstabbing, the attribute points gained from supporting the Fong family might even be wiped out. He can't afford to make a losing deal. At a time like this, why are you still worrying about that Wang San?
Survival is what matters. Karen said angrily. Second boss, my attribute is support.
I can't abandon my companions and run for my own life. Kevin couldn't openly explain Wang San's importance, so he gave a more tactful response, while subtly adding a bit of attribute value to himself.
Damn, Karen cursed.
He suddenly regretted tying Tianma and the Fong family together. These single-minded people could only bring disaster. Anything with the word demon in it was never good.
However, in this critical moment, he could only rely on Kevin.
Annoyed, he said, splash him with cold water. The hall master of the Iron Palm gang almost burst out laughing. Before coming here, he hadn't really believed in the whole Tianma thing, but now he did. No normal person would act like this, staring death in the face and still thinking about saving others.
Cold water? Ha! Turns out everything written in martial arts novels is true.
If someone is poisoned by that kind of drug, they need a woman to detoxify. If they're affected by knockout smoke, splashing cold water works.
Zhenghu wisdom never deceives. There is no shortage of cold water in the inn.
To prevent fires, 2 large vats filled with water are kept in the corridor all year round.
Kevin glanced at the location of the vats, then looked at Wang San, who was lying unconscious on the ground after being thrown by him, and shouted, Wang San, I risked my life to protect you, remember my kindness.
Sacrificing oneself for righteousness, if it can happen once, it can happen a second time.
He never misses any opportunity to gain attribute points.
But in the eyes of the man in black, Kevin's actions seemed childishly ridiculous.
Surrounded and unable to break through, did he really think shouting would get him out? But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore.
Doug unexpectedly abandoned his own defense, swept his long sword, and charged straight toward the blade of the man in black.
This reckless action startled the man in black.
Coupled with the earlier trash talk, the man in black blocking Doug hesitated, afraid of injuring him. Instinctively, he pulled his blade back, allowing Doug to break out of the encirclement unscathed.
Doug was already close to Wang San.
After breaking out of the encirclement, he dashed forward in a single stride, grabbed him, and shouted, "He's also a demon, don't harm him." Then, with a swing of his long sword, he forced back the pursuing men in black, took 2 more steps forward, and threw Wang San entirely into a water tank. Water sprayed everywhere. Wang San jolted awake, blinking in confusion as he looked around, unsure of what had just happened. Doug stood guard in front of the water barrel, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "Wang San, there's a traitor inside Xingyu Tower. Whether you live or die depends on how you perform now. One by one we leave no survivors." Wang San understood, glanced at one of the men in black attacking Kevin, retracted his chin, rolled his eyes upward, and let out a sinister laugh. "Little brother, I really like you. You're not allowed to be infatuated with anyone other than me." The man in black's pupils suddenly contracted, an inexplicable fear seeping into his soul. He instinctively turned to flee. Splat! Kevin's longsword thrust forward, freeing him from Leandra's love. "Over there!" Alls heard Wang San's voice and suddenly shuddered, getting slashed on the arm by the man in black. "Alls!" Karen roared. "David, what are you doing?" With the eyes on the back of his head clearly seeing, after killing the man in black, Kevin noticed Wang San froze for a moment, then quickly made a motion to open his personal profile, and immediately his face lit up with joy. A series of actions proved that he must have acquired a new advanced skill, but now was not the time to worry about this. Kevin ignored the roaring Karen and reminded Wang San, "Continue." Wang San restrained his joy and looked again at another man in black, hysterically saying, "Brother, I love you so much. How could you raise a blade against me? Why can others receive your affection while I must endure your hostility?" This man in black had not yet understood why his companion suddenly turned around when an immense fear gripped his heart. Escape from this terrifying guy in front of him, get as far away from him as possible. But with the lesson of his companion's fate, he knew that turning around meant death. Forcing himself to suppress his fear, he avoided Wang San's gaze while fighting Kevin, as if in the next second Wang San would throw himself into his arms and carve out his heart. His moves were completely disordered. Seizing the moment, Doug thrust his sword straight into the man's throat, ending his life instantly. In the blink of an eye, only 2 attackers remained surrounding Doug. Wang San's eerie words sent chills down their spines, though not deep enough to cripple their resolve. However, their comrades had already faltered and fallen one after another. The 2 men exchanged a glance, realizing the connection to the figure in the water barrel was unavoidable. They circled around Doug and simultaneously raised their blades to strike at Wang San. Doug swung his sword to intercept. Together, at the life or death moment, Wang San dared not be distracted. A sinister smile curled on his lips. "Dear brothers, I love you so much. Let me tear out your hearts and swallow them bite by bite, so we'll never be apart." Poof! 2 muffled sounds. Doug stuck close behind them, piercing their hearts with his long sword, ending their lives. After Wang San regained consciousness, the tide of the battle turned in an instant. The hall leader struggling with Karen was bewildered, while Karen himself was overjoyed. At last, he understood the painstaking reason Doug risked his life for Wang San. Indeed, the demonic protector was far more terrifying than he had imagined. This win was assured. Gie, Wang San crooned as he leapt out from the water barrel. Wiping the blood off a corpse, he brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply, lost in ecstasy. Then he looked toward those attacking Alls and slowly smeared blood across his face. "My darlings, am I scary? Why do you run? I'll break your legs so you can never escape. I'll kill you so you'll never betray me. Am I clever or what? Praise me quickly." This time, Wang San targeted the 2 men besieging Alls. Terrified, All's moves faltered, and he was now unable to hold his ground. "No!" Including Alls, the 3 of them let out piercing screams of agony, simultaneously dropping their weapons and scrambling like headless flies to find a place to hide. "Killing is protecting life. Let me help you escape a life of sin." Kevin justified his actions with lofty reasoning. His figure flickered, and whenever they exposed their backs, he would swiftly close in like a phantom, piercing their hearts with a single strike. After backstabbing a few people, his personal attributes improved slightly, and his skill in executing backstabs became increasingly proficient. One person struck fear into their hearts, while the other protected Wang San, simultaneously launching a surprise attack from behind. The 2 coordinated with impeccable harmony. The other members of the Iron Palm gang couldn't comprehend what had happened, but the mysterious deaths of their companions inflicted immense psychological trauma. They stared at Wang and Du in terror, unable to muster even the slightest will to fight. "Demons, they are demons, not humans," one of them screamed in fear. "Hall Master, retreat. If we don't retreat now, all the brothers will fall here." The Hall Master of the Iron Palm gang had never witnessed such a fighting style before. It had already surpassed the limits of his understanding. He was inclined to retreat, but leaving behind 7 or 8 brothers and retreating just like that felt somewhat unsatisfying. He also realized that the so-called heavenly demon martial arts were not martial arts at all, relying entirely on physical prowess and sorcery in combat. Gritting his teeth, he forced Karen back with a palm strike and leaped toward Wang San. In his view, taking down the unsettling Wang San would leave only David, who would no longer be a concern. Capturing one heavenly demon to bring back would be enough to report back. He moved very quickly. In the blink
blink of an eye, he was already in front of Wang San.
Seeing the hallmaster so close, Wang San's heart skipped a beat, and he was so frightened that he forgot to speak. By the time he wanted to say something, it was already too late. Fortunately, Kevin, with eyes on the back of his head, was constantly monitoring the situation. The moment the hallmaster made his move, Kevin spun around sharply, positioning himself in front of Wang San. With his sword held level, he waited for the hallmaster to charge straight into it. Wang San stared at Kevin, who was blocking his way, slightly dazed. The hallmaster seemed not to notice the long sword Kevin was holding. With a crossing strike of his palms, Kevin's sword broke into 3 pieces. Kevin hadn't expected the sword to break and was momentarily stunned. In that instant, the hallmaster struck his palm against Kevin's chest, but withheld 70% of his strength. After all, he had come for the heavenly demon and couldn't just kill them all. Kevin was lifted by a tremendous force and crashed into Wang San. The two tumbled together like rolling gourds, becoming a tangled mess. The pain jolted Wang San awake, and he exclaimed as if in a rush, "I love you, how could you do this to me?" In an instant, an inexplicable fear gripped the hallmaster's heart.
However, his willpower was far stronger than that of ordinary gang members.
Suppressing the shock in his heart, he lifted his foot and stomped hard on Wang San's abdomen.
A critical moment.
Kevin once again threw himself on Wang San, acting as a human shield. A sharp pain shot through him.
PFT.
A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from Doug's lips. Yet, because he had risked his life to shield Wang San, his wounds began healing rapidly.
"If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first." Wang San's pupils trembled. "How can you do this to me? How could you betray me like this? I want to tear open your body, see your heart, see if your heart truly holds me inside."
Wang San's words grew more and more numerous, and the hallmaster's fear in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Gritting his teeth, he trembled as he lifted his foot once again, but before he could stomp it down,
bang! A muffled sound.
His body suddenly flew into the air. It was Karen, who had rushed over and struck him in the back with a palm. A battle with a significant disparity in strength was instantly turned around by Kevin and Wang San.
How could he not understand the importance of the heavenly demon? Naturally, he would spare no effort to rescue the two,
especially David, who proved with his actions that he would truly use his life to protect others. Now he is still weak, but once he grows stronger, when the time comes to protect the Fong family will surely be stable and prosperous. Therefore, David absolutely cannot die, and only he can subdue the other heavenly demons.
At this moment, Kevin's importance had already surpassed All's. Fong can still continue to live after his elder brother's death, but if David dies, then he is truly gone. Without the continuous attacks from the Iron Palm Gang's hallmaster, Kevin finally stood up. Because his actions aligned with the keyword protection, the injuries caused by the hallmaster healed instantly as he rose. It must be said, he truly gained a significant advantage from the maintenance. Switching to another keyword, with such severe injuries and being unable to move, what awaits him is likely death. The hallmaster was struck and sent flying, rushing toward the staircase in the process. Overwhelmed by fear and his severe injuries, he had no intention of fighting anymore, only thinking about escaping this cursed place as quickly as possible. With the hallmaster fleeing, the remaining members of the Iron Palm Gang were even less inclined to stay and fight.
They abandoned their opponents and fled outside in a frenzy. Kevin's longsword was already broken, leaving him without a suitable weapon. He simply pulled out all the throwing knives from his sheath, launching them one after another with both hands, throwing them all out. Backstab, needing the conditions for attacking from behind, grants an agility bonus, regardless of the weapon used. In just a brief moment, over a dozen throwing knives were all flung out by Doug, his arms creating afterimages.
Put, 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 put. In the narrow corridor, there was hardly any space to dodge the throwing knives. A series of agonized screams erupted as members of the Iron Palm Gang fell one after another. One hall leader was struck, a throwing knife pierced through his back, stabbing straight into his right lung, the blade buried up to its hilt. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently, blood foaming at his lips, clearly on the brink of death. Those lucky enough to avoid the blade were driven down by Karen, who dispatched them with a few heavy palms. Those struck by throwing knives but still alive had their necks snapped by his ruthless hands. The once chaotic corridor was now thick with the metallic stench of blood, settling into an eerie silence. In a corner, Alls curled up against the wall, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He was also one of Wang San's favored targets. The terror aimed at all of Wang San's beloved had engulfed him as well. He had long been utterly terrified. 5 direct disciples died, leaving only 2 injured. Karen looked at the brutal battlefield and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Mr. 7, we can't leave any survivors. This is the Iron Palm Gang's territory. If they go back to report, none of us will make it out." Although the heavenly demon's fighting style was unconventional, even somewhat sinister, Karen, who was accustomed to David's oddities, didn't find it surprising. Instead, he fully acknowledged Kevin's leadership role within the team because of it. "Leave? Where to?" Kevin asked. "Mr. 7, the Iron Palm Gang's sudden attack on Xingyu Tower, with such precise targeting, clearly indicates there's a traitor in the Fong family. We can't stay at Xingyu Tower any longer. We need to return to the Fong family
to temporarily hide and come up with another plan, Karen said.
Second in command, who do you think the mole might be? Kevin asked. Karen was silent for a moment before saying a name, Feng Zhong.
But I can't understand why he would do this. He's an elder of the Feng family, with his wife, children, and relatives all in the family. Unless he is no longer himself.
Kevin chuckled lightly and said, find someone to ask if anything unusual happened to Feng Zhong in the past couple of days, and you'll know. He glanced at the two uneasy direct disciples and reassured them, don't be afraid. If he has been possessed by a demon, he certainly won't expose himself when you approach him for information. He turned back to Karen and smiled, second in command. Perhaps your Feng family truly aligns with destiny. Despite being a small family, it has attracted 4 demons. Mr. Qi, you're joking. Karen let out a bitter laugh.
There's no point in pursuing Feng Zhong now.
The most urgent matter is to leave here quickly.
Otherwise, if the Iron Palm gang reacts, it will be difficult to escape.
Second Master, do you think Feng Zhong's betrayal would only involve selling out a few of us? Kevin chuckled. Don't forget, there's still a heavenly demon left in the Feng residence. Karen looked at his 2 direct disciples.
One of them stammered in panic, Second Master, Manager Feng did indeed ask us about the situation at home.
Karen asked bitterly, you told them? Please punish me, Second Master.
The man knelt down with a thud and stammered in his defense, at the time, I didn't know that Feng Zhong had been possessed by the heavenly demon. I thought the matters in Luoyang City still required Manager Feng's cooperation, so I told him everything about the mansion.
In an instant, the color drained completely from Karen's face. Wang San glanced at Kevin, feeling a lingering fear.
His situation was crystal clear to Feng Zhong, and if Kevin hadn't intervened, he would have been schemed against by Feng Zhong sooner or later. That guy was so decisive in using others to do his dirty work, there was almost no chance he would show mercy to him. David stood firmly in front of him, blocking the knife, and then resolutely lay on top of him, acting as a human shield.
Scenes from the battle involuntarily replayed in Wang San's mind.
He looked at David, his emotions somewhat complicated. He knew David's keyword was protection, but in that situation, just one accident and David would have been gone. Counting it up, David had saved him at least 3 times,
risking his life to protect.
Assuming he really used the code to find his partner, his keyword would also be protect. Could he achieve this step?
Wang San looked at Kevin's back and sighed silently. Although David was somewhat overbearing, he was genuinely sincere in cooperating with him. Trusting a stranger so quickly in the simulation field, was he smart or just foolish?
Perhaps, it really is possible to let go of prejudices and work with him to get through this simulation.
The keywords for the 2 of them could be said to complement each other perfectly. If they cooperate well, both breaking into the top 10 might not be impossible. What a pity. David flipped the table too early. If he hadn't turned himself into a living target, Feng Zhong wouldn't have provoked the Iron Palm gang to act against them. Alright then, if he hadn't flipped the table, the unprepared self would have already been eliminated by Feng Zhong. After much thought, Wang San sighed again. He decided to go as far as he could. Meeting such a straightforward partner was his good fortune. Even if he didn't make it to the top 10 in the simulation field, it would still be worth the trip. Karen said nothing and ignored the direct disciple kneeling on the ground. He knew he couldn't be blamed for this. He himself hadn't been on guard against Feng Zhong, who had disguised himself too well, leaving no flaws to detect. Another direct disciple went to Feng Zhong's room to investigate the situation. Amidst the sea of corpses, Alls cowered in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. He was so overwhelmed that he forgot to tend to his wounds, helpless like a frightened child. For a moment, the corridor fell into complete silence. Just for a brief moment, the direct disciple who went to inquire about Feng Zhong's situation returned. He looked at Karen and shook his head. Second Master, Feng Zhong has escaped. Even though he had already anticipated this outcome, Karen's straight posture still collapsed in an instant. He looked at Kevin in despair. Mr. 7, the Feng family is finished. Not necessarily. Kevin shook his head. Second leader, we still have a chance. What chance? Karen's voice was hoarse, but his eyes lit up. It was as if he had grasped a lifeline, staring intently at Kevin, his face full of hope. The Iron Palm gang may not necessarily launch a night raid on the Feng family, Kevin said. First, the Feng family is relatively far away. Second, they would need to verify whether the heavenly demon truly exists before sending people to the Feng family. Receiving a bizarre piece of intelligence without knowing its authenticity and then wiping out an entire family, if Xiao Yuan Lang were that foolish, the Iron Palm gang wouldn't have grown to be this powerful. So, if we hurry back now, is there still time to help the Feng family escape? Karen's voice trembled with excitement. Why go back? Kevin smiled. It would be rude not to reciprocate. On such a beautiful night, if the Iron Palm gang can raid us, why can't we raid them? Karen was stunned. He suppressed the anger in his heart. Mr. Qi, given the situation, let's not joke around anymore. Second in command, I wasn't joking, Kevin said seriously. Do you remember our Peace and Justice League? Like the Iron Palm gang, which for its own selfish interests, would wipe out entire families. Aren't such malignant tumors of the martial world supposed to be eradicated to restore peace? Not to mention that we are victims ourselves. ourselves. Even if we weren't, even if we just heard about this, shouldn't we step forward to uphold justice for the victims and defend righteousness? Karen was stunned by this earth-shattering statement, staring blankly at Kevin, completely at a loss for words. What the hell? Wang San's breath hitched. What kind of nerve does this guy have? Seeking death doesn't have to be this blatant. Isn't this the time to hide, bide one's time, and wait for an opportunity to rise again? The little trust and goodwill that had just been established vanished into thin air at this moment. Any thoughts of cooperation were once again thrown by Wang San to the farthest reaches of his mind. Running away was still the only option. Even if David is a divine support, working with such a reckless brute feels like asking to die faster. Mr. Chi, you might not be familiar with the Iron Palm Gang. Zhou Yuanlang is a top-tier expert, second only to the leaders of the 5 sects and 3 schools. He commands at least 3,000 followers. Just one hallmaster is on par with my skills, and the Iron Palm Gang has 10 such hallmasters. Each hallmaster is accompanied by a deputy hallmaster and 4 incense masters. Afraid that Kevin might not understand, Karen added, the martial skills of the incense masters are comparable to Yunjie. Are all these people usually at the Iron Palm Gang headquarters? Kevin interrupted him, asking. Karen paused for a moment and said, the Iron Palm Gang controls the canal transport. They usually have a lot of affairs to handle, and the hall masters and incense masters each have their own territories to oversee. There should be 2 or 3 hall masters stationed in Luoyang City. One is already dead. Kevin pointed to the fallen hall master lying on the ground. Karen. The situation arose suddenly, and Xiao Yuanlang definitely wouldn't, nor would it be worth it for him to recall most of his personnel. Even if there were originally 3 hall masters in Luoyang City, now that one is dead, at most there are 2 left, Kevin analyzed. Capturing the heavenly demon is not something he would publicize widely. Moreover, judging from the fact that he only sent 1 hall master to raid us at night, it shows that the Feng family is completely underestimated by him. There's a high chance he won't take any additional precautions. It's even possible that the other 2 hall masters have no idea what's happening here and are currently dreaming away in some woman's bed. With careful planning against an unprepared opponent, our chances of counterattacking Zhou Yuanlang are very high. Karen originally thought that the idea of a night raid on the Iron Palm Gang was David's delusion, but after hearing his analysis, he suddenly felt that there was great potential in the plan. Wang San looked at Kevin in surprise. In just a short moment, he had analyzed so much. This guy isn't stupid after all, so why does he always do foolish things? Kevin looked at the intrigued Karen and confidently said, second in command, the advantage is on our side. Mr. Chi, even if we can infiltrate the Iron Palm Gang, Zhou Yuanlong's martial arts skills are extraordinarily high. Even I probably wouldn't last more than 3 moves against him. Karen thought for a moment and still shook his head. Moreover, we're all injured, and Yun Jie is also. Second in command, we have Wang San. Kevin reached out and put his arm around Wang San's shoulder, saying, a quarter of an hour ago, you wouldn't have thought we could completely annihilate the invading enemy, would you? Second in command, times have changed. The heavenly demon has descended, and the old combat strategies need to be revised. Karen looked at Kevin, then at Wang San, hesitating. 7th Master, if we fail, the Feng family will be doomed. Why don't we play it safe? If we leave now, there's still time to escape. Escaping for a moment doesn't mean escaping forever. Kevin frowned. Are we just going to abandon the vast Feng family business? No matter the reason, we've already killed a hall master of the Iron Palm Gang. With such a heavy loss, do you think Zhou Yuanlang will let us go? When he gathers the other 9 hall masters, what will the Feng family use to defend itself? Moreover, the Feng family has weakened because of me. It's my failure to protect it properly, and my strength will surely diminish. Who will protect you then? Rely on Wang San and Feng Zhou? Karen fell silent. Wang San was a new addition, and without David's protection, he would have already been killed by the Iron Palm Gang's hallmaster. As for Feng Zhou, who knows what kind of torment he might be enduring in the Feng family. It was already fortunate that he wasn't an enemy of the Feng family. Expecting him to help them was pure wishful thinking. Thinking it over, Karen unexpectedly realized that Doug's proposal was the best solution, seeking life in the midst of death. Doug asked, have you figured it out? Karen took a deep breath. Alright, let's do it. Alright, let's take a short break and then set off, Kevin said spiritedly. We'll catch them off guard. But, second in command, you need to find me a sturdier longsword. Don't let it be easily broken by the opponent again. Wang San followed up. Find me a handy weapon too. Alright. Karen looked at the 2, took a deep breath, and suddenly said, if things don't go as planned, Mr. Chi can take Wang San and escape first. I will do my utmost to cover for you both. Kevin looked at Karen in surprise and said, second in command, those words are a slap in my face. My nature is to protect others. It's never about letting others protect me. Mr. Chi, this isn't about who protects whom. Karen sighed deeply. It doesn't matter if I die, but if you survive, the Feng family will have hope to continue. After a fierce battle, Karen and the others went to rest and bandage their wounds, preparing for the next fight. This left Kevin and Wang San with some private space. At this point, there was no longer any need to monitor them. Wang San changed into dry
clothes, picked up a piece of pastry from the table, and devoured it in a few bites. He licked his lips in satisfaction and asked, "Are we really going to assassinate Xiao Yuanlang?" "Of course." Kevin nodded. "You grow, I grow, why not? Solving the hidden dangers is always better than being chased and wandering the world, right? Do you know that if the assassination fails, the two of us are very likely to be eliminated? That's exactly what Feng Zhong wants to see." Wang San continued stuffing food into his mouth, devouring it ravenously. His behavior perfectly matched the characteristics of civilian academy students described by Feng Zhou. Having eaten too much synthetic food, they had an instinctive craving for the food in the simulation field. Tonight might be his last time in the simulation field, so he no longer pretended and tried his best to let his taste buds enjoy the deliciousness of the food. "Eliminated? What are you thinking?" Kevin glanced at him and chuckled. "If we can't beat them, won't they recruit us? The two of us are sky demons, and we don't have any faction tags on us. Xiao Yuanlang wouldn't give up on two obviously more useful sky demons just because one or two whole masters died, right? Relax, we won't die." Wang San's hand holding the pastry froze in midair. After a long pause, he said, "Is your keyword really maintenance?" "As genuine as it gets," Kevin said with a smile. "You betrayed the Feng family. Aren't you afraid of losing attributes?" Wang San couldn't help but ask. "Judging by your speed when you kill, your attributes must have already risen quite high, right? Why are you so sure we'll lose?" Kevin replied. "Do you really have so little confidence in yourself?" "What do you mean I have no confidence in myself? There's simply no way to win, okay?" Wang San complained inwardly, suppressing the anger stirred up by Kevin, and asked, "What if?" "It won't lose much," Kevin said. "If it really comes to that, I will use myself as a bargaining chip to ask Xiao Yuanlang to spare the Feng family. This way, I can openly join the Iron Palm Gang while also ensuring the safety of the Feng family members. Sacrificing oneself for righteousness is the ultimate form of protection. Who knows, the Feng family might even thank me then." He straightened his posture, wearing an expression of noble selflessness. "Damn!" Wang San opened his mouth and after holding back for a long time, could only spit out this one word. There were no other words to describe his feelings at the moment. "So, fully cooperate with me. Whether we win or lose, we won't suffer a loss," Kevin said with a smile, pretending not to hear Wang San's praise. At this very moment, Wang San could finally understand the awkwardness Karen felt when he was persuaded. He could sense that David's plan was full of loopholes, yet he couldn't find a single flaw in it. Moreover, whether it succeeded or not, it benefited everyone, and even his own attributes remained unaffected. "It's simply unbelievable." Let out a long breath, calming his turbulent emotions. Wang San gave Kevin a thumbs up. "Bro, you're the real deal. Using maintenance to this extent, you can be considered the first." Kevin smiled without saying a word. He had two keywords, but most of the time, he couldn't distinguish whether his actions were maintenance or backstabbing. He only knew that his attributes were growing continuously without pause, and that was enough. Wang San asked, "Seventh brother, what about Feng Zhong? What do you plan to do with him?" "Don't even know where he is. We'll deal with it when we run into him. Just a small, sneaky character, he won't amount to much." Kevin said, "Sanner, when you're doing something, focus on it. Don't think about all those irrelevant things. Your energy will just get consumed by internal friction. Have you ever thought about it? This time he failed to get rid of us and even offended us. To prevent us from retaliating, he will definitely cause trouble behind the scenes. The Iron Palm Gang came today, tomorrow it could be the Beggar Sect, and the day after that, it might be the Mount Tai Sect." Wang San couldn't stand Kevin's indifferent attitude. Since his attributes were already reduced, he had to say everything on his mind. "I wish he had that much ability." Kevin laughed. "If he can single-handedly throw the martial world into chaos, and I end up quelling the turmoil and maintaining peace in the martial arts world, I can't even imagine how much I would grow." "Who gave you such confidence? Are all students from the elite academy this arrogant?" Wang San swallowed his words back into his stomach, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "You used the Feng family to spread the news about the heavenly demon just to stir up chaos in the martial world and then maintain order from within? I need to know the rules of the simulation field. I would never do such a thing otherwise." Kevin thought of the flawed heavenly demon plan that had pushed him into opposition with all the players, and his face flushed slightly. However, he would never admit to such childish behavior, so he nodded and said, "Pretty much. Feng Zhong was an accident, but also within expectations." Wang San fell silent. He looked at Kevin and said seriously, "Alright, I give in. I'll work with you. This time, I'm serious." Kevin smiled and continued to ask, "Since it's true, tell me what skill you've awakened this time." Partners need to be honest with each other to maximize their abilities. Wang San was shocked. "How did you know?" Kevin pointed to his own eyes, then to his head, and said with a smile, "I noticed your little movements and micro-expressions at the time." Wang San was completely convinced. After a pause, he said, "Fury of love. When someone I care about gets hurt, I can unleash 10 times my attack power." "What a great skill." Kevin's eyes lit up. "It's not very useful for now. My personal attributes are too low. Just talking to you for this long has lowered them even more. Even if I unleash 10 times the attack power, it's It's not that impressive. Wang San shook his head and habitually stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth. It's like you wanting to maintain peace across the martial arts world. I probably need my sickly charm to affect more people for my attributes to grow by leaps and bounds. After tonight, your reputation will spread within the Iron Palm gang, and that should be enough, Kevin said.
Maybe,
Wang San said with a troubled expression. But my sickly charm isn't like your peacekeeping efforts, which make more people lower their guard and want to recruit you. When my reputation spreads and they realize how terrifying I am, I'm afraid even more people will want to eliminate me to prevent future trouble. Just like earlier, there were 2 demons on the scene, and the Hall Master of the Iron Palm gang prioritized eliminating me over you.
Karen was even willing to sacrifice himself for you. My keyword will never receive such treatment.
Kevin glanced at Wang San, patted him on the shoulder with a smile, and comforted him. Don't worry, with me as your strong support, no one can take you down.
Let's hope so.
Wang San sighed, thinking to himself, if I hadn't already been exposed, if I had any other way out, only a fool would willingly follow you into this mess. He paused for a moment and asked, 7th brother, you just said cooperation requires honesty, but I still don't know your skill.
If I get eliminated today, I can't die without even knowing, can I?
I just told you, sacrificing oneself for righteousness. Kevin observed Wang San's expression and calmly altered the description of the advanced skill. While protecting others, the damage I suffer will be doubly restored.
Wang San's expression showed no abnormality. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. No wonder you recover so quickly after getting hurt. This advanced skill is a perfect match for your keyword. If played well, it's practically immortality. No wonder you dare to be so reckless. As expected, advanced skills are not fixed, but are randomly generated based on a person's behavior. It's quite a humanized game.
Kevin felt reassured and remarked, that may be true, but it still hurts. If I could recover that quickly, I'd be willing to endure the pain too.
Wang San smiled and continued to ask, brother, you're so amazing. You must have awakened a second skill, right?
Kevin shook his head. No,
I've killed so many people, but I haven't awakened a second skill.
I can't figure out where the opportunity lies. Maintenance and killing are contradictory. If both could lead to awakening a new skill, that would be the real problem. Wang San didn't doubt him and instead offered Kevin a suggestion. To awaken a second skill, you still need to focus on maintenance itself. Xingyu Tower is an inn, and Kevin and his companions lived in the backyard, which was some distance from the front of the inn. However, the commotion they caused was so loud that the guests in the inn, fearing they might get implicated, fled to the streets overnight to avoid trouble. Gang conflicts are common in the martial arts world, but when too many people flee, it inevitably draws the attention of those with ulterior motives.
Speed is of the essence in warfare.
Therefore, Karen and his companions didn't spend much time resting. After simply treating their wounds and changing into nightwear, they called Kevin and the others to head to the Iron Palm Gang's base. Fomal's injuries were not serious, but wherever Wang San was present, his combat effectiveness was significantly reduced. Bringing him along would only be a burden, so Karen sent him back to the Fong family to report the situation. Kevin and Wang San also changed into nightwear. The Fong family was not large in scale, but it was a veritable martial arts family. Xingyu Tower, as their stronghold, naturally lacked no weapons inside.
However, there were no divine weapons to be found.
Kevin chose 2 relatively high-quality refined steel longswords and filled his knife pouch with throwing knives.
Wang San, on the other hand, chose a willow leaf saber.
For a novice unfamiliar with martial arts, a saber was clearly easier to use than a sword. The reason Kevin chose a sword was that thrusting was easier and faster than slashing. Karen and his 2 disciples hardly spoke along the way, their stern expressions exuding a sense of heroic solemnity akin to the wind whistles and the E River turns cold. Kevin and Wang San, who had already planned their escape route, seemed as if they were heading on vacation. Especially Kevin, who had watched countless scenes of nighttime battles involving heroes in movies and TV shows. Finally getting the chance to participate personally, he was already cheering with excitement deep inside. The Iron Palm Gang's base was a villa outside Luoyang City, not far from the dock. Nestled against the mountain and near the water, it was a prime location. In the face of strong enemies, they could retreat via the waterway in front or escape directly up the mountain behind a perfect feng shui haven. Under the plaque inscribed with the 3 bold characters Iron Palm Gang, the vermilion gate stood wide open. 5 or 6 guards holding knives loitered outside, murmuring idle chatter. Occasionally, someone would yawn once or twice, their attitude quite perfunctory.
This was perfectly normal. Luoyang City was the headquarters of the Iron Palm Gang.
They were always the ones bullying others, and unless there were special circumstances, no one would be foolish enough to attack them. Besides, the martial world had been peaceful for over a decade without any major incidents. If a true master came to seek revenge, they would scale walls and rooftops. No one would walk through the main gate. In the end, these guards were merely for show. On regular days, even the main gate is kept closed, but today the Dark Dragon Hall went out on a mission, leaving the gate open specifically for them. However, the guards would never have expected that tonight, of all nights, a few unconventional visitors would arrive.
Mr. 7, are we really going to launch a frontal assault through the main gate? gate?
The night air was chilly, yet Karen's forehead was covered in sweat. He looked at Kevin, his gaze carrying a hint of exasperation that seemed far too mature for someone his age. When Kevin mentioned entering through the main gate, he suddenly felt like a complete fool for believing that David's ridiculous plan could actually work.
How could he have been so impulsive as to follow him on this nighttime raid against the Iron Palm gang? 5 people? 3 are injured, attacking head-on. Even a 5-year-old child wouldn't come up with such an idea. Then what? Kevin looked at Karen as if he were looking at an idiot.
You also didn't tell me that the Iron Palm gang's courtyard wall is over 4 meters high.
Karen was tongue-tied, unable to speak. This really couldn't be blamed on David.
He was a demon from the heavens, new to this world, and had no idea what the Iron Palm sect was like. But he was completely stunned at the time. How could he have thought everything through so thoroughly in that moment? Wang San's mouth twitched as he struggled to hold back his laughter.
Your lightness skill is terrible too. Carrying someone, you can't even jump 4 meters.
Kevin looked at Karen with disdain, secretly resolving to train his inner strength no matter what and find himself a good lightness skill.
Throughout history, great heroes have always moved swiftly and gracefully. Whoever heard of needing a ladder to climb over a wall?
Mr. Chi, if it really doesn't work, we should return to the Fong family and plan carefully.
Karen looked at the eager Kevin and advised, with just the 5 of us, a frontal assault is not much different from seeking death. For the Fong family, what does it matter to sacrifice one's life? Since we're already here, we have to give it a try. What if it works?
Kevin took a deep breath, drew his longsword with one hand, and pulled out 3 throwing knives with the other.
Sanner, lure them out. Mr. Chi, don't.
Karen hurriedly tried to stop him,
but it was already too late. My dearest brothers, are you waiting for someone? Aren't you cold? Everyone else is sleeping, yet you still have to stand guard here.
I feel so sorry for you.
Having long decided to surrender, Wang San's faint voice quickly echoed through the night. Several patrolling guards immediately panicked.
They drew the knives in their hands, looking around nervously for the source of the sound, their faces pale.
Who's there pretending to be a ghost? Come out. It's me.
Wang San let out a chilling, wicked laugh as he slowly emerged from the shadow of the trees. Dressed all in black, his hair wild and unkempt, his face smeared with blood, he held a blood-stained longsword in his hand.
His expression was vacant and numb. My little darlings, let's play a game. I'll chase, and you run. If I catch you, Big Brother will take good care of you. Step by step, Wang San advanced. Step by step, the bodyguards retreated.
As Wang San's words grew more numerous and eerie, fear finally overcame the last flicker of their courage.
Ghost! A ghost!
Several shrill and miserable screams echoed as they dropped the knives in their hands, panicked and fled in haste. At the moment they turned around, Kevin, holding a long sword, had already darted out like a startled rabbit. He was like a black lightning bolt in the dark night, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed behind the group and swiftly and decisively ended their lives. Seeing that Kevin and Wang Sanjin had really rushed out to attack the main gate, Karen's mind went blank for a moment.
Then, in despair, he closed his eyes. It's over. Second Master, what should we do? One of the direct disciples asked, completely at a loss. Let's go. The Fong family's disaster can't be left for 2 outsiders to face alone.
Karen smiled bitterly, gripping the knife in his hand tightly as he prepared to follow them out. But after taking 2 steps, he realized the 2 disciples behind him hadn't followed.
He frowned and asked, what are you doing? We don't want to die.
One of them hesitated for a moment and stammered, Second Master, David is just a madman. His injuries heal quickly, but we can't do this. Assassinating Chiu Yuanlang for the Fong family is one thing, but charging in so recklessly like this is just throwing our lives away.
Let's retreat, Second Master. Dying like this is completely meaningless, another person said. Haven't you figured it out yet? All of Fong family's troubles are brought by the heavenly demon. If we keep entangling with them, the disasters will only multiply.
Abandon them now. Hurry back to the Fong family, there's still time to escape. Karen looked at Kevin fighting fiercely ahead, then at the 2 men behind him, his eyes showing a struggle. If we retreat now, everything we've done so far will be for nothing. David's speed is increasing, proving he's grown significantly.
Besides, we now have Wang San. Second Master, don't be foolish.
Think about the 3rd young master.
Even if they're powerful, just look at Wang San. Does the Fong family really want to get involved with people like this?
One of them pointed ahead, his eyes filled with terror.
They're demons. Stop the losses, Second Master. We can't keep making mistakes like this.
If this continues, the Fong family will face utter ruin.
Karen turned back and saw a scene that sent chills down his spine.
Wang San had severed the hand of the bodyguard killed by David and held it in his hand. As he wiped the blood off it, he murmured, "Good boy, don't be afraid.
You've dirtied your hand, I'll clean it for you. Once it's clean, we can hold hands again."
Karen's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, he finally came to his senses. Finally glancing at Kevin, Karen called out to his 2 disciples, "Let's go." In the silent night, Kevin's sharp senses were amplified several times, and the conversation of Karen and the other 2 was clearly transmitted to his ears. What the heck? He hadn't backstabbed them yet, but these guys actually backstabbed him first. Who is he fighting so desperately for? Not adhering to the code of honor. Of course, Doug also understands them. 5 people attacking a highly skilled gang head-on seems like a fantasy no matter how you look at it. It's normal for them to be unwilling to make unnecessary sacrifices. But Doug also has his own concerns. His key strategies are maintaining and backstabbing. If he retreats to the Fong family, not only would he fail to protect their interests, but he would also lose the opportunity to backstab them. Who knows how much his attributes would drop. If they harbor malicious intentions again, he won't even be able to protect himself. After all, whether or not Fong Zhong intervenes, someone in the Fong household will inevitably blame him for this matter. It's even possible that the old fox Fong Shiren would sell him out to the Iron Palm gang in exchange for the Fong family's safety. This has nothing to do with right or wrong. It's human nature. Returning to the Fong family would mean losing everything, so even if it means storming the gates of the Iron Palm gang, he must do it. Only in this way can he take control into his own hands, maintaining when he wants to maintain, backstabbing when he wants to backstab, maximizing his benefits. After being bound to the keyword, normal people's way of thinking no longer applies to this group of people. Take Wang San, for example. Does he really want to collect a dead person's hand? Isn't he just being forced into it? Karen and the other two can't leave either. Not to mention that Karen is the main combat force if they leave. Who will he maintain, and who will he backstab? Second Master Fong, I never thought you were a coward who fears death. You've already killed a hall master of the Iron Palm gang. If you don't kill Chiu Yuanlang, are you just going to wait for the Fong family to be wiped out by him? Kevin stood in front of the last guard's corpse, shouting in grief and indignation, "Escape? Where can you escape to? You killed a hall master of the Iron Palm gang." The surroundings fell into complete silence. The screams of the guards at the gate had already alarmed the gang members inside the courtyard, and Kevin's shout thoroughly threw the entire Iron Palm gang into chaos. A buzzing sound filled Karen's mind as he froze in place. His world spun, and he was on the verge of fainting. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he screamed hysterically, "David, you son of a b***********. Second Master Fong, you can't keep making mistakes." Kevin cut off Karen's words and continued shouting at the top of his lungs, "That's right, the two of us, as outsiders, can risk our lives to hold off the Iron Palm gang for you. But what about the Fong family? Fleeing in the face of battle, betraying friends to save yourself, Fong family's reputation will be ruined. A home can be rebuilt if lost, but if a reputation is gone, the backbone of a martial artist is broken. Head can be severed, blood can flow, but reputation must never be lost. Young Master Fong heir, we must uphold the Fong family's honor with blood and life." What the hell? Uphold the Fong family's honor? This damn guy is pushing Karen straight to the edge. Too ruthless. Watching Doug, burning with righteous indignation and unwavering conviction, Wang San was completely stunned. He understood why David acted this way, but to make such a sharp and correct decision in such a short time, his mind was razor-sharp. There was no way not to admire him. Forcefully turning maintenance into an attack skill. At this moment, Wang Sanming grasped the true meaning of his character. A grand door slowly unfolded in his mind, and he seemed to see a brand new world. Forced maintenance, forced backstab. Kevin's attributes soared rapidly. Watching Karen, who had stopped in his tracks, his heart was filled with joy. The members of the Iron Palm gang had already been alerted, and Karen couldn't escape even if he wanted to. If he dared to lead the Iron Palm gang back, it would only mean he thought the Fong family hadn't been destroyed thoroughly enough. Within the Iron Palm gang, torches were lit. In just a short while, the courtyard was brightly lit, with over 200 gang members wielding knives and swords, glaring menacingly at Kevin and his companion outside the gate, their eyes blazing with fury. Showing up in the middle of the night and being so arrogant, if they don't wipe them out, where would the Iron Palm gang's reputation go? Even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone adding the irritation of being woken up. And judging by what that guy said, he even killed the hall master of the Iron Palm gang and came to assassinate the gang leader to eliminate future threats. He must have some nerve, treating the Iron Palm gang like it's nothing. Unexpectedly, the humble Fong family has indeed produced a few spirited men, which makes Cho take a second look. With a voice like muffled thunder, a 50-something elder with graying hair leapt a few times and arrived outside the door. He stood there, looking at Kevin and his companion, exuding an aura of authority without anger. "Just the two of you want to kill me? And Karen, Second Master Fong?" Kevin straightened his back and announced Karen's name. In the small grove, Karen's eyes were practically spitting blood. This scoundrel, he truly is a demon. He hasn't come to defend the Fong family, he's come to sever its roots. Kevin, seeing that Karen had no intention of coming out, turned his gaze to Chiu Yuanlang and the people behind him. With a faint smile, he said, "Leader Chiu, your Iron Palm gang sent people to raid Xingyu Tower at night without cause. You are allowed to kill, but we are not allowed to retaliate? The principles of the martial world, the ethos of the pugilistic world, have been ruined by people like you who rely on their strength to act recklessly. Today, the Fong family will take the lead in correcting this unhealthy trend in the martial world, using iron and blood to uphold the principles of justice in the Jianghu.
Protect the code of the Jianghu?
Xiao Yuanlang waited until Kevin finished speaking, then let out a laugh, looking at him as if he were an idiot.
His expression suddenly turned cold. Did you kill Peng Chong?
More and more people gathered behind Xiao Yuanlang, but Kevin remained fearless, confronting him head-on. Those who kill will be killed in turn.
Master Qiu, do not listen to the nonsense of this demon. Karen shouted loudly, stepping out from the shadows.
He glared fiercely at Kevin and knelt down from a distance. Master Qiu, the Feng family was bewitched by this demon, which led us to commit such foolish acts. Otherwise, even with 10 times the courage, the Feng family would never dare to oppose the Iron Palm Gang.
How could I possibly be a match for Hall Master Pang?
It was those two, using sinister and evil methods, who harmed Hall Master Pang.
Second Master Feng? Kevin looked at Karen in surprise. Shut up, Karen roared, you thief. If it weren't for your deceitful words misleading everyone, how could the Feng family have fallen to this state? Had I known this would happen, I should have struck you down with a single blow when you seized the body back then. Devil?
Xiao Yuanlang looked at Kevin with great interest.
Yes, leader, they are the heavenly demons you are looking for, Karen said.
Heavenly demons are different from ordinary people. Their words and actions must align with their attributes to grow.
David's attribute is preservation.
He speaks eloquently, constantly claiming to protect the interests of the Feng family, using the family to grow himself, yet he has brought disaster upon the Feng family.
Leader, from now on, the Feng family will sever all ties with him and have nothing to do with him.
Without the protection of the Feng family, his strength will surely diminish greatly.
Leader, you can capture him as you wish, kill him, torture him, use him, or discard him. It has nothing to do with the Feng family anymore.
It was Karen who was blinded by his own folly.
I am willing to trade my life for Hall Master Peng's life, but I beg the leader to spare the innocent members of the Feng family. They knew nothing of this. Bang, bang, bang.
Karen's head heavily struck the ground, and soon his forehead was stained red. The members of the Iron Palm Gang burst into an uproar, their gazes all fixed on Kevin and his companion, as discussions broke out.
Heavenly demon?
Xiao Yuanlang ignored Karen and instead looked at Kevin with great interest. Then he glanced at Wang San, who was holding the severed hand with an obsessed expression, and muttered, so there really are heavenly demons in this world? He said you grow through attributes, and your attribute is maintenance.
So, is that why you want to uphold the chivalrous code of the martial world? Yes, Kevin nodded. When Karen said he was severing ties with him, he finally understood what Wang San meant by attribute reduction.
His various attributes had dropped by about 1/3. It seemed this should count as a failure in maintenance. However, since his attributes hadn't plummeted completely, it was likely because he had successfully backstabbed the Feng family and was still engaging in actions that upheld peace in the martial world.
He looked at Xiao Yuanlang.
If his efforts to maintain peace in the martial world failed again this time, his reputation might further decline.
However,
although the Feng family had abandoned him, Kevin still decided to extract the last bit of value from them. He looked sorrowfully at Karen. Second Master Feng, although you have given up on me, my principles will not change.
Once I commit to protection, I will protect for life. This is what I said, and I will see it through to the end.
As he spoke, he turned to Qiu Yuanlang and placed the sword against his own neck.
Master Qiu, I am willing to join the Iron Palm Gang and submit to your judgment.
I only ask that you spare the Feng family, both young and old, to fulfill my sense of duty to protect them. Otherwise, I will die here, and all you will gain is a worthless corpse of the heavenly demon.
Karen trembled violently and suddenly looked up at Kevin.
The hatred in his heart vanished in an instant. At this moment, he finally felt that he might have truly been wrong.
Xiao Yuanlang looked at Kevin in surprise. He betrayed you, and you're still willing to protect him?
Kevin said, once I protect for life.
That is my mission. Alright, I'll agree to it then.
Xiao Yuanlang looked at Kevin with admiration, clapped his hands, and said, those fools don't recognize a treasure.
From now on, you'll protect my Iron Palm Gang, and my Iron Palm Gang will also protect you.
Before Xiao Yuanlang's voice had faded, the attributes that Kevin had lost suddenly returned in an instant, and even increased significantly.
Kevin's expression was somewhat complex, appearing both disappointed and relieved. He let out a self-deprecating laugh, removed the sword from his neck, gripped the hilt, and clasped his fists in salute to Qiu Yuanlang. Thank you, leader. Good, good.
Follow me inside and tell me more about the matter of the heavenly demon, Qiu Yuanlang said.
Following the leader's orders, Kevin said.
He sighed, turned to look at Karen, and performed the final act, second in command. From today onward, the grievances between David and the Feng family are settled.
Second in command, you may leave.
Karen looked at David, stood up in a daze, and clasped his fists toward Kevin. Mr. Qi, your noble character is admirable. It is the Feng family that has wronged you. At that moment, his heart felt empty, as if he had lost the most important thing.
Why? Why did things turn out this way? Was he wrong?
He wasn't wrong. He has always been wholeheartedly thinking about the future of the Feng family.
Was David wrong?
He wasn't wrong either. Everything he did was to protect the interests of the Feng family, even at the cost of his life to safeguard it. He fulfilled the promise he made to uphold it.
But how did things end up like this? Feng Zhong. It was Feng Zhong. It's all his fault.
Without his interference, appearance, Kevin would still belong to the Feng family, and the Feng family's future would still be bright. Having found the cause, Karen's eyes instantly turned red with rage.
Unforgivable.
When he returns, he will surely mobilize the entire Feng family's power to tear Feng Zhong to pieces.
Not killing him would not be enough to quell the hatred in his heart. Zhou Yuanlang quietly watched as Kevin and Karen said their goodbyes.
After Kevin turned his back to him, a trace of cold indifference flickered in his gaze.
Kevin's eyes at the back of his head accurately caught this look. He sighed inwardly. Someone who could lead a gang and send people to Xingyu Tower to kill based on a single piece of intelligence was indeed not easy to deal with. Joining the Iron Palm gang would likely require undergoing some interrogation. This tiresome, endless interrogation.
The growth method of the keyword is too passive. A way to break the deadlock must be devised. When Kevin turned back again, his face was already relaxed.
He sheathed his sword and said, "Leader Chiu, I have no further ties with the Feng family. From now on, I will do my utmost to support Leader Chiu and the Iron Palm gang."
Great kindness. Zhou Yuanlang nodded, turned slightly, and gestured with his hand. "Mr. Qi, please. Leader, please go first." Kevin slightly turned his body and said earnestly, "My attribute is to uphold, and I must uphold the leader's dignity, not dare to overstep."
Zhou Yuanlang paused for a moment, then laughed heartily and turned around first. "All right, follow me."
At the moment he turned around, Kevin unhesitatingly launched a backstab, sticking to Zhou Yuanlang's back like a phantom. The throwing knife, held firmly in his palm, jabbed repeatedly into Zhou Yuanlang's lower back.
Ah!
A piercing scream tore through the air.
Zhou Yuanlang practiced iron palm, not iron shirt.
He never expected Kevin to launch a surprise attack at this moment, nor did he expect the attack to be so swift.
By the time he reacted, several blades had already struck his back.
His eyes widened in fury as he lunged forward, trying to shake off Kevin, who was clinging to his back, but Kevin gave him no chance. As Zhou Yuanlang lunged forward, Kevin extended his arms and wrapped them around Zhou Yuanlang's neck from behind, clinging to him like a koala. Throwing knives are not as lethal as long swords. Apart from the first two strikes that penetrated deeply, the subsequent ones were less effective. Zhou Yuanlang had already channeled his inner strength to tense his muscles, so while the blades pierced his body, they did not go in deeply, but the previous two strikes had already inflicted severe injuries on him. Despite using all his strength, he couldn't shake off Kevin, who clung to him.
Roaring in fury, he grabbed Kevin's arm that was wrapped around his neck.
With a crisp crack, he forcibly broke Kevin's forearm, leaving it bloodied and mangled.
Kevin endured the pain and still held onto his neck.
With a flying knife in his left hand, he slashed at the left side of his lower back, creating a flurry of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he had stabbed a row of holes into his lower back from which blood gushed out.
As he stabbed, he said, "The Iron Palm gang controls the waterways, robs and murders, extorts tolls, and has taken countless lives. I, David, a man of honor, cannot defend such a vile gang. Today, even if I must sacrifice my life, I will rid the people of this scourge, uphold the code of the martial world, and protect the common folk." After the Feng family devised a set of heavenly demon theories, he indeed experienced remarkable growth. However, his attributes were also constrained by the Feng family.
Even when Karen publicly announced severing ties with him, his attributes weakened accordingly.
This likely had to do with Karen's status and the current situation of the Feng family. Kevin did not know the judgment mechanism of the simulation field, but if his fate could be arbitrarily influenced by others' decisions, then the path he was taking was wrong. The Feng family is like this, and so is the Iron Palm gang. Even if he could truly rely on eloquence and interests to bind himself to Zhou Yuanlang, so what? In the future, if a similar upheaval like Feng Zhong's were to occur, he believed Zhou Yuanlang would undoubtedly abandon him without hesitation, just like Karen did. The same mistake Duggar is not prepared to make a second time. Since maintaining a group leads to uncontrollable fate, he decided to take destiny into his own hands, no longer maintaining a specific family or gang, but rather upholding a broader concept or belief. This path may be more difficult, but as long as he succeeds, no one will ever be able to control his fate again. After Duggar righteously and sternly shouted these words, his arm, which had been broken by Zhou Yuanlang's iron palm, healed rapidly, and his personal attributes leaped significantly. After all, he was upholding the martial arts code of honor through his actions and successfully backstabbed Zhou Yuanlang, who had just taken him in. Double growth, double happiness. What the hell? What's going on? Wang San was stunned once again. Wasn't it agreed to take the opportunity to join the Iron Palm gang? What's this all about now? If I don't push myself to the brink, you wouldn't feel satisfied, huh?
Karen had already turned to leave, but witnessing this scene, he froze in place. His eyes locked on the bloodied Zhou Yuanlang and David, who clung tightly to his back, relentlessly pounding away.
His whole body trembled uncontrollably. He was serious. David was serious. His plan is not a joke. It really could succeed in assassinating Zhou Yuanlang. Even though he had already joined the more powerful Iron Palm gang, he still chose to carry out the assassination when Zhou Yuanlang was off guard. Clearly, he knew that even if he joined the Iron Palm gang, Zhou Yuanlang would definitely retaliate against the Feng family afterward. Only by killing him could the Feng family truly be safe. David did not betray the Feng family. Even before the assassination of Qiu Yuanlang, he still made every effort to distance himself from the Feng family and framed the assassination of Qiu Yuanlang as an act of upholding the code of the martial world. He took all the blame upon himself. Oh, heavens, just look at what you've done.
When Kevin decided to sacrifice himself to assassinate Qiu Yuanlang, he betrayed him first.
At that moment, David's heart must have been utterly broken.
Since reaching adulthood, Karen hadn't shed a single tear, but at this moment, tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. He wished he could give himself 2 hard slaps to atone for his sins.
He is too stupid. He is the sinner of the family. One day of maintenance, a lifetime of maintenance.
After David was betrayed by him, the words she said in her act of self-sacrifice once again rushed into Karen's mind.
He clenched his fists and instinctively stepped forward to help Kevin, but stopped in his tracks the moment he took a step. Before assassinating Qiu Yuanlang, he once said that the grievances with the Feng family were settled and asked to return to the Feng family. Return? This is a hint for him.
This is him knowing he will surely die, telling him not to make unnecessary sacrifices and to do his best to preserve the living strength of the Feng family.
So righteous.
Imagining all the causes and consequences, Karen couldn't be bothered to deal with the 2 morally corrupt direct disciples in the woods.
Resolutely, he dashed into the night, tears streaming as he ran. David, wait.
If you survive today, the entire Feng family will forever be indebted to you and hold you in the highest regard.
No one paid attention to the fleeing Karen.
With the leader being attacked, the Iron Palm gang was already in chaos, and everyone rushed forward.
Stop, stop, quick, save the gang leader.
In a short while, Doug found himself surrounded by the Iron Palm gang.
He ceased stabbing Qiu Yuanlang's lower back and instead pressed a small throwing knife against the back of his neck, the blade tip piercing the skin with slight pressure.
Chief Qiu, tell them to stand down.
Everyone, don't move. Qiu Yuanlang gasped heavily as he shouted.
Except for the first 2 stabs, the wounds weren't too deep, but Doug's repeated stabbing was relentless. Even with his strong inner strength, the pain was intense. The blood loss made him dizzy. He felt as if his lower back had been turned into a sieve. Moreover, Doug's initial 2 strikes had pierced his lungs. He was struggling to hold on. He could also feel the arm around his neck tightening with increasing force. If this went on, even if the small knife didn't kill him, he'd suffocate before long.
Qiu Yuanlang originally didn't quite believe that David was possessed by some kind of demon, but now, he believed it.
He was well aware of the strength of his own palm strike and knew that David's arm had been crushed into several pieces by him. Even with severe injuries to muscles and bones, recovery would take at least 100 days. Yet, in just a brief moment, David's arm had completely healed, and his strength had increased significantly compared to before.
No human could possibly have such regenerative abilities. He was indeed a demon.
If the fight between the 2 continued, he would undoubtedly be the first to die. Let go of the boss, or you'll die without a burial place, a hall master shouted sternly, gripping a long blade tightly and glaring at Kevin. Another hall leader grabbed Wang San, pressing a long sword against his throat as a threat. Release the gang leader, or I'll kill your companion first. Wang San still held the severed hand he had picked up earlier, stroking it obsessively, seemingly oblivious to his perilous situation. Occasionally, he glanced at David with a resentful look but said nothing. With a blade so close to his neck, he dared not speak. If he startled his captor and they cut his throat, who could he appeal to then? Threatening me with him won't work. Doug's eyes gleamed with madness. For the sake of Jianghu's code, anyone can be sacrificed.
David can be sacrificed, and so can Wang San.
If I die as one David, naturally thousands more will rise up to continue opposing you.
Do you think saying that will make me afraid to kill him? Release the leader. The hall master pressed the sword down, and a blood mark immediately appeared on Wang San's neck. However, as Wang San rubbed his severed hand, the blood mark slowly healed. Even so, Wang San still shuddered instinctively. You release the leader, and I'll release him, the hall master said anxiously. A classic scene from movies and TV shows where villains use hostages to threaten the good guys? He wouldn't fall for that. Kill him. Kevin chuckled lightly. If you have accurate information, you should know that I didn't know him until a day ago.
Moreover, competition among the demon clans naturally makes us adversaries.
Killing him won't cause me any loss. That person. Did you hear that?
I told you long ago, capturing me is useless, Wang San said faintly.
Hanzhua, let him go. Qiu Yuanlang glanced at him and said loudly, Leader.
The hall master named Hanzhua hesitated for a moment and did not move.
Let him go. I'm not dead yet, and my words don't count anymore? Qiu Yuanlang said sternly. Yes, leader. Hanzhua's expression darkened as he reluctantly released Wang San.
Wang San glanced at him disdainfully, holding the severed hand he had collected, and leisurely stood next to Kevin.
Mr. Chi's methods are indeed extraordinary. Qiu Yuanlang steadied his emotions. You didn't kill me immediately, likely considering your own way out. How about this? You let me go, and I will ensure your safe departure. Tonight's events will be forgiven and forgotten. What do you say? If this drags on and I die, you might never make it out of the Iron Palm gang. Leader Qiu, David killed you to uphold justice in the martial world. Kevin insisted. The martial world is full of scheming and deceit.
Which of the 5 segments
sects and 3 schools can claim to be completely clean. Without cunning and plundering, how could they have their current status? Xiao Yuanlang sneered. If you kill me, will the ethos of the martial world suddenly become pure? He panted a few times. Mr. Qi, you have divine abilities, and I have martial strength. If the two of us join forces to take control of the Iron Palm Gang and enjoy wealth and glory, wouldn't that be wonderful? Mr. Qi, you are a wise man. If you were truly committed to the righteousness of the martial world, you would have killed me long ago. Why the pretense, holding me hostage as leverage? Leader Qiu, relying on one's own strength alone cannot possibly reverse the corrupt practices and evil tendencies in the martial world. That is why I didn't strike you down with a fatal blow. Kevin suddenly laughed. He looked at the 2 hall masters opposite him and the menacing gang members, and said, Leader, there are hundreds, even thousands, of heavenly demons infiltrating the mortal world. For their own selfish gains, these demons could wreak havoc in the martial world at any moment. Every time I think of such a situation occurring, I am filled with grief and anguish. Therefore, I not only want to uphold the principles of the martial world but also wish to quell the impending turmoil and maintain peace in the Jianghu. Leader Qiu, my intention is to seek your assistance, to leverage the strength of the Iron Palm sect, and together uphold justice in the martial world. Expel the heavenly demon and restore clarity and order to the Jianghu. Wang San's breath hitched, suddenly understanding David's intention. This guy really flipped the table again. He's determined to sprint recklessly down the path of self-destruction. Please provide the text you would like me to translate. Are you crazy? Xiao Yuanlang spat out a mouthful of blood. If you want to deal with someone, just deal with them. Why come up with such a grandiose excuse? If you want to win me over, do you have to seriously injure me first? Can't we discuss things properly? Is this how you handle things? Upholding the code of the martial world? Bah! Alright, I agree to it, Xiao Yuanlang said urgently. Master Qiu agreed so readily. Could there be a trick? Kevin paused for a moment and asked. What nonsense fraud? Xiao Yuanlang said furiously. Do you have any idea how many times you've stabbed me? If I keep negotiating with you, I'll be dead soon. If I die, who among them can make the decisions? Kevin was momentarily stunned, then chuckled dryly. Leader Qiu has a point. If you want to cooperate, quickly find someone to treat my wounds. Xiao Yuanlang, who had been holding on with sheer willpower, realized Kevin's true intentions. His mental strength instantly gave way, and he quickly uttered a sentence before his body went limp, falling into unconsciousness. Kevin felt the sudden weight on his arm that was supporting Xiao Yuanlang's neck. He quickly exerted more force to hold him up, checked his breathing, and urgently shouted, Manhwa, what are you standing there for? Go find someone to treat the leader's wounds. If the leader dies, you'll be the Iron Palm Gang's sinner. Manhwa choked on his breath. Damn it, the gang leader was clearly gravely wounded by you, yet somehow his death became my responsibility. Grumbling aside, he didn't dare slack off. He shot Doug a fierce glare, then leapt back into the gang hall to fetch a doctor. The remaining gang members still surrounded Doug like hawks, fearing he might escape. Doug smiled faintly, supporting Xiao Yuanlang's neck with one arm while pressing a throwing knife to his throat with the other. He turned to the other hall leader and said, Sir, please restrain your men. The gang leader and I have just reached an agreement. I don't want his passing to ruin the great peace soon to come to the martial world. Otherwise, David would become the villain of the entire Jianghu. Wang San glanced at Kevin, his heart trembling wildly. Damn, this guy actually pulled it off. It's only been 2 days. David actually managed to capture a near first-class expert, turning a respectable second-tier gang into his own support. Is there no justice left in the world? He discreetly opened his personal profile, glanced at his own ranking, which had risen to 33, and involuntarily swallowed hard. Just by playing along, he had advanced over 200 spots. David, who orchestrated the whole thing, must already be ranked first in the simulation arena by now. Among the disciples of the Iron Palm Gang, a small underling who had witnessed the entire scene widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Kevin and Wang San, almost losing his mind. Who are these two guys? They're way too fierce. I finally managed to establish myself in the Iron Palm Gang and was preparing to find an opportunity to climb up, but you guys took over the gang, making me look completely incompetent. Soon, the doctor hurried over, applied hemostatic medicine to Qiu Yuanlang, and after a simple blood-stopping procedure, had him carried back to his residence for further treatment. From start to finish, Kevin stayed by Qiu Yuanlang's side without taking a single step away. He held a longsword close to him, taking meticulous care and frequently inquiring about the patient's condition from the doctor. If he hadn't been holding the longsword to the leader's neck, he would have been the person closest to the leader. Watching David venture deep into danger, Wang San opened his mouth as if to say something, but after a moment of consideration, swallowed his words and silently followed Kevin. Xiao Yuanlang was seriously injured. Taking him away would mean the Iron Palm Gang would continue to pursue them. If Xiao Yuanlang were to die amidst the turbulence, they would have no way out. Instead, entering the Iron Palm Gang and letting Xiao Yuanlang heal in peace was the most prudent choice. David could always make the right decision in a short amount of time. Compared to him, it was clear that I still lacked consideration when thinking things through. The Iron Palm Gang was a martial arts
sect, and injuries among its disciples were common. The doctors were skilled and experienced in handling such cases. However, it was the first time he had seen someone being treated while a sword was pointed at them. Usually, it was the doctors who were forced at sword point to treat the injured.
If you're worried about him dying, why did you stab him so many times?
The doctor was silently ranting in his heart but dared not act rashly, because standing next to Kevin was a hand fetishist who occasionally giggled at a severed hand. Two such eccentric individuals coming out to assassinate someone were definitely not normal people. The doctor trembled with fear while treating the wound, terrified that a single mistake would not only incur the wrath of his own hallmaster but also provoke the two lunatics holding the gang leader hostage, who might turn around and stab him with a sword.
Doctor, keep your hands steady. This is your gang leader. You must save him. Otherwise, the Iron Palm gang is finished.
Kevin instructed the doctor, then turned to Manhwa and the others, who were standing close by, and scolded, "You two, move aside a bit.
You're blocking the doctor's light."
David, do you have any conscience left? The gang leader has already agreed to your terms. Can't you at least let him go first so the doctor can properly treat his injuries?
Manhwa glared at Kevin, seething with uncontrollable anger. Hallmaster Han, the alliance between us is still fragile.
I worry that bad people might harm me or the leader, disrupting the excellent situation that the leader and I have worked so hard to achieve. Righteousness needs to be safeguarded with a sword. This is a necessary measure.
I hope you can understand.
Kevin paused for a moment and said earnestly. Wang San glanced at Kevin, silently learning his way of speaking while reflecting on himself. Compared to Kevin, his understanding of the sickly beauty concept seemed too rigid and far less natural. Kevin's words and actions seamlessly fit the character of David, as if David was inherently that way.
He couldn't help but admire him.
What the hell, you? Manhwa was so enraged by Kevin that his three spiritual gods jumped in fury, smoke practically pouring out of his 7 orifices. His grip on the sword tightened and loosened repeatedly, wanting to rush forward and chop David into 8 pieces. Yet, he dared not act rashly, as he couldn't bear the responsibility of causing the leader's death. If the leader died, the Iron Palm gang would truly be finished. Senior brother Han, calm down and focus on saving the leader first. The usually quiet hallmaster glanced at Kevin and said indifferently, once the leader wakes up, he will naturally handle everything within the gang.
What is the surname of this hallmaster?
Kevin looked at him and asked.
Lu Chang, the man replied. So it's Hallmaster Lu. Kevin smiled.
I see that Hallmaster Lu is calm and composed, a person capable of accomplishing great things.
I wonder if tonight's matter has been communicated to the other hallmasters and the relatives of Leader Chiu?
Lu Chang was momentarily stunned. It has been communicated.
When will they arrive? Kevin asked.
Those nearby can arrive by tomorrow, and those farther away can make it in 3 to 5 days.
Lu Chang cooperated fully, answering whatever Kevin asked.
Hallmaster Lu's plan should be to temporarily appease me, then wait for the others to arrive and discuss how to deal with me, right?
Kevin smiled and asked. I wouldn't dare.
Lu Chang pointed at the unconscious Zhou Yuanlang and said succinctly, the leader is in your hands.
A person can't go without eating or drinking. As long as they eat or drink, there's an opportunity to poison them.
However, there are few poisons that can kill instantly upon contact with blood, rendering someone incapable of action in a moment.
So, you're unlikely to do that.
Kevin looked at him with a smile. That leaves only one option, taking advantage of my moments of relaxation to arrange for someone to assassinate me and seize the opportunity to rescue the gang leader. After all, a person has limited energy and can't stay awake all the time. Perhaps you've already stationed archers outside the door, just waiting for me to doze off so they can kill me with a single arrow. Wang San raised his eyes to look at Lu Chang, pondering whether it was time for him to step in. But since Kevin hadn't given the word, he dared not act rashly.
Since Kevin suddenly launched his attack, they have been under constant surveillance, leaving them no chance to discuss anything.
The current situation is not part of the plan, and he has no idea where to start even if he wants to cooperate. Zhaoji's fear side effect is too severe. Using it would ruin David's plans, which would be counterproductive. Therefore, he can only wait quietly, maintaining his persona with a broken hand while silently improving his attributes. Lu Cheng's expression remained unchanged. I won't risk the leader's life. I can't bear the consequences of the archer's failure. When he was unconscious, you naturally wouldn't dare to take risks with him, so you said that once the leader wakes up, he will naturally handle the gang's affairs. Kevin, like a detective who sees through everything, spoke confidently. Zhou Yuanlang being unconscious naturally leaves him at my mercy, but as soon as he wakes up, with his skills, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to temporarily break free from my control. Perhaps you wouldn't just summon the hall masters from all over, but also invite experts to ensure everything is foolproof.
After all, having roamed the martial world for so long, who doesn't have 3 or 5 close friends with comparable skills?
Mr. Chi certainly has a sharp mind. Lu Chang sneered, interrupting Kevin. I don't have as many twists and turns as you. Just rest assured, since the leader has agreed to cooperate with you, no one will touch you before he wakes up.
No one will touch me before old Shou wakes up? Kevin chuckled. Old Shou?
Lu Chang's forehead vein twitched slightly as he suppressed his anger. Naturally,
already. Then what if he never wakes up? Kevin turned to look at the unconscious Zhou Yuanlang, eager to try. Just like this, neither waking nor dying, then wouldn't I be able to live peacefully and worry-free forever?
The doctor's hand trembled almost imperceptibly.
Damn it!
Lu Chang clenched his fist tightly and was about to lunge at Kevin, but at the next moment, Kevin slightly shifted the edge of his sword and Lu Chang's movement came to an abrupt halt. He took a deep breath, glared at Kevin with a livid face, and finally understood why Han Zhuo would often fly into a rage. The guy's words were infuriating beyond belief.
That's more like it. Deep down, you care a lot about old Xiao, so why act so indifferent? Easily breaking through Lu Chang's psychological defenses, Kevin looked at him with an encouraging gaze. Master Lu, a person's mental health is very important and needs constant maintenance.
Learn from us, the heavenly demons. Express your true feelings directly.
Life won't be so exhausting that way. Lu Chang took a deep breath, not wanting to say a single word to Kevin.
Wang San silently curled his lips.
If I could beat you, I'd slap you twice already. Maintenance is supposed to be a support-related keyword. How did you manage to make it sound so annoying? Put your mind at ease. Old Xiao is now my partner.
I still need to join hands with him to achieve great things. Even if you all want him dead, I have to protect him, Kevin said, shaking his head with a light sigh. No one wants the leader to die, Lu Chang said through gritted teeth.
Kevin nodded, then changed the subject. Hall Masters, why don't we give old Xiao a surprise?
Lu Chang and Hans would exchanged a glance, a bad premonition flashing through their minds at the same time.
Lu Chang asked tremblingly, what kind of surprise? To forge iron, one must be strong oneself.
The Iron Palm Gang has rotted to its core from top to bottom, Kevin said.
We must uphold the principles of the martial world: justice, peace, righteousness, and stability. With the current reputation of the Iron Palm Gang, it's clearly not enough.
Therefore, we must start by reforming ourselves, turning the Iron Palm Gang into a positive and praiseworthy organization. I believe we should establish new gang rules.
Thoroughly investigate the members of the gang.
Any members who bully the common people shall be executed in public. All usury practices, withholding wages, and the like must be abolished. As for forcibly taking women, such things must not happen at all.
If it has already happened, return them all and provide compensation. Even for our core canal transport business, I think the prices can be lowered a bit to make it more affordable for the common people.
Lu Chang, Han Zhuo. The name Iron Palm Gang isn't very good either. It's too aggressive and doesn't align with our new image of upholding justice in the martial world. Kevin thought for a moment and said, why not change the name as well?
Let's call it Peacekeeping Gang, simple and straightforward. In just this short time, even the gang's name has been changed? Are you sure this is a surprise for the gang leader and not digging up his ancestors' graves?
The two hall leaders exchanged a glance and simultaneously saw the helplessness in each other's eyes.
Han Zhuo gave Lu Chang a meaningful look.
Lu Chang had no choice but to say, Mr. Qi, what you're talking about is a serious matter.
We can't make the decision. It's better to wait until the leader wakes up to discuss it. Hall leader Lu, don't you want old Xiao to wake up and see the Iron Palm Gang thriving with new changes?
Before old Xiao fell unconscious, he agreed to cooperate with me. Kevin frowned.
Or are you saying you want to defy the leader's orders?
Go to hell with constant change, taking a chicken feather as an arrow.
Who do you think you are? Do you really think holding the leader hostage will let you do whatever you want?
Lu Chang said coldly, Mr. Qi, the leader did agree to cooperate with you, but he hasn't issued any specific orders.
We are members of the Iron Palm Gang, not subordinates of Mr. Qi. Unless the leader personally gives us orders, we cannot carry out your commands. Do you mean old Xiao has to give the order himself? Kevin asked.
Yes, we only listen to the leader.
The two hall masters nodded simultaneously.
It was my oversight.
Kevin smiled apologetically. I forgot that my position as the Grand Elder was given by the Feng family. No problem, wait for me a moment.
Under the puzzled gazes of Han and Lu, Kevin bent down, placing his ear close to Zhou Yuanlong's mouth, nodding lightly as he listened.
A moment. Kevin raised his head and naturally said to the two, alright, go carry out the orders I just gave.
Old Xiao has just appointed me as the Supreme Elder of the Iron Palm Gang, with equal authority to him, able to command everything in the Iron Palm Gang.
The doctor's hand trembled, almost poking his finger into Zhou Yuanlong's wound. How could there be someone so shameless in this world? Han and Lu were both stunned. Is he treating us like fools or like we're blind?
Wang San held his breath, feeling like he had gained new insight.
Han Zhuo's face turned red as he roared, David, you're talking nonsense. The boss hasn't woken up at all.
Kevin nodded affirmatively. He woke up. He just woke up for a little while.
Wang San, did he wake up or not? Wang San cooperated perfectly, saying expressionlessly, he woke up.
I saw his eyes move, and his mouth moved too.
The doctor's skills are excellent. What does that have to do with me?
The doctor's hand trembled again. At this moment, he wished he were both deaf and blind. Treating patients was just too tormenting.
Fortunately, Han Lu and the other person wouldn't make things difficult for a doctor. Han's eye twitched violently as he cursed, David, do you have any shame left?
Don't even mention that the leader hasn't woken up. Even if he had, there's no way he could say so much in such a short moment. Hallmaster Han, when a sword is pressed against your neck, you're speaking breaking speed will also become very fast, Kevin said with a straight face, spouting nonsense while adjusting the angle of the sword. Hansuo's voice came to an abrupt halt. Kevin narrowed his eyes. So, you understand? If you understand, then do as I say. Lu Chang looked at Kevin, suddenly stepped forward, and said, you don't dare to kill the leader. If you kill the leader, you won't survive either. Lu Chang, are you trying to seize power? Kevin's sword pressed down lightly, leaving a red mark on Xiao Yuanlong's neck as he spoke sharply. Lu Chang stopped in his tracks. Kevin looked at the two of them and said with a smile, Hallmaster Lu, stay and tell me about the main personnel structure of the Iron Palm Gang. Hallmaster Han, go carry out the orders I just gave. Start with the Iron Palm Gang headquarters. Find a tailor to make unified gang uniforms, with Wei written on the front and he on the back. Find a carpenter to change the signboard. By tomorrow morning, I want to see the Peacekeeping Gang sign hanging at the entrance. Seeing the unified clothing within the gang, the pests can dig during the day. Oh, and since you're disturbing people in the middle of the night, remember to pay the craftsman triple. Hansuo looked at Lu Chang. Lu Chang nodded at him. Go ahead. Hansuo glared fiercely at Kevin and turned to leave. Hallmaster Han, don't feign compliance while secretly opposing. Kevin's voice leisurely sounded behind him. At dawn, I will take the leader to inspect the progress. Hansuo realized what Kevin intended to do, trembled violently, and turned abruptly, his eyes red as he said, David, don't go too far. How could the leader in that condition possibly go for an inspection? Kevin chuckled, I trust the doctor's skills, and besides, I've heard that for injured people, more activity and sunlight can help with recovery. A benevolent heart is the essence of a doctor. The doctor knew he couldn't remain silent any longer. He looked up at Kevin and said, Mr. Seven, the leader is seriously injured and needs to rest. Moving him at this time could easily worsen his condition. Did you hear that? Kevin glared at Hansuo. If you heard it, then do your job properly and stop making the leader worry. Otherwise, if his condition worsens, it'll all be on you. Hansuo shot a fierce glare at Kevin, then turned and strode away. Please provide the text you would like me to translate. A brief silence. The Feng family is already a thing of the past, Kevin said. I have said it countless times, everything I do is for the world, for upholding the code of the martial arts community, and for the peace of the martial world. Lu Chang asked, are you really a demon? Kevin replied, absolutely, without a doubt. No normal person could do the things I do. And now you're feeling proud about it? Lu Chang's brow twitched. Are there many demons like you? There must be at least a few hundred. Kevin sighed wistfully. As a demon dedicated to maintaining order, with just a slight move, I can throw the Iron Palm Gang into chaos. You can imagine what this world would become if other demons were allowed to grow. As he spoke, he glanced at Wang San beside him. Wang San, Lu Chang. So, that's why I'm so eager. Only by strangling them in the cradle can we eliminate all hidden dangers. We can't let them grow up. Kevin declared righteously. You will become the target of everyone's criticism, Lu Chang said, taking a deep breath. For justice, for peace, I can even risk my life. Why would I fear becoming the target of criticism? Kevin replied with a smile. Madman, Lu Chang muttered, confirming Kevin's identity as a demon. You don't understand the celestial demons. Once you do, you'll be as eager to get rid of them as you are to get rid of me, Kevin said wistfully. Hallmaster Lu, let's not discuss these meaningless things. You humans have a saying, judge actions, not intentions. If you judge intentions, no one is good. You can't tell good from bad just by appearances. The celestial demons are among the rare ones whose hearts and words align. Their nature is exactly what they appear to be. The more you interact with me, the more you'll find me to be a good person. At critical moments, I would risk my life to protect you, just as I once protected the Feng family. You protected the Feng family right into the ditch. The Iron Palm Gang is almost there too. Lu Chang muttered inwardly and said no more, though he couldn't agree more with David's assessment of the celestial demons. He even began to consider whether it might be possible to use the celestial demons to deal with the celestial demons. Master Lu, tell me about the structure of the Iron Palm Gang, Kevin said. Once I understand our personnel arrangement, I can proceed with the next step. We don't have much time. Lu Chang glanced at Kevin, then at Xiao Yuanlang under his sword, and said, under the leader of the Iron Palm Gang, there are over 3,000 members. The gang is divided into 10 halls, the Azure Dragon Hall, led by Hallmaster Chiu Filong, the White Tiger Hall, led by Hallmaster Chiu Feiyu, the Vermilion Bird Hall, led by Hallmaster Chiu Muchin, the Black Tortoise Hall, led by Hallmaster Hansuo, the Sanglong Hall, led by Hallmaster Chiu Feipeng, the Greenwood Hall, led by Hallmaster Yan Wu. That night, chaos erupted in the Iron Palm Gang. All the gang members were sent to Luoyang City, some to find carpenters, some to find tailors, and some to find embroiderers. Hansuo was holding back a stomach full of anger, but he didn't dare to disobey David's instructions, not even daring to be perfunctory. David acted recklessly without considering the consequences. Hansuo worried that the guy might actually push Master Chiu out the next day to inspect his labor results. Renaming the Iron Palm Gang to the Peacekeeping Gang might be a bit humiliating, but it was still better than having the gang leader ruined by him. The canal transport business was a lucrative piece of meat, with countless eyes
watching it. Without Xiao Yuanlang holding the fort, the Iron Palm Gang was not far from destruction.
At worst, he would deal with David, admit his mistakes with humility, and help the Iron Palm Gang clear their name.
In Xiao Yuanlong's hospital room, Kevin and Lu Chang spent the entire night discussing ideals while subtly probing each other.
Lu Chang's original intention was to keep an eye on Kevin, hoping to find an opportunity to snatch the gang leader from his hands. However, by the end, even the sickly Wang San had managed to sneak in a short nap, yet David remained full of energy without the slightest hint of fatigue. Instead, it was him, yawning one after another, somewhat unable to hold on. If it weren't for David having no intention to kill him, he would have been the first to collapse.
The sky turned pale. Lu Chang, with dark circles under his eyes, yawned and said, "Mr. Qi, you have such abundant energy. You must be outstanding even among the heavenly demons." Kevin modestly replied, "I wouldn't say outstanding, just fortunate to have a bit more energy." Actually, Kevin originally planned to tie Lu Chang up and then take turns resting with Wang San. He had tested the 8-minute rest method used by special forces on Earth, where a short nap of 8 minutes at intervals could restore most of one's energy. With his keen 5 senses and Wang San's early warnings, sneaking out 8 minutes shouldn't have been a big problem. But who would have thought that after a whole night of activity, he didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy? It must have something to do with the sudden increase in his attributes and the previously enhanced mental strength, which turned out to be an unexpected surprise. Come to think of it, that makes sense. The virtual characters in the game only have stamina settings. When they need to sleep or rest entirely depends on whether the players outside the game feel tired. Wang San still needs to sleep. The simulation field settings are already very humane, but after resting for more than half an hour, he regained his energy, and his attribute values are likely quite high. At this moment, a commotion came from outside, accompanied by the sound of someone advising, "Young master, don't be impulsive." With a bang, the door was kicked open, and a person burst in with a gust of cold wind. "I want to see what kind of demon dares to." "Father." The man came to an abrupt halt when he saw Qiu Yuanlang with a sword pressed against his neck. "Young master, Qiu Feilong?" Kevin glanced at him and said calmly, "Impulsiveness is the devil. Do you realize that if I hadn't raised my sword by an inch in time, your actions just now would have sent your father to the afterlife? I upheld your filial piety. You ought to thank me." "Get lost, you bastard!" Qiu Feilong roared in fury. "Let go of my father, and I'll spare your life." Manhwa followed him in. He had already changed into a set of blue-black clothes, with a white circle on the front, inside which was a neatly written character. He awkwardly surveyed the scene in the room, reached out to pull Qiu Feilong, and said tactfully, "Young master, let's step outside. The leader needs rest. We can talk outside." "My father is being held at sword point, and you want me to step outside and talk?" Qiu Feilong shouted angrily, pointing at the character on Manhwa's chest. "And you idiot, whatever he tells you to do, you just do it? Are you a member of the Iron Palm Gang or his man?" Manhwa glanced at Kevin, awkwardly unable to speak. "Kneel, or I'll chop off one of your father's fingers." Kevin looked at Qiu Feilong and suddenly shouted. With a clang, he had already drawn another long sword, pressing the blade against Qiu Yuanlong's thumb. "Is my man someone you can reprimand?" Qiu Feilong froze, glaring angrily at Kevin. "David, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I become your man?" Manhwa argued, his face turning red with urgency. "Wearing the peacekeeping gang's clothes means you're one of mine," Kevin said sternly. "If I can't even protect the dignity of my own people, how can I talk about upholding justice in the world?" He then looked at Qiu Feilong. "Kneel." Kevin never missed an opportunity to defend. He pressed his longsword downward, and Qiu Yuanlong's fingers immediately bled. Even in his unconscious state, Qiu Yuanlang instinctively twitched. "How dare you!" Qiu Feilong exclaimed anxiously, stepping forward abruptly. Kevin pressed the sword in his other hand closer to Qiu Yuanlong's throat, looking provocatively at Qiu Feilong. "Rebellious son, do you intend to commit patricide and usurp the throne?" Qiu Feilong's face darkened, caught in a dilemma. At this moment, he finally understood why Manhwa had stopped him at the door. If David wasn't killed, this was an unsolvable situation. Whoever entered would be humiliated, unless he wanted his father to die. "Not kneeling?" Kevin shook his head and let out a mocking laugh. Old Qiu, you've raised a son with ambition. Unfortunately, from now on, your nickname in the martial world will probably be Nine-Fingered Palm. In the future, I hope you won't blame your son when you can no longer hold chopsticks." Speaking, he raised the long sword, making a gesture as if to strike. "Stop." Qiu Feilong's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll kneel." He glared at Kevin, slowly knelt on the ground, and said word by word, "Are you satisfied now? Why are you kneeling to me?" Kevin looked bewildered. "Kneel to Manhwa. It's his dignity you insulted, not mine." Qiu Feilong froze. His face turned ashen as he stood up, turned to Manhwa, and bent his knees, about to kneel. "Hallmaster Han, it's my fault." Manhwa hurriedly supported him and said, "Young master, there's no need." He looked at Kevin, flustered. "Mr. Seven, there's no need to stand up for me. I have no dignity to speak of." "Hallmaster Han, you may have no dignity, but when you put on that uniform, you represent the peacekeeping gang. What I'm defending is not just your dignity but also the reputation
formation of the peacekeeping gang, Kevin said solemnly. I want every member of the peacekeeping gang to know that as long as they wear this uniform, no one can bully them.
No one can bully us, except for you, damn it.
Originally, changing the signboard and altering the clothes, I could still survive. But with this kneel from the young master, I have no way to live in the Iron Palm gang anymore.
Manhwa was on the verge of tears.
Kevin's move was too ruthless, effortlessly driving a wedge between him and the young master.
Hallmaster Han, don't stop me. This kneel is my own doing.
Xiao Filong, with a grim face, brushed aside Hansua's hand and gave him a solid kowtow.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have insulted the peacekeeping gang. Done.
Hansua closed his eyes in pain, his heart filled with desolation.
Are you satisfied now?
Xiao Filong stood up again, looking at Kevin with a cold gaze, as if he were staring at a dead man.
Young master, don't blame me.
The peacekeeping gang was jointly established by your father and me to uphold the principles of the martial world, which sometimes requires iron-fisted methods.
I had no choice but to act this way.
After all, you are also a member of the Iron Palm gang.
Now that you're back, you should fulfill your filial duty. Start by changing into the peacekeeping gang's attire. Kevin smiled. The old master hasn't woken up yet.
When he does, I hope he sees a completely revitalized gang.
David, don't push me too far, Xiao Filong said angrily. You've already knelt, so what's the big deal about changing clothes? Surely you don't want me to threaten you again with your father's finger, do you?
Kevin looked regretfully at Xiao Yuanlang, then picked up the sword and poised it over his finger. In the future, when you can't hold chopsticks, I hope you won't resent your son. The reverse ladder effect, when you ask a target to do something excessive first, then follow it with a less excessive request, they are more likely to accept the latter.
Fine, I'll change, Xiao Filong said, his eyes wide, his face flushed red with humiliation. Hallmaster Han, go get me a set of clothes. Hanzua nodded.
4 people, Kevin corrected, the leader, Hallmaster Lu, and this doctor also need to change.
Lu Chang remained silent.
After a night of confrontation, he had long understood that when dealing with Kevin, compliance was the best approach. This way, the old leader could suffer less. Throughout the night, his neck had been rubbed by dew over 10 times. If it happened a few more times, calluses would form, and they might as well rename themselves the Iron Neck Gang. Kevin thought for a moment, looked at Xiao Filong, and instructed, young master, you are the eldest of the Qiu family. From now on, whenever a hall master comes to visit your father, you are responsible for receiving them.
Whoever comes must change clothes. If they don't, I'll stomp on your father's fingers.
There are 6 hall masters left, and 10 fingers should be more than enough.
Xiao Filong flew into a rage. David, don't push it too far. My father is already in that condition. Can he even wear clothes? Kevin replied, draping them on him will do.
Old Xiao is the symbol of the peacekeeping gang, and no matter what, he must set an example.
Father is in Kevin's hands.
No matter how indignant Xiao Filong was, he could only humiliate himself by agreeing to Kevin's demands.
Another 2 hours passed.
Xiao Feiping, Yan Wu, and Xiao Muqian returned one after another. When they saw the Iron Palm gang's sign replaced with the peacekeeping gangs, they were equally furious. However, with Xiao Filong stopping them to explain, they could only suppress their anger and reluctantly change into the peacekeeping gang's uniforms.
Third sister, what should we do? We have to find a way to rescue father. If David continues to mess around, the Iron Palm gang will become a joke.
Xiao Filong had already understood the ins and outs of the situation.
I think that guy is serious. Is he really a demon?
Xiao Muqian, approximately 27 or 28 years old, with her hair tied up and dressed as a married woman, looked from afar at her father's room door and frowned as she asked.
I questioned all the gang members who witnessed it yesterday. David's behavior was indeed unusual.
Just now, I already sent Feiping and Yanwo to investigate at Feng's house, Xiao Filong said.
But it will take at least 3 hours for them to return. Can he be taken down? Xiao Muqian asked. We've considered it, Hanzua said. However, David is very cunning.
Last night, he subtly hinted to us that unless we kill him in one strike, he would first kill the gang leader. We dare not take the risk.
Has he ever relaxed? Xiao Muqian asked.
Always full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. Hansua's eyes were bloodshot as he shook his head and said, he hasn't even switched the hand holding the sword. His voice abruptly stopped, and he turned to look at Xiao Yuanlang's door. Pale-faced, Xiao Yuanlang trembled as he walked out from the doorway, his body wrapped in bandages and draped in a peacekeeping gang robe. Kevin stood behind him, his longsword still pressed against Xiao Yuanlang's neck. Lu Cheng, expressionless, carried a chair and stood to the side, while Wang San still clutched his severed hand, muttering to himself, Boss, Dad. The 3 were shocked and hurriedly ran over there.
David, don't push us too far. My father is injured like that. How dare you make him come out? Xiao Muqian's face turned pale as she loudly questioned.
Xiao Filong kept tugging at her clothes from behind, signaling her not to act impulsively. Kevin glanced at Xiao Muqian but ignored her, then turned back to call out to Lu Cheng, Hallmaster Lu, a chair.
Lu Cheng quickly placed the chair next to Qiu Yuanlang. Leader Qiu, please sit down. The doctor said your body is still weak and you shouldn't overexert yourself.
Kevin gently supported Qiu Yuanlang and helped him sit on the chair. The Iron Palm Gang's banner had been replaced with one bearing the character Wei, and the gang members moving around the courtyard were all dressed in peacekeeping attire. Even their hall master had changed his clothes. Looking at the Iron Palm Gang, which had completely transformed overnight, Xiao Yuanlong's eye twitched involuntarily a few times, and he sighed. Mr. Qi, impressive tactics. My skills are average. It's all thanks to the leader's excellent management, Kevin said with a smile. The leader's subordinates are all loyal and devoted, and I benefit from the leader's influence. If there were even one or two who disregarded the leader's safety and sought to overthrow him, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this. They could simply gather dozens of strong bows, surround the room, and fire indiscriminately. I would have been riddled with holes long ago. Xiao Yuanlang fell silent, momentarily unsure whether to feel fortunate or sorrowful. Father, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to rescue you, Xiao Muqian said. Miss Qiao, I will say this only once. I have done nothing to your father. We are partners. If you continue to treat me as an enemy, it will only bring consequences you cannot bear, Kevin said, frowning as he looked at Xiao Muqian. The peacekeeping gang is here to accomplish great things. We are no longer the undisciplined Iron Palm Gang of the past. As a hall master, you must take the lead in maintaining discipline within the gang. From now on, refrain from saying things that undermine unity. You, Xiao Muqian looked at the sword Kevin moved to his father's finger, her eyes brimming with tears. Yes, Mr. Qi, whether it's upholding justice or maintaining peace, relying on threats is ultimately not a long-term solution. Xiao Yuanlang sighed weakly and said, why don't we sit down and have a proper discussion to come up with a solution that we can all accept? How about that? Talks are necessary, but before that, we need to take action. After all, we don't have much time. Kevin shook his head with a smile. Old Xiao, I didn't establish the peacekeeping gang just for fun. I'm serious about getting things done. Hall Master Han, gather the members. I have a few announcements to make. Hanzhuo looked at Xiao Yuanlang. Xiao Yuanlang nodded to him. Go ahead. From this moment on, Mr. Qi's orders are my orders. Since we've agreed to cooperate, we must show sincerity. Hanzhuo turned and left. Xiao Yuanlang said no more, silently channeling his energy to heal his injuries. After all, he was at the mercy of others and could do nothing. He was curious to see what kind of trouble David, who had been holding him hostage, could stir up. David intended to use his threats to control the gang members. As long as David wasn't pushed to the brink, his life wouldn't be in danger. Everyone has moments of carelessness. When he let his guard down, she could break free from his control, and the Iron Palm Gang would still be hers. His decades of hard work couldn't be shaken by a mere youngster changing clothes and adopting a new name. A short while later, the members of the Iron Palm Gang gathered in the courtyard, all dressed in uniform attire. They looked quite spirited, but their gazes toward Kevin were filled with anger. After all, this guy had tormented them for an entire night. Everyone, Kevin surveyed the crowd. Starting from last night, the Iron Palm Gang is a thing of the past. We now have a new name, the Peacekeeping Gang. Today, in front of the former leader, I will reiterate the rules of the Peacekeeping Gang: to uphold peace, uphold justice, uphold stability, uphold order, uphold morality, uphold fairness, and even uphold the environment. In short, whatever can be upheld, we will uphold. Whatever cannot be upheld, we will find a way to uphold it. Wang San swallowed hard. Goodness, is this how keywords can be used? Hanzhuo, find a few literate members of the gang to write down our principles and post them on every street in Luoyang City. Strive to let every citizen know about our changes, Kevin instructed Hanzhuo again. We want everyone to know that if they encounter oppression from bullies, they can come to us. If they face unfair treatment, they can come to us. By coming to us, we can solve their problems. First, we need to create a peaceful and stable environment in Luoyang City, then gradually expand outward, eventually influencing the entire martial world and the whole country. Hanzhuo looked at Xiao Yuanlang again. This matter was too significant for him to decide on his own. Why do you keep looking at me? Didn't I just say it? Mr. Qi's orders are my orders, Xiao Yuanlang said. Hanzhuo sighed silently, selected literate members from the gang, and found someone to fetch pen and ink. His face looked somewhat gloomy, feeling that if things continued, even if the leader regained control of the Iron Palm Gang, there would be no place for him within the gang. Why is this David targeting only him to exploit? In a short while, about 10 tables were set up, and those knowledgeable in literature gathered together to discuss how to draft the notice. Kevin glanced at them, then turned to Hanzhuo and asked, Hall Master Han, last night when ordering uniforms and changing the signboard, you didn't follow my instructions to pay the craftsmen triple wages, did you? Hanzhuo was stunned. I was in a rush last night and didn't have time. I think you're just used to being overbearing. Kevin snorted coldly. If we want to uphold justice, we must first stand firm ourselves. If we can't even achieve fairness and justice, how can the people possibly trust us? Later, you will personally lead a team to compensate the craftsmen who were disturbed last night, apologize to them, gain their forgiveness, and explain our new doctrine to them. Hanzhuo hesitated for a moment, then cupped his fists toward Kevin. Understood. Don't just pay lip service, Kevin said. Every action of yours, whether sincere or not, will reflect on my growth. If my strength doesn't increase, it means you haven't done your job properly. properly. In that case, I'll cut off one of Leader Chou's fingers. If you fail once, I'll cut one finger. Fail twice, I'll cut two fingers. Xiao Muqian was furious. Doug turned toward her. Chief Chou, is there a problem? Staring at the longsword pressed against her father's finger, Xiao Muqian took a deep breath. I'm fine. If you're fine, then go supervise Chief Han. Don't let him run off out of resentment. Doug nodded. After all, old Xiao is your father, you care more than he does. If he really runs, I'll chop off your father's fingers too. Han Zua, Xiao Muqian. Xiao Yuanlang silently sighed, suddenly understanding why Kevin no longer discussed matters with him. Using him to pressure others into executing orders was evidently more effective than so-called negotiations. Kevin glanced around at everyone and continued, also, Hall Master Han, regarding those disgraceful matters within the gang that I mentioned to you yesterday, they must all be resolved today. Apologies must be made, compensations offered, and the victims' forgiveness obtained. We need to show the utmost sincerity to prove to the people of Luoyang City that we have changed. Have you heard? The Iron Palm Gang was taken over by someone, forced to change their name to the Peacekeeping Gang, and made to reform themselves. They're running around the city apologizing to people everywhere, even changing their clothes. I saw them. They're posting notices all over the city, saying they want to maintain peace and eliminate the scum of the martial world. They even claim we can go to them with any grievances. Their words sound better than a song, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Didn't old Zhang's eldest daughter get kidnapped by the Iron Palm Gang a few days ago? Just now, they returned her along with a large sum of money, knelt at the door begging old Zhang for forgiveness, and even slapped their own faces swollen. It scared old Zhang so much that he knelt down and kowtowed back, not daring to bring his daughter into the house. If it were me, I wouldn't dare either. Who knows when the Peacekeeping Gang will turn into the Iron Palm Gang? In the end, it's still us who will suffer. Sigh, all these martial arts sects are just the same, bullying whoever they want just because they're strong. When have they ever cared about us common folk? This damned world, this time might actually be different. Let me tell you a secret, but don't spread it around. My third son works as a handyman for the Iron Palm Gang, and he says the one who took over the Iron Palm Gang this time isn't human. Not human? What, are you saying it's a ghost? More terrifying than ghosts are the celestial demons. Celestial demons? Yes, I heard that last night. The leader of the Iron Palm Gang was stabbed over a dozen times in the neck by a celestial demon but remained completely unharmed. The Peacekeeping Gang was created by the celestial demon in just one night. If humans are already so terrifying, wouldn't we be even more doomed if it's celestial demons? You are wrong again. The celestial demons are different from us humans. My third brother said that celestial demons seem to have a constraint. They must grow according to their attributes. Otherwise, they will become weak. The attribute of the celestial demon who took over the Iron Palm Gang is protection. That celestial demon announced in front of everyone that they would uphold justice, fairness, and morality. Isn't that exactly what was written on the Peacekeeping Gang's notice? So, does that mean celestial demons are even better than humans? Not necessarily. It seems there are many kinds of celestial demons, some good and some bad. As for the specifics, even my third brother couldn't explain clearly. But I think the celestial demon who took over the Iron Palm Gang is a good person. Hey guys, still chatting idly here? Hurry to the Iron Palm Gang. The heavenly demon is forcing the gang leader to settle a case with a sword in front of everyone. It's quite a spectacle. There is no wall that the wind cannot penetrate. Moreover, Doug is so high profile, practically eager to announce his whereabouts to the whole world. That day, he and the Iron Palm Gang, which had turned into the Peacekeeping Gang, became the hottest topic in Luoyang City. Various rumors were flying everywhere, and within less than an hour, the things he did at the Iron Palm Gang were already known to everyone. The timid citizens were still hesitating, but those who had been utterly oppressed by the Iron Palm Gang and had no way out saw the notice and, in a desperate move, directly went to the Iron Palm Gang to seek justice. Kevin hadn't expected that his efforts to protect the interests of the people would yield results so quickly. Posting the notice and forcing the Iron Palm Gang to apologize publicly in Luoyang City was merely his way of establishing credibility step by step, gradually dismantling the foundation of the Iron Palm Gang and ultimately building the authority of the Peacekeeping Gang. But unexpectedly, the Iron Palm Gang had committed so many atrocities over the years that some people, disregarding their own lives and without even verifying the truth, came forward to seek justice on the very same day. Come to think of it, it made sense. Even a small family like the Fongs treated sparring partners as less than human, deciding their life and death at will, let alone these ordinary citizens who were even lower in status than sparring partners. What a damned world. However, this works out just fine. The authorities don't care, so he takes charge. When someone cries out for justice, he is naturally happy to play the role of a righteous official and help the people redress their grievances. There is no better way to boost one's reputation than a public trial. Thus, outside Luoyang City, a peculiar scene appeared. The former gang leader Qiu Yuanlang, his body wrapped in bandages, sat expressionlessly under the blazing sun. Beside him, a young man holding a long sword rested it against his neck, sitting behind a table with a broad smile, welcoming every person who came to seek justice. Nearby, the incense masters and hall masters of the Iron Palm Gang, dressed in the uniforms of the peacekeeping gang and holding short staves, stood on both sides with grim expressions, acting as bailiffs. If it were just this, it would still be within the public's range of acceptance. After all, Kevin has just taken over the Iron Palm Gang.
Without a hostage in hand, how could he make the gang submit? Without holding a sword to the leader's neck, how could the oppressed commoners dare to step forward and cry out for justice? But if you add a deranged young man clutching a severed hand and laughing foolishly, the scene becomes somewhat bizarre. However, for those commoners who have been so oppressed by the Iron Palm Gang that they have no way to survive, they can no longer afford to care about such things. If they don't take advantage of the gang being under someone else's control to settle their scores and seek revenge, when else would they get the chance? At this moment, Kevin was their lifeline. Even if the Heavenly Demon was suppressed afterward and the Iron Palm Gang made a comeback, they would have at least vented their anger. Lord Heavenly Demon, I, a humble man, accuse Lu Haigu of the Iron Palm Gang. A year ago, he took a liking to my daughter Xiulian and brought members of the Iron Palm Gang to forcefully marry her for 3 coins. I refused, so Lu Haigu broke one of my legs and forcibly took Xiulian away. When I went to the authorities to report it, they beat me up instead. My poor Xiulian was tormented by that beast for 3 days. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and threw herself into a well. My poor daughter, she was only 16 years old. I beg Lord Heavenly Demon to seek justice for me. An old man with a weathered face knelt trembling on the ground, recounting his grievances to Kevin. All along, whether it was protecting the Feng family, betraying the Feng family, or upholding justice, Kevin always approached things with the mindset of playing a game. After all, he needed to use protection to enhance his own strength. But when that elderly man, dragging a broken leg and so thin that he was skin and bones, knelt before him, crying and wailing about his grievances with a resolute attitude of facing death, his heart was suddenly moved. Even though he knew the simulation field was fake, the anger in his heart could not be suppressed. Too much. What Feng family? What Iron Palm Gang? Not a single good thing. This damn world should be upheld by good people like him.
At this moment, he suddenly felt that what he was doing had meaning, no longer just purely competing for the first place in the simulation field.
Kevin glanced at Xiao Yuanlang and mocked, "Leader Xiao, what a fine Iron Palm Gang you have."
Xiao Yuanlang, forced into a public reckoning, was initially filled with resentment, but his expression now seemed somewhat awkward. "Mr. Qi, these things were done by the people below me.
I didn't know.
If I had known, I wouldn't have let him tarnish the reputation of the Iron Palm Gang."
Reputation? Kevin snorted. "Lu Chang, bring Lu Haigu here." Lu Chang helplessly stepped forward and asked, "Whose subordinate is Lu Haigu?"
One of the incense masters acting as a yamen runner stepped forward awkwardly and said, "He is my subordinate."
Lu Chang asked, "Do you know what he did?"
The incense master awkwardly shook his head and was just about to speak. Suddenly, a commotion stirred among the peacekeeping gang members behind. Someone shoved through the crowd and sprinted wildly toward the outskirts. Lu Chang glanced that way, took a few swift steps, caught up behind the man, grabbed him by the neck, and slammed him heavily to the ground. Lu Haigu's face turned pale as he kowtowed repeatedly to Doug.
"Great Demon Protector, spare me. Great Demon Protector, have mercy. I won't dare again. Please grant me one more chance. I'm willing to sincerely join the peacekeeping gang and serve the Great Demon Protector faithfully." "If the peacekeeping gang accepts someone like you, how can you talk about upholding justice?"
Doug snorted coldly.
"Lu Chief, kill him.
Leaving trash like this in the world only pollutes the air. Don't let him die too easily." Lu Haigu's behavior no longer requires evidence, let alone the fact that Kevin is sharp-eyed and clear-headed. The whispers of the onlookers had already made the truth crystal clear in his heart.
"Seventh brother, leave him to me."
Wang San, who hadn't said much all along, suddenly stepped forward.
"I should add more to my collection. Since the battle ended last night until now, his attribute improvements have been negligible. After all, most of the time it was David showing off, and he couldn't even find an opportunity to shine. But when he stood in the midst of the crowd holding his severed hand alongside Kevin, with people pointing fingers and gossiping about him, his attributes skyrocketed rapidly, and within moments, his personal ranking rose by 5 places. How could Wang San possibly pass up such a great opportunity to boost his attributes? If he didn't take advantage of David's commotion to make a name for himself, when else would he?
Moreover, he had figured it out. David's keyword was maintenance. He was walking a tightrope with such a big commotion, and if it collapsed, it would lead to utter ruin. But Wang San was different. He was a sickly beauty through and through. Even if the peacekeeping gang collapsed in the future, it wouldn't change the world's impression of him.
His strength would only increase, not diminish. So what if David is impressive now? Maybe he will be the one to turn the tide in the future. After all, Zhao's fear can still be used against David.
Kevin glanced at him and nodded indifferently. Wang San stepped forward from the crowd, holding a willow leaf knife, and walked toward the trembling Lu Haigu. As he walked, he said, "My little black dog, I like you so much. How can you be so bad?
Look, you've angered everyone. Let me personally send you off. Dying in my arms, you must be happy, right?"
Fear spread in Lu Haigu's heart. He leapt up, trying to run, but the fall from Lu Cheng earlier had already caused him internal injuries. As soon as he stood up, he fell back to the ground. As Wang San closed in relentlessly, terror deepened on Lu Haigu's face. He scrambled and rolled desperately, trying to flee. But Wang San gave him no chance. With a few powerful strides, he was right behind him. A brutal kick landed on Lu's leg. Why run? Why try to leave me? If that's the case, you don't need that leg anymore. Without it, you'll never be able to leave me. With a heavy slash, Wang San cut into his calf. Splash! Blood sprayed everywhere. Amid Lu's agonized screams, Wang San's face was filled with twisted delight. Darling, your screams are so beautiful. Too bad you'll only get to make that sound once. Keep screaming, it'll help you lose the fear. Hold on tight, I'm going to be gentle now. He slashed again. The leg that was only cut open before was severed cleanly. Lu Haigu let out a hysterical wail, thrashing and rolling on the ground. No, spare me. Master Lu, incense masters, kill me, don't let this madman torture me anymore. No one moved. Kevin glared at everyone from above like a tiger watching its prey. Who would be willing to offend the people above for the sake of a scoundrel? If he really stabbed the gang leader, wouldn't the Chiu family skin them alive? The attributes are increasing quite quickly. Seeing Wang San swiftly and cleanly chop off Lu Haigu's leg with one strike, Kevin immediately realized his strength had improved. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Since he started reorganizing the Iron Palm gang, his attributes had been steadily increasing, almost without pause. Especially after he convicted Lu Haigu and upheld justice for the elderly man who lost his daughter, his attributes surged significantly. Moreover, by exposing the matter of the heavenly demon to the public, he essentially backstabbed all the players present. As the news of the heavenly demon spread further and affected more victims, his strength would grow even faster. Two combined, he fears no one. At this moment, he felt that even if he let go of Chiu Yuanlang now, if someone wanted to save him, he could still run back immediately and chop off his fingers. Help you? Ha ha ha, adorable little one, who else but me would help you? Don't move, let me see your heart, see if I am truly inside your heart. Wang San's voice echoed between heaven and earth. The surrounding whispers all stopped. Many onlookers, watching the frenzied Wang San, were frightened. Some timid ones simply closed their eyes, while others couldn't handle the shock and ran to the side, vomiting heavily. Mr. Qi, that's going too far. Killing him would have been enough. Why torture him in broad daylight? Zhou Yuanlang couldn't help but frown. Not feeling pity now? He tortured a 16-year-old girl for 3 days, forced her to jump into a well, broke her father's leg. Where was your pity then? Doug pointed at the limping old man below. Serious wounds need harsh medicine. I want everyone to see the fate of evildoers. I'm not the authorities, I am the demonic protector. Upholding justice requires my methods. The limping elder, initially stunned and speechless from Wang San's threat, recalled the tragic death of his daughter upon hearing Doug's words. The pity in his eyes instantly faded. With tears in his eyes, he glared fiercely at the screaming, struggling Lu Haigu and said viciously, the demonic protector is right. To deal with such villains, they must face the harshest punishments, so they never dare harm others again. Finished speaking, he no longer looked at Lu Haigu. Instead, he straightened his tattered clothes, looked at Kevin, and respectfully bowed to him, his face full of relief and liberation. Thank you, Lord Demon, for redressing the injustice for this humble one. My wish has been fulfilled, and I have no regrets left in this life. Now I can face my poor daughter in the afterlife with dignity. Old man, the deceased are gone, but the living must continue. Otherwise, if I uphold justice for you and you go off to commit suicide, what meaning does the justice I uphold have? Kevin saw through his thoughts and smiled gently. Live on, live for your daughter. Watch as the bad people in this world are punished by me one by one. Watch how the world changes for the better. Isn't that good? Moreover, Lu Haigu is a member of the Iron Palm Gang. The Iron Palm Gang failed to manage their people properly, so the compensation they owe cannot be omitted. If you die, who should I give this compensation to? Lu Chang, send someone to fetch 100 taels of silver and deliver it to this old man. Master Tianma, you have already redressed my grievances, and I am deeply grateful. How could I dare to accept your silver? The old man waved his hands repeatedly. Are you worried that someone might get jealous and try to steal your silver? Kevin asked. That's not what I meant, the old man said. I just feel that I've already received your great kindness. Old man, no amount of money can bring your daughter back to life. Kevin sighed. Take this money, find an honest person, and let him care for you in your old age and see you off when the time comes. The Peacekeeping Guild is always here. No one will dare to covet your money. Lu Chang sent someone to fetch the money. Kevin said, bring more over. The Iron Palm Gang has committed many sins over the years, and today we might have to pay out quite a bit of silver. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlooking crowd burst into an uproar. Since ancient times, wealth has moved people's hearts. It turns out they were worried that Kevin would struggle alone, and if the Iron Palm Gang made a comeback, they would still be the unlucky ones. But now, they can both take revenge and get money, which is a different story. With the money in hand, even leaving Luoyang City to live elsewhere would be fine. 100 taels. They won't be able to earn this much money in their entire lives. The old man looked at Kevin, counted out a few more times, times, and sobbed uncontrollably, "Lord Demon, you are a good person. I will enshrine your longevity tablet at home, praying for your blessings every day, wishing you a long and prosperous life."
Lord Demon, I also have grievances. Niu Chaojie from the Iron Palm Gang forced my father to his death in order to seize my family's ancestral jade. Among the constables, one of the incense master's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Lord Tianma, the 8 acres of fertile land in my family were taken by Yen Shou of the Iron Palm Gang. Lord Tianma.
Whoosh! From the crowd, more than a dozen people suddenly rushed out, scrambling to run toward Kevin. Wang San, who had just stolen Kevin's spotlight, was once again ignored by everyone. Kevin's attributes were rapidly increasing.
At the same time,
The Iron Palm gang members were in chaos, with many turning tail and running.
who wouldn't be scared? Wang San was ruthless. If he ran, there might still be a chance.
But staying and enduring his torment was worse than death. Watching more and more people flee, Doug frowned slightly.
Xiu Filong, catch them.
"If one escapes, I'll chop off one of your fingers."
Xiu Filong shot Doug an angry glare, his frustration boiling over. Filong guard, what are you waiting for? Catch them.
"If one gets away, I'll chop off your fingers one by one." Seeing Xiu Filong losing his composure, Xiu Yuanlang sighed deeply and glanced at Doug.
David, what you're doing is going to cause a huge mess.
I knew that when I decided to uphold justice, I was already aware that this would be the hardest path to take.
But someone has to do it, right? Kevin looked at the chaotic crowd and smiled faintly.
I don't believe there are no good people left in the world.
Xiu Yuanlang gave Kevin a meaningful glance, sighed softly, and said no more. Among the crowd, members of various sects looked at the frenzied Kevin and Wang San, each frowning deeply.
A seven-poch elder of the beggar sect turned around and instructed a nearby beggar, Huzi, "Send someone to investigate whether anyone in our sect has been possessed by the heavenly demon.
This guy is too sinister. Once identified, control them first."
"Yes, elder."
The beggar accepted the order and left.
"Old Tang, you head back to the main headquarters immediately and inform the sect leader about what happened here."
Then, he turned to another slightly older beggar, frowned, and said,
"I feel like the heavens are about to change." The same scene was also happening among the people from the 3 schools and 5 sects who had come to investigate the situation. Kevin claimed to uphold justice, but all they saw in him was madness, the uncontrollable nature of a demon.
That day,
many people rode fast horses, rushing from Luoyang City to all corners of the land, spreading the news far and wide.
Feng Zhong, with his face hidden under a bamboo hat, squeezed into the crowd, watching Kevin and his companion basking in the limelight ahead.
A mocking smile appeared on his face, 2 fools, facing death yet still unaware.
Do you really think relying on a few natives will eliminate the others? Well, this works out perfectly.
With you two attracting all the attention, it saves me the trouble of running back and forth.
Staying here in Luoyang City, I can reap the benefits as the fisherman. I might even add some fuel to your fire. Hee. The one who laughs last is the true winner.
Kevin was already ranked first in the simulation field. Back at Xingyu Tower, he was the first to detect the Iron Palm Gang's night raid. Later, he backstabbed the Feng family, forcibly took over the Iron Palm Gang, and single-handedly upheld the people's trust in justice in Luoyang City, significantly enhancing his attributes. Now, his 5 senses are incredibly sharp. Even with his eyes closed, he can discern his surroundings by sound alone. On Earth, he could easily be a little superhero without any problem. The Beggar's Sect, Mount Tai, and other sects have their own distinctive characteristics. Sooner or later, he would have to deal with them. Doug had been keeping a close watch on those mingling within the crowd, their plans, their movements, and he heard every detail clearly, as expected. What caught him off guard, though, was amidst the clamor, he actually overheard Feng Zhong muttering to himself, Well, betrayed me with a stab in the back and didn't even run away, yet still dares to come watch the show? So criminals really like to return to the crime scene to admire their work, huh? Looking is one thing, but if you had stayed quiet and hidden, I might not have noticed you. Yet you're talking to yourself, you're really quite the chatterbox. Reaping the benefits without effort? Keep dreaming. Doug glanced discreetly toward Feng Zhong's position and immediately recognized him wearing a bamboo hat. But, watching the civilians rush over, chattering and crying out their grievances, the Filong guards scrambling to capture the suspects involved, and then glancing at Xiu Filong and his men, who were staring at him intently. Doug hesitated. The situation on the scene was too complicated. Once he lets go of Xiu Yuanlang, the hard-won stable situation might collapse. But if they don't catch Feng Zhong, who knows when he'll show up again next time? Judging by his tone, it seems like he has awakened some advanced skill. Catch him. In just a moment, Kevin made a decision. Opportunities like this don't come twice. Whether his keywords would work or not was another matter, but letting the tiger return to the mountain would bring endless trouble. Kevin looked at Wang San, who was still cutting open Lu Haigu's chest, searching to see if his heart held any secrets, and called out, Wang San, come over and handle this case for me. I need to step away for a moment. Xiu Filong, Lu Chang, and the others held their breath. The opportunity had arrived. Wang San, suspecting nothing, carried the bloodstained knife in one hand and a still beating heart in the other, silently walking over to take Kevin's place. He pressed the blade against Xiu Yuanlang Yuanlong's neck, then carefully placed his heart squarely on the table. Little darling, you stay here for a while. I'll keep you company soon enough. Doug smiled faintly at Qiu Feilong and the others, slowly withdrawing his sword from Qiu Yuanlong's neck as a warning. Don't act recklessly.
Wang San's aim isn't as precise as mine, but he strikes ruthlessly.
If you provoke him, the old gang leader's head, fingers, or who knows what else might end up in his collection.
Wang San grinned wickedly and licked the corner of his mouth in response. Everyone, please stay calm. If you have any grievances, bring them to this gentleman here. Doug gestured toward Wang San. He looks fearsome, but he's kind-hearted. His thunderous methods are only aimed at evildoers. He is the peacekeeping gang's Vajra protector.
With a gentle tone, Doug soothed the restless crowd as he began to walk away from them.
Qiu Feilong gave Lu Chang a look, and Lu Chang, along with several incense masters, silently blended into the peacekeeping gang's ranks.
The eyes on the back of Kevin S. head clearly saw the movements of the few people.
He sneered disdainfully and leaned diagonally toward Feng Zhong's direction.
Kevin did not walk directly toward him. Feng Zhong calmly continued watching the commotion. Wang San's attention was drawn by a group of complainers, so he didn't notice Lu Chang and the others' movements, but Kevin saw everything clearly. From David S. behavior, he deduced what kind of keyword he might be. Logically speaking, maintenance is an auxiliary type keyword, and its advanced skills shouldn't be suitable for combat. Yet he was able to single-handedly capture Qiu Yuanlang. This is abnormal. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will emerge victorious in every battle. Kevin did not alert Feng Zhong and walked straight out of the crowd. Some of the onlookers followed him with their eyes. Kevin turned back and smiled, saying, "The heavenly demon is relieving himself, and you want to watch? Not watching, not watching. Go ahead, Lord Heavenly Demon, relieve yourself for a long life. Relieve yourself till the heavens collapse and the earth shatters. The pretty little wife can be admired. After seeing Lord Tianma, you might go back and have a chubby baby boy." Perhaps it was because Kevin's tone was gentle, or maybe because he stood on the opposing side of the Iron Palm Gang. The common people were much bolder when facing him. They didn't treat him as Lord Tianma at all and joked around with laughter. But jokes aside, most people still turned their bodies back around. Feng Zhong also turned his head back. He had met Kevin before, and at such a close distance, he was afraid David might recognize him. But just as he turned around, a gust of wind blew from behind, and he had no time to react. The back of his neck was already grabbed, and immediately after, an icy blade was pressed against his throat. David's voice rang out, "Got you." Feng Zhong's heart sank, and he closed his eyes in despair. It's over. This guy's keyword is definitely not defense. Defense couldn't possibly have such sharp offensive skills. Wow. The crowd dispersed. Lu Chang and the others originally planned to ambush Kevin when he was off guard, but instead witnessed David ambushing someone else. David's speed burst out in an instant, immediately changing their expressions. In the blink of an eye, Kevin was already behind that person. Even the fastest lightness skill in the martial world couldn't be this fast. At this moment, they suddenly understood why the gang leader, with such excellent martial arts, couldn't evade David's surprise attack. At such a close distance and with such speed, perhaps only Marshal Saint Chao could dodge it. At this speed, can they really ambush David? More like heading to their deaths. Kevin didn't kill him immediately, which gave Feng Zhong a glimmer of hope. He quickly said, "Seventh brother, let's talk this through. Don't you need help? I can join too. I promise, I'll be even more obedient than Wang San. The three of us together can definitely eliminate everyone else." "What is your keyword?" Kevin asked. "Manipulation. My keyword is manipulation." Feng Zhong, having witnessed David's methods against Wang San at Xingyu Tower, and knowing he had once betrayed David, lowered his voice and straightforwardly revealed his keyword in order to survive. Fearing that Kevin might not believe him, he proactively explained, "The skill I awakened is tongue of gossip. Any information I spread is bound to pique the other party's interest and prompt them to verify it. That's why Qiu Yuanlang, after seeing my letter, immediately sent someone to investigate Xingyu Tower. Otherwise, with Qiu Yuanlang's cunning nature, how could he easily believe in something as vague and elusive as the heavenly demon? Manipulation, to repeatedly move or play with something using fingers, to show off, to flaunt, to sow discord." The definition of manipulation flashed through Kevin's mind, and the corner of his mouth twitched. A Yandere, a gossipmonger, and a glutton, so the simulation field just doesn't bother assigning decent keywords, huh? Compared to them, his own keyword, maintenance, really was an outstanding and top-notch choice. Otherwise, just with a backstab, he really couldn't stir up something this big. "What role can you play?" Kevin asked in a low voice. "I can draw aggro." At the critical moment, Feng Zhong's mind worked quickly, and he said, "Seventh brother, my sharp tongue can quickly throw the world into chaos. Your keyword is maintain. The more chaotic the world gets, the better you can utilize your keyword. It's useless. I can cause chaos in this world all by myself." Kevin said, "It's safer to kill you. If you can betray me once, you can betray me a second time." "Seventh brother, it is useful, it is useful. The chaos you create is uncontrollable and draws all attention to yourself. My tongue of persuasion can adjust the rhythm, keeping the chaos within a range we can manage." Feng Zhong said, "As for betrayal, you're wronging me." At that
that time, we didn't know each other yet. Who wouldn't want to eliminate a few more competitors? It's human nature, and it's also the rule of the simulation field. Kevin was just about to speak. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the place where cases were being tried. The commoners who dared to make money by filing grievances screamed and fled in all directions. Immediately, Wang San's hysterical voice rang out. You old thing, I love you so much. Why do you treat me like this? Why betray me? Speak, say something. Kevin looked up. Wang San's arm holding the knife was stained with blood, and the willow leaf knife had already fallen to the ground. At this moment, he clutched Xiao Yuanlong's head wildly, venting his emotions. His one intact hand tore open the bandages wrapped around Xiao's wound and roughly clawed at it. Why? I clearly gave you a chance. Xiao Yuanlang screamed in pain and struggled desperately, his face full of terror like a frightened child. He slapped Wang San's lower back repeatedly, babbling incoherently as he fought. No, let go of me, you demon, let me go. Xiao Feilong charged at Wang San, knife raised, trying to rescue his father. Seeing Xiao Feilong, Wang San's eyes turned bloodshot. Suddenly, he raised Xiao Yuanlang, holding him in front of himself as a human shield, sneering, Sweetheart, are you going to kill me too? Wang San's mouth spilled fresh blood from the internal injuries inflicted by Xiao Yuanlong's blows. The terrifying sight, amplified by Zhao's terror, petrified Xiao Feilong. His father was being used as a shield again, and his grip involuntarily loosened. Clang! The long knife dropped to the ground. No! Just as the good situation was about to be ruined by Xiao Feilong, Doug lost his temper, grabbed Feng Zhong by the neck, and launched a surprise stab from behind, then charged fiercely toward Xiao Feilong. Bang! With a powerful kick, he sent Xiao Feilong flying over 5 meters. Blood sprayed through the air as he crashed to the ground, struggling a few times before falling unconscious. His fate was unknown. Affected by Zhao's terror and the pain from Wang San tearing at his wounds, Xiao Yuanlang also fell into unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, all the Iron Palm gang members who had rushed in to surround Wang San froze on the spot. They stared fearfully at Doug and Wang San, trembling, too scared to move or flee. The commoners who were just crying out for justice now dared not approach, watching from a distance. Kevin released Feng Zhong's neck, walked over, and took Xiao Yuanlang from Wang San's hands, lifting him high. To uphold justice, one must act with thunderous means. Fellow villagers, do not be afraid. The Qiao father and son, who disrupted the order of our gathering, have already been captured by us. Xiao Yuanlang was the former leader of the Iron Palm Gang, a renowned top-tier martial artist in the martial world. Now, like a rag, he is being toyed with in my hands. Xiao Feilong has practiced martial arts for over 30 years, yet he couldn't last a single round against me. What are you still worried about? Afraid that these two useless men will rise again and dominate your fate once more? He was a threat when I held a sword to him, and your concerns were valid. But now, he is already half dead. What are you still afraid of? What you should really fear is your own lack of courage, your weakness to believe in justice. If I were still here, and you all didn't dare to save yourselves, then in the future, who in this world will come to your rescue? Fellow villagers, don't chill the righteous heart inside me. Today, I'll sheath my sword and leave Xiao Yuanlang here. Let's see who dares to save him. Come on, those with hatred in your hearts, those with courage, come back. I'll help you seek justice. Let's uphold righteousness to the very end. Lu Chang, stop playing dead over there. Come maintain order and see if the Qiao father and son can still be saved. Without even needing to hold a sword to Xiao Yuanlang, Doug's confidence only grew. He tossed Xiao Yuanlang onto the table and sat down heavily behind it. What are you standing around for? Line up. Let's start the trial. From now on, there are no more supreme elders. I am the leader of the peacekeeping gang. The former Iron Palm gang members acting as Yaman runners were intimidated by Kevin's imposing presence. Each of them, holding short cudgels, hurriedly returned to their positions, quickly restoring order. Han Zuo and Xiao Muqian, taking the opportunity to apologize, were still in Luoyang City discussing countermeasures and had not yet returned. With Qiao Feilong's life or death uncertain, the only senior member of the Iron Palm gang present was Lu Chang. From a distance, he met Kevin's gaze, and his heart trembled violently. Obediently, he walked back, knelt on one knee before Kevin, clasped his fists, and said, Lu Chang, Hall Master of the Peacekeeping Gang's Qianlong Hall, greets the gang leader. This was a surrender. Kevin's eyes lit up. As expected, mere threats wouldn't accomplish anything. Keeping Xiao Yuanlang around had given them a sense of losing control over the situation, leaving them with a sliver of hope for a comeback. Only by cutting off their thoughts and leaving them no way out can this force truly be used for oneself. Wang San, by sheer accident, ended up doing a good deed. Of course, times change. Yesterday, he didn't yet have the strength to suppress everything. Without Xiao Yuanlang as a tool, he would have long been hacked to pieces by them. Spider-Man was right. With great power comes great influence. Alright. Kevin came out from behind the table and personally helped Lu Chang up. You're right, there's no more Iron Palm gang. From now on, there is only the Peacekeeping Gang. Lu Chang, the Peacekeeping Gang was born for the righteousness of the world. We don't need any flying dragons or hidden dragons. From this moment on, you are the Hall Master of the Hall of Justice in the Peacekeeping Gang. Whoosh! Lu Chang let out a sigh of relief and knelt down again. Lu Chang thanks the leader for not holding past grievances. From today onward, Liu Cheng is willing to serve the leader with unwavering loyalty, even at the cost of my life.
No, not for me, but for the righteousness of the world and the peace of the martial arts realm. Kevin helped him up again, raised his hand, and passionately declared, "Let us dedicate ourselves together to righteousness, to peace, to order, to faith, to ideals, and to all the beautiful things we can protect, until our dying breath." How awkward. At this moment, a trace of regret flashed through Liu Cheng's heart, but now he was already riding a tiger and couldn't back down.
Forcing a smile, he said, "Yes, leader."
The sudden incident frightened the townsfolk. Even though Kevin quickly brought the situation under control, the people still hesitated, watching from a distance and not daring to approach. Kevin simply ignored them and turned his gaze to the members of the Iron Palm Gang. "And as for you, I know many of you have made mistakes and are worried that I will punish you.
But no one is perfect, and gold is not pure.
When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam becomes slanted.
Growing up in the filthy environment of the Iron Palm Gang, it's inevitable to be influenced by them. At the beginning, human nature is inherently good. Who is born a villain?
Most of you have been shaped by this world, where if you don't bully others, others will bully you. Over time, you've strayed onto the wrong path, but this is not your fault. So, I have decided to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. For the mistakes you made before, unless they are extremely serious, I will try to use money to compensate the victims for the harm you caused. But I hope that from now on, you will turn towards the light, become upright and truly good people, the kind who earn a thumbs up from others when walking down the street, rather than being criticized behind your back." The former members of the Iron Palm Gang stirred into a commotion, whispering and murmuring among themselves.
"Well said," someone in the crowd suddenly shouted.
Immediately, the shouts, cheers, and applause merged into one continuous wave.
Kevin raised his hand high, then lowered it again, and the scene returned to silence. He looked around at the members of the Iron Palm Gang. "I know what you're worried about. You're afraid of going hungry if you follow me.
But I am the heavenly demon, and money is the least of my concerns. Besides, the vast assets of the Iron Palm Gang were not built by me. I can promise you this, as long as you sincerely support the peacekeeping gang, everyone's monthly pay will be doubled." He paused. "You help me uphold justice, and I will protect you, ensure your safety, and make sure you are well fed and clothed."
As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Iron Palm Gang, who hadn't committed many evil deeds, quickly wavered.
Soon, someone stepped forward. "Leader, I am willing to join the peacekeeping gang and serve the leader."
"I am also willing to serve the leader." "I am willing too." More and more people stepped forward. The situation was stronger than the people. They were not Qiu Yuan Lang, who had a farsighted vision, nor were they the hall masters or incense masters above. They had little savings to begin with, and leaving the Iron Palm Gang meant they had nowhere to go. David promised to absolve them of their crimes and even increase their salaries. Why not stay here? Working for someone is still working, after all. Kevin glanced at the crowd, a smile on his face. Good, good, good. I knew most people have a sense of justice, they just lacked an opportunity. Liu Cheng, after today's public trial, re-register everyone.
Combining persuasion with force, using both kindness and authority, Kevin quickly stabilized the situation within the Iron Palm Gang with a compassionate heart and decisive methods. The doctor from last night was called over again to diagnose the injuries of the old gang leader and his son. While diagnosing, he muttered, "If this keeps up, they'll be ruined."
"What's the point? Isn't it better to cherish your own body?" Kevin approached the doctor and asked, "Doctor, is there still hope for gang leader Qiu?"
"The leader Qiu is physically strong and can be saved, but it will take at least 2 years of recuperation to recover." The doctor glanced at Kevin, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes, but he still spoke honestly. "Even if he is saved, the old leader's martial arts will not return to their former state."
"Save them, do everything possible to save them. We must save both father and son. Without the old leader, there would be no current peacekeeping gang."
"David is not an evil person. He upholds justice and stands firm in the world, incapable of committing such heinous acts as murder and robbery."
"The old leader misunderstood me."
Kevin looked regretfully at Qiu Yuan Lang, clasped his hands toward the doctor, and said, "Doctor, you must save the old leader. I want him to see that the Iron Palm Gang he worked so hard to establish has not disbanded, it has only changed its name.
And under my protection, it will thrive even more."
"How can you tell such blatant lies with your eyes wide open, without even blushing or your heart skipping a beat?"
"Saving them is just to keep Qiu Yuanlong's children in check, isn't it?"
The doctor's eye twitched involuntarily a few times, and he sighed helplessly. Although he saw through everything, for a doctor to live long, the most important rule was not to meddle in things that shouldn't be meddled with. So, he lowered his head to treat the injuries of Qiu Yuanlang and his son. "I will." On the other side, Liu Cheng ordered boxes upon boxes of gold and silver to be carried in.
He lifted the lids, revealing the dazzling treasures to everyone.
The Iron Palm Gang, controlling the canal transport, lacked everything but money. Money can make the devil grind the mill. Money can make people cry out for justice.
Since ancient times,
being wronged and victimized has always led to the destruction of families, while using it as a means to get rich is unprecedented. However, the people of this world have long suffered oppression. Except for those with deep-seated hatred like the crippled old man before, for everyone else, else, silver is the best thing, it can heal all wounds. Moreover, the decisive and ruthless Kevin publicly admitted that he is the leader of the peacekeeping gang, clearly not just leaving after gaining fame, which gave them a huge sense of reassurance. The previously frightened townsfolk swarmed back again, and their numbers were even greater than before. Kevin cheerfully resumed his role as the upright and just official, distributing gold and silver to the victims with a large scale, enjoying the benefits brought by maintaining peace. Old Yuan, did you see clearly? Asked the seven-bag elder of the beggar sect to the middle-aged beggar beside him.
What movement technique did David use to kick Zhou Feilong away?
The beggar called Old Yuan kept his eyes on Kevin and shook his head.
Elder Ding, if even your sharp eyes couldn't see it clearly, how could I? All I saw was a blur, and he was already there. Could he really be some kind of demon?
Luckily, it was the Iron Palm sect that provoked him. If he had come for us, with his skills, I fear that in our Luoyang City branch, apart from you, Elder, not a single one of us could escape his deadly hands.
You overestimate me. Even Xiao Yuanlang fell at his hands. How could I possibly defeat him?
Elder Ding's expression was particularly serious, yet filled with immense relief. However, with his skills, I doubt he'd even bother with a small branch like ours.
Even if he fancies it, he wouldn't dare provoke us, right? After all, we are the #1 gang in the world.
If he messes with us, we could bury him with sheer numbers.
Old Yuan said. The Iron Palm gang has many people, but did they manage to bury him? Elder Ding snorted.
Xiao Yuanlong's life or death is uncertain. The gang is leaderless, and such a massive Iron Palm gang was still turned upside down by just a few words from him. When martial arts reach his level, it's no longer something that can be overwhelmed by numbers. I used to be skeptical about whether they were heavenly demons, but now I'm 70 to 80% sure. Exactly, no normal person could do such things. That manipulative one beside David acts like a lunatic. Old Yuan said, and David, don't be fooled by his attempts to win people over. His actions are also beyond reason. When Marshal Saint Xiaohe rose to power, he allied with Marshal Sex, but David acts on behalf of the common people. What benefit could he possibly gain from that?
In critical moments, can these ordinary folks even help him? Perhaps the only explanation for his actions is the protection he talks about. Even if he wants to be emperor, he would first need the support of the 3 sects and 5 clans. David's attribute is protection. But what is the attribute of that manipulative lunatic? Elder Ding said. And who is the person he was willing to release Xiao Yuanlang to capture? That must be another heavenly demon. Old Yuan, we know too little about the heavenly demons.
Send someone to investigate the Feng family and find out what these heavenly demons are all about.
I understand.
Old Yuan nodded, carrying his dog-beating staff, and turned to leave. Elder Ding pondered for a moment and walked toward the person in charge of the Taishan sect. With the upheaval in the Iron Palm gang, regardless of whether David was truly the heavenly demon, he felt that this fire would eventually reach him.
He needed to discuss with the sect leader stationed in Luoyang City and prepare a response in advance. Luoyang City.
Xiao Muqian and Hanzhua quickly learned about the events that had occurred in the Iron Palm gang. Upon learning that Xiao Yuanlang was seriously injured again, Xiao Muqian's face turned pale, her body swayed slightly, and she gritted her teeth, saying, good for nothing but ruining things.
Hanzhua remained silent. Hallmaster Han, can I trust you?
Xiao Muqian steadied her emotions and looked at Hanzhua. Third miss, this life of mine was saved by the old leader.
How could a few words from David sow discord?
Hanzhua said, whatever you command, third miss, just say the word. Even if it costs me my life, I will rescue the old leader. Father and big brother are in David's hands. If we go back, we'll be walking right into a trap. Xiao Muqian steadied her emotions and said, Feipeng and Hallmaster Yen were sent by big brother to the Feng family to gather information.
Based on the timing, they should be returning soon. You go intercept them on the way and make sure they don't return to the Iron Palm gang.
After you meet up with them, find a way to intercept Hallmaster Lu and Hallmaster Li, especially Feibao.
Feibao is impulsive, and I'm afraid he'll rush to save father and end up falling into David's hands again. The gang has few people left.
As long as we control the external forces, David won't be able to continue devouring the Iron Palm gang, and we'll still have a chance to fight.
I understand. Hanzhua nodded and then asked, Third miss, what about you? I'm going to Xinquan sect to seek Master Tong. He and father are old friends. With his help, the chances of rescuing father will be greater, Xiao Muqian said.
Before I return, no matter what David does, don't interfere. Let him do as he pleases.
Remember, you must wait for me to come back. Hanzhua hesitated for a moment, but the old gang leader.
Xiao Muqian lightly bit her lip and glanced in the direction of the Iron Palm gang. Before David gains full control of the Iron Palm gang, he won't let my father die.
Just do as I say. The two discussed some additional details, then left the gang members in the city and went their separate ways.
Leaving aside Xiao Muqian, who went to seek reinforcements, focusing on Hanzhua, there was only one official road from the Feng family to Luoyang City.
He had just left Luoyang City and hadn't traveled 10 miles when he intercepted Zhou Feipeng and others returning from the Feng family. Not only did they return themselves, but they also brought back Feng Shiren and several key members of the Feng family. Feng Shiren and the others had their acupoints sealed, were stuffed into
into a carriage and sat there dejectedly as if mourning the loss of their parents. Fengzhou sat in the carriage, eating and drinking voraciously as if he wanted to burst his stomach, completely unable to spare a moment to speak.
Hallmaster Han, how is my father?
Seeing Hanzwa galloping over, Xiao Feipeng hurriedly grabbed the reins and asked anxiously.
David is holding a public trial outside Luoyang City.
The young master tried to save the old gang leader but ended up being seriously injured by David. Hanzwa reined in his horse and stopped, briefly explaining to Xiao Feipeng and his companion what had happened in the Iron Palm Gang. Xiao Feipeng's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his fists and struck his own chest.
This is sheer oppression.
If I don't tear him to pieces, I, Xiao Feipeng, will never be a man. Inside the carriage, Karen's eyes grew heavy with regret upon hearing about the upheaval in the Iron Palm Gang.
He let out a long sigh and murmured to himself, the peacekeeping gang, the peacekeeping vanguard. David has truly reached this point. He really did it. He didn't lie.
I wonder if he still remembers the favors of the Feng family.
He came from the demonic realm, born through possession. What favors does he owe your Feng family? Even if he really is the true David, you beat him half to death, abandoned him without care, and still expect gratitude?
Fengzhou cast a cold glance at Karen and sneered. He grabbed the water pouch, washed down the meat in his mouth, burped contentedly, temporarily stopped eating, and continued to mock. Have you ever thought about who brought you to this miserable state?
Fooled by a few words from David, you all got carried away.
Tiny little mice dreaming of swallowing the world whole, without even considering if you have the appetite for it.
Ending up like this is entirely your own doing.
In the end, the Feng family is nothing more than a stepping stone for David. Fengzhou, stop spouting nonsense, Karen said angrily. David risked his life to protect the Feng family. I saw it with my own eyes. The reason we've fallen to this state is because of Fengzhou. He's the real culprit.
I believe in David. He will definitely save us.
Feng Shiren glanced at the group, saying nothing.
Ha!
Fengzhou let out a disdainful laugh, too lazy to bother with this group of fools any longer. He popped a digestive pill into his mouth, listened for a moment to the conversation outside, then lifted the curtain of the carriage and called out loudly, Hallmasters, your method is wrong. David's power is already established, and who knows how high his attributes are now. With Leader Chiu in his hands, your approach won't take him down.
Who is he? Hanzwa asked.
Another demon from the Feng family, named Fengzhou, with the attribute of Tao Tai. Yan Wu glanced back at Fengzhou and said, we've already verified it.
If you give him enough food, his strength will increase infinitely.
From morning until now, he's been eating non-stop, eating, and then excreting, and after that eating again. His stomach has burst several times, yet he's completely unharmed, and his strength has at least doubled. If it weren't for him, we could have returned half an hour earlier.
Bringing him along is to deal with David. Back in the Feng family, David tricked him once. Tao Tai?
Looking at Fengzhou, whose white clothes were stained with grease, Hanzwa instinctively frowned but quickly concealed his disgust.
He cupped his hands and said, may I ask, Mr. Jiu, how our method was wrong?
Fengzhou suffered betrayal and tormented himself madly, his resolve already unwavering, completely indifferent to others' opinions. He smiled and said, we Tianma grow through our own attributes.
David is now making a big splash in Luoyang City, his actions aligning with his attributes.
The greater the impact he creates, the faster his strength grows. You could say his power is increasing every moment. By the time you come up with a strategy and bring reinforcements, who knows how strong he will have become. Perhaps by then, he won't even need to use Zhou Yuanlang to threaten you.
With sheer force alone, he could knock all of you down. Back when he was in the Feng family, he had wanted to overthrow the Tianma theory and fundamentally deny David. However, his virtual world theory couldn't convince Karen and the others. The Tianma theory, being deeply ingrained, had already taken root in their hearts. So, he decided to follow the Tianma theory and planned to use it to trap David at a critical moment. Mr. Gio, then how should we deal with him?
Hanzwa's expression changed as he recalled what happened later and asked. Undermine his attributes to truly weaken him, just like stopping me from eating.
Fengzhou's secret had long been impossible to hide, so he simply gave up and confessed, if he maintains, you go and destroy the results of his maintenance.
Make people realize that his maintenance is either ineffective or counterproductive, and his attributes will naturally weaken. Didn't he distribute silver to those victims? You can wear the uniforms of the peacekeeping gang, take the silver back, and threaten those victims not to speak out. After doing this a few times, Luoyang City will be filled with public outrage, and no one will believe in the peace and morality he upholds anymore.
Mr. Gio, are you serious about this? Xiao Feipeng's eyes lit up as he asked.
You've already tested it on me, Fengzhou said with a smile.
We are the same kind of people. There's no reason the attribute works only on me and not on him. We can give it a try, Hanzwa said, looking at the people around him. David doesn't have that many people under him and can't manage such a large Luoyang City. This matter should be simple. simple to handle. Alright, Zhou Feiping said. However, you must be prepared for failure, Feng Zhou said. Why? Hanhua asked. Because I strongly suspect that David's keyword is not maintenance at all.
Maintenance is just a facade he created, Feng Zhou said seriously, his smile fading.
The heavenly demon is skilled at disguise. Revealing one's keyword is equivalent to exposing one's weakness to the public.
In the Feng family, David betrayed me without hesitation, and even sold out the Feng family he supposedly maintained. Yet his abilities were not weakened in the slightest, instead, they grew stronger.
This is highly unusual. Maintenance might just be his disguise, meant to conceal his true keyword.
The group exchanged glances.
Hanhua asked, based on Mr. Zhou's speculation, what is his attribute? It is highly likely to be fraud, Feng Zhou said.
Under the guise of maintenance, he deceived me, deceived the Feng family, and also deceived the people of Luoyang City. This way, he can achieve rapid growth just the same.
He glanced at Karen and said, as long as there are people still being deceived by him and believing his lies, his attributes will not weaken.
If his attribute really is fraud, then the method Mr. Zhou just mentioned would work, Hanhua said.
Reclaim the wealth he distributed, and people's trust in him will naturally disappear.
If only it were that simple, Feng Zhou sighed silently in his heart. Maintaining peace in all that is trivial. The most critical issue is the theory of the heavenly demon that he has spread.
That is the highest form of fraud.
Spreading rumors is easy, but dispelling them is hard. Eliminating the influence of the heavenly demon theory is incredibly difficult. Several hall masters can certainly give it a try. After all, it doesn't cost us anything, Feng Zhou said with a smile.
However, throughout history, only celestial demons can deal with celestial demons.
The best method is still to find more celestial demons, cultivate them using compatible attributes, and then use them to deal with David. He leaked the secrets of the celestial demons, which is tantamount to being a traitor to the demon realm. Who knows how many celestial demons hate him to death?
Feng Zhou never truly believed that Kevin's keyword was protection, nor did he have much faith in these few individuals before him being able to handle the cunning David.
He had to make more preparations. Relying on his own strength alone, he couldn't break the theory of celestial demons. But if more candidates united, once they grew stronger, it would be much easier to come forward and refute the rumors. Of course, perhaps by then, there wouldn't even be a need to refute the rumors, they could simply kill him outright.
Feng Zhou was deceived by Kevin from the very beginning. After finally showing a bit of goodwill, he was betrayed again.
Meanwhile, David was thriving all the way, and Feng Zhou's jealousy had long surged from his heels to the top of his head. At this moment, Feng Zhou had only one thought left in his mind: the simulation field could be lost, but David must die. As night fell, Kevin announced the end of the public trial. The petitioners who did not receive money, though regretful, could only return to the city one after another.
In this world, the concept of class is deeply ingrained, and even with 10 times the courage, they would not dare to disturb Lord Tianma's rest. Lord Tianma may be kind-hearted, but he truly dares to kill. The reputation of the peacekeeping gang quickly spread throughout Luoyang City as Kevin scattered silver coins one handful after another. Tianma David is a good man, a beacon of justice, a guardian deity of the people. For a time, word of mouth spread, and his reputation soared. In just one day, Doug's prestige in Luoyang City reached its peak, with his overall attributes nearly tripling. His speed and agility in frontal attacks now almost matched the speed of his backstab when ambushing Qiu Yuanlang. As for backstabbing, there's no need to elaborate. It can be said that within 10 meters, his backstab could achieve a flash-like effect. In a low martial world, no one could evade it. Nightfall. The peacekeeping gang was silent.
From last night until now, the former members of the Iron Palm gang had been tormented by Kevin, hardly getting any sleep.
After the public trial ended, as soon as they relaxed, one by one, they couldn't hold on any longer.
Even someone as skilled in martial arts as Lu Chang was yawning repeatedly.
The emperor doesn't starve his soldiers either.
Seeing this, Kevin simply let everyone go to rest. In the vast Iron Palm gang, the sound of snoring rose and fell, with only a few odd job workers and 3 heavenly demons active. Kevin, ranked first overall, mental strength 100, total number of participants in the simulation field 576. He opened his personal profile and took a glance. His mental strength had increased by another 20, and the total number of participants had decreased by several dozen.
Kevin sighed, looked at the empty Iron Palm gang, and closed the profile panel. There are too few usable people. 7th brother, I can be of use.
Feng Zhong said with a flattering smile.
I still have enough energy to hold on. Whatever you need, just give me the order.
For 7th brother's cause, I'll climb mountains of knives and cross seas of fire. I don't care about rankings, I just want to experience life in the simulation field.
Accompanying Kevin in reviewing cases all day, Feng Zhong didn't dare to run away.
Only now did he have the chance to speak, fearing that Kevin might still be thinking about killing him, so he immediately expressed his loyalty.
7th brother, kill him. The more people in the team, the harder it is to control. With me assisting you, that's enough.
Wang San's hair covered his forehead as he slightly lowered his head, his voice chillingly sinister. He was still fiddling with a severed hand, and like Kevin, his abilities had advanced rapidly today, propelling him to 2nd place on the leaderboard. keyword. He knew very well who was in first place. Previously, he had complaints about Kevin exposing the keywords, putting the two of them under the spotlight. But in just one day, his attributes skyrocketed, and he leapt to become the runner-up in the simulation field. Having gained so much advantage, he naturally didn't want anyone to ruin his bright future.
Didn't you hear seventh brother say we're short on people? You're just a sickly maniac. What else can you do besides scare people? Feng Zhong retorted indignantly. Can you influence the grand scheme of things?
If it weren't for the letter I sent to Qiu Yuan Lang, sparking his interest in the heavenly demon, you'd still be searching for other heavenly demons in Xingyu Tower.
How could you have caused such a big commotion and improved your strength so quickly? Are you provoking me?
Wang San grinned, suddenly turning toward Feng Zhong, his gaze as sharp as a blade.
Whoosh!
Feng Zhong hid beside Kevin and warned, I'm warning you, don't use your skills on me.
Even seventh brother didn't kill me.
If you use your skills on me and ruin seventh brother's plans, he won't let you off. Midway, Qiu Yuan Lang and his son were saved by a doctor. When the two woke up, they saw Wang San acting like a mouse that had seen a cat, his gaze evasive and trembling all over. Feng Zhong, seeing their miserable state, naturally didn't want Wang San's skills to be used on him, otherwise, he truly wouldn't be able to accomplish anything.
Useless.
Wang San sneered and withdrew his gaze. He acknowledged Kevin's leadership and naturally didn't dare to overstep.
Although his attributes had skyrocketed, he still felt he couldn't evade David's thrust.
His speed was simply too fast. Seventh brother, it won't take more than a few days for the name of the peacekeeping gang to reach the ears of every examinee, Feng Zhong said.
An open attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden one is hard to guard against.
No one knows what keywords others are carrying. To maintain our current position, the best strategy is to fight speed with speed, giving them no time to react or grow, and clearing them out immediately.
He paused for a moment and asked, Boss, your ranking must be first, right? Kevin glanced at him but hadn't spoken yet when Wang San already said, Seventh brother's ranking is something you can inquire about? Anyone with a bit of sense could figure it out, okay?
Stirring up such a commotion in just 2 days if it's not first, that would truly be unreasonable.
Feng Zhong impatiently glared at Wang San.
You pervert, can you say a few less words?
Go kiss your filthy hands. Do you even understand strategy?
Let him speak, Kevin said.
Lu Cheng and the others were too exhausted to hold on, and Xiao Muqian and Hanzhua hadn't returned since entering the city. Who knows what kind of tricks they might be pulling behind the scenes. Today's Iron Palm Gang has only about 400 members in total, with Lu Cheng being the only one who can be considered a master. However, his martial arts skills are roughly on par with Karen. Before,
Kevin's plan to establish the Peacekeeping Vanguard Corps was to proceed step by step, gradually gathering like-minded individuals. However, Feng Zhong's interference caused the scale to expand rapidly, leaving too few capable people to rely on. No matter how energetic he is, it's impossible for him to handle everything personally and attend to every detail. Feng Zhong's suggestion of using speed to counter speed is a viable approach, but its actual implementation would be extremely challenging, as this world is simply too vast. Seventh brother, the names of the top 10 in the simulation field will only be made public after a month. You're enjoying yourself now, but it also means you've prematurely exposed your ranking, Feng Zhong said. Moreover, you've disrupted everyone's covert growth, essentially becoming a target for all. No one will let you rise easily, because taking you down means directly replacing your rank.
And your keyword is maintenance.
He chuckled, of course, I know this is a disguise, but there will always be someone who can deduce your true keyword from your actions.
When that happens, you'll definitely be deliberately targeted. Even if they can't figure it out, repeated attempts will eventually reveal it.
Especially since you've exposed the heavenly demon, there will always be clever people who, like you, will leverage the power of the natives.
The names of the top 10 in the simulation field will be made public after a month, shrinking the circle?
From Feng Zhong's words, Kevin obtained an even more important piece of information.
No wonder.
He had previously thought that in such a vast world, with tens of millions of people, it would be too easy to hide a few hundred individuals.
Relying solely on one's own growth, how could the sense of confrontation be demonstrated? It turns out there is such a mechanism in place.
A 1-month growth period, and the top 10 rankings would become glaringly obvious targets, aimed at by everyone. Anyone with the ambition to compete for rankings could kill someone in the top 10 and take their place, which is the shortcut to growth. Moreover, in the later stages, the fewer people there are, the more intense the fighting becomes.
MBD. Not understanding the rules can really mess you up.
Fortunately, he still had a backstab to cover for him, and these people were influenced by inertia in their thinking, not considering maintenance as his true keyword. Otherwise, he would really be in big trouble.
Doug's head hurt a little, but then he thought, even if he knew the rules, so what? Would he stop competing for the top 10?
After all, he had one more keyword than others, giving him a natural advantage.
It was too easy for him to make it into the top 10.
Whether he was exposed now or a month later, it made almost no difference to him. Developing in advance can also allow one's attributes to rise rapidly. Facing a group of weaklings who haven't grown up yet is far better than facing a group of seasoned veterans who have developed for a month. Thinking this way, Kevin felt relieved. relieved again. Feng Zhong's voice continued. At this time, what is needed is my tongue of persuasion. We can make all the sects busy, get them moving, and even lure the experts from the sects over, either to recruit them one by one or eliminate them. This way, our power grows stronger and stronger, making it impossible for others to exploit the natives.
Tongue of persuasion? What a tongue of controversy. This guy's eloquence is indeed convincing. Kevin glanced at Feng Zhong. What's your ranking now?
Feng Zhong chuckled, looking slightly smug, and said, thanks to Seventh Brother's blessing, I stirred up the controversy between you and the Iron Palm Gang. It can be considered as shaking up the world's affairs.
Now I'm ranked 9th in the simulation arena, barely making it into the top 10. Damn! Kevin cursed, feeling indignant. He had worked hard to fight his way to become first in the simulation arena, while this guy had merely written a letter and rode the wave to make it into the top 10. It was so unfair. Dogecoin strikes it lucky, Wang San muttered, clearly quite dissatisfied with Feng Zhong squeezing into the top 10. What rank are you now? Kevin asked Wang San. Thanks to Brother 7, second in the simulation arena, barely made it into the top 3. Wang San glanced at Feng Zhong and deliberately mentioned his ranking to disgust him. Damn! Feng Zhong's eyes widened. You're the real freak who struck it lucky with Dogecoin. Without Brother 7, with your disgusting keywords, you'd have been burned to ashes the moment you showed up. How could you possibly grow so fast? A second, a ninth. Kevin suddenly laughed. Alright, stop arguing. Now we're all in the top 10, like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. None of us can escape a month from now, so we might as well work together and think about how to protect our rankings. With Kevin's words, Feng Zhong knew he had been accepted. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seventh brother, what are your plans next? I'll fully cooperate. Should we first use Qiu Yuanlang to lure back a few hall masters of the Iron Palm Gang? I can write an announcement in Luoyang City, saying that Qiu Yuanlang is on the verge of death and wants to see a few hall masters one last time. As long as this news reaches their ears, no matter how far they are, they will come to verify it themselves. This guy's advanced skills are way too overpowered. A true troublemaker. Even without riding on someone else's coattails, this guy could easily grow stronger. No wonder he said he wanted to stir things up in Luoyang City. However, the downside should be his attack and defense. Once his ranking is exposed and he becomes a target, the chances of him getting taken out are too high. The faster he grows, the easier it is for others to reap the benefits of his efforts. It's quite challenging to grasp the key points in the simulation field. Kevin glanced at him and said, alright. Wang San said, seventh brother, you can't fully trust what he says. He can lure enemies, but he can't control the scale of it. Sure, he can lure a few hall masters from the Iron Palm Gang, but how many people they'll bring, how they'll come, and when they'll arrive we have no idea. The uncertainty is too high. We can't be on guard day and night, can we? I can add a date to the announcement. Feng Zhong glared at Wang San and said discontentedly, Wang San, we're all part of the same team. Can you stop targeting me all the time? I just prepared some black dog blood for you, didn't even splash it on you. If it were someone else, they'd have taken you out the moment they found out your identity. Qiu Yuanlang is here. Han Zhuo and the others might be uncertain, but Qiu Muqian and her group are Qiu Yuanlang's children. They definitely won't stray far. They won't be able to bring reinforcements quickly. If you have a better suggestion, just say it. No one's stopping you. Wang San opened his mouth but said nothing, then turned his head and silently tended to his severed hand. His skills mainly focused on intimidation and bursts of power, which didn't really play a significant role in the bigger picture. We can also write an announcement, saying that Qiu Yuanlang has already discovered who the heavenly demon is within the Iron Palm Gang. Kevin ignored the bickering between the two and planned to fully utilize Feng Zhong's skills. A small Feng family managed to infiltrate 4 examinees. In such a large Iron Palm Gang, I don't believe there isn't at least one. Good idea, Feng Zhong said. Yes, if the keywords are useful, keep them, if not, eliminate them. We can't let these guys lurk around us. I think we can expand the scope to the entire Luoyang City, claiming that we have a list of suspected heavenly demons hiding within the city. That's not necessary for now. Kevin glanced at Feng Zhong and shook his head. If we release a suspected list, the ones drawn in might not be examinees but rather personnel from various factions investigating. Real examinees wouldn't come themselves, they'd send others to scout and verify the truth. Anyone with slightly advanced methods wouldn't expose themselves at all. Things need to be done step by step, steadily. Seventh brother is right, Feng Zhong chuckled. I was too impatient. That night, after Kevin and the other two discussed the follow-up matters, they had Wang San intimidate Qiu Yuanlang a bit, easily seizing the Iron Palm Gang's martial arts manual. The rest of the time was spent practicing martial arts. The increase in attributes did indeed enhance their combat power, but since the simulation arena participants all had the ability to boost their own attributes, martial arts could now play a decisive role in determining victory or defeat. The same attributes, one practices martial arts, the other does not. When the two meet, the one who has practiced martial arts will surely win. Moreover, attributes can be countered and weakened, but martial arts skills cannot. Even the smallest advantage can make a difference, and at a critical moment, martial arts might just turn the tide. What's more, with a body improved by
attributes. As long as one understands meridians and acupoints, practicing martial arts becomes twice as effective with half the effort. Therefore, in the simulation arena, any contestant with a competitive spirit will do everything possible to enhance their strength. The Iron Palm Sect's two most famous martial arts techniques are the Iron Sand Palm and the lightness skill 8 steps to catch the cicada, obtained from the Chow family's sacred ground. Like the Feng family's golden fragments and jade hand, Iron Sand Palm is also an external martial art, cultivating internal strength from the outside in.
It requires supplementary techniques such as sand insertion to temper the palms, followed by medicinal treatments to maintain them.
When mastered, the palms become smooth as jade yet harder than steel.
The training process is extremely lengthy and complex, which is why Kevin naturally abandoned it.
He devoted more energy to the lightness skill 8 steps to catch the cicada. 8 steps to catch the cicada is not only a lightness skill but also incorporates techniques, such as the first move, questioning kick. This involves leaping over a meter high to attack the opponent's head with one foot. If the attack misses, the other foot follows up, blending feints and real moves with intricate variations.
It indeed enhances Kevin's combat ability. However, for Kevin at his current level, the improvement is limited.
First, his internal strength is insufficient to support him leaping over a meter high. Second, if he has the time to jump, he might as well rush forward and turn the opponent into a pincushion.
However, having something is better than having nothing.
While Kevin was practicing the 8 steps to catch the cicada technique, he was pondering how to find an internal martial art suitable for him. Compared to external techniques and lightness skills, internal martial arts would clearly provide him with greater assistance, as most lightness skills also require internal energy for support.
Early the next morning,
as dawn was breaking, Kevin and the other two were still practicing martial arts when the newly appointed head of the Hall of Justice, Lu Chang, came to pay his respects voluntarily. Seeing Lu Chang, Kevin stopped his moves and said with a smile, "Hall Master Lu, you're up quite early." Lu Chang clasped his fists respectfully and said, "Leader, the peacekeeping gang is newly established, with many affairs to handle. I dare not indulge in sleep."
Sleeping a bit more wouldn't hurt, Kevin chuckled. You are different from us. Resting well allows you to work more efficiently.
Looking at the energetic Kevin and his companions, Lu Chang sighed at the vitality of the heavenly demon and smiled, "Leader, you possess the body of a heavenly demon. Naturally, I wouldn't dare compare myself to you. But the work can't be delayed. Losing a bit of sleep won't kill me." He paused for a moment and continued, "Leader, yesterday, Xiu Muqian and Hanzhua did not return. They must have learned about the situation here and either fled to take refuge or went to seek reinforcements. The old leader and Tong Shihong, the master of the Divine Fist sect, were old acquaintances. Tong Shihong is one of the top martial artists of our time, and his mastery of the Overlord Fist is unparalleled. His martial arts skills far surpass those of the old leader. I urge you to make preparations early, and the external businesses of the Iron Palm Gang should also be reclaimed promptly.
If delayed, unforeseen changes may occur.
Yesterday, Lu Chang publicly acknowledged David as the leader, cutting off his own retreat. For his own safety, he had to wholeheartedly plan for Kevin. The thought of the consequences of Kevin's failure kept him awake. Even if he wanted to sleep, he couldn't.
Yes, I already have a plan. Kevin glanced at him and nodded.
He pointed to the announcement Feng Zhong had already written. Later, post this announcement.
To deal with external threats, we must first stabilize internally.
We need to identify the heavenly demon within the peacekeeping gang before making further plans.
Today, there should still be many people coming to seek justice and complain after hearing the news.
I intend to establish a redress hall within the gang, which will be managed by Wang San to handle wrongful cases and various injustices.
Find a few incense masters to assist him. Understood. Lu Chang nodded and went over to pick up the announcement written by Feng Zhong. After reading its contents, he couldn't help but be stunned. Leader, since you already know who the heavenly demon is, why not directly capture him instead of writing such an announcement? It was the old leader who knew, not me, Kevin said. After the old leader told me yesterday, he fell into a coma again. The reason I wrote this announcement was to intimidate the traitor within the gang and see if I could lure him out. Why not just wait for the old leader to wake up and ask him directly? Lu Chang said. Why go to such lengths and risk alerting the enemy? Look at the second announcement. Kevin pointed to the paper below.
Lu Chang looked at the second announcement again, and his expression changed involuntarily.
He said in a trembling voice, the old leader is on his deathbed?
Kevin sighed. The old leader's injuries are too severe. He probably doesn't have much time left. We are the peacekeeping gang, and we must uphold the dignity of a dying man. It's not appropriate to pressure him too much.
Post that notice in Luoyang City.
The old leader's final wish is to see his children one last time. We should do our best to fulfill his request.
Your fishing tactics are a bit too obvious. Only a fool would fall for it. Lu Chang was silent for a moment.
Feeling that he couldn't keep undermining the new leader, he forced himself to say, the leader is indeed unparalleled in righteousness and benevolence.
There's a sky demon in the gang? Really? Impossible, right? The sky demon's traits are so obvious, how could it stay hidden for 2 days without being discovered? I also think the old gang leader is lying. He was tormented so badly by David. If there really were a sky demon lurking, wouldn't it be better to use it against David in the future? He'd never reveal it, even if it killed him. Saying it out loud must be fake. Be careful with your words, be careful, don't let the new leader hear you. I'm not saying anything bad about the leader. What am I afraid of? I think the old leader felt he couldn't make it anymore, so he casually made up a story to negotiate with the new leader, asking the new leader to save him, or, as mentioned in another announcement, to meet a few children before he dies. A group of peacekeeping gang members pointed at the announcement and exchanged their opinions. Among the crowd, a young man in his 20s appeared calm on the surface, but inside, waves of shock and turmoil surged. Could it be true? He had been so low-key, how could he have been discovered? Are they bluffing me? No, I have to leave. No, that's not right. I can't leave. Leaving would truly expose me. For David to dare act like this, he must have planted informants within the group. Any sign of abnormality would definitely get me killed. Why is it so hard to just live an honest and simple life? Xiao Zhou, what's wrong with you? Someone next to him bumped his shoulder and asked with a laugh, you've been quiet for so long. Could it be that you've been possessed by a demon? If I were possessed by a demon, I'd have already joined the boss, living the high life. Why would I still be hanging around with you bunch of lowlifes? Xiao Zhou replied, I'm thinking about who around us seems suspicious. If I report it, maybe I can earn some credit with the boss. Damn, you've got some nerve. Come on, demons all have certain traits. Let's think carefully about who's been acting differently these past couple of days. Then we can go report it to the boss together. I heard demons mostly possess the old, weak, sick, and frail. The boss is generous, so the reward will definitely be worth it. The man's eyes lit up as he spoke enthusiastically. I was just saying, and you actually reported it? If the demon finds out, they'll stab you. Xiao Zhou chuckled. I was joking too. We're all brothers here. How could I do such a disgraceful thing as tattling? The man laughed awkwardly, brushing it off, clearly not taking Xiao Zhou's words to heart. Xiao Zhou understood perfectly and stopped trying to persuade him. There were plenty of informers. He'd find some time to sneak over and check on the old leader's situation. Whether it was a bluff or not would become clear. A table of food and drinks was set up. Kevin and Feng Zhong ate and chatted while occasionally glancing at the room where Qiu Yuanlang and his son were recovering, checking if any suspicious individuals were investigating. Seventh brother, which school are you from? Feng Zhong asked. What do you mean, which school? Kevin countered. Indifferent to food, skilled at keyword camouflage, no one would believe you're not from an elite academy, Feng Zhong said. There are a total of 3,000 people in this simulation field, gathered from 6 public schools and 2 elite schools. Maybe we're even from the same school. Even if we're not, asking around will reveal it. This time, we both made it into the top 10. Tell me your name, and after we leave, I'll come find you. Then we can enter the alien battlefield together and join forces. I'm from a public school. No need to find me. Once we leave the exam hall, we won't know each other, Kevin replied. Seventh brother, you're too cautious, Feng Zhong laughed. As long as you leave with the top score in the simulation field, it'll be hard not to become famous. It's settled then. I'll come find you when the time comes. A temporary first place might not necessarily hold until the end. Kevin was speaking when he suddenly stopped. What is it? Feng Zhong asked. There's a piece of food that's bitter. Kevin spat out the food in his mouth, stood up, and said, forget it, I'm done eating. Let's go. Let's check out the Hall of Justice. Not keeping an eye on Qiu Yuanlang anymore? Feng Zhong asked. 2 incense masters watching over him are enough. Your unpredictable tongue is too uncertain. Who knows when that guy will show up? Kevin said. We can't neglect important matters just because of a few demons that may or may not exist. Earlier, he felt a significant drop in his attributes. In just a brief moment, they had decreased by at least 1/5. He immediately realized the danger of exposing the keywords. Targeted by someone. It's unlikely that the backstab caused any issues. It must be the maintenance that was targeted. I must figure out what happened. The limitations of backstabbing are too high, and growth is not easy. The foundation of maintenance cannot be lost. I need to find a way to cover up the maintenance, patch the previous loopholes, and make everyone think the maintenance is just my disguise. Not yet arrived at the Hall of Redress, Kevin saw Lu Cheng galloping back on horseback. The two stopped in their tracks. Lu Cheng leapt off the horse and swiftly approached Kevin, hurriedly saying, Leader, something has happened. What happened? Kevin asked. Yesterday, the silver we gave to the victims was stolen, Lu Chengdao said. The people who stole the silver were wearing the uniforms of the peacekeeping gang. Not only did they steal the silver, but they also beat the people and threatened them not to speak out. Now, rumors are spreading privately in Luoyang City, saying that our pursuit of justice is fake, and that the gang leader is trying to act virtuous while being hypocritical. Recalling Kevin's inexplicable behavior just now, Feng Zhong glanced at him thoughtfully. Goodness, could his keyword really be justice? Seeing that Kevin's attention was on Lu Cheng, he quietly opened the data panel and checked his ranking. It was still 9th, with no progress forward. He sighed inwardly. As expected, it wasn't maintenance. Fortunately, he was clever enough to check the ranking first. If it had really been maintenance, with such a significant blow to his reputation, his attributes
attributes would have plummeted to the bottom, making it impossible to hold on to the first place position. However, even if it wasn't maintenance, it should still be related to it. His attributes must have been affected. It must be said, David disguised the real keywords too well. Kevin had eyes in the back of his head and clearly saw Feng Zhong's little movements, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, everyone has a voyeuristic curiosity. Probing into others' secrets is human nature. Using this incident to cover things up, Feng Zhong would no longer have any suspicions in this direction. Leader, it must have been Han Zuo and his men, Lu Cheng continued. We need to find a way to get rid of them. We can't let them tarnish the reputation of the peacekeeping gang. I have an idea, let's tie up the old leader outside Luoyang City and force them to come out. What nonsense are you spouting? We are the peacekeeping gang, not a criminal gang. Our mission is to uphold morality, fairness, and justice. And you, brought up by the old leader himself, suggest using a dying old man to threaten others? Even if it succeeds, how would the world see us? Would they still trust our peacekeeping gang? Kevin glared at Lu Cheng and reprimanded, we must resolve this issue with integrity, find the culprits, and rebuild the people's trust in us. That is the right path. Yes, you're absolutely right. It wasn't you who severely injured the old leader, and it wasn't you who used his fingers to threaten others back then. You're aloof, you're amazing. I'm a bad person. Alright, if I give you advice again, I might as well be your son. Lu Cheng's eye twitched as he silently complained in his heart. Boss, what should we do? The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. We are short on manpower, and relying on our current strength to investigate the murderer is clearly unrealistic. We need to find some helpers. Kevin turned to look at Feng Zhong. Feng Zhong, go write a few invitation letters. Invite the leaders of the 3 sects and 5 clans stationed in Luoyang City to come here for a discussion. Tell them we want to establish a peacekeeping joint control and defense alliance, inviting them to join us in upholding the principles of the martial world and maintaining peace. Lu Cheng was stunned, looking at Kevin with a strange expression. What does this have to do with investigating the murderer? Peacekeeping and joint defense? You can barely protect yourself and you still want others to join you in upholding justice? Besides, those are people from the 3 sects and 5 clans. Even the old leader wouldn't dare to do such a thing. A small peacekeeping gang with fewer than 500 members, why would they listen to you? How big is your ego? At this moment, Lu Cheng suddenly regretted joining this ridiculous peacekeeping gang. If he had known Kevin was such an unreliable guy, he shouldn't have come back to deliver the message. He should have turned around and left, wandering the world instead. David always acted unpredictably. Feng Zhong had no idea what he was planning and hesitated for a moment before asking, Brother Chi, isn't it a bit too early to provoke the 3 sects and 5 clans at this time? It's getting late, Kevin said with a smile. Upholding the principles of the martial world is the responsibility and duty of every person in the Jianghu. Only by jointly maintaining a good living environment can everyone live better lives. In Luoyang City, the events of last night were the talk of the town. Most people don't believe David would do such a thing. If he didn't want to give the money, he could have simply not distributed it from the start. Why go through the trouble of handing it out only to snatch it back? Snatching it is one thing, but doing it while wearing the peacekeeping gang's uniform and not even killing anyone after the robbery? It's too obvious that someone is trying to frame him. Even a 3-year-old child could spot the flaws in this setup. But it was this clumsy scheme that anyone could see through that severely undermined the public's confidence in the peacekeeping gang. If they can't even protect themselves, how can they protect others? So what if you go to the peacekeeping gang to collect silver? Sooner or later, it will be snatched away by someone else, and you'll get beaten for nothing. Why bother? The beggar gang, Mao Tai sect, and other factions spent an entire night investigating but found no one in their ranks suspected of being possessed by the heavenly demon. Upon learning of the peacekeeping gang's plight, they all waited to see David's embarrassment. Upholding justice? Really think this is a joke? But instead of waiting for David to investigate the culprit, they received an invitation to join the peacekeeping joint defense. Elder Ding of the beggar sect looked at the invitation in his hand, completely puzzled. What does David mean by this? Last night's incident was clearly done by the Iron Palm sect. Could it be that he wants to use our strength to deal with the Iron Palm sect? Maybe that's exactly what he means. A dirty old beggar nearby also saw the contents of the invitation and chuckled. David has too few people he can rely on. So what if he's powerful? If others deliberately mess with him, his peacekeeping sect won't last. The heavenly demon, after all, is just a so-so. In our world, he has to follow our rules. If David only has such means, it would actually make me think more highly of him, Elder Ding said. I always feel he shouldn't be that simple. Elder Ding, you're overthinking it. Judging by what he did yesterday, it's either using violence or throwing money around. His methods are indeed that simple, like a little child, acting without considering the consequences. According to him, the heavenly demon must act according to its nature, which simply doesn't work in the human world. It's too easy to see through, the old beggar said. The human heart is complex. Straightforwardness won't get you far. Old Lu, do you think I should go? Elder Ding asked. I think you should. He's also invited people from the other 3 sects sects and 5 clans, so he probably doesn't have the guts to target everyone, the old beggar said. Watching the spectacle in Luoyang City is nowhere near as interesting as being there in person. Plus, you can observe up close whether he's really been weakened.
Elder, we know too little about the heavenly demon.
Alright, old Lu, let's go together. Elder Ding also agreed with the old beggar's opinion and smiled as he put away the invitation.
Let's see what kind of mischief the demon brat is up to.
The same scene occurred at the other sects' residences. The representatives of several sects in Luoyang City communicated with each other, confirmed that they had all received the invitation, and agreed to head to the peacekeeping gang together. The 3 sects, 5 clans, and the Iron Palm gang were not on the same level. A few remnants of the Iron Palm gang had already left David in a state of utter distress. These people firmly believed that no matter how formidable David was, he wouldn't dare provoke so many sects at once. After all, they all relied on a colossal entity. The Qingjia gang, Bloodblade sect, Snow Mountain sect, and Kunlun sect are too far from Luoyang City, and their sphere of influence does not extend here. To be precise, Luoyang City only has 6 sects: the Beggar sect, Taishan sect, Huashan sect, Ame sect, Divine Fist sect, and Tianshan sect. A total of 10 people from the 6 sects came, sitting in the peacekeeping gang's conference hall, chatting and laughing, exchanging their views on the heavenly demon, without paying much attention to David's invitation.
In no time,
Kevin and the other 2, along with Lu Chang, walked in from outside the door. The expressions of Kevin and his companions remained calm, but Lu Chang's face didn't look so good. His nervousness was evident, but the attention of the leaders of the base was all focused on Kevin and his group, so no one paid much mind to the insignificant Lu Chang.
Even if they noticed, it wouldn't matter.
A minor hall master who had just betrayed his former master and suddenly realized his new master might not be reliable, it's only natural for him to feel anxious. David, leader of the peacekeeping gang, greets all the esteemed seniors.
Kevin smiled warmly, cupping his fists in salute to the group.
You seniors represent the 3 sects and 5 clans.
The peacekeeping gang has just been established, and we should have visited you to pay our respects. However, I believe you are all aware of the recent events. This is my first time managing a sect, and with insufficient manpower, handling these matters has been overwhelming.
I had no choice but to invite you all here. If there has been any offense, I hope you esteemed seniors can forgive me.
No problem.
The Taoist from the Taishan sect waved his hand and said indifferently, the peacekeeping gang has taken over the Iron Palm gang's forces, and Leader Foam has become the master of Luoyang City. It is only proper for us to come and pay our respects.
You are too kind, Taoist. Kevin clasped his fists in return and looked around at everyone. May I ask for your esteemed names?
Taishan sect, Gao Yong, said the Taoist from the Taishan sect.
Beggar's sect, Ding Wanjie, said the elder from the Beggar's sect. Hua Mountain Yanong.
The person in charge of the Hua Mountain sect was a middle-aged man. He glanced at Kevin and perfunctorily cupped his fists in greeting.
Shenquan sect He Yuanan.
The person in charge of the Shenquan sect was also around 40 years old. His gaze was icy, and he showed no kindness to Kevin. Their sect leader was on good terms with Zhou Yuanlang and had the closest ties with the Iron Palm gang among the various sections. David swiftly annexed the Iron Palm gang, which essentially provoked the Shenquan sect.
Directly infringing on the interests of the Shenquan sect, it was no wonder he wouldn't show David any goodwill. If he weren't worried about being unable to defeat David, he would have already stepped in to rescue Zhou Yuanlang. Han Zhua and the others were currently at his residence. He was aware of what happened last night, and his visit this time was to inquire about the specific situation of Elder Cho, the former gang leader. David had posted such a notice, leaving Cho Faping and the others anxious and distressed. If it weren't for him holding them back, they would have already rushed over to rescue their father. Ame sect, Yu Yang.
The representative of the Ame sect was a woman, but not a nun, likely a secular disciple.
Tianshan sect, Xia Mingliang.
The representative of the Tianshan sect appeared to be around the same age as the elders of the Beggar's sect, seemingly in his 50s. However, his complexion was rosy, and he had a large belly, looking more like a merchant than a martial artist.
David greets the esteemed seniors.
Kevin cupped his fists again and made a formal bow, adopting a very humble posture. Then, he took the main seat and said with a smile, esteemed seniors, I believe everyone witnessed what happened yesterday. There are too many villains in the martial world who, relying on their martial prowess, oppress the common people and tarnish the reputation of us martial artists. Although I am a descendant of the heavenly demon, having come to this world, I am now a person of this world. Witnessing the hardships of the common people, it is hard not to feel compassion. I, Foam, wish to uphold the principles of justice in the martial world, but it has been an uphill battle. As you all saw, just as I made some progress yesterday, petty individuals came to sabotage it. He glanced around at everyone inside. The martial world is so vast, and trying to uphold justice single-handedly is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But seeing the rampant spread of evil forces, I, Foam, cannot swallow this indignation. Moreover, there are hundreds of others like me who have been possessed by the heavenly demon, secretly plotting in the shadows. Thinking about the potential chaos in the martial world at any moment, I can hardly sleep. After much deliberation, discussion, I came up with the idea of a peacekeeping coalition. The martial world belongs to everyone, and the 3 sects and 5 schools are its leaders. Allowing evil forces to continue their misdeeds will inevitably tarnish the reputation of us martial artists. If we unite to combat evil and eradicate the heavenly demon at its root, we can surely restore peace and order to the martial world in the shortest time possible. When the common people speak of us, they will praise us unanimously. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If the Chow family were to say such words, we might still consider them. Who do you think you are? You just took over a tiny, insignificant gang, and now you dare to lead such an endeavor? Who gave you the courage? Several people heard these righteous remarks from David and couldn't help but laugh. Gao Yong from the Taishan sect was relatively mild-mannered. He glanced at Kevin and said, "Leader Feng, the matter of peacekeeping and joint defense is of great importance. I am merely a minor official in Luoyang City and cannot make decisions. If the leader is sincere, you may directly seek out the head of the Taishan sect. If the head agrees, I will naturally follow orders." Taoist Gao is right, Nianon of the Huashan sect said with a smile. Leader Feng has found the wrong person. If we are to talk about the chaos caused by the heavenly demon, isn't Leader Feng himself the one who was not in the right position? He Yuanan of the Divine Fist sect was far less polite, letting out a cold laugh as he said, "Who here doesn't know that Leader Feng's peacekeeping gang was snatched from Leader Chiu? And the gold and silver distributed yesterday were also the property of the Iron Palm gang. Killing and seizing businesses, what of these acts has anything to do with justice? Hearing you talk about upholding the principles of the martial world is truly laughable. In my opinion, if we are to eliminate the heavenly demon, we should start with Leader Feng first." Senior Kevin looked at He Yuanan and suddenly sighed. "The reason Feng invited everyone here to discuss joint defense was to give you some face, hoping you would find your way back. Who would have thought that you remain obstinate? Since that's the case, I won't bother saving face for you anymore." "What do you mean by obstinate?" He Yuanan frowned, instinctively thinking that David had discovered his sheltering of Chiu Feiping, and retorted, "What do you think this is, Senior?" Kevin pulled out a package from under the table, untied the fastener, pointed at the contents inside, and asked. "Inside the council hall." Everyone looked over. Inside the package were a few crumpled peacekeeping gang uniforms. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, no one knowing what David intended to do. "Just a few peacekeeping gang uniforms, that's all," He Yuanan said. "Indeed, these are the uniforms of the peacekeeping gang." Kevin looked at him and said slowly, "But these uniforms were found by the peacekeeping gang in collaboration with the Beggars sect and the Mount Tai sect at the residence of your Divine Fist sect." As soon as the words were spoken, the council hall fell into an eerie silence. "It's over." Lu Cheng closed his eyes in pain. David was determined to cause a huge uproar. "Nonsense." Several voices rang out simultaneously. "When did the Mount Tai sect ever join forces with you?" Gao Yong of the Mount Tai sect said. "When did the Beggar clan ever join forces with you?" Elder Ding of the Beggar clan widened his eyes in shock. He Yuanan was both angry and amused, shaking his head as he said, "I know you're shameless, David, but I never thought you'd be this shameless. Do you really think we're fools? What happened last night, even if you investigated, you wouldn't have found out so quickly. No one would believe it. If I say there is, then there is." Kevin looked at He Yuanan and stood up. "Today, Feng, might just have to stand up for the wronged people of Luoyang City and uphold justice." Bang! Feng Zhong closed the door of the council hall. "David, what do you want to do? Do you want to oppose the 3 sects and 5 clans? Presumptuous scoundrel!" Gao Yong and the others abruptly stood up and questioned Kevin. Their expressions were not very pleasant. No one had expected that David would actually be bold to such an extent. Amid their voices, Wang San's sinister voice sounded behind He Yuanan. "Dear brother, I love you. Turn around and look at me." Fear gripped He Yuanan's heart, as if an unknown monster was lurking behind him. He instinctively turned around, assuming a defensive posture. At the very moment he turned, the sound of wind came from behind. By the time he thought of David, it was already too late. A sharp pain struck his chest, and the tip of a gleaming blade emerged from his front. All the strength in He Yuanan's body ebbed away like a receding tide, and his once clear vision gradually blurred. He turned his head with difficulty. "David, you..." The words were left unfinished. His head tilted, and he departed for the blissful afterlife. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When Gao Yong and the others reacted, He Yuanan had already collapsed to the ground, a pool of fresh blood spreading beneath him. Kevin stood behind him, holding a bloodstained dagger, looking like a demon. Kevin glanced at He Yuanan on the ground, sighed, and said regretfully, "With such skills, you still choose to do evil. Death is not undeserved." Gao Yong and the others looked at Kevin standing there, their faces ashen, and no one dared to move. They had been sent to Luoyang City because their skills were evenly matched. If He Yuanan couldn't last a single move against him, how many rounds could they endure? David's speed was simply too fast. What kind of demon's power changes with its attributes? That's completely nonsense. No one in Luoyang City believes his claims of upholding justice anymore. Why hasn't his skill diminished at all? 2 people from the Divine Fist sect arrived, and He Yuanan brought along a deputy steward. As he looked at He Yuanan lying in a pool of blood, it seemed he he had just come to his senses. His face turned pale, and he pointed at Kevin, stammering, "He steward, David, you dare kill he steward? Aren't you afraid of the Divine Fist sect's revenge?" He Yuanan impersonated the peacekeeping gang, extorted money from the common people, destroyed the trust Feng had painstakingly built among the populace, and tarnished the reputation of the Divine Fist sect.
For committing such heinous acts, why wouldn't I dare kill him? Kevin turned to look at him. To uphold justice in the martial world, Feng's death would not be in vain. Why should I fear the Divine Fist sect?
Feng believes that the Divine Fist sect, as one of the righteous leaders of the martial world, will have sect Master Tong applaud Feng's actions upon learning of such a villain within the sect.
You are slandering me, the deputy said. Everyone knows that what happened last night was done by Chiu Feipeng and his men. Still trying to argue, Kevin interrupted him, sneering, "What's the deal with these peacekeeping gang clothes found at your base? Don't tell me that Xinquan sect plans to merge with the peacekeeping gang? This is clearly your framing. Does your peacekeeping gang even lack these clothes?"
The deputy trembled with anger. "The incident happened at the 4th watch last night, and you didn't even leave your place.
How could you have identified the culprits so quickly?" Chiu Feipeng was indeed hiding in Xinquan sect.
In the morning, Doug heard Lu Chang say that Tong Shihong, the master of the Divine Fist sect, was on good terms with Chiu Yuanlang. He wondered if Chiu Feipeng and the others might be hiding at the Divine Fist sect's base, and it turned out he was right. But what Doug wanted was the effect of maintaining appearances. The truth itself wasn't actually important. He wasn't Conan, after all. Just like how the other side had used such a clumsy scheme to frame him.
In this world, fists decide everything. He needed to take advantage of his attributes being at their peak to swiftly cut through the chaos and put an end to the schemes against him. When attributes decline, it will only lead to a vicious cycle step by step, and by the time you want to do something, you might find yourself powerless. Counter every move?
Kevin would never do something as foolish as being led by the nose by the enemy.
As for the consequences of offending the 3 sects and 5 factions, can't even get past this level, what future is there to talk about?
Speechless now, the deputy said. And you claim that the Beggar sect and Mount Tai sect teamed up to find this in our base. Your framing methods are too childish. Just wait for the 6 major sects to retaliate.
Gao Yong and Ding Wanjie's expressions changed simultaneously, cursing inwardly at the fool. Is that so?
Kevin looked at Gao and Wan, the dagger in his palm fatally pointing toward their chests, and asked with a smile, "Daoist Gao, Elder Ding, are these peacekeeping gang clothes something we jointly seized from the Divine Fist sect's base?" The deputy of the Divine Fist sect's face changed immediately and hurriedly said, "2 overseers, we have so many people here, are we really afraid of just one David?" "Elder Ding, yesterday many citizens of Luoyang City came to me to accuse members of the Beggar sect of theft, robbery, abduction, and other crimes. Their misdeeds are even worse than those of the Iron Palm sect. Considering that the Beggar sect is ultimately a member of the Peacekeeping Alliance, I decided to give Elder Ding some face and let you handle the evildoers within your sect so the victims could receive justice." Kevin looked at Ding Wanjie, the 7-bag elder of the Beggar sect, and said, "If Elder Ding himself is not upright and cannot properly address these issues, then Feng might have to overstep his bounds and help the Beggar sect maintain its reputation."
NMB, since when did I become a member of the Peacekeeping Alliance?
Looking at Doug's eyes, ready to act on behalf of justice at any moment,
Ding Wanjie felt his throat dry up.
He glanced at the old beggar beside him, who was already dumbfounded, and secretly regretted it. If he had known David was such a lunatic, he wouldn't have come to watch the spectacle.
Now, he's completely turned himself into a joke. Elder Ding. Elder Ding?
The deputy of the Divine Fist sect and Kevin spoke almost simultaneously, one anxious, the other urging, "Elder Ding, David first threw dirty water on the Divine Fist sect and then slandered the Beggar sect.
It's clear he wants to defeat us one by one. Fellow leaders, let's fight him together."
The deputy of the Divine Fist sect was sweating profusely, urgently seeking allies.
Silence. Ding Wanjie's gaze toward Kevin grew increasingly cold.
Gritting his teeth, he said, "Chief Feng is right. These clothes were indeed found at your Divine Fist sect's residence. Chief Feng is upholding the righteousness of the martial world, while you despicable scoundrels are causing trouble.
Truly disgraceful. I am ashamed to associate with you."
After speaking, his face turned bright red. Unable to bear it, he closed his eyes, not daring to look at the deputy of the Divine Fist sect.
"Elder Ding?" The deputy of the Xinquan sect felt his limbs turn ice cold. He glanced at Ding Wanjie, then at Gao Yong, utterly at a loss. He hadn't expected such an answer. "Do you have anything else to say?"
Doug smiled coldly as he picked up a piece of clothing from the peacekeeping gang off the ground, smearing it with some blood from Yi Yuanan's corpse. "This clothing still bears the bloodstains from when you beat the citizens of Luoyang City yesterday. Now you have both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. The proof is undeniable. What else do you have to say?"
"What the hell?" An eerie silence once again fell over the council hall. Lu Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment.
In the morning, when he heard Kevin's plan, he already thought it was incredibly audacious, but he never imagined his courage would go this far. This was blatantly rubbing the faces of the 3 sects and 5 clans into the ground.
The Taishan sect's Gao Yong and the others looked at at David, their chests heaving with rage, fury burning within them. This was too insulting. Before, at least they would come up with an excuse, but now they don't even bother to hide it. How could such a villain exist in this world? And yet, this kind of person keeps claiming to uphold peace? But Yuanen's body still lies there, and Kevin has a smile in his eyes, as if he's just waiting for them to charge forward. Several key figures hesitated for a long time, and no one dared to step forward and confront David. At this moment, stepping forward would mean certain death. Judging by David's way of handling things, after their deaths, he would undoubtedly turn around and pin the blame on them. Wang San and Feng Zhong exchanged a glance, looking at Kevin standing in front of them, their admiration almost overflowing from their eyes. Doing evil deeds as if they were justified and righteous, even wrapping them in a beautiful disguise. Such tactics, such dominance, such shamelessness. If he doesn't succeed, who will? Compared to David, the two of them are indeed far behind. However, David's performance also made them certain that his keyword was definitely not maintenance. If maintenance were like David, they would be able to eat a dictionary. Kevin asked with a smile, Taoist Gao, don't you agree? That's right. Gao Yong looked at Kevin, his eye twitching violently a few times, and forced himself to squeeze out two words through gritted teeth. What else do you have to say? Kevin turned to the deputy steward of the Divine Fist sect and asked. I have nothing to say. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces around him, the deputy steward completely gave up struggling and glared viciously at Kevin. David, your reckless actions will bring retribution. The Divine Fist sect will not let you go. Feng was born with the attribute of upholding justice. To uphold the righteousness in my heart, I fear neither death nor retribution. Kevin raised his eyebrows, shook his head as he looked at him, and said righteously, the pure remain pure, and the corrupt remain corrupt. I spare your life so you can witness how Feng cleanses the filth of the martial world completely, just as I have cleansed the Iron Palm Gang. Feng firmly believes that one day, fairness and justice will outweigh brute force, and people will no longer fear being robbed by bandits in the night. Practicing martial arts will be for strengthening the body, not for bullying the weak. Bullying the weak? What do you think you're doing right now? Aren't you just relying on your strength to bully others? Still talking about integrity? At least we try to cover it up, but you've already made your filth obvious. The entire martial world combined can't match the darkness of your heart, can it? What maintaining the world? From beginning to end, the only thing you've been maintaining is your own interests. Gao Yong and the others were furiously complaining in their hearts, their expressions resembling a fly stuck in their throats, neither up nor down, both irritating and uncomfortable. At this moment, they only agreed with one thing David said, which is that all the demons are a scourge and must be eliminated as soon as possible, including David. These demons are all lunatics, none of their thoughts are normal. We must find a way to expose David's true nature. Otherwise, if he continues to wear a mask of kindness and goes out to harm others, the martial world will be ruined. Exactly. They must live. They cannot just die here without rhyme or reason. Everyone present tacitly found the same excuse for their own cowardice. Congratulations to all of you for joining the Peacekeeping Joint Defense. Kevin acted as if he hadn't noticed the crowd's expressions, as unpleasant as if they'd eaten dirt. He threw the blood-stained clothes in his hand to the ground and clasped his fists toward the group again. From today onward, let us work together to maintain the stability and peace of Luoyang City. Well said. The situation was stronger than the individual, and Gao Yong forced an awkward smile onto his face, clasping his fists in response to Kevin. Very well said, said Ding Wanjie of the Beggars Sect. Upholding justice is the duty of all of us in the martial world. In the future, should Leader Feng give an order, the Luoyang City branch of the Beggars Sect will not dare to disobey. Leader Feng's words are very true, said Ding Yang of the Yamei Sect. Although I am a woman, I should also contribute my part to the people of Luoyang City. The members of the Tianshan and Huashan sects also praised David's proposal, as if they had not just been full of disdain for the peacekeeping alliance moments ago. The council hall returned to a harmonious atmosphere, with only the villain He Yuanan lying in a pool of blood, dead with his eyes wide open, as if accusing the world of its injustice. In that case, I have a few contracts here for joining the peacekeeping alliance. May I trouble you all to sign and seal them? Kevin glanced at them, and like performing a magic trick, pulled out a stack of white papers from his chest. Smiling, he said, as of yesterday, our peacekeeping alliance has been officially established. Later, we will attack the Luoyang City base of the Divine Fist sect, eliminate the villains who attacked the people yesterday and framed the peacekeeping gang. He Yuanan was destined to be besieged and killed by us. The smiles on Gao Yong and the others' faces froze instantly. The alliance established just yesterday, He Yuanan was besieged and killed by them. Using the time gap, they patched up all
all the loopholes. As long as the people of Luoyang City witnessed the bloodstained clothes of the peacekeeping gang and He Yuanen's corpse being brought out from their base, they were not members of the peacekeeping alliance, but now they have become members of the peacekeeping alliance. Goodness, step by step, leaving them no way out at all. In the future, when this matter reaches the Xinquan sect, how could Tong Honan possibly believe their explanations? At that time, if he turns against them, the sect might not even be able to protect them. How could this guy's heart be so dark? The deputy leader of the Xinquan sect sneered repeatedly, saying, "Serves you right. You traitorous lot deserve to be dragged down to death along with David." Does anyone here still have reservations? Doug frowned, scanning the crowd. Could there be allies of He Yuanen among you? Damn! Gao Yong and the others' expressions changed immediately. In this situation, whether they were accomplices or not was entirely up to David to decide. If they really didn't sign, their corpses would surely end up like He Yuanen's, discovered by the peacekeeping alliance at the base, beaten to death. Seeing everyone still silent, Kevin decided to break through one by one. He looked at Ding Wanjie of the Beggars sect. "Elder Ding, I felt an instant connection with you. Why don't you take the lead?" NMB. Who wants to feel an instant connection with you? Ding Wanjie's face turned completely pale. Wang San stepped forward at the right moment, while the bloodstained dagger in Kevin's hand subtly pointed at him. "Fine, I'll sign." Ding Wanjie cursed David in his heart, took a contract from his hand, and was just about to sign it when he suddenly froze. "Leader Foam, did you take the wrong one? There's nothing written on this. Time is tight. I haven't had a chance to write it yet." "Elder Ding, don't worry, just sign first. I'll fill in the terms later," Kevin said matter-of-factly. Damn it! Ding Wanjie's brow twitched, suddenly feeling an impulse to draw his sword and fight Kevin to the death. How could there be someone so shameless in this world? But upon thinking about how David easily pinned He Yuanen as the culprit without any evidence, he could only sigh helplessly, write his name on the blank paper, press his fingerprint, and after finishing, he prepared to step back. "Don't rush, all 7 copies need to be signed," Kevin called out to him with a smile. "Better safe than sorry. If these agreements are damaged, some things might become unclear. Signing multiple copies is just insurance. Later, this agreement will also be posted publicly in Luoyang City." Ding Wanjie's expression changed again. He glanced at Kevin, then silently signed his name on all the blank sheets. Signing 1 copy or 7 copies made no difference to him anymore. As long as he found a way to kill David afterward, wouldn't Black and White still be up to them to decide? With Ding Wanjie as the breakthrough point, Gao Yong and the others also gave up resisting and signed their names on the agreement. Kevin carefully inspected the agreements, looked at the signatures of the group, and tucked all 7 copies into his chest. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "From the moment you all entered the council hall, Feng knew that everyone here is a person of justice. With the participation of you key figures, we are one step closer to upholding justice in the world. A cause for celebration indeed." Speaking, he sat back in the main seat. "Time is of the essence. Let us rest briefly and set out immediately to Luoyang City to eliminate the villains of the Divine Fist sect. Every time I think of the money meant for the people's grievances being stolen by this group of scoundrels who still roam free, I feel restless and cannot sit still." Gao Yong and the others remained silent. "Lu Cheng, take Chief He with you to suppress the bandits. Cover your faces so no one recognizes you," Kevin instructed as he looked at Lu Cheng. With a wave of his hand, David managed to tie several major forces in Luoyang City to the peacekeeping gang's cause. Lu Cheng, deeply impressed by David's ruthless and decisive methods, felt a surge of motivation and responded loudly, "Yes, Chief." Kevin looked back at Gao Yong and the others, saying, "Rest assured, everyone. After annihilating the Divine Fist sect, the money obtained will be used to compensate the common people, and the remainder will be personally delivered to each household by me." Gao Yong and the others' expressions changed again, and they waved their hands repeatedly. "No need, no need, Master Feng is too kind. Upholding justice is the duty of people like us. If we take the money, it would tarnish the honor of this cause." "Are you kidding? Killing people and splitting money, how would we ever explain that in the future?" "Daoist Gao, your words are mistaken." Kevin glanced at them with a smile and said, "Upholding justice is not wrong, but relying solely on a sense of righteousness in one's heart won't last long. After all, everyone needs to eat. Doing unpaid work for a short time is fine, but over time, it's inevitable to feel slack. Eventually, our peacekeeping alliance would fall apart. So, we must take what we deserve. Only in this way can our peacekeeping alliance grow bigger and stronger. Take Feng, for example. If he hadn't inherited the Iron Palm Gang from Leader Chiu, how could he have reached his current position with just a passionate heart? Leader Feng, the beggar sect has always lived by begging. Wealth is merely external to us. I, Ding, am willing to selflessly dedicate myself to justice without any complaints." Ding Wanjie pondered for a moment, imitating David's way of speaking. He couldn't let himself be tied tighter and tighter to David's sinking ship, otherwise, there would be no chance to escape. "I understand Elder Ding's concerns, fearing that taking the money would lead to public criticism, fearing that others might say we, the peacekeeping gang, are profiting under the guise of justice." Kevin looked at Ding Wanjie, then at Gao Yong and the others, smiled, and said, "You only need not worry about this. The money we obtain from combating evil forces will be used to maintain the operations of the peacekeeping gang. Every penny's usage will be made public, allowing everyone to see where the money is spent. I believe the public will understand us.
Damn, it must be made public. Gao Yong and the others felt utterly hopeless. They were already struggling to hide it, and now making it public? This damned David.
The residents of the Divine Fist sect.
Xiao Feiping was restless, pacing back and forth in the room, occasionally glancing in the direction of the Iron Palm gang. Finally, he couldn't help but approach Feng Jiu and ask, Mr. Jiu, do you think Chief He and the others might encounter any problems? What kind of problems could they encounter?
Feng Jiu's table was piled high with delicacies, and he was eating with oil dripping from his mouth. In Luoyang City, no one believes anymore that David has the ability to uphold justice. If his keyword truly is justice, his attributes must have dropped to the lowest level. Instead of coming to Luoyang City to search for the culprit, he gathers people from the 3 sects and 5 factions under the guise of joint peacekeeping and defense.
It's nothing more than a desperate move. Desperate move? Xiao Feiping raised his eyebrows.
Manhwa sat nearby with his eyes closed, resting. Upon hearing this, he glanced at Feng Jiu. Both he and David were heavenly demons, but from Feng Jiu, he couldn't sense David's calm composure. Deep within, there was always a faint unease. David used a set of empty and pretentious theories to deceive the Feng family into losing their bearings, thinking they were about to unify the martial world, and fully supported David. This time, he's probably going to pull the same trick on the leaders of the 3 sects and 5 factions. However, leader he already knows all about his past actions and definitely won't fall for it. Feng Jiu sneered, tossing away the chicken bone he had cleaned off.
Thud.
The chicken bone embedded deeply into the wooden doorframe. He nodded in satisfaction.
You also mentioned, what if his attribute isn't maintenance? Xiao Feiping asked.
David relied on ambushing leader Chiu to seize control of the Iron Palm gang, and the way he commands you to act is through despicable methods like threatening the old leader.
Now, his subordinates are merely 300 to 500 people who aren't fully under his control. If we make a move, we can easily destroy everything he's done.
To provoke 3 sects and 5 factions at the same time unless he doesn't want to survive in this world. Feng Jiu said calmly, young Master Chiu, the heavenly demon only needs to align its words and actions with its own attribute. It's not foolish.
David's biggest flaw is his excessive arrogance, always thinking he can control everything. If it weren't for his arrogance, the Feng family wouldn't have fallen to its current state. If young Master Chiu is truly uneasy, we can always change locations in advance to avoid trouble. Mr. Jiu, what kind of talk is this? If Steward He returns and sees us gone, what will he think of us?
Xiao Feiping said awkwardly. I told you long ago, just find a random place to hide in Luoyang City. It would be much more flexible to leave when you want, stay when you want, and you could sabotage David anytime, anywhere.
But you insisted on seeking allies, and now, for the sake of face, you can't even leave.
Feng Jiu sneered, then suddenly his expression changed. He rushed toward the door.
Not good. Someone is coming. Let's go. Who is it? Xiao Feiping was stunned.
Outside, various chaotic noises had already erupted, clashing weapons and shouting voices.
Ding Wanjie, are you crazy? You dare to attack the Divine Fist sect?
Kill them, don't let a single villain escape.
Ninth brother, old friends meeting, why not even say hello? Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? My dear little darlings, why do you raise a butcher's knife against me? Be good, put down the knife, and let brother taste the flavor of your blood. David.
Hearing Kevin's terrifying voice, Manhwa suddenly stood up and angrily said, Feng Jiu, that deceitful scoundrel, I should have known he couldn't be trusted.
Fourth young master, Hall Master Yen, let's leave quickly. How is that possible?
Steward He would never betray us, Xiao Feiping said.
There are people from the beggars sect outside.
Steward He is probably already dead, Manhwa said anxiously.
Let's go. Fourth young master. Old Yen, find a way to break through. Third miss has gone to seek Master Tong's help. As long as we survive, there will always be hope. Dead?
But Steward He is from the Divine Fist sect.
Xiao Feiping looked utterly shocked. Fourth young master, there's no time to think about that now. If we don't leave, it'll be too late. Manhwa grabbed Xiao Feiping's arm and pulled him toward the door.
But as soon as they stepped outside, their expressions grew even grimmer. The courtyard turned into a one-sided slaughter.
The Shenquan sect had nearly 20 members stationed in Luoyang City.
Aside from Yuanan and the deputy leader, the rest were ordinary disciples, with only a handful matching the skill of the Iron Palm Gang's incense masters. Together with the Iron Palm Gang's hall guards and several incense masters they brought along, their total barely exceeded 50. Their opponents, however, were the leaders of 3 sects and 5 factions, Gao Yong, Ding Wanjie, Nianom, and others. Under normal circumstances, even facing a few experts, 50-plus fighters would still put up a fight. But now, with Wang San lurking outside the crowd, using his strange, grating voice to disrupt the Xinquan sect, those 50-plus men were thrown into panic under the onslaught of the experts. One by one, they lost their composure, thinking only of escape. In front of those masters, they couldn't last more than 2 or 3 moves before being cut down. Kill Wang San first. Manhwa accurately assessed the situation and called out loudly, if we don't kill Wang San, no one gets out alive. Manhwa, I I like you so much, yet you betrayed me and now wanna kill me.
What did I do wrong? Wang San sneered, looking at Hanzhua as his faint voice echoed. An overwhelming fear instantly gripped his heart. Hanzhua didn't even dare to glance at Wang San.
After experiencing it firsthand, he finally understood why Wang San's words caused such chaos among those people. Suppressing the terror in his heart, he stammered, "Fourth young master, kill Wang San.
You are all my lovers, none of you can escape."
Wang San let out a sinister laugh, encompassing everyone in his words.
No.
Xiao Feipeng retreated repeatedly in terror.
Tianshan Sex Xia Mingliang glanced at them, and with a single sword move, enveloped them all.
He had no choice but to act. From beginning to end, David stood behind them, playing the role of a supervising officer.
Everyone knew that even after signing the peacekeeping joint defense contract, David still didn't trust them.
The siege of Xinquan sect was their pledge of loyalty. Anyone who refused to act would be sent to meet He Yuanan by David S. Dagger.
Why did he succeed once again? You are the 3 sects and 5 clans, how can you be as foolish as the Feng family? What benefits did he give you? Why does everything he does go so smoothly? And that sickly one, why is she so devoted to helping him? What kind of advanced skills has he developed? A halo of stupidity? Looking at the high-spirited David, Feng Zhou's heart was bleeding with jealousy.
Comparing their strengths, he took a deep breath and forced a smile onto his face. Brother Qi, we've known each other for a long time.
Do I still have a chance to join you? If I haven't tricked you, then you still have a chance.
Kevin looked at Feng Zhou, shook his head, and said, Brother Zhou, if you hadn't destroyed the justice I painstakingly upheld yesterday, you might still have had a chance. Feng Zhou suddenly fell silent, looking at Kevin with a sense of desolation, and said, Brother Qi, I am a student of the civilian academy, and I know you won't trust me anymore.
But I don't want to be eliminated so quickly. Just give me 1 more month, let me enjoy the world's delicacies a little longer.
Brother Qi, don't trust him, Feng Zhou said in a low voice.
There are no weaklings in the simulation field.
Hearing Feng Zhou's words, Feng Zhou sighed inwardly, then let out a wicked smile and suddenly said, You forced me into this.
If I devour the 3 of you, I will ascend instantly. Come forth, gluttonous pattern.
At the moment he spoke, Kevin became alert, and the throwing knife in his hand had already been flung out. With a whoosh, it pierced Feng Zhou's heart. But Feng Zhou did not die. Suddenly, pitch-black patterns appeared on his face.
Once the patterns emerged, they seemed to come alive, instantly covering his entire body.
Immediately after, his body rapidly swelled, bursting through his clothes.
He transformed into a monster over 2 meters tall, with the face of a goat, the body of a human, eyes under his armpits, tiger-like teeth, and human claws. It looked at Kevin, let out a sky-shaking roar, leaped into the air, and lunged at Wang San. Kevin was the maintainer. He did not know Feng Zhou's keyword, but from all Z's words, he knew that Wang San's morbid obsession caused inexplicable fear in people, so he had to kill him before Wang San could speak, otherwise, he wouldn't have any chance.
Tao Tai?
Feng Zhou suddenly turned into a monster, startling Kevin. What the heck? Can advanced skills really create a divine beast?
The people fighting in the courtyard almost all stopped their actions. Regardless of whether they were affected by the fear of the charming spell or not, they all looked at the emerging Tao Tai with expressions of astonishment.
This time, no further proof was needed. Everyone believed that David and the others were indeed demons. When had humans ever turned into monsters? The moment Wang San saw the Tao Tai, he turned and ran, like a gust of wind, disappearing into the crowd. The Tao Tai followed closely behind.
Ranked second in the simulation field, Wang San's attribute values are also high, running like a gust of wind.
However, after transforming into Tao Tai, Feng Zhou's speed was not slower than Wang San's, and unlike Wang San, who avoided the crowd, he charged straight through. Anyone he collided with suffered torn muscles and broken bones, as if he truly were the ferocious beast Tao Tai. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Wang San, opening his massive mouth to bite at his head. Seeing Wang San in danger, Kevin quickly reacted, thrusting his long sword at Tao Tai's rear in a surprise attack. Instantly, Kevin was right behind the Tao Tai, and the more than 1 meter long sword was completely thrust into the Tao Tai's valley. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but shudder. Kevin was helpless too. It wasn't that he didn't want to strike elsewhere, but the Tao Tai was different from humans. Its back was entirely covered in scales, leaving only this one weak spot. His combat instincts guided him naturally to exploit this flaw. Wah! The Tao Tai raised its head and let out a baby-like wail, abandoning Wang San, who was already in its grasp, and swiftly turned to swipe its claws at Kevin. Kevin retreated sharply, pulling out the longsword that had pierced its rear. Wah! Another agonized scream rang out. The gluttonous beast completely forgot about its previous prey, eyes blazing with fury as it lunged at Doug, clawing and biting fiercely. A trail of blood dripped behind it. Doug dodged several times, then seized the moment to slash his sword across its neck. With a sharp clang, the strike landed. Sparks flew, and the long sword chipped, but the Tao Tai remained unscathed. Struck by the long sword, the Tao Tai was initially startled, then its eyes gleamed with delight. It roared and swiped a claw toward Kevin. Kevin dodged aside, trying to circle behind it to exploit its weakness. Having suffered before, the Tao Tai refused to allow this, spinning at top speed to keep its
its head facing Kevin at all times. After transforming into the Taotai, Fengjiu could almost match Kevin's speed. Man and beast left 2 trails of afterimages as they circled twice around the courtyard. Seeing that he couldn't break through the defense of the Taotai, Kevin couldn't help but shout, "Wang San!" Wang San snapped back to his senses, touched his head with lingering fear, and quickly said, "My dearest Taotai, weren't you trying to eat me? Come on, I'll let you eat me. You were clearly chasing me just now, so why are you now running circles with someone else?" The fear of Jiao can affect any creature. As soon as Wang San spoke, the Taotai shuddered violently, abandoned Kevin, and turned to rush out of the courtyard. The beast's instinct made him only want to flee from the monster that terrified him. Thrust! Once he turned around, there was no longer any chance in front of Doug. The longsword struck the flower's heart once again. This time, because of Jiao's terror, the gluttonous beast didn't dare to turn back and struggle with Doug despite the pain. It screamed miserably while sprinting forward. Doug closely pursued, stabbing repeatedly. Seeing the beast flee, Wang San quickly gave chase. He had to ensure his presence. Otherwise, Jiao's terror would lose its effect. Seeing both of them chasing after, the lone Feng Zhong unhesitatingly raised his longsword and followed. Although his attributes had improved, he had experienced too few major events. Even in the 9th simulation field, he was no match for these martial artists, let alone the fact that he lacked any attack skills. If the few guys coerced by David turned against him, he would be the first to be killed. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Ever since his identity and keywords were exposed, his only option was to cling tightly to Kevin's strong support. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people and 1 beast rushed out of the courtyard and ran onto the street. The remaining group, no longer suppressed by Wang San, regained their senses. The sudden appearance of the ferocious beast shattered everyone's understanding of the world. Hanzuo looked at Gao Yong, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Daoist Gao, how about letting us go? Stop running, just surrender to David." Gao Yong glanced at Hanzuo and the others, suddenly losing interest. He sheathed his long sword and advised, "You are no match for him. Opposing him is a dead end. Surrender, and perhaps there's still a chance to live." With the Taotai appearing in the world, the times have truly changed. Finished speaking, Gao Yong no longer paid attention to Hanzuo and the others. He leapt onto the courtyard wall and looked outside. Compared to the members of the Iron Palm gang, he was now more concerned about the fate of the ferocious beast, Taotai. Ding Wanjie, Nianon, and Xia Mingliang followed and jumped onto the wall. Hanzuo and the others looked at each other in disbelief, yet none of them took the chance to escape. The gluttonous beast charged recklessly, causing the townsfolk on the street to shout and dodge frantically. Doug was right behind it, stabbing it repeatedly with flashes of movement. Such a tough, thick-skinned creature, if they let it get away, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. The gluttonous beast screamed miserably all the way, bleeding profusely. Wang San trailed far behind them, shouting to suppress the beast with his voice, "You disgusting beast, do you really enjoy being stabbed by his sword, screaming so shamelessly in front of all these people?" MMP. Doug, who was chasing the beast, was dumbfounded, thinking, "Damn pervert, don't you have a single nice thing to say?" Watching the bizarre group rush past, the onlookers were amazed, and for a moment, the entire street fell silent. Ingchun Tower. A petite maid stood on the 2nd floor, looking through the window at the pitiful fleeing Taotai and the ferocious David. She instinctively covered her own backside, swallowed hard, and suddenly decided not to compete for the simulation field rankings anymore. Honestly, staying in the simulation field until the end isn't so bad after all. No, we should switch to a city without David. Maintenance cannot possibly give rise to such a ferocious attack skill. David's keywords should be something like despicable or brutal. Even with such keywords, for such an evil skill to emerge, he must have done something similar before. I absolutely cannot stay in the same city as this pervert. But commotion lasted only 2 minutes. Struck severely in a vital spot, the frenzied glutton suddenly shrank in size, gradually returning to the form of Fengjiu. Fengjiu's clothes had been torn apart when he transformed into the glutton. Now back to human shape, his bare body was covered with jet-black glutton tattoos, from which blood oozed in spurts. His steps were staggered and unsteady as he ran. Kevin halted his pursuit. Though he had targeted the glutton's weak spot, stabbing a man's backside with a longsword on a public street felt somewhat inhumane. In his momentum, he had forgotten that a sudden stab from behind could hit other places as well. As the glutton tattoos gradually faded and vanished from Fengjiu's body, he finally could no longer hold on. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Kevin stood alert, sword in hand, eyeing the barely breathing Fengjiu warily, afraid he might unleash another devastating move. But he had overthought it. Fengjiu painfully reached behind, touched his hand, looked at the blood there with shock, then shame. Struggling, he lifted his head and said hysterically, "David, we are sworn enemies. Don't let me find out who you really are in reality." "So what if I know? Do you dare tell anyone how you died in reality?" Kevin taunted as usual. Fengjiu's voice abruptly stopped. He pointed at Kevin, stammering, You. A spray of blood burst from Fengjiu's mouth. He twitched a few times, then lay still on the ground with wide open eyes. His face froze in a complex mix of shame, anger, resentment, unwillingness, hatred, relief, and countless other emotions. Kevin was was stunned, staring at Feng Zhou's fan-shaped face, unsure whether he had been killed by anger or humiliation.
However, at the very moment Feng Zhou died, Kevin distinctly felt his own attributes surge upward dramatically.
He didn't know the rules of the simulation field and wasn't sure whether it was because he had backstabbed the gluttonous beast many times, protected the lives of the people in Luoyang City, improved his attributes, or killed other players that the simulation field rewarded him. But Doug guessed it was probably the latter. In Battle Royale-style games, after killing an enemy, you can usually loot their supplies. Since looting isn't possible in the simulation field, getting some rewards is normal. Otherwise, there would be a lack of motivation to compete. Looking at Feng Zhou, who had fallen in front of him, even though he knew Feng Zhou had only been eliminated, Doug still felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if he had truly taken a life with his own hands. This feeling was completely different from killing NPCs in the simulation field. He pursed his lips and thought to himself, why make a simulation field so realistic? Eliminating opponents in this way, aren't they afraid of causing psychological issues for the contestants? What kind of world is it out there? At the moment Kevin was sighing, Wang San caught up. Looking at the dead Feng Zhou, he cautiously asked, "Seventh brother, is he dead?" Kevin nodded. Wang Sankai didn't have so many emotions. He let out a long sigh of relief, his face full of gratitude. Damn, that was close. How could there be such an absurd advanced skill like transforming into a Tao Tai? How did this guy trigger it? I almost got killed by him. As expected, advanced skills are random. Skills like the Tao Tai mark are probably rare. Kevin glanced at Wang San without saying a word. Feng Zhou also stood beside the two of them, looked at the dead Feng Zhou, shook his head, and analyzed, it's probably a one-time thing. The duration of transforming into a Tao Tai should be related to his attributes. The higher the attributes, the stronger the Tao Tai he becomes. Otherwise, the Tao Tai wouldn't just be 2 meters tall. This guy was just unlucky. Otherwise, if he had survived until the end and his attributes had grown, suddenly transforming into an invulnerable giant Tao Tai, he might have been able to wipe out everyone. Yeah, really unlucky. After getting out, he probably wouldn't even dare to tell others how he died in the simulation. Wang San glanced at the bloodstained long sword in Kevin's hand and quietly moved a little to the side. He came running over. Fine, but why did you follow? Kevin looked at Feng Zhou and asked, I set up such a big plan. Aren't you worried about letting all those people escape and ruining my major undertaking? Seventh brother single-handedly killed Tao Tai. His reputation is awe-inspiring. They wouldn't dare run away, Feng Zhou said with a flattering smile. Is that really what you think? Kevin looked at him and asked with a smile. Alright, I'm timid. I'm afraid they'll take advantage of the chaos to kill me. Feng Zhou scratched his head and said, somewhat embarrassed. Waste. Wang San rolled his eyes at him. You don't know anything. Those people ran away, but I can easily write a few letters to trick them back. If I die, that would be the biggest loss for our team, alright? Feng Zhou glared back. Again and again, if seventh brother scares them a few more times, they'll be completely loyal from now on. Kevin glanced at him and said nothing more. What Feng Zhou said was true. The three of them are currently cooperating quite well. This time, Feng Zhou transformed into a Tao Tai. There are still hundreds of contestants in the simulation field, and who knows what other bizarre advanced skills they might have. Moreover, the further they go, the harder it becomes to find trustworthy partners. In a three-person team, the death of any one member would be detrimental to their future progress. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Tao Tai turned into a person. Chaos quickly broke out on the street, with people pointing at Feng Zhou on the ground from a distance, whispering and discussing, their words filled with concerns about the future. A living monster emerging from Luoyang City was an unprecedented event. Coupled with what David had previously said about the heavenly demon, they couldn't help but feel terrified. The appearance of the Tao Tai even offset their remaining goodwill towards David. After all, David was also a demon. Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. Hearing the discussions of the crowd and glancing at Feng Zhou, who died with his eyes wide open, Kevin sighed inwardly. After all, he was an old friend and couldn't let him die without any meaning. Thus, Kevin leaped up onto a nearby platform, cleared his throat, and said, fellow villagers, many of you saw me yesterday, but there are still many who don't know who I am. Today, I am here to formally introduce myself again. My name is David, the leader of the peacekeeping gang. My lifelong belief is to uphold justice and peace in this world. He paused, looked toward the still chaotic street, and continued. I know that some heartbreaking events occurred last night, which have shaken everyone's confidence in the peacekeeping gang. This is not your fault. It is my failure to do my job properly. Here, I offer my apologies to all of you. Today, I have come to Luoyang City to address what happened yesterday and give everyone an explanation. The person who transformed into a gluttonous beast earlier is named Feng Zhou, a demon. It was under his manipulation that the Divine Fist sect caused disturbances last night, attempting to frame the peacekeeping gang. Buzz. The murmurs of discussion rose again. Kevin pressed his hand downward inside. I understand. Hearing such news all of a sudden is bound to shock everyone. After all, the Divine Fist sect is one of the leaders of the martial world. But in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. He Yuanan, the steward of the Divine Fist sect stationed in Luoyang
Luoyang City has secretly committed many evil deeds.
When the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. The fate of the Iron Palm Gang left him restless, fearing that one day the peacekeeping gang would come to settle accounts with him. So, he was tempted by the heavenly demon and sent people to impersonate the peacekeeping gang to attack the populace at night, intending to destroy everyone's trust in the peacekeeping gang from the root. Once the peacekeeping gang is disbanded, he can continue to oppress the innocent without worry.
The Taotai is indeed terrifying, but monsters can be killed.
They have weaknesses, and once you find those weaknesses, you can easily put them to death.
But what about evildoers? They look exactly like you, live among you, and will do everything they can to oppress you, eat your flesh, drink your blood, sleep with your wives day after day, year after year. Your children, your grandchildren, generation after generation, will all suffer under their oppression. Kevin's words were highly compelling, and people's focus gradually shifted away from the Taotai, falling into deep thought. Everyone's gaze unknowingly focused on David, forgetting his origin as a heavenly demon. Evildoers are fiercer than beasts, and when you face them, you are utterly helpless.
Kevin's face showed grief and indignation, his voice gradually rising.
He clenched his fist tightly and swung it forcefully.
Compared to those villains, you lack strength and are easily bullied.
But now it's different. The peacekeeping gang is here, and I can stand up for you. I am different from them. I am a heavenly demon, and I must protect you to grow stronger. The more stable your lives are, the stronger I become. From the very root, it is impossible for me to harm you. We are mutually beneficial, and you never have to worry that I will abandon you.
Indeed, compared to the Divine Fist sect, the peacekeeping gang is also weak for now.
But a single spark can start a prairie fire. I will not abandon the faith and ideals I uphold just because the enemy is powerful. Since ancient times, evil has never triumphed over good. I have always believed that as long as one possesses a heart dedicated to upholding justice, it will inspire more righteous people. Everyone might not know, but last night I visited the Beggar sect, Mount Tai sect, Manhwa sect, Mautame sect, and Tianshan sect within Luoyang City, and sincerely invited them to join forces with the peacekeeping sect to uphold justice together. Fortunately, the leaders of these sects understood the greater good and immediately agreed to join our peacekeeping alliance to jointly protect Luoyang City.
After the Shenquan sect committed their crimes, it was the peacekeeping alliance that promptly identified the culprits. Just moments ago, He Yuanan, the leader of the Divine Fist sect, was executed, and the corrupt demon glutton was slain right under your very eyes by my hand. Knowing the hardships and difficulties you've endured, I acted swiftly to resolve them.
With such sincere effort, don't you think I deserve your trust?
As he spoke, Kevin raised his long sword high. Then, thinking better of it, he lifted it to the side, slightly above his head, and declared loudly, "Today, before all the citizens of Luoyang City, I, Feng, swear by this sword of slaying beasts to dedicate my life to upholding peace and justice. This sword that today struck down the glutton will tomorrow vanquish all evildoers across the land, eradicate every demonic force that plagues this chaotic world, and carve out a bright and just realm." He paused, looking over the stirred crowd, then smiled gently with warmth. Of course, words alone mean little. Actions speak louder than promises.
Just watch my deeds.
Shortly, please spread the word to those who suffered last night, as well as those injured by the glutton in the streets. After I finish clearing out the remnants of the Divine Fist sect, fair compensation will be given to all.
Finished speaking.
Without waiting for everyone to respond, Kevin jumped off the high platform, called the two guardians, and returned to the Shenquan sect's residence through the crowd. As Feng Zhong had guessed, neither the people from the Shenquan sect nor the Iron Palm Gang had left. Feng Jiu suddenly transforming into a Taotai had changed their perception of the world. Everyone was plunged into confusion about the future, unsure of what to do next.
The Taotai is a monster, but doesn't that make David, who could slay the Taotai, a monster as well? David is also a celestial demon. Can he win by fighting against celestial demons with a mortal body? What is the meaning of dying at the hands of celestial demons? If killed by David, will the Divine Fist sect really avenge them?
In the end, they are just the underclass struggling to make a living in this world. Seeing Kevin return, everyone in the courtyard instinctively took a step back, afraid he might suddenly lash out. The terrifying scene of David chasing down the glutton still lingered vividly in their minds. The horrifying speed, combined with Wang San's restraint, no one was a match for him. "Don't be afraid," Kevin scanned the crowd with a smile. "I, Feng, act with principles. I only punish the ringleaders. Now that He Yuanan is dead, and the glutton is also dead, killing you serves no purpose. It would only create needless bloodshed.
I have but one question for you. Are you willing to join the peacekeeping gang, to fight from now on for peace and justice, and to live a life of greater meaning?"
Chief Feng, may we, as someone from the Divine Fist sect asked.
Of course, the peacekeeping gang welcomes anyone who abandons evil and chooses good. Kevin smiled and looked at Hanzhua and the others. The same goes for you.
I know what happened yesterday was your doing, but you were misled by Fengjiu, so it's understandable.
Moreover, even the blame was taken by He Yuanan of the Divine Fist sect. The old gang leader is still waiting for you to reunite in the peacekeeping gang.
Clearly, we can coexist peacefully and work towards a common goal.
Why must you insist on opposing me? Do you really need to fight me to the death, only to end up being nailed to the pillar of shame for you to feel at ease? You took over our business, beat up our fathers, and now you think a few words can make us coexist peacefully? Hanzhua and the others remained silent. Occasionally, they glanced at Wang San, trembling with fear. The terror instilled by Wang San would continue to haunt those he had marked. Everyone present knew that David's grandiose words were all lies. Framing, intimidation, threats, and the use of various underhanded tactics were his true nature. But at this moment, David had already paved the way for them and given them enough face. It was time to step down gracefully. Better a live coward than a dead hero. We are willing to join the peacekeeping gang and serve the leader's commands. The members of the Divine Fist sect began to speak one after another. Not for me, but for justice. Kevin looked at the crowd and corrected them. He then turned back to Hanzhua and the others. What about you? Are you still willing to wait for Chiu Muqian's reinforcements? David, how is my father? Chiu Feiping asked tremblingly. He's seriously injured. The doctor said he might need 2 years to recover. Kevin glanced at him and said, but if you continue to stir up trouble, it's hard to say. Fourth young master, the doctor mentioned that the patient can't withstand any more disturbances. Chiu Feiping's eyes widened suddenly, and he said urgently, don't touch my father. We'll join the peacekeeping gang. The people of Luoyang City were skeptical about Kevin's proposal for peacekeeping and joint defense. However, when the corpse of He Yuanan from the Divine Fist sect was hung up and Gao Yong and others stood beside David with smiles on their faces, promising to jointly maintain the security of Luoyang City, everyone believed. It must be noted that these individuals were already the largest forces in Luoyang City. But David only took one night to convince them to join the peacekeeping alliance, using practical actions to prove to everyone that he not only had the heart to protect Luoyang City but also the strength to do so. Just as Doug thought, some things don't require evidence, all they want is a result that satisfies them. Especially when Doug brought out large baskets of gold and silver, doubling the compensation for all the victims and promising that if similar incidents occurred again, the compensation would still be doubled. Suddenly, everyone's apprehension toward him disappeared. What heavenly demon? The term heavenly demon refers to others, while David is their heavenly demon, the great lord of the blue sky. There is nothing that money cannot buy. That day, the bulletin board in Luoyang City displayed the signed contract of the Peacekeeping Alliance and publicly announced the responsibilities and obligations of the Peacekeeping Joint Defense to everyone. The 5 major sects formed street patrol teams that patrol the city day and night, responsible for resolving all sudden incidents encountered. When encountering injustice and unfairness, you can seek help from any organization within the Peacekeeping Alliance nearby. If the issue is not addressed promptly, you can directly appeal to the Peacekeeping Gang, which will send personnel to resolve the problem and deal with the negligence of allied members. In the process of upholding justice, all confiscated funds, apart from being used to compensate victims, will have a portion allocated to cover the normal expenses of the Peacekeeping Gang. However, all expenditures will be regularly disclosed to the public. The Peacekeeping Gang regularly recruits aspiring young individuals from the community to join and uphold justice together, providing food, accommodation, and basic martial arts training. Listed item by item, the Peacekeeping Gang quickly replaced the Luoyang City government in the hearts of the people. Moreover, with peacekeeping and joint defense, there are no longer incidents of night raids on civilians. Every citizen of Luoyang City wears a smile on their face, speaking of the Peacekeeping Gang and mentioning David, creating a thriving and prosperous scene. David, the living Buddha of 10,000 families, has seen a rapid surge in attributes. After Chiu Feiping and others were incorporated, no one intercepted Chiu Feibao, Li Chao, Lu Yuexiang, and other hallmasters who were out of town. These individuals were captured on the day they returned and were personally persuaded by Chiu Yuanlang to join the Peacekeeping Gang, naturally facilitating the handover of the former Iron Palm Gang's various industries to the Peacekeeping Gang. After the Feng family members were rescued, Feng Shiren attempted to leverage past connections to gain power within the Peacekeeping Gang. However, he was sternly rebuked by David, who emphasized the importance of fairness and ordered them to start from the bottom, cutting off any thoughts the Feng family had of taking shortcuts. Watching David, who now held absolute power in Luoyang City, Karen finally understood that the roles of master and servant had reversed. The Feng family could no longer reach David's level. Moreover, everything David said was true. Relying on the heavenly demon could indeed strengthen the family. Unfortunately, the Feng family was not destined for such fortune. Luoyang City was vibrant and renewed, but within the Peacekeeping Gang, a cloud of gloom hung heavily. Lu Chang, Gao Yon, and other mid-level cadres hardly showed any smiles on their faces. Leader, judging by the days, if Chiu Muqian managed to persuade Master Tong, they should be back by tomorrow or the day after. Shouldn't we prepare in advance? Master Tong is one of the 7 great masters of the current era. Lu Chang paused. Of course, with the leader's martial arts skills, naturally there's no fear of Tong Shihong. But the Divine Fist sect has countless skilled disciples, and if they are determined to target the Peacekeeping Gang, with our abilities, I'm afraid we won't be able to cope. Our gang has too few experts, and besides, people like Chiu Feiping might not truly be loyal. He glanced at Wang San, who was beside Kevin, and said, even if they are genuinely loyal, as long as
as Mr. Wang is present, they won't be able to exert their full combat potential. It's not just the Divine Fist sect we need to worry about, but also the sects behind us, Ding Wanjie said with a bitter smile.
Once the news of what happened in Luoyang City spreads, the few of us will likely be treated as traitors to our sections.
No sect would allow such a thing to happen. This is digging at their very foundation.
That's right. We can't suppress the situation in Luoyang City at all, Nianong said. The day before yesterday, several of my men escaped from Luoyang City.
They must have gone to inform the sect. Maybe in just a few days, the main sect will send people to wipe us out.
It's the same on my side, Gao Yong frowned.
Leader, the 3 sects, 5 clans, 2 gangs, and 1 noble family, altogether 11 top-tier factions. The peacekeeping gang has provoked 6 of them, offending half the martial world. Even Marshal Saint Xiao, he wouldn't have dared to be this reckless back then.
Gao Yong and the others were tied to the peacekeeping gang's ship of war by a series of actions from Kevin. They couldn't get off even if they wanted to, and they didn't dare to run away.
Just thinking about the enemies they were about to face was enough to make them despair. They couldn't even cry if they wanted to.
So, do you regret joining the peacekeeping alliance? Kevin looked around at them and asked with a smile. What is regret? Did you give us any room to choose?
Clearly, it was you, this villain, who forcibly tied us to the peacekeeping gang, yet you make it sound like we joined willingly. If time could be reversed, when I saw that invitation letter, I should have immediately run back to the sect and not even met you.
Everyone glanced at Kevin, wanting to refute but not daring to.
One by one, they lowered their heads, expressing their resistance through silence.
Kevin shook his head and asked, what do you think of my skills compared to those top experts?
Still, no one spoke.
Master Gao, you speak, Kevin called out, surpassing rather than falling short. Gao Yong glanced at Kevin.
In just 2 or 3 days, Kevin's speed had become increasingly faster. While practicing martial arts, Gao Yong's eyes could barely keep up with Kevin's moves.
Adding Wang San to suppress them? Kevin asked again. Definitely beat them, Gao Yong replied. Then that's settled. What are you all afraid of? Kevin said. But 2 or 3 experts can't support an entire sect.
Nianong couldn't help but say, Hall Master Wang's abilities are indeed strange, but the matter in Luoyang City has already spread. If they act again, they will definitely target Wang San first.
I'm not afraid of them. Wang San adopted a new cultivation method, always carrying a box with him.
The box was filled with ice, chilling a few severed hands or hearts of unknown origin. From time to time, he would wander into crowded places, take them out for display, and spread his infamous reputation of morbidity. If it were just him alone, he would have been beaten to death long ago for doing such things. But in the territory of the peacekeeping gang, under the name of the peacekeeping gang's protector, he carried out these actions with impunity, fearing no harm. Now, he still maintains the 2nd rank in the simulation arena. This was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine when he first obtained the keyword. At this moment, he had already decided to wholeheartedly follow David.
You all are just too timid. Those who win the people's hearts win the world. What we are doing is righteous, so what are you afraid of? Kevin shook his head. The things you are worried about, I've already thought of.
In fact, before you came, I had already sent out cooperation invitations to the major sects, explaining the dangers of the heavenly demons and inviting them to collaborate in investigating the heavenly demons across various regions, nipping the chaos in the bud.
With Tao Tai as evidence, as long as they understand the greater good, they won't make things difficult for us.
Looking at the group who seemed hesitant to speak, Kevin smiled and continued, I know what you're worried about.
I've also explained your situation. You are merely joining the peacekeeping joint defense, not the peacekeeping gang itself. Essentially, you are still members of your original sections. Talk of betrayal is nothing but nonsense. Are you serious? Treating the leaders of various sects like children to fool them? Gao Yong and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. This is pure provocation. Are you afraid we won't die or what?
I know the peacekeeping sect's status isn't high enough, and what I say might not gain their attention.
Kevin looked at Lu Chang and said seriously, didn't Xiao Muqian invite the old sect leader Tong Shihong?
I'll find a way to persuade him to join the peacekeeping sect. We can't let the pursuit of justice become so difficult. The peacekeeping sect indeed needs some old-school masters to hold the fort.
Whoosh!
Hearing David's words, everyone present simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, temporarily putting their minds at ease.
After all,
everyone present had personally experienced Kevin's persuasive methods, so Tong Shihong joining the peacekeeping gang should be a sure thing. One's own family knows their own affairs. Kevin had done far more than Gao Yong and the others had imagined. Throughout history, no established old power has ever been willing to witness the rise of an emerging force. The pie is only so big. The rise of an emerging force is bound to shake their interests. Moreover, Doug rose by stepping on their faces and digging into their foundations. No one would tolerate that.
Justice and morality? Isn't it still the case that the one with the bigger fist has the final say? If it were just Kevin alone, the concerns of Gao Yong and the others would indeed be valid.
No matter how strong an individual's combat skills are, they cannot stand against the entire world.
Kevin might be able to kill 1 or 2 experts, but that's the limit. Once the 3 sects and 5 factions react, he alone won't be able to protect the peacekeeping gang. If the peacekeeping gang disbands, Luoyang City will fall into chaos.
At that point, his foundation will crumble, his personal attributes will decline, and he will inevitably lose the ability to recover, unable to rise again, and will subsequently be eliminated.
But with Feng Zhong, it was different.
His sharp tongue could perfectly stir up the waters of the martial world, leaving the 3 sects and 5 clans unable to deal with him. Kevin firmly believed that if he was given enough time, he would have the opportunity to defeat the 3 sects and 5 clans one by one. As long as the peacekeeping gang swallowed the assets of 1 or 2 major sects, no one in this world would be able to shake his position. Therefore, as soon as Luoyang City stabilized, Kevin instructed Feng Zhong to write many slanderous letters and send them to the various sects. The Snow Mountain sect has joined forces with the Bloodsaber sect, intending to attack the Central Plains and seize the Martial Saint's legacy. The Amei sect may have an insider. The unnamed elder of the Mount Tai sect fell at Manhwa, allegedly leaving behind a copy of the returning bird sword technique, which was accidentally discovered by the first disciple of the Manhwa sect. The second disciple of the Kunlun sect discovered a mysterious inscription in the Sutra Depository Cave. The inscription was left by Kunlun's Tsangyun elder and is said to be capable of countering all martial arts in the world. The eldest son of the Green Dragon Gang's leader bears a striking resemblance to the Beggar sect's leader, raising suspicions that he might be the illegitimate son of Xia Lin, the Beggar sect's leader. The Amei sect's golden summit reveals a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. Consuming it can increase one's power by 100 years. Tong Shihong from the Divine Fist sect visits the Chao family and takes away the 36 styles of flowers, which secretly contains the ultimate technique Yin Yang true scripture comprehended by Martial Saint Chao in his later years. Rumors are easy to start, but debunking them is exhausting.
In the past, these baseless rumors, once spread, would at most elicit a laugh and wouldn't even cause a ripple.
But with Feng Zhong's tongue of right and wrong, the information he spreads is bound to be verified once received by the parties involved. Feng Zhong spreads rumors with great delight, sending out the messages and cheerfully waiting for the benefits every day. Like Wang San, he also feels that meeting David is his greatest fortune.
Manipulating this keyword is indeed very discreet, but achieving success is not easy.
After all, once the major forces in the martial world successfully refute the rumors, they are likely to investigate him as the rumor monger. Just like how he stirred up trouble between the Feng family and the Iron Palm gang and fled immediately. The parties he provoked, whether they benefited or suffered, would always remember him as the instigator. Moreover, spreading rumors requires his personal involvement, and writing letters or issuing notices is already the safest approach. If he were to provoke face-to-face, he might be detained on the spot, and writing letters wouldn't withstand investigation. But with David's protection, it's a different story. Even if he turns the martial world upside down, he won't face any danger. If the sky falls, David will hold it up in front. As long as David doesn't die, he will have nothing to worry about. After sending Gao Yong and the others away, Kevin and the 3 sources of trouble entered a leisurely time of enjoyment, drinking tea, practicing martial arts, investigating the nearby heavenly demons, and quietly waiting for the chaos in the martial world to begin. In ancient times, carriages and horses were slow, journeys were long, and the fermentation and dissemination of information required a certain amount of time.
2 days later, Luoyang City.
Xiaomuqian was dressed in plain coarse clothing, sitting at a roadside stall with an ordinary-looking elderly man, eating noodles. She clearly had no appetite, picking up a few strands of noodles only to put them back before they reached her mouth. She kept glancing around, her brows tightly furrowed. She had successfully invited Tong Shihong over, but the situation upon returning to Luoyang City was clearly not what she had imagined. She couldn't understand how, in just 3 short days, David had caused so much trouble. Not only had her own brother been abducted, but even a Tao Tai had appeared.
Muqian, stay calm.
Once your mind is in chaos, you won't be able to accomplish anything, the elderly man across from her said slowly, savoring the bowl of plain noodles.
Eat your noodles.
A martial artist must always ensure their physical strength. Xiaomuqian responded, lowering her head to take a few bites of noodles.
But she couldn't help raising her head again. Uncle Tong, aren't you even a little angry? David killed Steward. He killed my man and even threw a bucket of dirty water on my face. Of course, I'm angry.
Tong Shihong, looking like a simple old farmer, used his chopsticks to mix the noodles and sauce evenly.
But the angrier you are, the less you can afford to lose your cool. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never lose a battle.
Whether it's threats or temptations, the fact that David has made such a big name for himself in just a few days proves he's even more formidable than you say. Dealing with someone like that, once you get impatient, you're not far from failure. Looking at the dazed Xiaomuqian, he smiled and simply put down his chopsticks.
Muqian, think carefully. When David pointed his sword at your father, was there really no way for your group to save him? In that situation, David probably didn't have the intent to kill. Otherwise, your father wouldn't still be alive now. Xiaomuqian was stunned.
At that moment, seeing Yuanlang being held at sword point, all of you lost your composure, which is why you fell step by step into David's rhythm, Tong Shihong said.
This has ultimately led to the current situation, which is spiraling out of control.
A successful martial artist relies not only on their fists but also on their wisdom. Xiao Muqian's expression changed several times, and she sighed, Uncle Tong, your criticism is justified. Before this, there had never been such a thing as a heavenly demon in this world. They act without following common sense, so it's understandable that you were led by their rhythm, Tong Shihong said. Even I never thought he would actually dare to use my divine fist sect as a sacrificial flag.
It truly takes some audacity. So, you're still angry, aren't you? You're just not showing it.
Xiao Muqian looked at Tong Shihong, silently grumbling to herself, and respectfully asked, Uncle Tong, what should we do next?
I'll follow your instructions.
First, we need to figure out exactly what this Tianma is.
David's power seems to be growing a bit too quickly.
Tong Shihong shook his head, then called out to an old man eating noodles nearby. Smiling, he said, Old brother, my granddaughter and I are from out of town. I heard you mention Feng Tianma cutting down the Taotai, which sounds fascinating.
Why don't you join us at our table and tell us more about this Feng Tianma story?
The old man perked up at the words, immediately interested. Holding his bowl, he shuffled over, took a sip of noodle soup to moisten his throat, and said, my out-of-town friend, this isn't just a story, it's a true event.
You've come to the right person to ask.
At the time Feng Tianma slew the Taotai, I was no more than 3 zhang away from him. That Taotai was over 5 meters tall, with the body of a sheep and a human face, eyes growing under its armpits, and a gaping bloody mouth. When it cried out, it sounded just like a months-old baby.
But its speed, it was truly fast.
With a swoosh, it darted past me, and the wind it stirred up stung my old face like a knife scraping my skin.
The old man spoke with spittle flying, and when he reached the critical part, he paused for effect and teased, Brother, do you know why it ran so fast?
Why? Tong Shihong swallowed a mouthful of noodles, playing along as the straight man. Speaking of why it ran so fast, we have to talk about our Feng Tianma. The Taotai is also a form of Tianma. Its stomach is a bottomless pit, devouring people in one gulp, and with each person it eats, its body grows larger.
On top of that, its skin is thick and tough, covered in scales impervious to blades and spears. Now imagine this monster wreaking havoc in Luoyang City. Wouldn't the tens of thousands of people in the city be completely devoured? The old man said. But as the saying goes, every pot has its lid. Feng Tianma is the nemesis of this Taotai. He descended upon Luoyang City specifically to subdue this creature.
Speaking of Feng Tianma, we must first talk about his 2 guardians. One of his guardians is named Wang San, who was born with incredible speed and has a penchant for collecting the corpses of evildoers. Just one shout from him can stop a child from crying. And yet, this Tianma, for all his fearsome abilities, has a strikingly handsome appearance. Hearing him ramble further and further, Tong Shihong couldn't help but cough lightly. Brother, I have something to do in a bit.
Can we get straight to the point about slaying the Taotai? Otherwise, I'll finish my noodles and only hear half the story, leaving me inexplicably unsatisfied. I told you, it's not a story, it's a true event.
The old man frowned and corrected him, waving his hand.
Fine, let's keep it short and get straight to Feng Tianma slaying the Taotai. As I mentioned earlier, the Taotai is impervious to blades and spears. Feng Tianma had only been in the mortal world for 2 or 3 days. Where could he find divine weapons?
The sword in his hand was just an ordinary weapon.
Even with his innate divine strength, he couldn't break through the Taotia's scales. When the sword struck the Taotai, sparks flew, the blade got chipped, but the Taotia's skin remained unscathed. But the Taotai had to be killed. Can you guess what method Feng Tianma used? What method? Tong Shihong asked. Well, that's our Feng Tianma for you. He circled the Taotai a few times, and with a quick turn of his eyes, he came up with a plan. No matter how tough the Taotia's body was, it still had to eat and excrete, and its soft spot was its, well, you know. The old man slurped a mouthful of noodles, his eyes gleaming even brighter. Feng Tianma acted decisively. While the Taotai was distracted, he slipped behind it, gripped his sword with both hands, and thrust it forward with lightning speed. With a pft sound, the 3-foot-long sword plunged all the way in. You have no idea how miserably the Taotai screamed. At that time, the old man was watching from the side, and when Feng Tianma drew his sword, yellow and red spilled out together. TSK, no wonder the Taotai ran so fast back then. If your Pianzi got stabbed, you'd run just as fast. Tong Shihong's face suddenly changed, a mouthful of noodles stuck in his throat, neither able to swallow nor spit it out. He had heard plenty about the sword slashing the Taotai during the journey, but he never imagined it was done in such a way. Didn't see that coming, did you? The old man, seeing the desired effect, laughed triumphantly. No one could have guessed. You didn't see it, but the Taotai was tough. One sword wasn't enough to kill it. Feng Tianma chased after the Taotai and stabbed it dozens of times. TSK. By the end, the sword blade was stained yellow. Feng Tianma held up that sword and declared the founding of the peacekeeping gang. Outside Luoyang City, under a pavilion by the roadside where people could rest, Tong Shihong silently watched the bustling crowd of the peacekeeping
peacekeeping gang not far away. Xiaomuqian stood beside him, quietly saying nothing as well. After hearing the story from the old man eating noodles about slaying the Taotai with a sword, they sought confirmation from over a dozen others, all of whom gave the same account. Since then, they had remained in this state.
Uncle Tong, are you unsure about dealing with David? Xiaomuqian couldn't help but ask.
Tong Shihong's brow twitched involuntarily a few times, and he said, everyone has weaknesses, even the heavenly demon. Looking at all of David's battles, he always launches sneak attacks from behind. From this, we can deduce that his front is his weakness. As long as we don't give him the chance to get behind us, we can still take him down. However, to eliminate David, we must first kill Wang San. His voice can disturb a person's mind, and once the mind is unsettled during a fight, it's inevitable to suffer a crushing defeat.
We still don't know what abilities Feng Zhong possesses. Niece Muqian, the heavenly demons are peculiar.
This matter requires careful planning and cannot be rushed.
After listening to this lengthy explanation, Xiaomuqian said, Uncle Tong, since David always attacks from behind, if we use a heart-protecting mirror to guard our vital points in the back, wouldn't that prevent him from succeeding?
I've only been away for 3 days, and David has already grown to this extent.
If we let him continue to grow, who in the martial world will be able to stop him?
Judging by his intentions, it's clear he wants to take over the entire martial world. Mu Chen, I naturally understand what you mean, but when masters compete, even the slightest difference can lead to a huge gap.
Carrying an iron plate on your back distorts every movement. How can you execute techniques like that? Tong Shihong said. I didn't say an iron plate, I said a heart-protecting mirror. Xiaomuqian muttered inwardly, Uncle Tong, then what should we do next?
Tong Shihong said, David is the root of chaos in these troubled times. To eliminate him in one stroke, we must ensure no loose ends are left. Mu Chen, you stay in Luoyang City, find a way to contact the former members of the Iron Palm Gang, and continue gathering information on David.
Keep an eye on his movements.
I'll head to Manhwa to seek help from Sect Leader Zone.
We'll divide and conquer to ensure we eradicate the problem completely.
Xiaomuqian widened her eyes, Uncle Tong.
It's settled then,
Tong Shihong said decisively, about to turn and leave.
Suddenly, a loud voice came from the direction of the peacekeeping gang. Master Tong, since you're already here, how can you not even step inside? I've long admired Master Tong's reputation. If word of this gets out, everyone will say I, Feng, lack manners.
The sound came closer and closer. By the time the last word was spoken, Doug was less than 100 meters away from the two.
Safeguarding the safety, order, and justice of hundreds of thousands of citizens in Luoyang City.
Even Doug himself didn't know how high his attributes were. In any case, now, with him at the center, no movement within 2 miles could escape his ears. Tong Shihong and Xiaomuqian ran outside the Weha gang to discuss countermeasures. Speaking right under his nose was almost the same. How could he possibly let the prey in his grasp escape? He immediately made a decisive move and chased after them. Through various means, Tong Shihong judged that David's strength was probably not inferior to his own. But now, seeing David's speed, it wasn't just not inferior, it was clearly far superior to his. His expression changed instantly.
David?
Seeing David suddenly running over, Xiaomuqian froze in place.
He couldn't figure out how they had been exposed. They had just had a meal in Luoyang City and listened to a story. How could the news have spread so quickly?
Miss Chiu, bringing Master Tong here is already a great achievement.
You should return to the Weha gang and visit the old master. You've been away for so many days, and he misses you.
Kevin glanced at Xiaomuqian and casually pinned the blame on her. Xiaomuqian's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly explained, Uncle Tong, don't listen to his nonsense, I didn't.
I know.
Tong Shihong interrupted her, staring at Kevin as if facing a formidable enemy.
David, what are your intentions?
Feng merely wishes to invite Master Tong to join the peacekeeping alliance to uphold the principles of justice in the martial world, Kevin said with a cupped fist.
If Master Tong says no? Tong Shihong said.
Then I, Feng, will defeat Master Tong, merge the Divine Fist sect into the peacekeeping gang, and together uphold the righteousness of the martial world, Kevin said with a nonchalant smile.
Arrogant. Tong Shihong snorted coldly.
Master Tong, it's not that I, Feng, am arrogant, but that I have no other choice,
Kevin said.
Just now, I heard Master Tong say that David is the root of chaos in troubled times.
I cannot agree. After all, my actions are for the sake of the entire martial world. Did you hear that?
Tong Shihong looked horrified.
He glanced in the direction of the peacekeeping gang. How is that possible? Why not? I'm not human.
Doug glanced at Tong Shihong and smiled. You two were discussing strategies right under my nose.
How could I not hear? Who knew your ears could hear 2 miles away? Are you even human? Alright, you are a demon, not a human. Tong Shihong's face turned even darker.
If earlier he had 70% confidence in retreating unscathed, now it was less than 30%. At this moment, he regretted it so much that his guts turned green.
He shouldn't have had this damned curiosity. Why did he have to personally capture the demon?
Upon hearing about such an unfamiliar entity, he should have waited and observed. A lifetime of caution, yet he stumbled here unexpectedly. Someone like Feng, who is wholeheartedly devoted to maintaining the world, is considered by Master Master Tong to be the root of chaos.
In the martial world, there are hundreds more like Feng. When they grow stronger, will this world still be worth keeping?
Master Tong, in the small city of Luoyang alone, 4 heavenly demons have already appeared. The Divine Fist sect is one of the 3 sects in 5 clans.
Do you think there might be a heavenly demon hidden within your sect? Kevin glanced at Tong Shihong and said, judging by the time, news of the events in Luoyang City should have spread by now. Do you think the heavenly demon within the Divine Fist sect, upon learning of what I've done, might act out of desperation and accelerate their plans to seize control of the sect? Tong Shihong's heart skipped a beat, but he feigned composure. What difference does it make whether you seize it or they do?
You're all the same, birds of a feather.
My nature is to maintain order.
As long as the world is stable, I am harmless, and the Divine Fist sect will still be yours. But as for the nature of the other heavenly demons, I can't say for sure. Take the gluttonous Tao Tai, for example. When cornered, it truly devours people, Kevin said.
Master Tong, with my help, you can eliminate them.
Then you can focus your efforts on eliminating me. In the end, the entire world will be at peace.
Such a simple principle, why can't you understand it? Tong Shihong was stunned. Eliminate you? Exactly. Feng's attribute is maintenance.
The heavenly demons do not belong to this world. Our existence will ultimately disrupt the operation of the entire world. Feng is also a heavenly demon, so in the end, maintaining myself to restore the world's order is the true completion of merit. Kevin looked at the shocked Tong Shihong and his companion, speaking earnestly, but before that, no one can stop Feng's determination to maintain the world.
Otherwise, if gods block, I'll slay gods. If Buddhas block, I'll slay Buddhas. Are you crazy? With your ghostly appearance, who would believe that you'll actually maintain yourself in the end?
Tong Shihong's eye twitched violently a few times. Looking at Wang San and Feng Zhong walking out of the peacekeeping gang, he weighed the pros and cons and said to Doug, Master Feng, a fair fight with me. If you win, my Divine Fist sect will join the peacekeeping alliance. If you lose, let me leave, and I will handle the sect's affairs myself. How about it? Doug looked at Tong Shihong, smiled, and nodded. All right. Tong Shihong breathed a sigh of relief and adjusted his combat state. Kevin drew the long sword from his back, held it with both hands, clasped his fists toward Tong Shihong, and solemnly said, Master Tong, this sword is 3 feet 7 inches long, 1 inch and 3/10 wide, forged from fine steel. It once slew the ferocious beast Tao Tai and is named the Tao Tai sword. Tao Tai sword? Tong Shihong's pupils contracted, and some unpleasant images involuntarily flashed through his mind, causing the momentum he had just built up to suddenly dissipate. But seeing Kevin's serious demeanor, he took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions again, and imitated Kevin by showing his fists. I do not use weapons. With my pair of iron fists, I have fought across the world. My fists are named Overlord Fists. Master Feng, please enlighten me. Kevin glanced at Tong Shihong again, reached out to pull Wang San over, and said, Wang San, the heavenly demon possesses the body, skilled in sonic techniques. Where the sound waves reach, they confuse the mind. Buzz. It was as if a bolt of lightning exploded in Tong Shihong's mind. His mind went blank. We're having a duel. Introducing the sword is one thing, but why introduce him? Tong Shihong glared at Kevin angrily and said irritably, Leader Feng, this is a fair fight between the two of us. If a third party intervenes, even if I lose, I won't accept it in my heart. He was cautious and composed all his life, but unexpectedly, after meeting David, he lost his composure several times in just a short while. It was truly unbelievable. Oh, I noticed sect leader Tong kept looking at him, so I thought of introducing Wang San to the sect leader. He won't interfere in the fight. The sect leader is overthinking it. Kevin smiled faintly and pointed his long sword forward. Sect leader, please. Tong Shihong was one of the top martial artists of his time, and his skills represented the pinnacle of this world's martial arts. After settling down, Kevin's long-dormant martial arts stream was rekindled. But with extremely high attributes, defeating Gao Yong and others was as easy as slicing through melons and vegetables. Finally encountering Tong Shihong, he naturally wanted to spar with him, indulge in the thrill of competing with a master, and also test how high his own abilities were. After all, he couldn't always rely on someone like Wang San wherever he went. However, when faced with the unknown, Duggar dared not be overconfident and naturally sought ways to first dampen his opponent's momentum. This wasn't a dirty trick, it was a psychological battle before a duel between masters. Wang San's fear of fragility was also a form of psychological warfare. The impact of Jiao's fear is too great. Once it is used on a master like Tong Shihong, he will be rendered useless. Previously, those who were affected by Jiao's fear, such as Alz and Han Zhuo, have now been demoted to incense masters, keeping them as far away from Wang San as possible to maximize their usefulness. Currently, the peacekeeping gang is short on people, so it's best to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Convincing masters should primarily rely on faith and ideology. If Tong Shihong truly cannot be defeated, it won't be too late to let Wang San speak then. Kevin believes that Wang San won't be so inflexible. Looking at the gluttonous sword in Kevin's hand, then at Wang San standing to the side with an inexplicable smile on his lips, Tong Shihong felt restless and unable to calm down. He took a deep breath, barely stabilizing his emotions, and said, Please,
eyes as soon as the words fell. Kevin's figure had already disappeared from in front of him. The sound of wind breaking came from his left side. He slightly turned his body, dodging the sword tip aimed at his chest, and countered with a punch toward Kevin's head. The punch missed, and with his rich combat experience, Tong Shihong instinctively withdrew his fist. Sure enough, the sharp sword light had already slashed down along his arm. If he had been even a moment slower, he would have lost half an arm. Such incredible speed. After 2 moves, Tong Shihong took a sharp breath. From David's stance and the way he held the sword, he could tell that David didn't possess much martial skill. However, this astonishing speed and reaction ability were enough to crush more than half of the top experts in the martial world. Too fast. Little did he know, Kevin on the opposite side was equally shocked. His keen senses allowed him to clearly see every move of Tong Shihong, but the opponent seemed to be able to predict in advance, always managing to evade his deadly strikes in time. Moreover, the seemingly sluggish punches were actually incredibly fast, as if they could break through space, suddenly appearing right in front of him. It is said that Earth's boxing champions can throw more than a dozen punches in a second, but Tong Shihong's punching speed clearly far exceeded this frequency, and it was combined with immense power. The most crucial thing is that he can maintain this punching speed consistently and even change his moves midway, which is truly terrifying. He truly deserves to be a top martial arts master blessed with inner strength. Before he unified Luoyang City, he definitely wasn't a match for Tong Shihong. Even if he launched a sudden thrust from behind, Tong might still have had the chance to turn around and land a punch on his face. And then there's this terrifying combat intuition. No wonder Chiu Muqian invited him over to deal with me. If I hadn't grown so quickly, I would have most likely fallen to this old man. As expected, just guarding a small city like Luoyang is far from enough to dominate the world. The road ahead is long, and life still requires hard work. Damn, this old man is way too fierce. Feng Zhong clicked his tongue in amazement. His speed can actually keep up with 7th brother. Fierce? Wang San said indifferently, his tone sinister. 3 sects, 5 schools, 2 gangs, and 1 family. Even counting the hidden experts not officially part of these groups, there are at most 20 of such individuals. 20 is still too few? Feng Zhong said, I've noticed your tone is getting more and more arrogant. Wang San glanced at him and asked, how many days have we been in this world? Feng Zhong was momentarily stunned. When he looked at Tong Shihong again, he was much calmer. In that case, he's just average. Compared to 7th brother, it's just average. Wang San looked at Kevin, his eyes full of admiration, and muttered, there's never been someone as incredible as 7th brother in the simulation field before. He might end up on the alien battlefield in the future. Exactly. Feng Zhong nodded in agreement. I wonder which family nurtured such an extraordinary talent like 7th brother. Once he leaves the simulation field this time, he's bound to become famous. Chiu Muqian watched the two fighting, her face full of resentment. With such skills, David still resorted to sneak attacks when fighting her father. Truly, he has no sense of martial ethics at all. So shameless. At this moment, Chiu Muqian felt a deep sorrow in her heart. She suddenly realized that she might never be able to rescue her father and reclaim the Iron Palm Gang in this lifetime. Wang San, what are you doing? Out of nowhere, Kevin shouted loudly. Tong Shihong instinctively flinched, revealing a flaw. Doug swung his sword towards his shoulder, and he dodged smoothly, already circling behind Tong Shihong. A sudden thrust from behind. At such close range, Tong Shihong couldn't react at all. A fine steel longsword was already pressed against his neck. The cold blade rested against Tong Shihong's throat as Doug smiled faintly. Master Tong, you lost. Impossible to guard against. Sure enough, his speed of attacking from behind was far greater than from the front. Tong Shihong sighed inwardly. Feeling the cold blade pressed against his neck, he suddenly froze, as if he caught a faint whiff of a foul odor. His expression changed involuntarily. Leader Phone, put the sword away. I admit defeat. It's over. Chiu Muqian closed her eyes in pain. Master Tong, I accept your concession. Kevin smoothly withdrew his longsword, stepping back with a cheerful smile. He was quite satisfied with the result of the duel. Without Wang San's assistance, he had defeated a top-tier expert. Now, he felt even more confident in upholding justice in the martial world. Peacekeeping Gang. Kevin specially arranged a welcome banquet for Tong Shihong, with all mid to high-level members of the alliance attending as companions. Inside and outside the former Iron Palm Gang's courtyard, banquet tables were set up to provide food and drinks for all the passing crowds. A long banner was hung above the entrance of the Peacekeeping Gang, reading, "Warmly celebrate Tong Shihong and the Divine Fist sect joining the Peacekeeping Alliance." In recent days, morale within the gang had been low. He needed a master like Tong Shihong to inject a dose of confidence into the Peacekeeping Gang, making everyone realize that following the Peacekeeping Gang would lead to a bright future for each of them. Tong Shihong sat next to Doug, watching the jubilant Peacekeeping Gang, his face as dark as water. The citizens of Luoyang City freely entered and exited the Peacekeeping Gang, coming over just to catch a glimpse of him, making him feel like a monkey being ogled by visitors. He never expected Doug to pull off such a grand spectacle. A banquet? A wedding? He just couldn't lose his temper. After all, he had lost to Kevin, gone back on his word, and
and his reputation in the martial world was ruined. Moreover, Kevin had arranged for Chiu Yuanlong's entire family to sit at the table next to him. Those who had succumbed to the fear of Jiao would tremble like quails with just one glance from Wang San.
He definitely didn't want to end up like that. This is a silent threat.
With top-notch cunning in martial arts, having such a character stirring up trouble in the martial world, peace might be hard to come by in the future. Tong Shihong glanced sideways at Kevin, full of concern. Everyone, let's welcome Master Tong to join our peacekeeping alliance.
Kevin stood beside Tong Shihong, raising his wine glass high. Welcome, Master Tong.
Uneven voices rang out as everyone raised their glasses in agreement, the lively and boisterous atmosphere resembling a wedding scene.
To Master Tong, the smiles on Gao Yong and the others' faces were particularly sincere.
They knew their leader would make a move against Tong Shihong, but they hadn't expected him to win so decisively. Tong Shihong's sour face was naturally ignored by them.
Back then, when they were subdued by Doug, wasn't it the same? In the end, they calmly accepted the arrangement of fate. Moreover, after joining the peacekeeping joint defense, life wasn't as difficult as they had imagined. Nowadays, the leader can even take down first-class experts, completely eliminating their worries. What more could they ask for?
Tong Shihong drank his wine in silence, pondering how to handle the upcoming situation.
Truly joining the peacekeeping joint defense was out of the question. Proud as he was all his life, how could he possibly submit to others?
Finding a way to unite the 3 sects and 5 clans to eliminate David is the right path. As for David's talk about protecting the heavenly demon and then protecting himself, Tong Shihong didn't believe a word of it.
Back then, when we got rid of He Yuanan, that black sheep,
I said that sect leader Tong was a person of great understanding and would certainly not hold it against me. Now, not only has sect leader Tong not taken issue with the matter of He Yuanan, but he has personally joined our peacekeeping gang. This truly leaves me deeply moved, Kevin said with a smile, raising his glass once again. Let us toast once more to sect leader Tong, to his sense of justice, and to his intolerance for wrongdoing.
To sect leader Tong.
Having learned from the previous experience, this time the voices of the peacekeeping gang members were much more synchronized.
NMB.
Tong Shihong's forehead veins throbbed, almost crushing the wine glass in his hand.
You didn't mention a single word about the gambling duel. But what can he do now? Flipping the table won't work since he can't beat him, and refuting him, does that mean admitting he has no sense of justice and is an evil person? This damned David.
Tong Shihong wore a stiff smile on his face as he drank the wine in his cup. The liquid slid down his throat, leaving a bitterness that seeped from his mouth to his heart.
Master Tong is a top-tier expert of our time.
With his joining, I, Feng, am even more confident in maintaining peace in the martial world. With the Divine Fist sect in the peacekeeping alliance, there will also be the Tianshan sect, the Huashan sect, the Beggar clan, and the Chao family, Kevin said with a smile. Let us toast Master Tong once more, to honor his initiative for peace in the martial world, and to the flourishing future of the martial world.
To Master Tong.
This time, the entire peacekeeping alliance spoke with one voice. Tong Shihong tilted his head back and drank the wine in his cup.
He was already numb. Under the eaves, he had no choice but to let them say whatever they wanted.
Kevin glanced at Tong Shihong with a smile and said, Master Tong, since you've just joined the peacekeeping joint defense, why not say a few words to boost our morale?
I've already endured enough humiliation, and now you want me to boost your morale? David, don't push me too far.
Tong Shihong glared at Kevin, forced a smile, and said, Leader Feng, I am not good with words, so I won't say anything. It's the first time Master Tong has come to our peacekeeping gang, and he's still a bit reserved. Let's not make things difficult for him, Kevin said with a smile. Tong Shihong breathed a sigh of relief, picked up his wine glass, and used drinking to cover his unease. Unexpectedly, Kevin changed his tone and said, Then let me say a few words on behalf of Master Tong.
Damn!
Tong Shihong almost spat out the wine he had just sipped. A sudden wave of panic surged in his heart, and he deeply regretted his decision. If he had known this would happen, he would have said something random himself, letting David speak. Who knows what he might say. Kevin couldn't care less about Tong Shihong's thoughts and directly began. Everyone knows that the martial world is currently in turmoil, with scoundrels emerging everywhere. Relying on their martial prowess, they wreak havoc on the innocent, making life difficult and leaving the people in despair.
Moreover, the heavenly demon lurks in the world, ready to bring catastrophe at any moment.
Feeling compelled by my conscience and my duty to uphold justice, I established the peacekeeping sect in an attempt to contribute to the well-being of all.
But the peacekeeping sect is too small. Even maintaining peace in the modest city of Luoyang is already so challenging. How can we talk about the entire world?
Whenever I think of the countless people still suffering in dire straits, my heart feels as if it's being torn apart. His tone suddenly shifted, rising dramatically with fervor. But fortunately, I met Sect Master Tong Shihong. You may not know this, but the old master initially did not agree with me.
After all, safeguarding the world is an incredibly daunting task.
Yet, as the saying goes, heroes recognize heroes.
After some exchanges between us, Sect Master Tong acknowledged my strength.
Through my persuasion, he also came to agree with my ideals and was willing to contribute his efforts to uphold justice consensus in the world. Thus, the Divine Fist sect joined us and even offered many valuable suggestions.
I didn't. Don't talk nonsense.
Tong Shihong's eyes widened in shock. He was about to stand up and refute, but just as he was about to rise, Kevin seemingly unconsciously shifted the Haozhong sword placed on the table, its tip faintly pointing at him. Meanwhile, Wang San, sitting across from him, also gave a light cough.
Tong Shihong's eye twitched, and he reluctantly sat back down.
If he were killed here by David, the Divine Fist sect would be finished.
Xiao Muqian glanced at him sympathetically, her expressive eyes seeming to say, Uncle Tong, do you understand now?
It's not that we lack ambition, it's that David simply doesn't give us a chance.
Success comes from secrecy, failure from exposure.
While Master Tong prefers not to say much, Feng is different, he can't keep anything to himself. Of course, the Peacekeeping Guild acts openly and righteously, doing good deeds, so there's no need to hide anything. Kevin waved his hand and said, on the way here, Master Tong already agreed with me to ascend Manhwa together and persuade the sect leader of the Manhwa sect to join our peacekeeping alliance. Not just Manhwa, but also Ame, Mount Tai, and the Beggar sect. We aim to center our efforts on Luoyang City, uniting several major sects in the surrounding area to form a super large alliance, safeguarding all the towns within our coverage area and clearing them of all demonic threats. Then, we will expand outward, growing step by step, eventually protecting the entire world and bringing everyone into our peacekeeping alliance. Ultimately, achieving universal harmony. This is the future plan of our peacekeeping guild.
It's over. In an instant.
Tong Shihong seemed to have been drained of all his energy and spirit, slumping heavily into the chair. His left hand was gripping his thigh under the table, filled with regret.
Why did he let him speak? Why did he let him speak? He should have stood up and said a few random words of blessing. Anything would have been better.
Well, this time, the Divine Fist sect has been completely pushed to the opposite side of the other sects. Using Tong Shihong's celebrity effect, Kevin painted a perfect blueprint, thoroughly uniting the peacekeeping gang into one cohesive force. The citizens of Luoyang City, from top to bottom, increasingly revered their blue sky elder, David. Except for Tong Shihong and the very few Cho family members who still harbored illusions, everyone was overjoyed. After eating and drinking their fill, the guests began to leave one after another. Fuming with anger, Tong Shihong finally found an opportunity to speak. He glared at Kevin and said, Leader Feng, you're going too far. When did I ever say I would go to Mount Hua to persuade sect leader Zone?
Didn't you? Kevin smiled.
I clearly heard you tell Qiu Muqian that you were going to Mount Hua to invite sect leader Zone. What I said at the time was to go to Mount Hua to invite Master Zone to deal with. Tong Shihong's voice abruptly stopped, because he saw David S. Taizhung's sword pointed at him again. Beside David, Wang San, who had been obsessively fiddling with a smooth skull, also turned his gaze toward him.
Damn it, not letting people speak properly, huh?
Tong Shihong furrowed his brows, the anger in his heart growing stronger.
Deal with who? Kevin asked with a smile.
Naturally, deal with you, Tong Shihong said resolutely. He was certain that David wouldn't dare to actually kill him. If he continued to act timidly, unable to even communicate normally, then life would lose its meaning. He might as well risk it all, even if it meant death. Tong Shihong carried the pride of a top-notch master. Xiao Muqian was originally taking care of her old father. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but look over, her eyes full of admiration. As expected, experts truly have confidence. Shou Yuanlang, however, kept shaking his head at his old friend, signaling with his eyes for him not to act impulsively. However,
Doug did not make things difficult for Tong Shihong but instead looked at him in surprise. What's different? What?
Tong Shihong asked, his face full of confusion.
Anyway, we're all going to Mount Hua.
You ask Master Zong to deal with me, and I persuade Master Zong to join the peacekeeping alliance.
The two don't conflict. Kevin unhesitatingly stabbed himself in the back. Haven't I already told you? After eliminating the other heavenly demons, I am the greatest threat. If you don't find a way to get rid of me, that's the real disrespect to me.
Feng Zhong looked at Kevin with admiration, feeling increasingly aware of how much he fell short compared to him. He glanced at Wang San, who was constantly fiddling with a skull, and a strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. After pondering for a moment, Feng Zhong picked up the chopsticks in front of him and started fiddling with them, poking here and there. Fiddling has the meaning of stirring or moving. Any increase in strength, no matter how small, is still an increase. If he continued to slack off, he feared he wouldn't be able to maintain his position in the top 10 of the simulation field.
Don't you see that Wang San found it inconvenient to carry the box filled with ice cubes, so he asked a craftsman to turn his collection into bone art pieces to carry and play with? Seeing David S.'s expression of utter nonchalance, Tong Shihong stood there with his mouth half open, momentarily at a loss for words. David offered him a reasonable explanation and even bluntly stated that he wouldn't mind if Tong decided to eliminate him. But why does he feel even more stifled? Is it because he's being ignored?
Tong Shihong glanced at Wang San playing with the skull, then at Feng Zhong fiddling with the chopsticks, and his eye twitched as he found the reason. It wasn't because of himself. These people were just a bunch of lunatics. Arguing with them or trying to understand their behavior through the lens of normal people would probably shave 10 years off his life. The best course of action was exactly exactly as David had suggested. Let them do their thing, he'd do his, and then find an opportunity to take them out. But the more he thought about the fact that this conclusion had come from David's advice, the more frustrated Tong Shihong became.
Master Tong, do you have any other questions? Kevin asked with concern. If you have any doubts, feel free to speak up. We respect everyone's opinions. Nothing more. Tong Shihong waved his hand and said, I just want to be alone for a while.
Of course, as long as you don't leave the peacekeeping gang, Kevin said.
Otherwise, I'll head to the Divine Fist sect to uphold justice first.
Tong Shihong glanced at Kevin, stood up, and said no more. He had decided to put into practice the method he had found to deal with David.
He had just stood up when Feng Zhong suddenly spoke. Master Tong, I don't think Master Zong of the Huashan sect holds you in high regard. I happened to overhear some news.
Master Zong commented that your Overlord Fist is a technique used by street brawlers, tarnishing the honor of martial artists. He considers it a disgrace to be mentioned alongside you and even said your Overlord Fist should be renamed Turtle Fist to be more fitting.
Tong Shihong was stunned.
He turned to look at Feng Zhong, his brows tightly furrowed, and let out a cold snort.
Mr. Feng, there's no need to relay such street gossip to me. This won't be enough to sow discord between me and Master Zong. Master Tong, there's no smoke without fire.
Feng Zhong said leisurely. Since he needed to strengthen his position, he might as well make his words even more cutting. After all, Tong Shihong wouldn't dare lay a hand on him, and he had to learn from David.
All right, I understand.
I will verify this myself, Tong Shihong said, feeling an inexplicable irritation as he turned and walked away. Kevin looked at Feng Zhong and gave him a thumbs up under the table.
Well, this guy finally got the idea.
With his assist, the plan to take Tong Shihong to Mount Hua was solid. Xiao Muqian watched Tong Shihong's back, frowning slightly. She felt he seemed to have lost his usual composure, but considering he was hanging out with David in this group of guys, it was already impressive that he hadn't lost his temper. Losing a bit of composure was understandable, but for some reason, she still felt that something was off.
4th Mississippi. Kevin tapped the table, snapping the daydreaming Xiao Muqian back to reality, and asked, What are you thinking about? What's the matter?
Xiao Muqian shook her head, feeling a sudden wave of nervousness.
Could I trouble 4th Miss to make another trip to Xinquan sect?
Kevin said with a smile. Master Tong has already agreed to let you go to Mount Hua.
Why go to Xinquan sect again? Xiao Muqian asked.
To invite Master Tong's disciples, family members, and others to the peacekeeping gang, Kevin replied. We're leaving Luoyang City for Mount Hua, and we don't know how long it will take. Luoyang City can't be left without someone to maintain order.
There's no need to invite Master Tong's disciple here, is there?
Upon hearing that Kevin and the others were really planning to leave, Xiao Muqian felt secretly delighted, sensing another opportunity to turn the tables.
Aren't Daoist Gao and the others still here?
With them guarding Luoyang City, even if you're gone for a few days, the peacekeeping gang won't have any issues.
It's different.
Kevin shook his head and smiled.
We took Master Tong with us and kept his family in Luoyang City to help us maintain order.
Both sides are holding hostages, so no one dares to cause trouble. This helps us maintain balance.
You call this maintaining balance?
Xiao Muqian's eyes widened, and her secret delight instantly vanished into thin air. David's move not only restrained the members of the Divine Fist sect but also perfectly eliminated the risk of her causing trouble. The Divine Fist sect is a top-tier sect. If the disciples and relatives of sect Master Tong are brought here, unless external forces intervene, this group of people truly wouldn't be able to stir up any waves.
Is this the legendary flawless strategy?
Xiao Muqian looked at Kevin, and her thoughts of opposing him suddenly extinguished. It was too terrifying. Unless another peerlessly talented demon like him appeared in the world, or the martial Saint Xiaohe was reborn, the experts of the 3 sects and 5 schools would likely not be a match for David.
At this moment, Lu Cheng hurried over, glanced at Xiao Muqian and the others, and hesitated to speak.
Kevin smiled. No matter, there's nothing that can't be spoken openly. Lu Chengdao said, Xiao Zhou has fled.
Kevin asked, Who is Xiao Zhou?
Lu Chengdao replied, Previously, the leader wanted to investigate the hidden Tianma within the gang, but it was delayed due to He Yuanen's matter. After we checked all the people who visited Elder Chiu, we thought there were no other Tianma within the gang.
However, today, Xiao Zhou, who was supposed to patrol Luoyang City, has disappeared.
I just investigated and found that no one has seen Xiao Zhou since last night.
Therefore, I believe Xiao Zhou is the hidden Tianma within the gang.
Feng Zhong stopped fiddling with his chopsticks and said, Seventh brother, should I write a few notices and post them in the cities along the river to lure him back? Kevin lightly tapped his fingers on the table, paused for a moment, and said, Forget it.
We're heading to Mount Hua next, and it's not suitable to spread our focus too thin. Let them jump around for a while.
Once we consolidate the peacekeeping joint defense, they won't be able to turn things around. Kevin waits for the disciples of the Divine Fist sect. Feng Zhong's letter finally reached all the major sects, and the events in Luoyang City were also spread across the Great Qian by traveling merchants. The heavenly demon descended, and the peacekeeping gang, which upheld the interests of the common people in Luoyang City, became the topic of everyone's conversation.
Damn, who is this guy? Flipping the table just like that. Is he even letting anyone else live? David? Peacekeeping gang, interesting, openly showing your hand who gave you the courage. Let you feel proud for a while. The one who gets fat first isn't really fat, the one who gets fat later crushes the bed. I hope you can last until the end. There aren't many contestants as interesting as you. Deceptive maintenance. I need to figure out what his real keyword is. Gluttony, what a great keyword. And it's been wasted like this, so stupid. Maybe I should go to Luoyang City and take a look. This guy's been causing such a stir, his ranking must not be low. Killing him and taking over his legacy would be faster than slowly cultivating my own keyword. But there are 3 of them, it might not be easy to deal with. Someone actually found partners in the simulation field, 3 lucky guys. Originally hidden well, the table was flipped, and simulation field players everywhere were practically going crazy. Most people expressed strong indignation toward Doug's actions. More people were at their wits' end. After all, not everyone's keywords are suitable for playing openly. Especially after the news spread, the public and various sects launched a vigorous campaign to search for the heavenly demons around them, making some people too afraid to even show their faces. For example, those with key traits like eccentricity, malice, cruelty, lust, or a penchant for destruction could originally grow and gradually turn evil step by step. By the time they truly matured, they would already have become a formidable demon. Now, Doug's approach is equivalent to directly cutting off their path to growth. Even if it doesn't completely cut it off, it makes their development extremely difficult. No individual or group wishes to have a malicious demon destined to harm others around them. In the martial arts world, no one will reason with you. Local clans and such, once they discover your behavior is strange, can directly label you as a demon and execute you on the spot. A rebellious keyword, no matter how much it tries, cannot disguise itself as obedient. Players with keywords such as kindness and nobility have also suffered from undeserved disasters. Kevin's keyword is protection, and it has already caused such a commotion. Who knows what these people's keywords will lead to once they grow. For the natives, the best way to deal with the heavenly demons is to strangle them in the cradle before they have a chance to grow. After all, David has revealed the method to identify the heavenly demons, possessing the old, weak, sick, and disabled, sudden personality changes, and so on. These features are actually easy to find. Not everyone has Doug's ability to adapt quickly, nor does everyone encounter the easily persuaded Feng family. Many contestants with excellent keywords could have grown gradually and eventually competed for a top 10 ranking in the simulation. Now, however, they have been eliminated due to unforeseen circumstances, and they just want to say one thing to David: seriously, this is so. 500, 400, 300. In just a few days, the number of participants in the simulation arena, which had previously stabilized, began to plummet again, with the figures changing almost daily. TSK, this is brutal. Seventh Brother's table flipping move, combined with the peacekeeping gang's fast attack opening, is simply a stroke of genius. In less than half a month, there are fewer than 200 people left. This could easily be called the most disastrous start in the history of the simulation arena, Feng Zhong said, holding a cat and idly flicking its ear with one hand while watching the constantly changing numbers on the data panel. So many people got caught in the crossfire, they must hate Seventh Brother to death. The simulation arena is just like this, anything can happen, and no one can blame anyone else, Wang San said, stroking his skull in his hands, his eyes brimming with unconcealed joy. Now ranked second in the simulation arena, he naturally hoped the number of examinees in the arena would dwindle as much as possible. Doug remained silent. After backstabbing so many players, his attributes had once again undergone a qualitative leap. At this point, he probably could take down Tong Shihong even without resorting to schemes. Doug was contemplating life after leaving the simulation arena. While he was busy enjoying himself, would those eliminated hold a grudge against him and make trouble for him in real life? This is equivalent to him suddenly having hundreds more enemies. But this matter is not easy to inquire about in detail. After all, he doesn't want to expose his identity as a transmigrator. It's one thing not to have the memories of the characters in the simulation, but not having memories from reality would be hard to explain. Headache. However, judging by Wang San and the others' attitude, there shouldn't be much of a problem. In any school, the top scorer should have some privileges, right? What's more, he's so outstanding that it would be unreasonable not to give him special protection. After much thought, Kevin still decided to follow his heart. Outstanding people are bound to be envied. Stopping in fear of resentment is not his style. However, those who can withstand this storm should all be elites, and everyone will likely set their sights on us. This might not be a good thing for us, Feng Zhong said. It might really be a true slacker. Wang San glanced at Kevin and the other person, smiling bitterly. You elite academy disciples don't understand. Many students from civilian academies enter the simulation field not to compete for rankings but simply to enjoy life inside. As long as they don't get exposed at the start, they might be able to avoid trouble. Moreover, even if they're elites, so what? According to Seventh Brother's plan, within a month, we'll probably dominate half of the simulation field. I can't think of any keywords that could grow strong enough in such a short time to challenge Seventh Brother. It's not about challenging Seventh Brother, it's about challenging the three of us. Feng Zhong cast a sidelong
sidelong glance at Wang San and said, Wang San, don't underestimate the students of the elite academy. When the situation becomes critical and individual abilities can't turn the tide, they will actively band together. The education we've received since childhood is to utilize everything around us that can be used. As long as we survive until the end, there's always a chance for victory. Sometimes attributes don't determine everything. Take the previous gluttonous beast, for example. It transformed into a divine beast, a progression skill that had never appeared in the simulation field before. To be honest, our trump cards are already clear, so we can't afford to be too careless. Feng Zhong finished speaking, looked at the silent Kevin, and asked with a smile, seventh brother, what are you thinking about? You haven't said a word for a while. Nothing much. Kevin, who had just let go of his inner conflict, smiled and looked at the two perverts beside him. He said, I was thinking about the next move, about how to secure our ranking. I think as long as we act fast enough, get everyone moving, and keep them constantly struggling for survival on the edge of death, they probably won't have a chance to form alliances. Wang San and Feng Zhong exchanged a glance. Feng Zhong gave a thumbs up and praised, seventh brother is still the rational one, never influenced by external factors. The Huashan sect and the Taishan sect are two major sword sects in the Central Plains, renowned for their swordsmanship. The Huashan sect has more than 1,000 disciples, which sounds fewer compared to the Iron Palm sect's 3,000 members. However, the quality of the Iron Palm sect's 3,000 members varies greatly, with fewer than 500 being skilled fighters, whereas all of the Huashan sect's 1,000 members are genuinely skilled in martial arts, passed down through generations. The leader of the Huashan sect is named Zhong Gui, who is in his 40s and has mastered swordsmanship to an extraordinary level. Because the sword naturally formed golden patterns on its blade, during battle, its radiance was as dazzling as the morning glow. Hence, people gave it the nickname Golden Blow Swordsman. The Huashan sect was only 2 days' journey from Luoyang City, and Zhong Gui was the first to learn of the news from Luoyang City. The first time he heard that the heavenly demon was a disciple who had defected from Nianong's faction, even though that disciple swore with utmost conviction that he had personally seen the Taotai, Zhong Gui did not believe it. After all, matters involving gods, ghosts, and demons are too bizarre. Without witnessing them firsthand, no one would easily believe them, let alone Zhong Gui, who was the sect leader. He stubbornly believed that the so-called demons and gluttonous beasts were tricks concocted by charlatans. The Weihai gang was nothing more than a sect similar to the Lotus cult, using some unorthodox and deceptive methods to fool the people. The steward of Luoyang City, Nianong, was also misled, which led to the foolish act of besieging the Xinquan sect's residence. In the despairing gaze of the disciple who brought the news, Zhong Gui merely sent 2 disciples to Luoyang City to awaken Nianong, investigate the situation of the Weihai gang, and consider how to apologize to the Xinquan sect. Later, merchants traveling between Luoyang City and Manhwa spread the news of the demons vividly, and it even began to circulate among the disciples of the Manhwa sect. The content specifically mentioned that a certain village or town had indeed discovered a demon. A seriously ill person suddenly recovered and underwent a drastic change in personality. After being discovered, their strength greatly increased, and they injured dozens of villagers single-handedly. Unlike ordinary people, they were eventually beaten to death by the villagers with sticks. Zhong Gui began to grow skeptical about the matter of demons. Later, Feng Zhong's letter arrived. After reading it, Zhong Gui summoned the disciple who had returned from Luoyang City to report the news and carefully questioned them about the matters of the gluttonous beast and demons. Following this, he initiated a large-scale investigation into demons within the Huashan sect. Upon investigation, they indeed uncovered some issues. To be precise, it wasn't discovered by them, but rather the demon itself exposed it. Lotus Peak, Qingshu Hall. Zhong Gui and many elders gathered together, scrutinizing the 2 third-generation disciples inside the Grand Hall. Zhong Gui asked, are you the so-called demon possession as rumored in the world? Yes. The 2 disciples exchanged a glance, and one of them said, Master, it is true that we are possessed by the heavenly demon, but unlike what David claims, we do not pose a threat to the world. We came to this realm merely seeking a stable life and have never intended to harm anyone. Indeed, Master, the ones truly causing harm and stirring chaos in the world are David and his group, the other disciple said. David disrupts the order of Luoyang City under the guise of protection, and the guardian heavenly demon by his side takes pleasure in playing with the limbs of the dead. Judging by their words and actions, they are far from being righteous heavenly demons. The citizens of Luoyang City have been blinded by their interests, which is why they defend that so-called peacekeeping gang so fervently. Master, if David and his group are not eliminated, they will be the ones to trigger true chaos across the land. These 2 had no other choice but to reveal their identities. The number of contestants in the simulation arena was visibly decreasing, and the news about the heavenly demon was spreading like wildfire within the Huashan sect. Many disciples were already looking at them with suspicion. Severely injured, body taken over, suddenly healed, personality changed. The few methods David shared to identify the heavenly demons, they almost matched them all. After all, during the first body takeover, people usually choose the old, weak, sick, or disabled to play it safe. So, no matter how low-key or unambitious audacious the candidates are, they have to use keywords to heal and recover for the sake of their bodies. Unless they're particularly lucky and the randomly assigned keywords align with the host's personality, they won't be exposed. But being assigned a suitable keyword is already quite fortunate. How could there possibly be such good luck that even the host's personality matches the keyword? Give them time to grow, change their personality, and greatly increase their strength. All abnormalities can gradually be covered up, eventually blending perfectly into this world. But David flipped the table too quickly, so fast that it caught everyone off guard. When the Huashan sect began investigating the heavenly demon, the two knew they couldn't hide anymore. Instead of being exposed, it was better to admit it themselves and take the initiative. The matter of the heavenly demon is actually true. Several elders in the Lotus Hall looked at the two third-generation disciples, pointing and whispering, their faces showing expressions of astonishment. Zhonggue suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, "What are your names?" The disciple who spoke first replied, reporting to the sect master, "This disciple's name is Tan Hongsheng." The second disciple said, "Disciple's name is Gao Hongxiao." Zhonggue asked, "I am asking for the name of your heavenly demon?" The two exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Master, heavenly demons do not have names. After descending into this world, whatever the host is called, that is what we are called." Zhonggue was momentarily stunned, then asked again. David mentioned that heavenly demons each have their own attributes. What are the attributes of you two? You'd better answer truthfully. There is already a method in this world to identify heavenly demons. If your words and actions align with your attributes, your strength will grow. Otherwise, your strength will weaken. Such things can be tested and proven. Damn David, not leaving anyone a way out, forcing everyone to play with open cards. The two cursed David in their hearts. Fortunately, they had already thought of how to disguise themselves on the way here. Tan Hongsheng said, reporting to the sect master, "My attribute is role model. As long as I become an object of admiration or imitation for others, I can continue to grow stronger." Gao Hongqiao remained composed. "My attribute is bravery. Facing danger, I do not retreat or cower, and thus I can continuously grow stronger." "Really?" Zhonggue asked. "The sect leader can verify this with others," Tan Hongsheng said. "Since I took possession, I have practiced internal martial arts late into the night, rising at the crow of the rooster. I eagerly take on sect affairs, fearing to fall behind others, and have even inspired my fellow disciples around me to be just as diligent. This is evident to all. Sect leader, my attribute does not harm others. On the contrary, keeping me in the sect can foster a positive atmosphere and motivate my fellow disciples to grow together." "And you?" Zhonggue interrupted him, turning to Gao Hongqiao and asking, "How will you prove it?" "A brave person does not fear difficulties and dares to face any failure," Gao Hongqiao said. "Master, I ventured alone into the back mountain the day before yesterday, barehandedly fought a fierce tiger, whose corpse still remains. I also once bravely challenged the uncle who taught us, without retreating or showing any fear despite the vast gap between us. Yesterday, I climbed the most perilous cliff in the back mountain with my bare hands and reached the rear peak of Manhwa. If the master does not believe me, I can climb it again." "This is what you call bravery?" Zhonggue frowned. "Master, the brave are fearless." Gao Hongqiao puffed out his chest. "With me on Mount Hua, I will always take the lead in everything. I can ascend a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of fire. I can assure the master that no matter what dangers Mount Hua faces, I will always stand on the front line to shield Mount Hua from harm." Zhonggue looked at the two of them and fell silent. After a moment, he waved his hand. "The two of you go to the side hall first. We will discuss and then decide your fate." Tan Hongsheng did not leave. Instead, he stepped forward. "Master, the growth rate of the heavenly demon is extremely fast. We don't know the true attributes of David, but he has established the peacekeeping gang in Luoyang City, controlling hundreds of thousands of people there. His attributes might have reached an unimaginable level. Now that he has been exposed, in order to consolidate his position, he will undoubtedly accelerate his expansion recklessly, using various excuses to eliminate other heavenly demons to achieve his goal of supremacy. The Huashan sect is the closest to Luoyang City, and David's next target might very well be Huashan. If we fall behind in one step, we will fall behind in every step. We cannot hesitate any longer. We should take the initiative to strike, kill David, and eliminate the threat." Gao Hongqiao said, "Master, senior brother Tan is right. David's actions prove that his attributes are not about maintaining peace. They are most likely about annexation, chaos, or something similar. If we don't stop him in time and allow him to continue growing, it won't be long before no one can control him. Eliminating David, with senior brother Tan as an example and my courage, Huashan will surely grow stronger and might even become the leader among the 3 sects and 5 factions." Tan Hongsheng said, "Master, you have seen David's abilities. Now that the matter of the heavenly demon has spread, other sects are certainly searching for heavenly demons to use for their own purposes. The future of the martial world will undoubtedly be dominated by heavenly demons. Huashan must have its own heavenly demon. Master, you must think carefully." Listening to the two of them speak alternately about the benefits of the heavenly demon and the dangers of David, Zhonggue impatiently waved his hand, sending them off to the side hall, and then ordered someone to investigate their usual behavior before turning his attention to the elders in the hall, asking, "Elders, what do you think? The matter of the heavenly demon is quite peculiar and should be approached with caution," the elder of transmission said.
The heavenly demon descends through the evil method of body possession.
No matter how good they claim to be, this alone proves they are not of good nature and must be guarded against. Not only should we guard against them, but also use them, said the law enforcement elder.
I think Tan Hongsheng makes a valid point. If all the sects have Tianma and we don't, we are bound to fall behind in future martial world conflicts. However, before using them, we must thoroughly investigate them. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different intentions. The greatest fear is being counterattacked by Tianma in the end, said the academy elder. Didn't the Feng family get counterattacked by David?
And the Iron Palm gang within just a few days, David transformed it into the peacekeeping gang.
Our understanding of Tianma is still shallow.
The safest approach is to kill them while they are still weak.
Junior brother Zhao, if other sects start using Tianma, what should we do? Asked the law enforcement elder.
I believe we should act under the name of Manhwa and convene the major sects to jointly discuss the matter of Tianma, said the academy elder.
Don't forget, if it weren't for David, Tan Hongsheng and the others would still be lurking in Manhwa. Such scheming individuals, what good intentions could they possibly have?
Zhang Gui remained silent for a moment, then took out Feng Zhong's letter.
Elders, take a look at this letter.
The Snow Mountain sect and Bloodsaber sect intend to attack the Central Plains and seize the Martial Saint's legacy. A 1,000-year-old blood ginseng has appeared on Amei's golden summit. Consuming it can increase one's power by 100 years. Our Huashan sect's predecessor, the sword demon Duge Yun, once created a sword technique called Duge Nine Swords, reputed to break all martial arts under heaven, and the sword tomb he left behind is suspected to be in the rear mountains of the
Kunlun sect.
Master, where did this letter come from? The law enforcement elder asked.
Aside from the matter of the heavenly demon being true, the rest is utter nonsense. I've never heard of a sword demon named Duge Yun in Huashan. Even Baixiaoxing of the Tianji sect has never mentioned it.
Uncle Zhang, I didn't believe it either when I first received this letter, Zhong Gui sighed.
But the matter of the heavenly demon has already come to pass. Look at the second page, it contains Dugu Yun's biography.
The law enforcement elder turned to the second page and read aloud. Before the age of 30, wielding a sharp sword to roam the world. Before the age of 40, wielding a heavy black iron sword. A heavy sword without a sharp edge, great skill appearing clumsy. After the age of 40, even grass and trees can serve as a sword.
Breaking sword techniques, breaking blade techniques, breaking spear techniques, breaking palm techniques.
Every move is purely offensive without defense, attacking where the enemy must defend.
No move surpasses having moves.
At first, the law enforcement elder didn't take it seriously, but the further he read, the more shocked he became. He stared at the paper in his hand, bloodshot eyes appearing, muttering to himself as if possessed, attacking where the enemy must defend. No move surpasses having moves. No move surpasses having moves. How could such swordsmanship exist in the world? The transmission elder took the letter from his hand, examined it, and silently handed it to the head elder of the academy. After passing it around, everyone in the hall fell into silence.
The swordsmanship described in the letter is truly extraordinary.
Such theories have brought swordsmanship into a whole new realm, Zhong Gui said. If our Mount Hua could obtain this swordsmanship, dominating the world would truly be within reach. The Qiao family produced a martial saint like Qiaohe. Why can't our Mount Hua have a sword demon predecessor? But this letter came at such a convenient time, the head elder said. The martial saint's treasury has existed for many years, and all this time it has remained safe and sound. Why have the Snow Mountain sect and the Bloodblade sect suddenly decided to seize it without any apparent reason? It's not entirely without reason, Zhang Gui said. Uncle Zhao, if the heavenly demon can infiltrate the Central Plains, it can also reach the western regions.
Being bewitched by the heavenly demon is quite plausible. The head elder was stunned. Once something is linked to the heavenly demon, it all seems to make sense. Better to believe it exists than to assume it doesn't. Zhong Gui sighed. These are troubled times.
Headmaster, let me take some people to Mount Kunlun, the law enforcement elder said. If we can truly find Senior Dugu's sword tomb, it will be a blessing for Mount Hua. If not, I will negotiate with the Kunlun sect's headmaster about the matter of the heavenly demon.
It won't be a wasted trip. Alright, I'll trouble you with this, Uncle Zhang. Zhong Gui nodded.
I'll take some people to Mount Amei to investigate the matter of the Millennium Blood Ginseng under the pretext of the heavenly demon, the academy elder said. 100 years of cultivation can create a super expert. We must be vigilant.
Thank you, Uncle Jie. Zhong Gui nodded.
Several elders of the Huashan sect were discussing splitting up to take action and exploring specific travel arrangements due to Feng Zhong's letter.
Zhang Gui's eldest disciple, Wang Yuanhao, hurriedly entered the main hall. Master, we've just received news that Master Tong of the Divine Fist sect has joined David's peacekeeping alliance.
He has declared his intention to ascend Huashan with David to persuade the sect leader to join the peacekeeping alliance, eradicate the heavenly demon, and uphold justice in the martial world together.
Everyone in the hall was stunned.
Has Tong Shihong gone mad? The law enforcement elder said.
He is the master of his sect. How could he collaborate with Amir David?
The transmission elder said.
Perhaps he has been bewitched.
Zhang Gui pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled, shook his head, and said, Elders, please remain calm. I understand Master Tong's character. He is definitely not someone who would submit to others. This time, he must have suffered a hidden loss at David's hands and likely wants to borrow the strength of Manhwa to join forces with us against David.
Otherwise, David would have directly attacked Manhwa. Why go to the trouble of making this matter known to everyone?
What the sect master says does make sense, the law enforcement elder said. But if even Master Tong's strength is insufficient against David and he needs to rely on Manhwa, the sect master must still proceed with caution.
I understand.
Zhang Gui smiled. Uncle Zhang, rest assured and head to Kunlun. The Duga Nine Swords concerns the future of Manhwa and is of utmost importance.
Manhwa sect has hundreds of members, including Master Tong. How could we possibly fail to deal with Amir David?
Once all arrangements are in place, I will personally seek out the two heavenly demons within the sect to inquire about their weaknesses. The same situation occurred in the Taishan sect, the Beggar sect, the Amei sect, and other factions. Feng Zhong tailored each letter to the respective sect, but every single one precisely hit the sore spot of each faction. In just a few short days, all the sects had mobilized. As Duggar expected, the major sects were more concerned about their own interests and would not focus all their energy on his small peacekeeping group.
At this moment,
Duggar and his two companions, along with Tong Shihong, had already set out on the road to Mount Hua. Tong Shihong's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, wearing a sour expression the entire way without saying a single word. Before setting out, Shilmuqian had tricked his wife, children, and a group of his closest disciples into coming to the peacekeeping gang. To ensure his disciples would work hard for the peacekeeping gang, David openly beat him brutally multiple times in front of everyone, from various angles. He bluntly declared that if the peacekeeping gang ran into trouble, he would kill him first, then turn around and eliminate the Divine Fist sect to restore the order they had disrupted. In front of so many people, he was beaten like a drowning dog, losing all dignity.
This damn dog truly doesn't do a single decent thing. What weighed on his heart even more?
In just a few short days, David, without resorting to schemes and tricks, could already suppress him head-on. With such a growth rate, it wouldn't be long before no one in the martial world could do anything to him. If he goes to Mount Hua and captures Zhong Gui again, the title of traitor to the 3 sects and 5 clans would be impossible for him to shake off.
This is a 50-tael silver note.
Please, young hero, ride swiftly to Mount Hua and inform sect leader Zhong that David's martial arts surpass mine in every way. Do not waste words with him, gather all the strength of Mount Hua and strike directly to kill. There is no need to adhere to the rules of the martial world with the heavenly demon.
When Wang San speaks, it instills fear in people's hearts.
Under no circumstances should you let him speak.
David has a skill. His speed in attacking from behind is incredibly fast. Always face him directly. The disciples of Mount Hua can form an ironclad defensive formation to counter him. Just go, don't worry about David and the others behind. The peacekeeping gang stands for maintaining peace, morality, justice, and freedom. Killing without reason would ruin their reputation.
Please, young hero, make a trip to Mount Tai and ask Master Wan to make arrangements early.
If Mount Hua cannot withstand, David's next targets will be Mount Tai and Mount Amei.
Let him contact the experts of the 2 sects in advance.
Along the way,
the bruised and battered Tong Shihong rode ahead of Kevin and the other 2. Whenever he encountered suitable people, he would ask them to deliver messages to various sects, completely ignoring Kevin and the others trailing behind him.
7th brother, are we giving this old thing too much face? Informing the enemy openly without even hiding it.
After Feng Zhong's letter took effect, his strength had now risen to 3rd place in the simulation field rankings, surpassing Wang San was just around the corner.
He was in high spirits, feeling sharp and perceptive.
Having tasted success, he became even more diligent. Besides his daily habit of fiddling with cat ears, Feng Zhong would fiddle with anything he could find, such as horse ears, chopsticks during meals, small stones on the ground, branches by the roadside, and so on. With improved attributes and diligent practice, now, when his fingers fiddled with objects, they even left after images. Kevin looked at the horse whose ears had been fiddled with so much that the fur had fallen off, seriously suspecting that Feng Zhong had developed an advanced skill called the hand of someone or other. Looking again at Wang San, who had 3 skulls hanging around his neck along with a necklace of finger bones, Kevin increasingly felt that his team was twisted. It was just a pity for him, the only normal person, who was doing his utmost to maintain peace and wholeheartedly serve the people, only to gradually be misunderstood by others.
This damn simulation field.
Feng Zhong, I must correct you on 2 matters, Kevin said. First, the Huashan sect is not an enemy, they are our future partners. We are going there to negotiate, not to annihilate Huashan. The only condition for annihilating Huashan would be if they harbored filth and violated the principles of our peacekeeping gang. Second, the peacekeeping gang upholds everything, including freedom, which encompasses both freedom of speech and freedom of action.
We must lead by example and never violate these principles under any circumstances. You're the only only one still remembering the keyword peacekeeping. You ask the people of the world who still believes your keyword is maintenance. Kevin's near-mad state of immersion in his role earned Feng Zhong's admiration.
Watching Tong Shihong, who was at least 100 meters ahead of them, he accompanied his words with a smile and said, "Seventh brother, your criticism is justified. I was being narrow-minded. However, we have every reason to teach him a lesson, don't we? We were clearly there to negotiate, and Tong Shihong's actions could be considered as stirring up conflicts in the martial world and undermining stability and unity, right? But I still want to kill him. The head of a peerless master, if it became part of my collection, would be such an achievement." Wang San, taking Kevin as his role model, stroked the skull on his neck, his eyes showing a crazed obsession, deeply immersed in his morbid fascination.
"Wang San, you'd better rein in your thoughts." Kevin glanced at Wang San and said seriously, "If we kill him now, no one will join our peacekeeping gang anymore. Officially, he is still a partner of the peacekeeping gang. If we act against him, all the sects will resist us to the death, which would be detrimental to the development of the peacekeeping gang. My keyword is maintenance. Without allies, how many people can the three of us maintain?" "That's true, but it still feels a bit stifling," Feng Zhong said. "Stifling about what? Hasn't he yet to cause any serious consequences?" "We can't convict someone just because they have a criminal thought. We have to wait until their actions result in a negative impact," Kevin said, glancing at the large group of onlookers trailing behind them. He smiled and added, "On the flip side, don't you think Master Tong's actions are constantly promoting the philosophy of our peacekeeping gang? Is there a better missionary than him? So dedicated. Seventh brother, he's exposed all our weaknesses. What if, upon meeting, Manhwa really decides to strike us mercilessly?" Feng Zhong asked worriedly. "Manhwa is easy to defend and hard to attack. If they truly use bows and arrows, we won't even have a place to hide. If he doesn't tip them off, do you think the Manhwa sect wouldn't already know our weaknesses? Besides, those aren't weaknesses, they're our greatest strengths." Kevin chuckled lightly and said leisurely, "As for the bows and arrows, don't I have your backs? When necessary, I am the shield of the team." "Seventh brother is righteous," Feng Zhong chuckled. "I just wonder how many heavenly demons the Huashan sect has. We've caused such a commotion, they surely won't sit still. I wonder if they'll flee or fight to the death. Those who choose Huashan as their starting point usually have ambition. The likelihood of a fight to the death is higher. After all, killing any one of us would allow them to inherit our ranking." Wang San licked his lips sinisterly. "Too bad they won't get the chance. I want to hang my collection around my neck." "Crazy pervert," Feng Zhong muttered, watching Wang San, who never missed a chance to fiddle with skulls and promote his image. Feng Zhong's pace of stroking the horse's ears quickened. In a team like this, it's hard not to improve. Traveling by day and lodging by night. On the morning of the third day, the group arrived at the foot of Mount Hua. By this time, over 100 martial artists from various sects and clans had already gathered behind them. The clash between the rising star Weha gang and the established sect Mount Hua had stirred up an excitement in the martial world that hadn't been seen in years. Besides, who wouldn't want to get a closer look at the heavenly demon? The moment they saw Kevin and the others, the disciples at the foot of Mount Hua turned pale and immediately headed up the mountain to report. "David is here! David is here!" The disciple ran while banging a gong with a duong-duong sound, resembling a little mountain demon who had spotted the pilgrimage team, uncertain whether he was excited or scared. Tong Shihong glanced back at Kevin and sneered, "Let's go, Master Feng. Sect leader Zong has been waiting on the mountain for quite some time." "Wait a moment." Kevin smiled and turned to the onlooking wanderers behind him, raising his voice. "The peacekeeping gang has come to Mount Hua to invite Sect Master Zong to join the peacekeeping alliance and work together to maintain stability in the martial world. It is my honor that you all are here to witness this. However, I am a demon, and my identity may cause some unease among fellow martial artists. The Mount Hua sect might also be wary of demonic interference, so the negotiations may not go smoothly. You may follow me from a distance, and I will do my utmost to ensure everyone's safety." Before ascending the mountain, Kevin gave himself one last buff, turning the curious strangers into his protection targets. As a sect with a legacy spanning hundreds of years, Zhonggue was initially full of confidence regarding David's visit to the mountain. But Tong Shihong kept sending messages one after another, saying that David and the other two were extremely sinister and evil, which made him nervous as well, even somewhat regretting having sent the law enforcement elders out. Over the past 2 days, he verified the identities of Tan Hongsheng and Gao Hongxiao. When Tan Hongsheng began practicing, the surrounding disciples were indeed unconsciously influenced by him, becoming more diligent. Even he himself felt a stirring urge, unable to resist drawing his sword and swinging it a few times, with a peculiar feeling deep inside of not wanting to be surpassed by him. As for Gao Hongxiao, he performed the incredible feat of reaching into a pot of boiling oil to retrieve copper coins. Zhang Gui watched with his own eyes as Gao's hand was scalded to the point of severe blistering, yet he remained fearless, resolutely stirring his hand in the pot to fish out the coins. Then, in the blink of an eye, his nearly cooked arm returned to its original state. The oil pot was prepared by him, so naturally, there was no trick of adding vinegar to the pot bottom as in the martial world. The various supernatural
supernatural phenomena were enough to prove that the two were undoubtedly true demons. Gao Hongxiao was a reckless man, at most staying to charge into battle for Huashan, but Tan Hongsheng could truly bring benefits to Huashan. After all, with his influence, all the disciples of the Huashan sect would strive to emulate him. Given time, how many more experts could the sect produce? The prosperity of a sect relies on inheritance and continuity. Zhang Gui still harbored apprehension toward the heavenly demon, but undeniably, he had developed an admiration for talent in his heart, only thinking of finding a way to control them so that the two would wholeheartedly serve Manhwa. Of course, the most pressing matter now is dealing with David. After all, according to Tong Shihong, David and his two companions are rather troublesome. Moreover, the matter of the peacekeeping alliance inviting the Huashan sect to join the joint defense has already spread like wildfire. If something goes wrong, the Huashan sect will lose face greatly. Looking at the two demons in front of him, Zhang Gui asked, David is about to ascend the mountain. Each of them has their own unique abilities. What special powers do you two have that can be used in this battle? Gao Hongxiao replied, reporting to the sect leader, in battle, as long as I don't retreat, my strength will multiply, and my recovery speed will increase continuously. In this fight against David, I will charge to the front line. Your martial skills are only on par with the second-generation disciples, while David was able to defeat Master Tong. Charging forward would just be throwing your life away. Zhang Gui frowned, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. When second-generation disciples face a master, the most important thing is the coordination of formations. There's no need for you to recklessly rush forward. Master, I will follow your arrangements, Gao Hongxiao said, but I will prove my strength to you. What about you? Zhang Gui looked at Tan Hongsheng and asked. The master knows that the power of example is infinite. Tan Hongsheng smiled. When I lead by example, I will be full of influence, inspiring those around me and making them eager to follow suit. What use is that? Zhang Gui asked. The object of emulation not only works on our own people but can also influence the enemy, Tan Hongsheng said. Zhang Gui was suddenly stunned, inexplicably recalling the scene of Tan Hongsheng practicing martial arts, where he couldn't help but wield his sword. His expression suddenly turned unpleasant as he thought to himself, indeed, such a thing as a demon should not exist in this world, there's nothing good about it. Tan Hongsheng saw through Zhang Gui's thoughts and cursed Kevin again, saying, Sect leader, I am not the same as David. He maintains a facade of righteousness but is actually deceitful or chaotic, making him the most uncontrollable kind of demon. But my role model is purely supportive. Even if I can influence others, so what? While influencing others, I must lead by example, which fundamentally causes no harm. Gao Hongxiao said, my divine ability is single-targeted. Used properly, I am a blade in the sect leader's hand. In the hands of a mediocre person, a blade might indeed harm its wielder, but is the sect leader mediocre? Absolutely not. The vast Huashan sect is managed in perfect order under the sect leader's guidance. How could controlling the two of us be an issue? Tan Hongsheng said, Master, you should be grateful that we are at Mount Hua. If we were in another sect, how would the master deal with us? Take David, who came to challenge us this time, for example. Each of them has their own unique skills. Master, you cannot abandon us just because we are strong. Gao Hongxiao said, Master, Hongsheng and I may not be as powerful as David, but if used as a surprise force, the Mount Hua sect's chances of victory would increase significantly. The two took turns speaking, showering compliments and analyzing the pros and cons for Zhang Gui. Zhang Gui was moved by their words. After a moment of silence, he said, All right, the two of you may act when the opportunity arises, but you must follow my orders. Tan Hongsheng and Gao Hongxiao exchanged a glance. Tan Hongsheng said, Sect leader, rest assured. David is our common enemy. We want him exposed to the world even more than you do. As long as we get to eliminate David ourselves, even if you strike against us immediately afterward, we will accept it. Gao Hongxiao added, There's one more thing to remember. The demonic beasts have incredibly strong regenerative abilities. When dealing with them, it's best to sever their heads or pierce their hearts. Never leave any chance for survival. If you spare even a breath, they might recover. At the Huashan sect's main gate, hundreds of disciples stood ready in formation, swords in hand. Kevin sensed clearly that beyond the gate, at least 100 archers were stationed, bows drawn, arrows nocked, aimed directly at them, or more precisely, aimed at Wang San. 200 meters away. Kevin stopped in his tracks and called out loudly, Master Zone, I have come with sincerity on behalf of Feng to uphold the principles of the martial world and invite the Huashan sect to join the peacekeeping alliance. Yet the sect master greets me with weapons drawn. This is how Huashan treats its guests? Zhang Gui stood at the mountain gate, channeling his inner strength to respond. David, you claim to act in the name of peace, yet you bring chaos to the world. You forcibly seized the Iron Palm clan's assets and used violence to coerce Master Tong into joining the peacekeeping alliance, leaving the martial world in turmoil. Today, I, Zone, will seek justice on behalf of those you have oppressed and cut down this demon atop Huashan. Master Zone, the deeds Feng has done have been met with applause from the people of Luoyang City, and citizens elsewhere are eager for the peacekeeping alliance to expand to their lands to uphold justice for them. Why is it that in Master Zone's eyes, Feng has become an evil villain? Kevin frowned and said, the Huashan sect is a leader in the martial world. Master Zong does not seem like a confused person.
Smooth talker. Zhang Gui let out a cold snort.
Your actions, Tong sect master has already explained them to me clearly.
Kevin turned around abruptly and launched a sudden backstab.
The long sword pierced through Tong Shihong's back and emerged from his chest. Tong Shihong looked down at the sword tip that had pierced through him, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was certain that David kept him alive to use him as a figurehead for the peacekeeping gang and wouldn't dare to kill him, which is why he had been provoking David recklessly along the way. Unexpectedly, just as they reached their destination, he was suddenly backstabbed.
What's going on? Why did he suddenly strike him down? Isn't he afraid that killing him will make other sects fight him to the death?
Master Tong, I once thought it was the heavenly demon who bewitched the sect master, but I didn't expect it to be you. I treated you with kindness, so why would you do something to ruin the reputation of my peacekeeping alliance? Kevin drew his long sword, stepped back, and looked at the staggering, incapacitated Tong Shihong with a face full of indignation.
Do you despise peace in the martial world so much? Did I misjudge you?
Tong Shihong pressed several points on his chest to stop the gushing blood, then sat cross-legged, not daring to move. David, it was clearly you who said that in maintaining peace to the end, you wouldn't mind sacrificing yourself. I merely discussed with the sect master how to deal with you. You treacherous scoundrel. Acting like this, who in the martial world would still trust your peacekeeping alliance? Master Tong, I did indeed say such words, but the premise was to eradicate all the heavenly demons in the world, Kevin said solemnly. The heavenly demons still exist, the martial world is unstable, and you take advantage of the situation to stir up trouble.
If not foolish, then malicious.
For the sake of the peacekeeping cause, I must wake you up from being a muddle-headed fool who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Looking at Tong Shihong with a pained expression, Kevin then turned to Zong Gui and said loudly, Master Zong, I have punished the troublemaker who sowed discord and nearly caused us to clash swords. This demonstrates our sincerity and determination to maintain stability and peace to the sect leader. Next, we can formally discuss the matter of the Huashan sect joining the peacekeeping alliance. To be honest, your sect's Nyanon, manager Nya, has already united with the Beggar sect, Ame sect, and other factions, agreeing to Huashan sect's participation in the peacekeeping alliance.
I even have the contract they signed in my possession. What's going on?
The wandering knights watching the commotion were all stunned. They looked at the severely injured Tong Shihong, and for a moment, they didn't know what kind of words would suit the mood of this moment. Along the way, Tong Shihong had recklessly sought people to inform Manhwa, and everyone had seen it. At the time, David remained indifferent, with an attitude of tacit approval. Everyone simply thought he was limited in ability, which was why he allowed Tong Shihong to act so brazenly. After all, Tong Shihong was a top-tier master of the era, yet unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the mountain, he was stabbed. They couldn't even tell whether this was a show of force or a warning to others. What shocked them even more was that, in the face of David's sudden attack, Tong Shihong couldn't even manage to dodge. Sure enough, following them all this way wasn't in vain. There was truly a good show to watch this time.
The Huashan sect fell into dead silence. Was Tong Shihong suddenly being offered up as a gesture of sincerity to sabotage the alliance between the two factions?
Zong Gui looked at Tong Shihong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground healing his injuries, his mind blank and unable to process the situation for a moment.
Master Tong, what are you playing at?
All the way here, you had people deliver letter after letter to me, claiming to know David inside and out.
So how could you be completely unprepared for his ambush?
We've already climbed the mountain, yet you rushed ahead first.
I can't possibly make someone shoot you, can I? Could it be that you're using your own life to demonstrate how formidable David is to me? No, that's not it.
It has nothing to do with Master Tong. It's clearly the unpredictable nature of the demon spawn that leaves people defenseless. Zong Gui composed himself, looked toward David and his two companions 200 meters away, pondered for a moment, and said, alright, since Nyanon has agreed to the Huashan sect joining the peacekeeping alliance, step forward, and we shall discuss the details of cooperation. All disciples, put away your weapons and welcome leader phone.
200 meters is too far, even a strong bow can't reach. At least trick him into coming closer first. David is so ruthless and heartless that he must be eliminated. With the Huashan sect so close to Luoyang City, letting the tiger return to the mountain would surely bring endless trouble.
He decided to follow Tong Shihong's suggestion and kill Wang San first.
Kevin seemed slightly surprised. This agreement was signed by Nyanon, the steward of Luoyang City. Does sect master Zong acknowledge it too? Acknowledge my foot. A small official of Luoyang City. What qualifies him to lead Mount Hua?
At this moment, Zong Gui only wanted to lure David closer so that the hidden archers could shoot him in one wave. Pinching his nose, he said, I admit it.
Nyanon is a member of the Mount Hua sect. Whatever he has done, I will naturally take responsibility for it.
Leader Feng, the Divine Fist sect of Master Tong has just merged into the peacekeeping gang, and now such an incident has occurred. If Master Tong were to die at Mount Hua, it would harm the reputation of the peacekeeping gang. Why not send Master Tong here for recovery first?
Master Zong truly understands righteousness, Kevin laughed. I thought a small official couldn't lead Manhwa. I came all the way to Manhwa to confirm with Master Zong, but had I known this earlier, Feng wouldn't have bothered coming to Manhwa at all. Master Zong, with many martial heroes present as witnesses, I hereby announce that the Manhwa sect will henceforth join the peacekeeping alliance. I ask the master to restrain the disciples within the sect, uphold justice, and refrain from oppressing the weak. All actions must comply with the rules of the peacekeeping alliance. If violated and reported by the people, Feng will not hesitate to kill. Zhang Gui frowned. Leader Feng is not going up the mountain? With an agreement in place, why go up the mountain? Kevin raised the white paper in his hand. Master Zong is the head of a sect, and his words carry weight. I trust him. Moreover, as Master Zong mentioned, I need to hurry down the mountain to treat Master Tong's injuries. If too much time passes and Master Tong dies on Mount Hua, none of us will be able to explain it. NMB. Zhang Gui cursed inwardly, a hint of sarcasm on his lips, and said, a document signed by a mere steward, and Zong dares to acknowledge it. Leader Feng doesn't even dare to go up the mountain and let Zong confirm it? If that agreement isn't even shown to Zong, and Leader Feng leaves Mount Hua, Zong won't recognize it. Leader Feng, our Mount Hua sect clearly has ready-made medicine for injuries, yet you insist on taking Master Tong down the mountain for treatment. These actions defy logic. Could it be that Leader Feng has something to hide? Kevin looked at Zong Gui and thought to himself, this guy sure has a silver tongue. Leader Feng, please. Zong Gui looked at Kevin and smiled. Rumor has it that Leader Feng and his companion ventured alone into the Iron Palm sect, slaying the ferocious beast Tao Tai with their swords, making him an unparalleled young hero. Yet today, coming to Mount Hua, he dares not even step through the mountain gate. If word gets out, it might harm the reputation of the peacekeeping sect. How can a coward uphold justice in the world? Two foxes. Watching the exchange between Zong Gui and Kevin, the wandering knights who had followed to observe were once again stunned, feeling that the trip was well worth it. The intentions of both parties are crystal clear, neither has good intentions, yet they can still make their words sound so dignified that no one can find fault with them. Is this the brilliance of the big shots? If they were in the same position, they would probably have been cornered by words long ago. However, at present, it seems that David is at a disadvantage. After all, Zong Gui's reasoning is much more legitimate and upright. On the other hand, David's words and actions take an unconventional approach. They sound reasonable at first but don't hold up under scrutiny. As expected, the older, the wiser. Master Zong, have you made up your mind? Kevin asked with a cheerful smile, showing no sign of being cornered. Zong does not understand what Leader Feng means by this, Zong Gui replied. Surely Master Zong is aware that the primary purpose of the peacekeeping sect's establishment is to eradicate the world's celestial demons. This matter is as significant as upholding justice and peace in the world, Kevin said earnestly. Leader Feng, there's no need for riddles. Everything can be laid out openly, Zong Gui said with a smile. Alright, then I'll be straightforward. Kevin smiled. First, if Master Feng goes up the mountain and the sect leader makes a move against him, it would be a breach of faith. Second, if the Huashan sect is found to be harboring the heavenly demon and it gets exposed, it would count as sheltering the heavenly demon. Either way, once discovered, the Huashan sect will become a target for the peacekeeping alliance to eliminate. The vast foundation of the Huashan sect might just vanish into thin air. The reason Master Feng insists on going down the mountain is to leave some room for the sect leader to maneuver and to give the Huashan sect time for self-examination and correction. After all, the peacekeeping alliance allows people to make mistakes and also allows them to correct them. Just like when Master Tong made a mistake, I only gave him a slight punishment and still insisted on helping him. But if the mistake is as big as the heavens, then there won't even be a chance to correct it. A slight punishment? You pierced through my heart and lungs, and you call that a light punishment? So now I'm supposed to thank you? Tong Shihong, who was nursing his wounds, heard Kevin's words and flew into a rage. His body trembled, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he nearly lost control right then and there. Hastily, he steadied his mind, focusing on his breathing, nose observing heart observing nose concentrating on healing, refusing to listen to Kevin's nonsense any longer. The matter has been made perfectly clear. Sect Leader Zong, do you still insist on inviting me up the mountain? Kevin asked with a smile. Was I, Zong Gui, scared into growing up? My Huashan sect has hundreds of people. Are we supposed to fear you three heavenly demons? No matter how eloquent your words are, killing you would settle everything once and for all, and no one in this world would dare speak ill of me. Zong, do you really think my Huashan sect is like the Iron Palm clan, a third-rate little sect? Seeing that David had no way out after being provoked, Zong Gui smiled warmly, clasped his fists, and said, Leader Feng, you overthink. I, Zong, act with a clear conscience. Please, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Since he was already here, how could Kevin possibly leave after just saying a couple of sentences? Gone, wouldn't Tong Shihong have been stabbed by him for nothing? So, even if Zong Gui didn't provoke him, he would still have to subdue Mount Hua. In any kind of world, fists are the hardest truth. If your fists aren't big, and you preach fairness and morality, do you think anyone will pay attention to you? This David, no matter how clever, still couldn't resist a provocation. Two reckless.
It's a pity that the great momentum of the peacekeeping gang has now completely dissipated.
David was also overconfident.
Despite having so many people under his command, he insisted on going to the meeting with just 3 people, unarmed.
He never truly managed the gang with care. Who in the peacekeeping gang would risk their lives for David? Do you know why he seriously injured Tong Shihong right before the battle? When the real fight starts, who do you think Tong Shihong would side with? Honestly, the fact that the peacekeeping gang didn't rebel after David left already proves his exceptional skills. That makes sense. Why did David establish the peacekeeping gang? What's he after? Risking his life without gaining any benefits? Could it really be just to uphold justice for those peasants? He's a demon. You can't think of him with human reasoning. Do you know why they're called demons?
There's a saying in theater, without madness, there is no life.
David said demons possess their own attributes and must act according to them. But I think demons are actually obsessions. They're trapped within their own obsessions.
People who obsess over trivial matters can still be enlightened by others, but these demons' obsessions are instinctive. They can't break free on their own and will only delve deeper and deeper. That's why their behavior seems so bizarre to us.
In their own minds, everything they do is perfectly normal. Now that you've explained it, I understand. If the obsession is killing, they can't suppress their desire to kill. If the obsession is hatred, they'll loathe the entire world. What David said about the heavenly demons harming the world is absolutely correct.
He wants to eliminate other heavenly demons but fails to realize that he himself is deeply trapped in his obsession and can't escape.
He's a pitiful person, a pitiful demon. There are some capable people among the NPCs.
Just a few simple sentences completed the theory of the heavenly demon, and it actually seems quite reasonable, fitting well with the player's behavior.
Kevin glanced behind him at the group of onlookers. Pitiful demon? The prestigious sects control all the resources, and when someone finally stands up for you, you don't help but instead make sarcastic remarks on the sidelines? Who is truly pitiful? If it weren't for simulating the benefits outside the arena, no one would bother with you. But how can you fully enjoy the spectacle without getting splattered with blood?
Kevin turned around and looked at the rangers behind him. Everyone, offering unsolicited kindness is either treachery or theft. For me to make things so difficult for the sect leader, yet he still insists on inviting me to Manhwa, there must be some trickery involved. I suspect there is a demon infiltrating Manhwa, deceiving the sect leader. If we don't clash, so be it. But if a fight does break out, I ask all of you to retreat and avoid harm. Once I deal with the demon on Manhwa, you may temporarily join the peacekeeping gang to assist the 3 of us in managing Manhwa's vast assets. The peacekeeping gang is fair and just. No one will work in vain. Appeal with emotion, entice with profit. Kevin must keep this group of people on Manhwa to witness this battle of their rise. Only in this way can he intimidate the other sects. As for the other heavenly demons within Manhwa, Kevin didn't take them seriously at all. In the simulation field's first 3 group battles, it was the opponents who should be worried.
What if there are no heavenly demons? Kevin said there is, so there must be.
Zhonggue naturally heard David's remarks, but he didn't take them to heart at all.
He was even too lazy to argue. Why waste so many words on a few dead people?
Throughout history, apart from Xiaohe, no one has ever been able to retreat unscathed from the Huashan Grand Formation.
Still dealing with the Huashan industry? Keep dreaming.
Zhonggue watched as Kevin and the other 2 approached step by step. Lowering his voice, he said to the dozen or so brothers beside him, whose skills were on par with his, follow the plan.
If the arrows kill Wang San, so be it. But if the arrows miss, remember to plug your ears immediately. Do not underestimate them.
The dozen experts nodded in unison.
Earplugs?
Kevin's ears twitched slightly. If simply plugging one's ears could counter Zhao's fear, it couldn't really be called a skill.
200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters.
Seeing Kevin and the other 2 walk into bow and arrow range, Zhonggue suddenly shouted, release the arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 100 archers, who had been prepared for a long time, almost simultaneously shot their arrows at Wang San. Over 100 arrows covered all the areas where Wang San could dodge. At the moment the arrows were released, Kevin and the other 2 suddenly accelerated, resembling a few sharp arrows, rushing forward. With keen hearing and sharp vision, they had heard all of Tong Shihong's arrangements and strategies along the way and had already devised countermeasures. Kevin charged at the front, wielding a sword in each hand. With the sword in his right hand, he deflected the arrows ahead, while the sword in his left hand helped Wang San fend off the arrows he couldn't dodge in time. The eyes on the back of his head allowed him to observe all situations around him without blind spots, making it easy for him to block a few arrows for Wang San. Feng Zhong was in the middle, using both hands and 10 fingers to push and deflect. All his usual practice was now coming into play. The arrows shot near them were effortlessly deflected by him. Although he often bickered with Wang San and neither would yield to the other, he understood that Wang San's fear of Jiaoji was the main force, so naturally, he prioritized protecting Wang San. Under the protection of the 2, more than 100 arrows failed to hit Wang San. After 1 volley, the archers no longer had the chance to shoot a second round. This is why martial arts experts in the Jianghu don't use
use bows and arrows. The speed of experts is simply too fast.
Even in an ambush, at most 1 or 2 arrows can be shot before the opponent closes in.
Once the opponent gets close, the bow and arrow become a burden. Instead of spending time practicing archery, it's better to practice martial arts. Bows and arrows are useless. Zhang Gui quickly grabbed 2 balls of cotton, stuffed them into his ears, and shouted, "Form the formation." The people nearby followed suit, hurriedly plugging their ears.
Only second-generation disciples are allowed to block their ears. Third-generation disciples do not enjoy this privilege. Martial artists emphasize sharp hearing and keen sight, and isolating sound is equivalent to sealing off part of their abilities.
Second-generation disciples can barely adapt to this.
But third-generation disciples losing their hearing would mean they couldn't even coordinate with each other, causing the formation to fall into chaos. Hundreds of Huashan disciples streamed out of the main hall, facing Kevin, surrounding them layer upon layer.
Sword tips pointed at the 3 of them, gleaming brightly and catching everyone's attention. It's like a scene from a movie.
In the world of martial arts, if you don't break into a sect or something, it's like you came for nothing.
Sure enough, this kind of scene is truly thrilling.
On TV, a hero breaks into a famous sect, gets surrounded by hundreds of people, sweeps through them with his sword, pierces through with his spear, wreaks havoc everywhere, and finally breaks out of the encirclement, defeats the boss, and not a single hair is harmed. It's as dashing as it gets. But when you're actually in such a situation, surrounded by hundreds of people, with blades everywhere you look, the intimidation is something an ordinary person simply can't endure.
If your mental fortitude is even slightly lacking, you might wet yourself on the spot. However, Kevin was no ordinary man anymore.
Standing within the circle of encirclement, he faced Zhang Gui with unwavering resolve and said, "Sect leader Zone, just as I predicted, the peacekeeping gang upholds the world's order, while the Huashan sect goes against the grain. This calamity is well deserved." At the same time, Wang San spoke up, "My dear old treasures, I can hardly wait to turn your heads into my collection."
Unlike Kevin, Wang San lacked the keen insight to lock onto every target present with precise fear. So, he targeted only the second-generation disciples around Zhang Gui and the third-generation disciples in front of him, but he alone spared Zhang Gui. Before he finished speaking, the encirclement of the Huashan sect had already fallen into chaos. Whether they had covered their ears or not, fear had completely gripped their hearts. Some timid disciples couldn't even hold their swords steadily.
Zhang Gui, not being targeted by Wang San, felt nothing. He saw Kevin and Wang San's mouths moving but couldn't hear what they were saying. However, he sensed the abnormality around him and shouted without hesitation, "Kill!" Then he thrust his sword toward Wang San. Those affected by Zhao's fear hesitated and didn't move, but behind Wang San, those unaffected simultaneously thrust their swords forward with him. At least 5 people, 5 swords, either slashing or stabbing, attacked Wang San's vital points, blocking all his escape routes. "Do not harm my brother." Kevin spun around, the 2 long swords in his hands whirling like windmills, deflecting all the swords aimed at Wang San. Before coming here, he was already able to completely defeat Tong Shihong head-on. After climbing the mountain, he gained a buff, so blocking a few swords for Wang San was no problem. What's more, apart from Zhang Gui, the martial skills of the Huashan sect are no match for Tong Shihong. "My dear lovers, don't rush, one at a time.
There are so many of you, my neck can hardly hold them all."
Wang San turned around smoothly, smiling sinisterly, continuing to spread his fear to more people. Under Kevin's protection, he even had the leisure to pick up a skull hanging around his neck, place it under his nose, and take a delighted sniff.
"Come, let us be together forever. Demon, evil spirit."
Wang San's outrageous behavior caused those with poor mental resilience to lose their composure on the spot.
Ignoring the ongoing battle, they turned around to flee.
The moment he turned around, Doug's longsword had already pierced through his back. With the help of eyes on the back of his head, he could perfectly seize any opportunity.
At the same time, Wang San's eyes turned blood red and his entire being became exhilarated.
Zhao's eruption: when someone he cares about is harmed, he can unleash 10 times his attack power.
After just 3 rounds of combat, one of their key generals had already fallen.
Zhang Gui's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped his sword tightly and lunged forward, shouting, "Fifth junior brother, Wang San, you deserve to die." But Kevin quickly turned to block the strike aimed at Wang San.
However, Wang San no longer needed the protection.
Letting out a howl, he pounced onto the man he had just stabbed to death, swung his dagger decisively, and cleanly severed the man's head.
Holding the bloodied head tenderly, he murmured with deep emotion, Who hurt you? Why? No one but me can ever harm you. Damn it, you can only die by my hand."
Finished speaking, he dropped the head in his hand and leaped toward another second-generation disciple who was struck by Zhao's fear. That disciple was already in a state of terror. Seeing Wang San pounce toward him, his liver trembled, and when he thrust his longsword forward, he had already lost his composure. The short blade and the longsword clashed.
With a clang, his longsword was knocked away.
Immediately, Wang San's short blade had already pierced into his chest, looking almost insane. "Give me your heart, let me see your heart, see if I am in your heart."
No one wants to always be just a support.
Wang San was no exception. Feng Zhong's keyword upgrade speed was too fast, closely trailing him, and it was uncertain uncertain when he might surpass him. He had to speed up his upgrade pace to maintain his leading advantage. Using only words was too slow. He had to use actions to demonstrate his pathological love, his pathological obsession.
A moment. A beating heart fell into Wang San's palm. He looked at the heart in his hand and grinned foolishly with obsession. Baby, your heart is warm. I was right, your heart really has me in it. Wang San's sudden outburst terrified all the disciples of Zhongzhou in fear. Originally,
they were already fighting while suppressing their fear.
After all, Wang San didn't seem to be good at fighting. Killing him would solve everything. But now, Wang San not only stood there talking, he even took action himself. And what was he saying? Demon. He is a genuine demon. At this moment,
fear overcame reason, making them forget that turning around meant death. They all turned around, brandishing their long swords as they rushed outward, only wanting to quickly escape this terrifying slaughterhouse and get far away from that madman Wang San. The Huashan disciples forming the encirclement naturally couldn't bring themselves to attack their fellow sect members, so they all dodged aside.
In the blink of an eye, the previously orderly formation was instantly thrown into disarray by their charge, and those at the back had no idea what was happening inside. Kevin was also someone skilled at seizing opportunities. Anyone who dared to turn their back was bound to be struck by his sword. Kevin ultimately had a kind heart and did not deal a fatal blow to everyone. With one strike he disabled their combat abilities, then turned back to protect Fengzhong before facing Zhonggue. Fengzhong was the weakest of the three. Although his attributes had indeed improved, his skills were not combat-oriented. He fought purely on instinct, at best comparable to Feng Shiren, the head of the Feng family. Without Kevin's protection, he would have long been chopped into minced meat amidst a group of experts. However, he seemed to have truly advanced to a new skill. When his fingers brushed aside the opponent's longsword, the opponent would involuntarily let out a strange sound like ah or hum. Immediately afterward, their face would flush, their eyes would become dazed, and even the most exquisite moves would turn chaotic. Then, Fengzhong would kick him over with one blow, followed by a sword strike. Ding! Clang! Evil spirit! Don't come over! Ah! Help! Ah! Strange and peculiar sounds echoed across the square in front of the main hall of the Huashan sect. The outermost onlookers, the martial artists, were all stunned. They looked at each other in confusion. Judging by the sound, this doesn't seem like a bloody battle, does it? Just by listening to the sounds, it was impossible to know what was happening inside. Unable to contain their curiosity, the warriors climbed trees or rooftops, all scrambling to higher ground to observe the heavenly demon's fighting style. But from a distance, they still couldn't make sense of it. However, they could tell that the Huashan formation was in chaos. The heavenly demon was indeed sinister. Judging by the situation, it seemed the Huashan sect couldn't hold their ground. Were they about to witness history in the making? No, that's not it. They should participate in history. If the Huashan sect truly loses later, it will be time for these peacekeeping temp workers to step in. I've heard that David has always been generous to his subordinates. Zhonggue, with his earplugs in, couldn't hear the sounds outside. However, as the formation grew chaotic and Huashan disciples fell one by one, his face turned increasingly pale. What's going on? What is there to fear? Didn't I give you earplugs? I'm fine, so why are you running? And one more thing. That Fengzhong's martial skills are clearly lacking. When you were fighting him, why were you blushing like caterpillars? Watching as things continued like this, David and the other two were about to break through the Huashan formation. Zhonggue gritted his teeth, used the move verdant peaks overlapping to force Kevin back, and quickly pulled out his earplugs. Did the strange sound quickly match the situation on sight? Then, Zhonggue felt even more unsettled. The earplugs he provided were completely useless, leaving only one possibility. Wang San left him alone just to mock him, forcing him to watch the decline of the Huashan sect with clear eyes. An unbearable humiliation. Devil spawn, devil spawn. Zhonggue gritted his steel teeth tightly, each sword strike fiercer than the last as he slashed at Kevin. The sword light, like a streak of brilliance, truly created a radiant glow, even reflecting his face in a golden hue. Master Tong was right, you demonic beings should not exist in this world. Relentless backstabbing, Kevin's strength continued to grow steadily. Even though Zhonggue had gone mad, he couldn't land a hit on him. However, Kevin's sword was no match for Zhonggue's golden glow sword, and it was hacked into a series of jagged notches. Kevin, seeing the situation, decided not to clash directly with his sword. He dodged his moves, suddenly darted out to backstab one or two fleeing disciples of Manhwa, and then returned to tangle with Zhonggue. With him holding Zhonggue at bay, the pressure on Fengzhong and Wang San would be significantly reduced, which also boosted their attributes while protecting their own. Seeing Zhonggue take out his earplugs, Kevin said with a pained expression, Master Zhong, is this the result you wanted? For your own selfish desires, you are burying Manhwa's centuries-old legacy, sacrificing the lives of so many fine men. They have trained hard for over a decade, and could have become heroes praised by all, galloping freely across the martial world, punishing evil and promoting good, living out their passions and vendettas, but look at them now, dying tragically here, without even leaving a name, without even preserving their whole bodies. All of this is because because of you, Master Zong. Silence, you demon. If you hadn't come to Mount Hua, none of this would have happened. It is clearly you who killed my disciples of Mount Hua. Stop pretending to be a good person here. Zong Gui roared in fury.
Master Zong, the peacekeeping sect comes with goodwill, merely inviting the Huashan sect to jointly uphold the principles of the martial world.
It's not about annexing the Huashan sect, so where is the fault? Kevin said. Isn't it Master Zong who, under the guise of reviewing the agreement, set up a grand formation to ruthlessly attack us? Sons of the Huashan sect, Master Zong's defeat is certain. He treats your lives as worthless. Why not join my peacekeeping sect, where I will ensure your safety? Although I, Foam, am a demon, I would never use the lives of my subordinates to fill a pit. Wouldn't it be better to preserve your useful selves and do something more meaningful?
Once I defeat Zong Gui, Huashan will belong to my peacekeeping sect, but all its resources will still be managed by you. After all, we are all born of fathers and mothers.
Silence. Zong Gui was nearly driven mad. Disciples of Huashan should serve Huashan. Following you, this demon, would lead to eternal damnation.
Master Zong, you're speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open. The peacekeeping sect has always had me, the sect leader, charging ahead, while every ordinary disciple lives well.
Kevin retorted with a smile. If you've got guts, let the ordinary disciples step aside, and let's duel one-on-one.
You should let them go, they have to listen to you.
One-on-one duel?
Why should I give up the great advantage of Mount Hua to duel with you? Seeing the third-generation disciples looking at him with strange expressions, Zong Gui held his breath, wanting to refute but not knowing how to start.
No matter what the real reason was, everything David said turned out to be true.
No matter how he explains, he will end up at a disadvantage.
A sharp-tongued little devil. Could it be that the Huashan sect will truly perish at my hands? Zong Gui felt a deep sorrow in his heart and suddenly regretted sending the elders away.
The elders' martial skills were no weaker than his own. If they were here, the situation might not have been so passive.
Poor Bai Xiaoxing's letter arrived too late.
If we had found the Dugu 9 swords a few months earlier, even several David could have been defeated.
And then there's Tong Shihong. David is clearly so powerful. Why did you describe him as so weak? Are you deliberately trying to harm our Huashan?
Tan Hongsheng and Gao Hongxiao, who were blending in among the third-generation disciples as surprise troops, were dumbfounded as they watched Kevin and his two companions slaughtering their way through. Gao Hongxiao swallowed hard. Old Tan, these three are way too fierce.
Tan Hongxing's face darkened. If you can stir up such a big commotion in just over 10 days, you'd be just as fierce. Damn it, leaving no room for anyone else to survive. Gao Hongxiao asked in confusion. How can the three of them be so in sync and trust each other?
Clearly, everyone in the simulation field is in a competitive relationship.
Are they acquaintances? Tan Hongxing replied. The possibility of them being acquaintances is very low.
At first, they might have had some reservations, but if all three made it into the top 10 of the simulation field, then before eliminating others, they would be absolutely reliable allies.
Gao Hongxiao was startled. So should we still make a move?
Zong Gui clearly can't hold on. That useless guy even sent a few elders away.
Tan Hongxing said, do you think in the current situation, if Zong Gui is defeated, the two of us have any chance of escaping?
Gao Hongxiao watched Kevin's ghostly speed, his expression changing.
Old Tan, if the two of us surrender, is there any chance David would take us in? Tan Hongxing asked. What is your keyword? Gao Hongxiao blinked. Courage, didn't I already mention it?
Tan Hongxing let out a snort of laughter and shook his head. At a life and death moment, you're still playing this disguise game?
Is it fun?
Let's reveal our keywords and see if there's any chance of turning the tables. My keyword is competition, and my advanced skill is Involution Master. Whenever I initiate competition, others will involuntarily follow suit.
The higher my attributes, the wider the influence.
This keyword must rely on a sect, otherwise, it's completely useless. The side effects of this skill are too severe, so David won't use me.
Gao Hongxiao gave a bitter smile. If he won't even use you, then he definitely won't use me.
My keyword is recklessness, and I have two advanced skills, fearless recklessness and just reckless. You already know about fearless recklessness. When I charge forward, all my attributes increase tenfold. Just reckless means that when I charge forward, there's a certain chance that people around me will charge with me.
It's a purely negative keyword. Recklessness? Tan Hongxing's eyes lit up. We still have a chance. What opportunity? Gao Hongxiao asked. David didn't go all out.
It's obvious he wants to subdue the Huashan sect. If this continues, the disciples of the Huashan sect will either be persuaded by him or lose their morale after being suppressed. Tan Hongxing said. Your skill can quickly throw everyone around into chaos, making it impossible for David to truly subdue Huashan. Do this a few more times, rack up your stats, and then use Fearless Berserker to take him down. Once you inherit his attributes, you'll be unstoppable.
David won't give me the chance, will he? Gao Hongxiao said. Isn't that why I'm here? Tan Hongxing said.
As long as David and his people dare to go all out against you, I'll use Involution Expert to mess him up.
Don't forget, we're not fighting alone. Zong Gui and so many people from the Huashan sect are on our side. Don't hesitate. David definitely won't let us go.
Take the gamble getting into the top 10 of the simulation arena arena might just be within our reach.
Just don't kill everyone when the time comes. Leave one for me. As long as we get through David, our duo can still dominate the battlefield. Okay, Gao Hongqiao readily agreed. The king of involution and recklessness, that's it? Gao Hongqiao and Tan Hongxing's voices were very low, but their words were too frequent. Amidst the screams, Kevin found it hard not to notice them. The two of them hid behind the crowd. Doug could pinpoint their location but couldn't break through the human wall in front of him to quickly deal with them. Back when Feng Jiu transformed into a Tao Tai, it caught him off guard. Now that the two guys had revealed their cards, Doug naturally wouldn't fall for the same trick again. He immediately shouted, Sanner, due north. 2 sky demons, one is competition, the other is recklessness. Advanced skills, overachiever. Just charge in. When they show up, take them out first. Competition and recklessness? Role model and courage? Zonggue was blinded by rage and momentarily forgot about the 2 heavenly demons. Upon hearing David's report, he almost lost his temper. Those 2 troublemakers facing a formidable enemy, they were still playing tricks on him. As expected, the heavenly demons had no good intentions. Damn, this must be the peak of sensory enhancement. Their whereabouts exposed, Gao Tan and his companion exclaimed in unison. Old Gao, let's go all out, Tan Hongxing roared. David, as long as I'm here, you won't take Manhwa unless you step over my corpse. Gao Hongqiao raised his sword and rallied. No matter how strong David is, there are only 2 of them. Each of us with a sword can turn them into a pincushion. Forget formations, just charge. Brothers, follow me. Charge, charge. Just now, the disciples of the Huashan sect were persuaded by Kevin and slowed their attack one by one. However, after he shouted, a large group of people lost their rationality, howling as they charged into the crowd, even dragging along Tan Hongshang. The Huashan disciples who were not influenced by the just go for it mentality were instantly knocked off balance. The ones inside, affected by fear of tenderness, fled outward, while the Huashan disciples outside, influenced by just charge ahead, rushed inward. Caught in a pincer attack, the once relatively intact formation of Huashan was completely shattered and could no longer hold its shape. Brothers, charge with me. Take down David. Kill David. More and more people were swept into it, seemingly losing their sanity, fearless of death. Master Zone, are these the heavenly demons you're relying on? Kevin snorted, speaking mockingly. Catching a glimpse of the scene outside, Zonggue felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Good heavens, with such coercive power, if they were truly allowed to grow, would the Huashan sect still have a place of its own? Babies, are you really going to hit me? Wang San stepped forward, using fear to confront them head-on. Gao Hongxing took the lead. When he met Wang San's eyes, his heart skipped a few beats, as if the guy opposite him could pull out his heart and toy with it at any moment. Yet, under the blessing of the fearless spirit of a brute, his fear turned into motivation, leaving only one thought in his mind. Kill him, kill him. If I don't kill him, I will die. Immediately, he shifted his target. Kill Wang San. What is there to fear about demons? If gods block my way, I'll kill gods. If Buddhas block my way, I'll kill Buddhas. The disciples of Mount Hua who charged forward with him were completely swept along, unable to control themselves. Even though they were terrified, they couldn't restrain their actions, trembling as they shouted, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" while charging ahead. Why didn't they get scared? Instead, they seemed provoked. Wang San was startled and quickly jumped behind Kevin, lowering his voice. "Seventh brother, this guy's skill counters mine." "Then why aren't you running? If you can't beat him, can't you at least outrun him?" Kevin rolled his eyes at him. "Activate your skill and dash in the opposite direction. Your attributes are high, your speed is faster than his." Wang San understood immediately. He smeared the blood on his hand across the corner of his mouth, raised his short knife, and turned to charge into the crowd. As he ran, he shouted, "Don't be afraid, darlings, Big Brother is here to keep you company." The second-generation disciples were either injured or dead. The third-generation disciples, facing the ferocious Wang San, couldn't hold their formation at all and turned to flee. Wang San followed closely behind. "Why are you running? Stay and keep me company. If you can't stay, leaving your head behind is just as good. Hang it around my neck, and we can be together day and night. Monster, don't come any closer. Charge, kill Wang San, and slay the inner demon." Wang San's escape inexplicably gave Gao Hongqiao confidence. Relying on the crowd behind him, he ran past David and chased after Wang San. Of course, you pick the softest target first. After killing Wang San and gaining a tenfold increase in attributes, it wouldn't be too late to deal with David. Thus, on the main square of Mount Hua's main hall, a rather strange scene unfolded. A group of people in front were screaming and running wildly, completely throwing the confused onlookers into chaos. Wang San, holding a dagger and covered in blood, chased after them from behind, shouting, "Baby, I love you." Further behind, Gao Hongqiao led a group of drunkards, eyes bloodshot, shouting loudly, "Exterminate the inner demons." The entire Huashan
sect had turned into a complete mess.
The onlookers outside were dumbfounded. Master Zong, what should I say to you? Sigh.
Kevin looked at Zonggue, sighed, and suddenly raised the jagged long sword in his hand, launching a thrust from behind towards Gao Hongxing's team.
You beasts, can't you see your fellow disciples lying on the ground? How can you bear to step over them? Launch announcement. The website has scheduled the launch for 12 noon today.
Old Wei is rather slow, the kind of person without talent, with limited typing speed and mental capacity. The stockpile of drafts has long been used up, and I can't compare to the many tentacle monsters on Qidian. So, conservatively, there should be 4 chapters updated, and I'll upload as much as I can write for the rest.
This is Lao Wei's 4th book.
Speaking of which, I can already be considered a seasoned veteran author. Since publishing the book, I've seen many familiar faces in the comments section, as well as many new readers and new faces. Thank you for following along, thank you for your monthly votes, thank you for your comments, thank you to Huashamimixi Ajayakai, Shamenshire 1 June, and several alliance leaders who have accompanied me to the end of time.
Thank you to all those who have given rewards, thank you to the operations officer MOE Shouking, and thank you to my editor Blu-ray.
True feelings exist in the world, and your unwavering support is the motivation for Lao Wei to keep writing.
Love you all.
Even as a veteran author, launching a book still makes me nervous. So, I hope everyone supports the official subscription. Although Lao Wei's update speed isn't fast, it is steady, and every book is a complete story.
As for my integrity, you can rest assured. That's all for now. I'll spend the remaining time writing.
Seeking first subscription, monthly tickets, and everything else that can be sought, respectfully from Cotton Coat Guard.
Is this still my Manhwa sect?
Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Zonggue held the golden haze sword, his eyes filled with confusion, as if he had aged more than 10 years. If this continues, the Manhwa sect will probably be erased from the martial world.
Why is this happening? What did I do wrong? Why is heaven punishing me like this? Kevin was very fast.
In no time, he had backstabbed more than 10 people and even had time to return to rescue Fengzhong.
After all,
the Huashan formation was in complete chaos, and he could always find someone with their back to him. The eyes on the back of his head surveyed the entire battlefield. If he noticed Fengzhong in danger, he would randomly thrust at someone nearby to shield Fengzhong from disaster.
Kevin was like a black lightning bolt, flashing back and forth among the crowd.
Each time he stopped, someone would inevitably fall.
Members of the Huashan sect who are still conscious, what are you standing around for? Rescue the injured. Quickly carry them to the side. Are you really going to watch them get trampled to death? This battle is beyond your ability to participate in.
Preserve yourselves and do something more meaningful. Taking a brief moment, Kevin stopped and loudly instructed the bewildered Huashan disciples, not forgetting to promote himself. The peacekeeping gang is a righteous group.
No matter the circumstances, we always prioritize life above all else. With these words, the difference in standing was immediately clear.
No matter what David's true purpose is, from beginning to end, he has been passively responding to the disputes initiated by the Huashan sect.
That's right.
The war was started by the Huashan sect. David and his 2 companions went up the mountain to discuss joining the peacekeeping alliance with the Huashan sect. Moreover, he saw through Huashan's schemes against him, was already prepared to descend the mountain, and even pointed out that the Huashan sect was hiding the heavenly demon, giving the sect leader a chance for self-correction. It is our own sect leader. It was him who recklessly provoked him into action, which ultimately led to such a tragic situation.
David never provoked you.
He wanted to eliminate the demon of the martial world and maintain peace for all.
Why must you insist on getting rid of him? Moreover, while Doug was rallying to save his enemy, our sect leader was there slaying demons and eradicating evil. Comparison of the two. Those clear-headed disciples of Mount Hua couldn't help but start reflecting.
One by one, as the events replayed in their minds, many began to lay down their weapons and silently moved their injured fellow disciples to a safe place.
With someone taking the lead, the rest were even less willing to fight.
Even if they didn't save anyone, they stepped aside, coldly observing the situation in the arena. In no time, a large section of the crowded Huashan square was cleared. Only 2 groups of people remained, with Wang San at the center, running wildly around the square, crying and laughing, shouting and yelling. Zonggue mechanically swung his long sword, fighting against Kevin. He noticed the scene on the field and wanted to call his disciples back into action, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. Not to mention whether the disciples of the Huashan sect would still listen to him. He had no idea who he should order them to attack.
David?
Although most people were injured by David, he only injured them without killing, and he was even calling for people to save Huashan.
To act as an enemy to this extent was already quite benevolent, and there probably weren't many willing to strike against him. Gao Hongqiao? Gao Hongqiao is still a disciple of Mount Hua on the surface, helping him fight against David. What the heck?
Zonggue was extremely frustrated in his heart. He couldn't figure out how things had developed into such a mess.
Not chivalrous at all. If I had known it would turn out like this, I might as well have joined the peacekeeping alliance back then.
Seeing more and more people laying down their weapons, Kevin glanced at Zonggue and made a promise. Don't worry, if the Huashan sect cannot accommodate you, join the peacekeeping gang.
The peacekeeping gang will always be your shield.
There weren't many people coerced by Gao Hongxiao, and Kevin's thrusts were swift and fierce. Before long, there were hardly any pursuers left by his side. Tan Hongxiang caught a glimpse of the scene around him from the corner of his eye, fearing he might inexplicably get stabbed in the back by Kevin.
Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Everyone whose swordsmanship is better practiced than mine.
Watch me perform Phoenix comes with grace." The moment the overachiever's skill was activated, everyone around him was forced to stop, and they all picked up swords, practicing the Huashan sword technique with precision and seriousness. Kevin, Wang San, Feng Zhong, and Zhong Gui were all forced to interrupt their current actions, drawn into the scene, meticulously mimicking the sword movements. Even the injured disciples lying on the ground, who hadn't been carried away yet, struggled to get up and practice swordsmanship, unwilling to fall behind. From motion to stillness, the atmosphere suddenly shifted.
Kevin's face darkened. Damn, is this the so-called master of over competition?
You practice martial arts, and everyone else has to practice martial arts too.
So everyone just has to compete with you like crazy. Do you want to eat crap and expect others to fight over it with you? This skill is even more unreasonable than Tao Tai. Alright, all these guys' skills are pretty unreasonable. Compared to them, my self-sacrificing skill seems way too gentle.
If I hadn't started early and developed quickly, I definitely wouldn't stand a chance against these freaks.
This child cannot be kept.
Master Zone, after the swordsmanship practice is over, quickly kill David. The disciples of the Huashan sect can go to the Weha gang.
Can you go?
Tan Hongxiang, also struck by the fear of Jiao, trembled as he tried to persuade Zhong Gui after retreating from the skill of recklessness. He didn't even dare to look at Wang San.
You still have the nerve to talk about me? You liar. Zhong Gui glared at Tan Hongxiang.
If it weren't for his sword being unable to strike, Tan Hongxiang would have been stabbed to death by him already.
At least the fight with David could be considered a proper duel. But what is this now?
The dignified head of Manhwa sect practicing the basic sword techniques of Manhwa alongside a group of people?
Kevin spoke before Zhong Gui could. Why can't he go?
The peacekeeping gang doesn't lose anything. It's Manhwa sect that suffers the losses.
My goal is to eliminate you demons.
If Manhwa sect disciples can be accepted, then so can sect leader Zone. Sect leader, if you go to the peacekeeping gang, Manhwa sect will be finished.
Tan Hongxiang said unwillingly. It's just joint defense, not asking the Manhwa sect to merge into the peacekeeping gang. What nonsense are you talking about?
Feng Zhong said, Sect Master Zone, this demon you trust has ulterior motives. He clearly wants to force you and Manhwa onto a dead-end path.
Think carefully, haven't they been trying to manipulate you all along?
As soon as the words of doubt were spoken, Zhong Gui immediately cast a suspicious glance at Tan Hongxiang, and the more he thought about it, the more it seemed off.
Damn! Tan Hongxiang saw Zhong Gui's expression and felt a jolt in his heart.
He naturally understood that all their plans had fallen apart. The cooperation of Kevin and the other two was too seamless, leaving no room for the two of them, who had been hiding for over 10 days, to exploit. He took a deep breath. David, do I have a chance to join the peacekeeping gang? My keyword is competition. I can help you mobilize all the disobedient people in the peacekeeping gang. Aren't you aiming to maintain world peace? Let me take the lead, and no one will hold back. I'm afraid you'll mobilize them to compete in assassinating me. The bait of being in the top 10 of the simulation field is too tempting enough to make anyone take desperate risks. The martial world is already in chaos. There's no time to train you little rookies anymore. Compared to you, the natives are so much easier to control, so innocent and simple.
Two-faced and treacherous, harming the Huashan sect wasn't enough, and now you want to harm my peacekeeping alliance?
Kevin glared at him and scolded, Sect Leader Zone, now you see the dangers of the heavenly demons. One manipulates the mind, the other manipulates actions. They are completely uncontrollable.
Let us join forces to eliminate the heavenly demons and cease this battle. The Huashan sect cannot endure more casualties.
David repeatedly shifted the blame onto the heavenly demons, giving Zhong Gui a way out.
How could Zhong Gui not understand?
After pondering for a moment and glancing at the numb faces of the surrounding disciples, he sighed and said, Leader Feng, earlier I was bewitched by the heavenly demons, which led me to commit such foolish acts.
The Huashan sect is willing to join the peacekeeping alliance and work with you to eliminate the heavenly demons. The last shred of hope was stripped away. Tan Hongxiang's expression changed, and he couldn't help but curse, Zhong Gui, who bewitched you? It was clearly your own decision to go against David. You fool, you have no idea what you're up against. Think about Tong Shihong. Cooperating with David, you'll probably end up being devoured without even your bones left.
He turned to Gao Hongxiao. Hongxiao, I have no chance to escape now.
I'll create an opportunity for you.
Charge out recklessly, jump off the back cliff, and if you survive, go contact others. Spread the word about the skills of David and his two companions.
Even if I die, I won't let them have it easy.
Alright. Gao Hongxiang, who was closest to Wang San, felt immense fear without the support of the reckless fearless buff. He didn't even dare to open his eyes, only thinking about escaping quickly. Upon hearing this, he readily agreed, I will kill David and avenge you.
Facts proved otherwise.
Their expectations were still too optimistic.
Failing to win over Zhong Gui had had already sealed their fate.
After one set of sword techniques, Tan Hongxing didn't even have time to come up with a second competitive project before Kevin pierced his throat with a sword. Zhang Gui then pierced his heart, and with a face full of unwillingness, he exited the simulation field.
Tan Hongxing's death left Gao Honxia with no way to survive.
His attributes were too low, and even with the tenfold boost from the Reckless Fearless skill, he couldn't match Kevin's speed.
After all, backstabbing scales proportionally with attributes.
Kevin's attributes were already high, and at Manhwa, with constant maintenance and backstabbing, he grew increasingly courageous in battle. His attributes never stopped increasing, and had long surpassed the limits. Even relying on the fearless or reckless, Gao Hongxiao only managed to run 7 or 8 meters before being caught by Kevin, who pierced his heart with a sword, following in the footsteps of Tan Hongxing.
Kevin's attributes increased once again. This time, he finally confirmed that the attribute boost from killing players is calculated separately from the keywords. Eliminating players indeed provides an additional attribute bonus, an excellent competitive mechanism.
The Huashan sect is finished.
If I remember correctly, you were the one who just said the peacekeeping gang was finished too. That was because I didn't know David was so formidable.
If I had known he was this fierce, I would have stepped in to help earlier, maybe even earn some goodwill. Now I'm saying, not only is the Huashan sect finished, but the 3 schools and 5 sects are all done for.
Do you believe me? With this style of play?
Unless Saint Joe returns or is reborn, no one can suppress David anymore. A chaotic world of demons, truly a chaotic world of demons. That demon who raised his sword and inspired others to practice swordsmanship is quite interesting. I'm naturally lazy, but if he had led me to train in martial arts, I might have already become a top-notch expert.
What a pity, such a remarkable demon. How could he have been killed by David?
Such a waste of talent.
Talent? Didn't you see how even those severely injured stood up during training? Do you believe he could train you to death? Luckily, David's obsession is preservation. If it were slaughter, the entire world would be doomed. Every drink and every peck is predestined. When demons descend upon the world, there will inevitably be someone like David to step forward and clean up the mess. The wanderers were whispering to each other. The Huashan sect, on the other hand, was deathly silent. The healthy moved around helping the injured, while those stricken with fear of Jiao avoided Wang San from afar, not daring to approach, and even the injured dared not groan loudly. Everywhere the eye could see was desolate. Zhang Gui felt bitter in his heart.
Looking at the 3 people in front of him, led by David, he finally clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Leader Foam, for showing mercy." This battle completely shattered his pride as the head of a sect. What an unforeseen disaster. Kevin sighed deeply, his saintly compassion vividly displayed. If the heavenly demon is not eradicated, the martial world will not find peace. I hope other sects will take this as a warning. I, Foam, truly cannot bear to see such tragedies happen again.
If not for you, how could such a tragedy occur? You're the biggest demon of all. Zhang Gui wanted to respond, but felt awkward no matter how he answered, so he simply changed the subject. What will Leader Foam do next? The Huashan sect will fully cooperate.
My Divine Fist sect will also provide full support, Tong Shihong said as he approached the 2, speaking shakily. By the time the battle was halfway through, his injuries had stabilized, and he was more or less able to move. He originally intended to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but upon seeing the plight of the Huashan sect, he forcibly suppressed the urge to flee.
As soon as the battle ended, he eagerly ran over to express his stance. Huashan's blood and sacrifices made him face reality. Opposing David was a dead end.
Cooperating obediently might still leave a glimmer of hope for the Xinquan sect. As for the other heavenly demons, they were nothing but worthless. They couldn't be relied upon at all.
Master Tong doesn't hold a grudge against me?
Kevin looked at Tong Shihong and asked with a smile. Leader Foam, earlier it was I, Tong, who was blinded by delusion.
Tong Shihong's face was full of embarrassment.
He coughed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand to wipe away the bloodstain and weakly said, "But the battle at Huashan made me see the harm of the heavenly demons.
Not every heavenly demon is as righteous as Leader Foam.
With their interference, the martial world would indeed, as Leader Foam said, never know peace.
Without Leader Foam, the martial world is doomed. If your letter had this attitude, how could Mount Hua have suffered such a calamity? You scoundrel!" Zhang Gui glanced discontentedly at Tong Shihong and cupped his fists, saying, "Master Tong is gravely injured and cannot be relied upon. Master Foam, please instruct me on what to do." Master Zong, that statement is incorrect.
Although I, Tong, am seriously injured, the Divine Fist sect is full of talented individuals.
As for your Mount Hua, the injured are injured, the dead are dead. How many people do you have left who can be of use?
Tong Shihong retorted sharply, as if recalling something. Besides, you were the one who said behind my back that my fist techniques are like women fighting, calling them turtle punches. Your character is despicable, and I haven't even held you accountable for that yet.
Who said you practiced turtle fist? Zhang Gui asked with a look of astonishment.
Where did you hear such rumors? Feng Zhong's face involuntarily twitched as he averted his gaze. Tong Shihong froze, his old face turning red with embarrassment.
This was clearly Feng Zhong's joke, so why did I even ask about it? Masters, please stop arguing. saying, "We are all one family now and must work together."
Currently, the heavenly demons are spread across the land, hiding in the shadows.
Even with the alliance of our three sects, searching for them is too slow, Kevin nodded and said.
With the Huashan sect and the Divine Fist sect joining the Peacekeeping Alliance, we now have some influence in the martial world. Why not have the two masters take the lead in explaining the dangers of the heavenly demons, encouraging other sects to self-examine and root out any demons within their ranks? While they are still weak, we can eliminate them early.
What do you think?
Zhang Gui and Tong Shihong exchanged a glance and no longer paid attention to each other.
A moment.
Zhang Gui said, "What Leader Feng said makes a lot of sense, but I believe that even with Manhwa as a precedent, other sects won't take Leader Feng's words seriously." He paused. Leader Feng may not fully understand the other sections.
Like Manhwa, they are unwilling to be constrained by the Peacekeeping Alliance.
Even if they know there is a heavenly demon within their sect, they would think of controlling or using the demon to deal with Leader Feng first. A bunch of foolish people, disregarding the harm of the heavenly demon for their own benefit. Kevin frowned. With such people holding sway over the martial world, it will be destroyed sooner or later.
They even cursed them.
Zhang Gui and Tong Shihong felt their faces flush slightly. Zhang Gui shook his head. Leader Feng, human nature is greedy. The righteousness and integrity upheld by the peacekeeping gang are precisely what the current martial world lacks. The three sects and 5 factions have long been accustomed to wielding power and indulging in corruption within their ranks. It's not that they don't want to eliminate the heavenly demon, but they are even more afraid that one day, the peacekeeping gang under Leader Feng will grow strong, and the blade will turn against them.
Only by eliminating Leader Feng can they feel at ease. In their hearts, it is Leader Feng's peacekeeping gang that poses the greatest threat. Tong Shihong looked at Zhang Gui in shock, the expression in his eyes clearly saying, "You've got guts. Why should the Huashan sect be allowed to stay out of it when they are in such a miserable state?"
Zhang Gui ignored Tong Shihong and continued, "Leader Feng's previous approach was too lenient. Only by making them fear, making them hurt, and letting them understand that opposing the peacekeeping gang leads to the destruction of their sect and annihilation of their clan, will they listen to Leader Feng. Only then can this martial world truly find peace." Kevin glanced at him and gestured for him to continue. Zhang Gui pondered for a moment, as if making a firm decision, then looked at Kevin and said seriously, "Leader Feng, the martial world has been in chaos for too long. It is time for a martial alliance leader to take charge. Leader Feng, your skills are unparalleled, no less than the martial saint of 100 years ago, and you possess the heart to uphold justice in the world.
I believe that no one but Leader Feng is fit to be the martial alliance leader. Sect leader Tong, what do you think? What are your intentions? Do you want to put David on the spot, or drag other sects into trouble?"
Tong Shihong's brow twitched heavily a few times. Thinking of his own experiences, he nodded affirmatively. "I also believe that Leader Feng is qualified to take the position of the Wulin Alliance leader. As of now, the leader already has the Huashan and Xinquan sects under his command. If he includes the Taishan and Amei sects as well, he would control half of the sects in the martial world.
Even if he isn't officially the alliance leader, he would essentially be one. At that point, who would dare defy his orders? The Wulin Alliance leader. This title is impressive. To earn the title of Martial Arts Alliance leader, upholding the righteousness of the martial world is a duty, and it's perfectly justified." Although Zhang Gui had some ulterior motives, Kevin was still tempted. He smiled and said, "What the two sect leaders said is very true.
Previously, I was thinking too simplistically, only considering a method that everyone could accept to resolve the threat of the heavenly demon. Now it seems, to swiftly cut through the chaos and maintain peace in the world, iron-fisted measures must be used."
Yes, iron-fisted measures must be used, Zhang Gui agreed. "Alright, it's settled then.
To quickly eradicate the heavenly demons and restore peace to the martial world, I, Feng, will take on the position of martial alliance leader." Kevin adapted to his new role swiftly. Sect Master Zone, immediately send people to notify Amei, Taishan, the Beggar sect, and other sections. Within 7 days, they must thoroughly investigate the number of heavenly demons within their sects and the towns under their influence, identify them clearly, and eliminate them. If they fail to find any heavenly demons, it will be considered intentional connivance and collusion with the demons. For the sake of peace in the world, I, Feng, will join forces with the Huashan and Divine Fist sects to eradicate them.
You may use a firm tone. Understood, Zhang Gui responded.
Kevin turned to look at Feng Zhong and said, "Feng Zhong, write letters to the major sects, informing them that 20 days from now, the Peacekeeping Alliance will hold a martial arts assembly atop Mount Huashan to elect the martial alliance leader and discuss the eradication of the heavenly demons. If they do not attend, they will be regarded as accomplices of the heavenly demons, and the Peacekeeping Alliance will mobilize its entire sect to crusade against them."
Feng Zhong hesitated for a moment and asked, "Seventh brother, isn't 20 days too long? Giving them so much time might allow quite a few of them to grow stronger.
By then, if a group of heavenly demons shows up at the martial arts assembly and the three of us can't handle them."
Cough.
Wang San cleared his throat and looked at Feng Zhong, his gaze somewhat peculiar. Feng Zhong was startled for a moment, then immediately realized where he had gone wrong. 20 days later, which was was barely a month in the previous simulation. It took everyone a month just to leave the beginner's village. But now, they were already busy consolidating the major sects. Moreover, not all keywords are suitable to be openly displayed in a fight. The top 3 ranked on our side have people in territory. What do those guys have to compete with them? Sure enough, he was overthinking it. We're not going to just wait here. Kevin, unaware of the inside story, felt that Feng Zheng's concerns were reasonable. He glanced back at him and explained, as soon as the messenger departs, we will set off. Let's first bring a few nearby sects into the peacekeeping alliance. As long as our territory is large enough and we have enough capable people under us, others will have to weigh the pros and cons of continuing to oppose us. Set future goals. Doug did not rush to leave. His abilities stem from keyword attributes, and no matter the time, the foundational base must not be neglected. Doug recruited the rangers who were watching the commotion on the mountain into the peacekeeping gang and promised them benefits, instructing them to go down the mountain to spread the news of the Huashan battle so that more people would realize the dangers and uncontrollability of the heavenly demon. He also sent out disciples of the Huashan sect to form a new inspection team, visiting the small sects and factions under the control of the Huashan sect to investigate whether they were harboring the heavenly demon. Along the way, they punished evildoers around Huashan and promoted the ideals of the peacekeeping gang to the public, further expanding their achievements. As long as the territory being maintained is large enough, even if one area suffers damage, his attributes would not decrease too much. The battle at Manhwa left many Manhwa disciples injured by Kevin's hand. However, Kevin's noble act of protection won the support of most Manhwa disciples. Their enthusiasm for working for Kevin even surpassed that for Zhonggue. Most importantly, the quality of Manhwa disciples far exceeded the chaotic members of the Iron Palm Gang. Moreover, after enduring torment during the battle at Manhwa, their hatred for the heavenly demon ran deep, and their tolerance for the heavenly demon was zero. Kevin never missed an opportunity to train backstab simulation players, thoughtfully equipping this group of Manhwa disciples with a complete set of experience to deal with the heavenly demon. There are scouts, long-range attackers, reinforcements, and assault troops. In case they encounter an unreasonable adept like Tan Hongshang, at least not everyone would be trapped inside, unable to even send out a messenger. Tong Shihong was seriously injured and had to recuperate at the Huashan sect. However, he was worried that once the Huashan sect's incident spread, disciples of the Divine Fist sect might cause trouble in Luoyang City and provoke David. He immediately wrote a letter to the Divine Fist sect disciples in Luoyang City, detailing the events of the battle at Huashan and issuing the same order for them to investigate demonic influences within the sect and maintain social stability. Pain makes people grow. Tong Shihong was completely terrified by David's torment and didn't dare to have even the slightest thought of causing trouble. Everything was arranged properly. The 3 of Kevin set out on their journey again, heading to Mount Tai, but this time they were accompanied by Huashan sect's leader, Zhonggue. After the Battle of Mount Hua, Kevin and his companions experienced significant growth in their respective attributes, gaining greater confidence in the journey ahead. In the matter of promoting David as the leader of the martial arts alliance, Zhonggue spared no effort. Whatever Kevin needed, he provided without hesitation. Thus, the Golden Glow Sword of Master Zone became Kevin's new weapon, and he finally acquired an internal martial arts technique truly his own, the Mount Hua sect's Great Tranquility technique. The improvement in attributes transformed Kevin's aptitude, allowing him to progress rapidly in practicing the Great Tranquility technique. However, life is often ironic. Despite having the technique, he found himself lacking the time to cultivate it. Kevin had to devote all his time to traveling and consolidating the forces of the martial arts world. But at this time, Doug was no longer so focused on martial arts, because he realized that as long as his attributes were high enough, agility didn't play a significant role in combat. Most people, when they encountered him, couldn't even take off before he had already thrust his sword behind them. Those with good agility might be able to jump half a meter high, but in that case, the sword aimed at their back might end up hitting their lower body, which wasn't much better than dying on the spot. Luoyang City is located in the middle of several sects. It takes 2 days to travel from Luoyang to Mount Hua, and 3 to 4 days to travel from Mount Hua to Mount Tai. With the help of wandering knights, the speed of information dissemination was much faster than Kevin had imagined. In just a few days, the plight of the Mount Hua sect had spread across the 3 rivers and 5 lakes, quickly radiating outward and causing a great stir in the martial arts world. The heavenly demon was secondary. What shocked them was that the mighty Mount Hua sect, even with the assistance of the heavenly demon, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of David and his 2 companions, and was forced to join the peacekeeping alliance. This terrifying fact forced all the sects to reassess David's personal strength and their attitude towards the heavenly demon. As Kevin believed, in the martial world, the one with the strongest fist has the right to speak. Kevin forcefully demanded that all major sects thoroughly investigate the heavenly demons within their ranks. Although these sects were furious, they did not think there was anything wrong with his demand. After all, the Huashan sect's previous lesson serves as a warning. David and his 3 companions were able to challenge the Huashan sect, and now, with the added support of Huashan and the Divine Fist sect, they are like a tiger with wings. Individual sects are simply no match for him. Of course, no one believes David is acting to uphold justice in the martial world. They are more inclined to think he is using the excuse of the heavenly demon to seize the opportunity to annex their sects, or perhaps to use their hands to eliminate the heavenly demon from the world, ultimately leaving him as the sole ruler. An invitation to elect the leader of the martial arts world is enough to explain everything.
No matter the aspect, it is beneficial to David's peacekeeping gang. Perhaps the remaining sects joining forces might qualify to challenge the peacekeeping gang, but David did not give them time to join forces.
Traditionally, any major event in the martial arts world often requires several months of preparation, communication, and arrangements for personnel and location. But David only gave them 7 days. Having just taken Huashan, they probably hadn't even warmed their seats at Huashan before heading out again to stir up trouble. In such a short time, the news from the Huashan sect couldn't have spread far. How could they possibly unite other sects? Moreover, because of Bai Xiaoxing's letter, many of the sect's experts had already been sent out. The sects surrounding Luoyang City were all on edge, forced to make a choice between joining the peacekeeping gang or using the heavenly demon to resist the peacekeeping gang.
The Mount Tai sect bore the brunt. Then,
when Kevin and his companions ascended Mount Tai, they witnessed this scene. The head of the Mount Tai sect, Qin Wenjiang, leading the sect's elites, warmly welcomed David and his 2 companions, immediately joined the peacekeeping alliance, and presented 3 corpses of heavenly demons as a gift. Qin Wenjiang made the most sensible choice from the heart.
This is something that cannot be helped, because Qin Wenjiang receives information faster and more accurately than others.
In Feng Zhong's letter to the Taishan sect, he mentioned that the unnamed ancestor of the Taishan sect had fallen at Manhwa, leaving behind the returning bird sword technique, which was picked up by the first disciple of the Manhwa sect. As soon as he received the letter, Qin Wenjiang immediately dispatched elders from his sect to secretly investigate Manhwa to verify the authenticity of the news.
However, they failed to find any information about the manual. Instead, the Taishan sect elders personally witnessed David's brutal actions and the Manhwa sect's complete inability to resist.
Thus, the elder of the Taishan sect was terrified and fled back to Taishan overnight without even bothering to search for the secret manual to discuss countermeasures with the sect leader. The strength of the Taishan sect is about the same as that of the Huashan sect, and it's not worth risking the future of the Taishan sect for a few heavenly demons within the sect. After all, David's peacekeeping gang is relatively moderate, but the same cannot be said for other heavenly demons. Instead of waiting for these unfamiliar heavenly demons to grow stronger and stab them in the back, it's better to follow David. At least for now, David only seems concerned with other heavenly demons and doesn't appear to be overly obsessed with power.
Moreover, David's subordinates are all old acquaintances, so when something happens, there's still room for discussion.
At most, we can restrain the disciples within the sect and prevent them from committing evil deeds.
Weighed the pros and cons.
Several high-ranking members of the Taishan sect decisively and efficiently eliminated the 3 sky demons who were enthusiastically dreaming of clinging to the Taishan sect, taking down David and inheriting their attributes.
They used this as a token of allegiance and joined the peacekeeping gang. The keywords for the 3 sky demons were said to be resilience, integrity, and loyalty, but what their true keywords were is now unverifiable since they are dead, and it doesn't really matter anymore. The Taishan sect surrendered without any casualties reported, quickly triggering a chain reaction. Following closely was the Amei sect, which acted even more proactively.
After eliminating several demons within their sect, they swept through nearby towns around Amei, uncovering 2 more demons to report. Before Kevin and his group arrived at Amei, they had already made a high-profile announcement supporting Leader Feng's peacekeeping efforts, officially joining the Peacekeeping Alliance.
From then on,
the Peacekeeping Alliance now included Huashan, Shenquan sect, Taishan, and Amei, 4 top-tier sects, instantly becoming the greatest power of the era.
The pressure was on the Beggars sect. The Beggars sect was the last faction surrounding Luoyang City.
By taking down the Beggars sect, Kevin's peacekeeping gang would establish an ironclad dominion centered on Luoyang City, radiating outward to encompass 5 factions. Sects that joined the peacekeeping gang eradicated the inner demons within their sects, and their disciples formed inspection teams to search for hidden demons across the world, directly causing the number of remaining contestants in the simulation field to drop further.
In just 7 or 8 days, fewer than 130 people were left.
7th brother, in less than 20 days, there are only 127 people left in the simulation field.
We've made history in the simulation field. Feng Zhong kept opening and closing the ranking data, looking at it repeatedly with excitement. If I hadn't participated personally, I wouldn't believe we accomplished this.
It's mainly 7th brother's doing. At most, we just played a supporting role, Wang San corrected earnestly. At this moment, the 3 skulls hanging around his neck remained, but a new necklace made of finger bones had been added, making him look like a shaman from a primitive religion, sinister yet flamboyant.
It's the result of everyone's cooperation.
Without your support, I couldn't have achieved this, Kevin smiled, not taking all the credit.
7th brother, you're being modest. With your skills, even without the 2 of us, you'd have made it this far.
far, maybe just a bit slower, but definitely not impossible. On the contrary, without you, who knows, we might still be stuck in some remote corner. Feng Zhong said, the luckiest thing in my life was being caught by seventh brother outside Luoyang City. Me too. Without seventh brother, I might have already been eliminated, Wang San said. Keywords like sickly beauty are too niche, with low growth potential. It's basically impossible to make it to the end. But now, I'm the second in the simulation field. It feels like a dream. Sanner, your second place won't last for long. Once my tongue of controversy stirs up chaos in the martial world, second place will be mine, Feng Zhong said. In his hand appeared a small toy resembling a switch, which he habitually fiddled with back and forth with his fingers. After coming down from the Huashan sect, Feng Zhong no longer fiddled with the cat's ears, because as soon as his fingers touched the cat's ears, the cat would pee all over him. The same went for the horse. Now, when he rode a horse, he had to behave properly and restrain the urge to fiddle with the horse's ears. If he so much as moved a finger, the horse's legs would go weak, and it would throw him off. Kevin guessed correctly. At the Huashan sect, he awakened a new skill called Linksy Finger. Any target touched by his finger would involuntarily experience an immense sense of pleasure. It sounded like a very improper skill. The nuns of the Yamei sect now dared not go near Feng Zhong. Seeing him scared them more than seeing Wang San. Back then, my reputation as a Yandere had already spread across the world. You're only fit to be a perpetual third place. Wang San glanced at him disdainfully and said, just wait and see. Feng Zhong chuckled and said, we're all brothers here. Does ranking really matter that much? Kevin turned to look at them and said with a smile, the top 10 in the simulation field is good enough. If one day you surpass me and become number 1, I wouldn't mind. Seventh brother, whoever dares to surpass you, I'll risk my life to take them down. Wang San looked at Kevin, then glanced at Feng Zhong, his face serious. The number 1 spot in the simulation field can only belong to seventh brother. Why are you looking at me? I'll never have the chance to surpass seventh brother in my lifetime. Alright, Feng Zhong glared back, then laughed. At the end of the day, you're still not confident, knowing you can't hold on to second place. Wang San glanced at him, then silently went back to fiddling with his skull. Seventh brother, teaming up with you is such a thrill. I wonder if we'll have another chance to cooperate in the next simulation field. Feng Zhong shook his head, looked at Kevin, his eyes gleaming, and said, seventh brother, San, why don't the three of us come up with a secret code? With seventh brother's experience, I bet we can all survive the next simulation field. Once we match the code, we can team up again and aim to enter the alien battlefield together in the end. Alright, Wang San replied. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. The pagoda suppresses the River Demon. Kevin casually recited a classic code from Earth. After so many days, he had figured out the rules of the simulation field. Each person had only one keyword, and the keyword was random. Trying to rely on one person to make it into the top 10 was too difficult. Finding someone to cooperate with was indeed the simplest method. Seventh brother, this code is awesome, catchy, easy to remember. Feng Zhong's eyes lit up as he gave a thumbs up. It's way better than someone's. Today won't fall behind tomorrow. Apart from the three of us, I guarantee no one else can match it. Only fellow Earthlings could match it. Kevin complained inwardly and said, stop talking about irrelevant things. Think about how to deal with the beggar sect. The beggar sect has the largest number of members in the world, with the most elderly, weak, and disabled. They've been quiet for so many days, who knows, they might have a few heavenly demons in their hands and want to challenge us. Or maybe, because of issues with wives and children, the beggar sect and the Green Dragon Gang have started fighting. Feng Zhong laughed, his confidence swelling immensely. Seventh brother, I'll write another letter to lure the beggar sect's experts to Luoyang City. Capture the leader to strike at the heart. Even the heavenly demons will have to kneel. Alright, we need to be more cautious as we move forward. It's been days, others should have started developing as well. You too should be careful when traveling. Kevin nodded. We're in the open, and they're in the shadows. Don't let this hard-earned favorable situation end in disaster. Very soon. Kevin then understood the reason why the beggar clan had not come to pledge allegiance. The Chow family, the foremost martial arts family, issued a battle manifesto against the peacekeeping clan, directly targeting David's policies regarding the heavenly demons. Are the heavenly demons really going to be exterminated completely? It cannot be denied that some heavenly demons are indeed evil. But according to the Chow family's investigation, many of the heavenly demons that David claims are destined to bring calamity to the world possess attributes of peace, kindness, diligence, enthusiasm, gentleness, open-mindedness, and even selflessness, amiability, and nobility. They came to this world only wanting to live well and spend their lives like humans. They pose little harm to humanity. On the contrary, they might even bring benefits. But David's peacekeeping gang insists on knocking them down just because of their identity as demons. How innocent they are. What did they do wrong? Is it merely because they are demons? Cats, dogs, cattle, sheep, and even flowers, birds, fish, and insects can all have a place in this world. Why can't our vast world accommodate a few demons? David loudly proclaims his commitment to the code of the martial world and peace under heaven, but is he truly upholding these ideals? By his side, Wang San humiliates others physically
physically and terrifies them into submission, a genuine embodiment of evil. Why doesn't David eliminate him?
In the end, what David is protecting is nothing more than his personal interests and the power he has gained through the peacekeeping alliance.
Without coercion, would Huashan, Taishan, Ame, and the Divine Fist sect truly join the peacekeeping alliance willingly? Even David's peacekeeping alliance was built by seizing others' assets. In the name of goodness, committing acts of evil is worse than evil itself. How could such a person genuinely uphold the world? Perhaps David's true nature is not about upholding, but about disguise, greed, deceit, and chaos. Such a person wanting to become the leader of the martial arts world? My Chiao family will be the first to oppose it.
The Chiao family, in the name of the martial saint, announces that any benevolent celestial demons who join the Chiao family will receive its protection.
Let's see how David dares to deal with you.
In light of David's havoc upon the world, the Chiao family's sacred land will open ahead of schedule, inviting all major sects to come to the Chiao family.
Isn't the Snow Mountain sect and Bloodblade sect planning to come to the Chiao family to seize the secret manual? There's no need for you to seize it. Come to the Chiao family whether celestial demons or young members of various sects. As long as you pass the trials and meet the conditions for entering the sacred land, you may enter the sacred land, seek the martial saint's legacy, enhance your strength, and jointly resist the peacekeeping gang. Announced by Chao Ping Jiang, head of the Chiao family. Looking at the battle manifesto in his hand, Kevin chuckled wryly. What a grand accusation. The Chiao family is really raising the banner to openly oppose me. So aggressive. Has Chao Ping Jiang been bewitched by some demon?
Feng Zhong frowned, fiddling silently with the trinket in his hand, his expression inexplicably serious.
The Chiao family must be unwilling to let go of the title of the #1 martial clan being taken by the leader. Zhong Gui remarked.
Leader, the Chiao family has always been prestigious.
With this battle manifesto, other factions will surely rally to their side. If they recruit even more demons, I'm afraid our peacekeeping sect won't stand a chance.
The head of the Mount Tai sect, Qin Wenjiang, spoke with a bitter expression.
At this moment,
he was filled with regret.
He resented the poor geographical location of his sect and also blamed the Chiao family for issuing their battle manifesto too late.
If he could catch hold of either of the 2 points above, he wouldn't have ended up in today's situation. The peacekeeping gang only has David and 3 heavenly demons, while the Chiao family, with a single rallying cry, could gather dozens or even hundreds of heavenly demons.
3 against hundreds. The Chiao family has also drawn in more sections.
Not to mention, just the Beggar gang and the Green Jiao gang alone outnumber their few sects. He sees no chance of victory. If it weren't for David keeping a close watch, he would have already considered running off to join the Chiao family.
Leader, what should we do? The Chiao family has raised the banner to oppose the peacekeeping gang, leaving Ma sect's masters Wuqiu somewhat at a loss.
Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts.
Does having a high status make everything they say correct?
The Chiao family harboring the heavenly demons who don't belong to this world is akin to a flock of sheep sheltering a pack of wolves. Just this alone is enough to brand them as traitors to their race. Of course, we must go to the Chiao family, eliminate all the heavenly demons, and restore stability to the world. Once the Chiao family is eradicated, we will take out their martial saint manual and use it to benefit the entire martial arts community.
To possess a treasure trove yet only release it bit by bit through competitions to coerce the martial world. Feng despises selfish and self-serving people the most.
Kevin spoke with righteous determination.
He glanced at the battle manifesto in his hand, chuckled lightly, and said, speaking of which, the Chiao family gathering all the heavenly demons has actually done us a great favor. If I had known earlier, I would have used this trick to lure them in as well. You are a demon, yet you keep talking about eliminating demons. He is human, yet he keeps talking about protecting demons. When it comes down to it, you are both traitors to your respective groups, and yet each of you speaks more righteously than the other. As expected, thick-skinned and black-hearted is the timeless survival rule in this world. However, who is right and who is wrong is no longer important. The key is how to solve the challenges faced by the peacekeeping alliance. Zhang Gui looked at the head none of the Ma sect and said, Masters Wuqiu, we are all in the same boat now. Stop hiding the Ma sect's top expert and call her out to face the Chiao family together. Top expert? Masters Wuqiu looked puzzled. What is sect leader Zhang talking about?
This humble nun is already the most skilled in martial arts within the Ma sect.
Stop pretending.
By Shaosheng already mentioned it, Ma sect discovered a 1,000-year-old ginseng that can increase one's inner power by 100 years, said Qin Wenjiang of the Taishan sect. With 100 years of added power, even if Chao he crawled out of his grave, he wouldn't be a match.
What 1,000-year ginseng?
Masters Wuqiu frowned and said, that Baixiaosheng is purely talking nonsense. Qin Wenjiang suddenly frowned and looked at Zhong Gui. Master Zhong, I've been hesitant to ask you, is the returning birdsword technique left behind by the nameless patriarch of the Mount Tai sect picked up by your eldest disciple at Manhwa?
You believe in the nameless patriarch? You must be a fool.
Zhong Gui mocked, but his expression quickly changed. The sword demon senior of the Mount Hua sect's sword tomb fell in the Kunlun Mountains.
Damn!
And Ma sect's heavenly sword ended up with the Beggar sect. Master Wuqiu's expression also changed.
She looked at the two of them, shaking her head with a wry smile. It's pitiful that we, as sect leaders, let a few rumors disturb our minds and believe such nonsense. It's utterly ridiculous. Lead the tiger away from the mountain, Zhong Gui murmured, subconsciously glancing at Kevin. Master Zhong, the rumor was spread by Xiaoshang. Why are you looking at me? Kevin never forgot to protect his own interests. Do I look like someone who would do something so boring? Xiaoshang didn't appear earlier or later, but chose to show up right when you ascended Mount Hua, luring away many of my sex experts. If not you, then who else? Zhong Gui was utterly speechless. The most ridiculous part was that he had sent people to verify such a simple rumor without hesitation. Thinking about Tong Shihong inexplicably asking him about the Wang Ba fist, Zhong Gui's gaze shifted to Feng Zhong. The so-called 100 know-it-all must indeed be him. He had thought that only his hands were extraordinary, but it turns out he possesses such divine abilities. The heavenly demon is truly terrifying, manipulating all sects and factions without them even realizing it. David was right. The heavenly demon indeed should not exist in this world. The Chow family gathered so many cunning heavenly demons, they are simply playing with fire and courting disaster. Feng Zhong focused intently on fiddling with his little toy, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. Qin Wenjiang and Zhuo Shitai had also guessed by Xiaoxing's true identity. Qin Wenjiang's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he saw a glimmer of hope to break the impasse, and asked, Leader Feng, could you have by Xiaoshang write a letter to lure the Tianma gathered at the Chow family out to be killed? Master Qin, can upholding justice in the world be called deception? Kevin looked at Qin Wenjiang, frowned, and said, the Chow family whitewashes the Tianma, deceives the people, and tarnishes the reputation of our peacekeeping sect. That is what should be called deception. Not only deception, but the greatest evil. We must denounce and combat such behavior. The corner of Qin Wenjiang's mouth twitched slightly, and he rephrased, Leader, could you draw out the Tianma protected by the Chow family and eliminate them? Don't rush, give the Chow family a few more days. Wait until the heavenly demons gather in greater numbers, then we'll act. If we strike too early and scare the heavenly demons away from the Chow family, it wouldn't be ideal, Kevin said. Besides, we shouldn't just look at the surface of things. Maybe the Chow family is enduring humiliation and bearing the burden to use this as a reason to gather all the heavenly demons together and then wipe them out. We should think positively. Zhong Gui looked at Kevin in astonishment. Impossible, Qin Wen said firmly. You just mentioned that the Chow family is selfish and self-serving. How could they possibly be so noble? Master Qin, with such bizarre events like the descent of the heavenly demons happening, what else could be considered impossible? Kevin chuckled and turned to Feng Zhong. Feng Zhong, since the Chow family has declared war, we can't remain silent. You should draft a response proclamation. Include a little story about the farmer and the snake to advise the Chow family to turn back before it's too late. Foolish kindness only harms oneself and others. Tell them that as long as they abandon aiding the heavenly demons, the arms of the peacekeeping alliance will always be open to them. What farmer and snake? Feng Zhong asked. One cold winter day, a kind-hearted farmer found a frozen snake by the roadside. Feeling sorry for it, he tucked the snake into his coat to warm it with his body heat. However, when the snake revived, it revealed its cruel nature and bit the farmer without hesitation. As the farmer lay dying, his last words were, I pitted a venomous snake and I deserve this retribution. Kevin glanced around at everyone as he recounted the short fable. Feng Zhong was momentarily stunned, then gave Kevin a thumbs up. Qin Wenjiang and the others seemed deep in thought. Feng Zhong picked up the pen to write, but halfway through, he suddenly stopped. Seventh brother, isn't what we're doing a bit too mild? Mild? Kevin glanced at him, shook his head, and said, send this out first. In 5 days, the letter Chao Pingjiang wrote to me should almost be leaked. What letter? Qin Wenjing asked. A letter where I play the bad cop and the Chow family plays the good cop, tricking the heavenly demon into coming in to be killed, Kevin said calmly. Didn't we just talk about it? The Chow family endures humiliation and bears the burden, while the peacekeeping gang takes the hits and suffers grievances. Using the Chow family's name to protect the heavenly demon, the Chow family's proclamation targeting the peacekeeping gang, as well as our farmer and snake response, are all strategies we planned in advance. A word was spoken. The room instantly fell into silence. Wang San's hand stopped stroking the skull, Feng Zhong's pen paused, and Qin Wenjiang and the others looked at each other, unable to utter a single word. It was as if the temperature had suddenly dropped, freezing everything in place. Qin Wenjiang shuddered. At this moment, he suddenly felt that surrendering to the peacekeeping gang might not be a bad choice. Not to mention whether Bai Xiaosheng possesses divine abilities, just Kevin's strategy of simultaneous attack and defense is enough to give the Chow family and the demons they took in a hard time. In just a few days, how could the demons with vastly different personalities taken in by the Chow family fully trust them? Compared to David, he, as the leader of a sect, seemed a bit too naive. What kind of education did these demons receive before seizing bodies? No. Feng Zhong and Wang San also seemed to be shocked. David's teacher must be more outstanding than theirs. No wonder he could stand out in just a few days and claim such a large territory. Luoyang City is Doug's territory. After the Chow family issued a battle manifesto defending the heavenly demon, it caused a huge
huge uproar among the people. The common people did not agree with their viewpoint and were quite resentful of their actions. After all, the Chow family, from their lofty position, criticized the virtuous official who had brought them peace. The people, who had benefited from Doug's kindness, spontaneously defended his reputation. Many cultured intellectuals openly wrote articles accusing the Chow family of twisting concepts, criticizing their ignorance and foolishness, claiming that they were the truly selfish and self-serving ones. Afterward, the Peacekeeping Alliance's admonition to the Chow family, referencing the farmer and the snake, immediately resonated with everyone.
The farmer and the snake is simple and easy to understand.
After the public related to the story, they increasingly felt that the Chow family was foolish, believing that they would inevitably suffer harm in the future, just as Leader Feng had said. Letters flooded into the Chow family, urging them to kill the demon they had taken in as soon as possible, join the Peacekeeping Alliance, expel the demon, and avoid harming both themselves and others. The Chow family naturally remained unmoved and instead issued another announcement, accusing David of being hypocritical and only daring to bully isolated and weak celestial demons, while not daring to come to the Chow family to slay demons and eliminate evil. The peacekeeping gang and the Chow family exchanged insults back and forth, thoroughly enjoying the verbal sparring.
A great battle seemed imminent.
Among the common folk, betting pools were even set up regarding the two sides.
Then,
a letter from Chow Pingzhang to David about the self-inflicted injury strategy quietly spread from the Weha gang.
All voices against the Chow family among the public disappeared overnight.